President Lu. This is the company's financial report for last quarter. The company has accumulated losses of more than 2 million, and there's only 100,000 left in the account. How about we launch another round of top-up promotions and then run away? Ming rubbed his temples and stared at the Jingwei Games company logo at the entrance, feeling utterly speechless. Run away? Ming raised his head and stared at the finance director Lao Wang as if looking at a fool. Lao Wang, that line of thinking of yours is really something. No wonder you claim to have further studied at Telenkio, such rich experience. But have you perhaps misunderstood what legal representative means? I'm the company's legal representative. If anyone runs, I'll be the first one they arrest. Do you take me for a fool? Ming sighed, feeling utterly helpless. We don't even have any significant external debts right now. What would we be running from? At worst, we just won't be able to pay next month's salaries. Lao Wang scratched his head and gave an awkward laugh. President Lu, I'm only worrying on your behalf. Look, with the way things are now, if we don't find some money soon, we won't even be able to pay the property management fees. Ming cast him a sidelong glance, then swept his gaze around the office. In the office, the developer Zhou Bowen was using a fork from his instant noodles to pick hair out from between the keys of his keyboard. In the art department, Su Xianwan slumped in her chair, cradling a cup of goji berry tea, her eyes vacant, as if she had already seen through the vanity of the world. The company's only customer service representative, Han Mimi, wore noise-canceling headphones, arguing heatedly with someone unknown. These people should all be perfectly aware of the company's current situation, right? Ming muttered to himself. But the problem is, why is none of them anxious? Young people really are remarkably composed. After a brief silence, Ming stood up and began pacing around the office. He ran his fingers along the workstations, his gaze sweeping over the rows of equipment as if he had just thought of a decent idea. Lao Wang, do you think we can liquidate these devices first? Look at these computers, drawing tablets, server racks. If we sell them, we should at least be able to claw back a little cash, right? Before he could finish speaking, the developer, Zhou Bowen, suddenly poked his head out from behind his monitor. President Lu, you know I have to burn incense for this computer before any important task. Even the second-hand dealers say a trip over here wouldn't be worth their gas money. And this graphics card? It's an 8th-hand mining card. The monitors were all ones you snagged for 50 apiece off a second-hand platform. Su Xianwan likewise raised her drawing tablet. Boss, this tablet was valued at 28.5 last year on the second-hand platform. Now it's gone up to 30. If we wait a bit longer, it might be worth a little more. Feeling somewhat helpless, Ming crouched in front of a chassis and then looked at the server covered in yellow talisman papers. He completely abandoned the idea. It seemed the company truly had nothing of real value left. They were utterly destitute, so poor that even if they sold everything, it wouldn't fetch any real price. Returning to the office, Ming collapsed into the peeling executive chair. The artificial leather split wide open at once, exposing the foam within. He turned on his computer and opened the 2 single-player games Jingwei had previously developed. The designs were appealing. The pricing was friendly. There were even many innovative elements. Player reviews were decent. But the biggest problem was that they didn't make money and lacked replay value. For a game that was an utter failure. Looking at Jingyue's current state made Ming feel a dull ache in his chest. He stared blankly out the window, silent. Just a week ago, he had been a miserable game planner who collapsed and died from overwork while fixing bugs, only to transmigrate into this parallel world, where he inherited this game company on the verge of bankruptcy. After a week of research, Ming had gained a fair understanding of the gaming industry in this world. The market appeared to be a riot of blossoms, yet in truth was dominated by a handful of toxic monetization paths, opening with a 6 yuan first top-up, 7-day login rewards, 648 double rebate packs, auto-playing from the start while chopping trees. As for the teams truly striving for innovation, they either starved to death, like Jingyue on the shore of critical acclaim, without sales, or were acquired wholesale by big companies, creators and ideas bundled together, then stitched into monstrous hybrids to be released for cash grabbing. With that in mind, Ming opened the latest gaming news. Exclusive scoop: Qingyu's new title is yet another Otome Game Insider look at the pricing of the domineering CEO's physical shirts. To clear Locking Demon Tower, you must purchase at least 99 resurrection coins. Beishan's new title sparks controversy. Programmer Simulator releases its latest DLC, ICU Rescue Expansion Early Preview. Ming casually chose an article with high traffic and clicked it open. Tungsu Games releases the heavyweight title Classic of Mountains and Seas Divine Beast Romance Edition. First top-up of 6 yuan unlocks the same mount as Qilin. In the article, after a cinematic CG video, a voiceover narrated with deep emotion. We are the first to introduce a divine beast marriage and egg-laying system. VIP 12 can hatch an SS-grade Kuanping. After watching the game introduction, Ming sat there stunned. Then he looked at the revenue figures revealed at the end of the article. First month revenue highlighted at 1 billion. Clenching his molars, Lu Ming couldn't help feeling a stab of envy. These guys are making an obscene amount of money. Across the global gaming landscape, the big companies were raking in money hand over fist, while small studios like Jingyue struggled on the brink of extinction, a chasm as vast as heaven and earth. Although Jingyue Games had been established for a year, it had still not found its own positioning. Now it didn't even have a development roadmap for a new title. In this day and age, making games is really hard. Lu Ming let out a long sigh, his heart heavy with helplessness. Just as he was about to shut down the computer, a mechanical chime suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Host conditions detected. Moral debtor system has been activated. A cold mechanical voice resounded in his mind. System. Lu Ming froze for a moment, then burst into joy. The welfare of a transmigrator had finally arrived. Late, but here at last. What functions do you have? This system is designed to help the host become a moral debtor through the company. For every act that is immoral yet legal, corresponding debt points will be accumulated according to its impact. Before Lu Ming could react, the system's voice continued. This system must be bound to a company before full activation. Please bind a company as soon as possible. Bind a company, Lu Ming muttered. Isn't there already one right here? He quickly spoke aloud. Bind Jingyue Games. Ding. Jingyue Games detected as host company. Binding in progress. Binding successful. Initial funds of 500,000 have been injected. As the binding completed, a translucent virtual panel surfaced in Lu Ming's mind, displaying detailed information. Company name Jingyue Games. Company funds 600,000 yuan. The host may withdraw 1 into a personal account each cycle. Personal assets 2159 yuan. Moral debt value 0. Moral rank none. Current system settlement cycle 1 month. Moral debt value cashback mechanism. If you want cashback, first you must drag down your reputation. Moral debt value under 1,000. Not a single cent in return. All cashback amounts will be treated as personal assets. After reading through the system's introduction and seeing the several-fold, even tenfold returns listed above, Lu Ming's eyes lit up and a wicked smile slowly curled at the corner of his lips. The system was actually quite easy to understand. Take Jingyue Company as an example. As long as the game they produced drew enough furious curses from players, the more resentment value they accumulated, the higher the debt value became. At the most basic tier, if he invested 500,000, the amount returned to him personally would be 1 million. This money would be transferred directly into his personal account. In this day and age, an annual return rate of 10 to 20% was already considered outstanding, let alone double or multiple returns. This was practically free money being handed to him. Besides, earning money might be risky and difficult, but spending money just to listen to people's criticism was far too easy. In the past, he had already been scolded as a dog planner. He had never imagined that with this system being cursed out could actually make him rich. This opportunity was simply too worthwhile. He should have dropped dead from overwork and come here sooner. With that thought, a rough plan had already formed in Lu Ming's mind. Isn't this just forcing me to become the archenemy of all players? He muttered. This system understands me far too well, he exclaimed. Old Wang. Lu Ming suddenly shouted. Wang Defa, the CFO, poked his head out from a corner, still clutching a packet of instant noodles. Director Lu, did you call me? Lu Ming fixed his gaze on Old Wang. Old Wang, tell me, what do you think of me as a person? Old Wang blinked in surprise. Director Lu, have you finally begun using others as a mirror to reflect upon your entrepreneurial missteps? Isn't that a bit late? Honestly, you're not bad at all, just a tad stingy. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming immediately checked his own liability score. Moral liability 01000. Not a single point had risen. So unjustified scolding wouldn't increase it. Lu Ming continued gazing at Old Wang. Old Wang, what about our company? What's your take on it? A dream job, high pay, light workload, and close to home. Lu Ming stared intently at Old Wang. Old Wang, if I told you the company might dissolve this time, with no severance. What? Old Wang abruptly stepped back, wary and agitated. Damn it, this is outright illegal. I'll sue him, no question. Boss, don't laugh, it's arbitration you'll face. Lu Ming checked his liability score again, still utterly unchanged. After several more experiments, he grasped the truth completely. In this world, no insult came without cause. To raise his liability score, he needed to orchestrate events that were immoral yet legal. Indeed, if the company earned praise, the score might even decrease. Yet any investment made within this liability range would be fully reimbursed, cash returned in full. Moreover, the system imposed additional constraints. For instance, the host's monthly salary and bonuses could not exceed one of the system's concurrent settlement earnings. Abuse of power, profit diversion, or other underhanded maneuvers were strictly prohibited, forcing Lu Ming to generate returns through negative reviews. At that moment, a plan crystallized in Lu Ming's mind. After dismissing Old Wang, he turned once more to the news article about Tungtsu Games on his computer screen, his eyes blazing with fervent admiration. This was one of the world's most elite game studios. This is the true industry benchmark. Lu Ming murmured to himself. Just look at their games. Even those released over a decade ago still retained legions of devoted players. And they played while cursing, and cursed while playing. Tingxiu Company itself and its CEO Mr. Ma were lambasted daily. Creating such a game became Lu Ming's long-term ambition. He was nothing short of an idol. Lu Ming immediately set a photo of Mr. Ma as his desktop wallpaper. This was his role model. Constant learning was essential. Not only did such games attract massive traffic, but that traffic flowed endlessly, generating immense liability value. He would create a game that endured. With purpose now clear, Lu Ming began studying Whale Leap's new game concept. An hour later, he summoned Old Wang again. Old Wang, call everyone in. Meeting now. Lu Ming slammed his palm onto the table. The synthetic leather upholstery of his chair split open with a sharp tear. The moment we earn money, you're getting replaced. First thing. Lu Ming rose and strode toward the conference room. 5 minutes later, all 5 members of Whale Leap sat around the cramped conference table. Everyone. Lu Ming cleared his throat. I have some good news to announce. Wang Defa's eyes lit up. Finally, has it been decided? Is the company shutting down? I've already calculated the severance. Lu Ming's lips twitched. No, we're turning things around. He switched on the projector. On-screen bold characters blazed. New game plan. The team exchanged puzzled glances. Boss, did you pick the wrong PPT? No, I've just conceived an entirely new game idea. I have a strong premonition this one will go viral. Su Xianwan set down her goji tea and added quietly. Director Lu, you said the exact same thing about the last 2 projects. Her tone dripped with profound skepticism. No, you must hear me out. This time is different. We'll build a light-hearted game where players assume the roles of various corporate executives, whose sole objective is to amass wealth through audacious schemes and vanish. This premise is guaranteed to explode, and I've already settled on the title Runaway Simulator. Its core mechanic, a ruthless competition, measuring who can abscond with the largest sum. All players compete on a live leaderboard, making it fiercely competitive. Zhou Bowen, the lead developer, grew visibly unsettled. Director Lu, I've stressed before, we need a professional game designer. We are a legitimate company. Even if business is slow, we can't break the law. Promoting embezzlement and flight, that violates every moral compass. Where's the illegality? It's a simulator. Haven't you played Duck Simulator? Or Thief Simulator, where you've stolen countless items? Lu Ming slammed the table again. Our past projects were too conventional. Today's market demands innovation, or you'll never catch fire. Then Director Lu, what if players trash talk our company after launch? Exactly, they should. Hearing this, Lu Ming's heart leapt. Clearly talent existed within the company. Someone had instantly recognized the game's inevitable backlash. Excellent, excellent. At least the direction was sound. Suppressing his elation, he continued calmly. Controversy is still visibility. Criticism means traffic. Name a single game that went viral without being widely criticized. To ignite a hit, you must first endure the flames. That's final. Estimate development scope, hire outsourcing where needed. Get moving. It's just a small game. No need to overthink it. Quality will reveal itself once built. As Lu Ming finished speaking, Wang Defa, still gripping his instant noodles in the corner, wore an expression of deep doubt. Director Lu, I won't ask where this inspiration sprang from. I'll pose just one question. How much capital are you allocating to this project? Wang Defa studied Lu Ming closely, having intimate knowledge of the company's current bank balance. There was barely enough left to issue severance, let alone fund a new venture. You misunderstand. Lu Ming glanced at him, then smiled mysteriously. My budget for this project is 500,000 yuan. Old Wang blinked, stunned. Director Lu, where on earth did that money come from? I've already secured funding. Check the account yourself later. Wang Defa's grip on the noodle packet trembled slightly as he whispered. Did Director Lu secretly borrow from loan sharks? If this fails, we truly won't have funds left for severance. Wang Defa felt a pang of panic, but as CFO he held no authority over strategic decisions. Soon under Lu Ming's guidance, the company, on the verge of surrender, sprang back into motion. For Lu Ming, the game's moral liability lay precisely in its deliberately irreverent ethos. Success hinged not merely on escaping, but doing so swiftly and siphoning maximum capital. Such a premise flagrantly contradicted reality and alienated working professionals alike. Clearing regulatory review would be miraculous, attracting criticism was all but guaranteed. Next door, Zhou Bowen sat before his computer, fingers flying across the keyboard. Director Lu, do you envision this as a level-based game? Precisely. Level 1 restaurant owner. Level 2 internet cafe operator. Level 3 this. At the end of each round, calculate the total embezzled amount and instantly update the global leaderboard to fuel player rivalry. Zhou Bowen jotted notes while muttering. Director Liu, is this feature too outrageous? Aren't we essentially training villains? Relax, it's only a simulator. Ming waved dismissively. Who'd replicate this in real life? Besides, we're breaking no laws. When you need to open up this line of thought. We have this budget available. You can outsource these tasks you can't manage. Also Xiaowan. Ming's gaze turned to Su Xiaowan, who was leaning over her tablet. Xiaowan, you just need to find a few reliable outsourcing companies to handle the sound effects and some animation production. If it's too expensive, look for art resources that can be directly purchased on the platform. This time we must use our limited budget wisely. Su Xiaowan immediately nodded. Having work to do was a good thing for the company's current situation. Meanwhile, Zhou Bowen was busy organizing the code framework, outsourcing some non-core functional modules. Seeing everyone busy, Ming felt very satisfied. 2 days later, as the project progressed, Ming discovered that administrative tasks within the company were increasing, and Wang Defa couldn't manage it all alone. From reimbursement documents to employee attendance and the signing of contracts with outsourcing companies, each task needed someone to follow up. Old Wang had already complained to him several times that ever since Jingyu's administrative staff left, all the work had fallen on him, and at nearly 40, he was past the age for seeking progress. This can't go on. Ming muttered with a furrowed brow. We really need to find someone specifically responsible for administration and human resources. Thinking of this, Ming charged a few hundred yuan and quickly posted an urgent recruitment ad on the job website. Position: Administrative Assistant HR Specialist. Requirements: fresh graduates, preferred certification required, detail-oriented, and patient with basic office software skills. Salary: 4K, 5K. For employees, Ming could only recruit within the limited budget, thus fresh graduates seemed most suitable. Moreover, fresh graduates tend to stir things up in the workplace. If the new hires complain about the company or the boss, it would be a good thing for him. Employees with opinions are good employees. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. The more liabilities, the more chances for doubling. Not long after the position was posted, Ming received numerous resumes. Currently, it was March, coinciding with the peak season for internships, and there were many resumes being submitted. After reviewing some that afternoon, a girl dressed in a business suit, looking somewhat inexperienced, knocked on the office door. Hello, I am here for the interview for the administrative assistant position, Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao handed over her resume, her voice crisp and polite. As a recent graduate, she was both eager and anxious about this interview. She studied human resource management and obtained her HR certification during her time at school, but she had almost no practical work experience. Moreover, she had missed the on-campus recruitment set up by her school, so she had to find an internship position on her own. Over the past few days, she had sent out many resumes, but suitable jobs were hard to find. There were either strict dress codes or evening overtime tasks for socializing. Naturally, Lin Xiaoxiao scoffed at these projects. As a female university student from Shanghai Normal University studying human resource management, the courses never taught her how to socialize. She refused to believe that without these skills she couldn't find a good job. So after sifting through numerous options for several days and hitting multiple dead ends, Lin Xiaoxiao almost considered changing her career. Until this morning, she saw an urgent hiring notice marked in red on a recruitment app. The job posting from Jingwei Game Company caught her attention. While the salary wasn't high, the entry barrier was low. Besides, it was a game company which typically has a younger vibe and fewer social obligations. Although the company was smaller, Lin Xiaoxiao no longer cared. Finding a job was so hard, having a place to start was what mattered. After all, as long as they could provide her with an internship certificate. Indeed, upon entering Jingwei Game Company, Lin Xiaoxiao saw only a few people, and they were all young. The atmosphere perfectly matched her expectations: relaxed, casual, without the cumbersome workplace rules and sense of oppression. As for the boss, when she walked into the office, Lin Xiaoxiao was momentarily stunned. The Mr. Liu in front of her looked much younger than she had imagined, perhaps in his late 20s, and he bore a hint of fatigue and unkempt laziness on his face. There was no discernible aura about him, resembling a freshly graduated university student. Across the desk, Ming took the resume, flipped through a couple of pages casually, and paused at Lin Xiaoxiao's various certificates. Oh, you have certifications. Not bad, not bad. Seeing Ming's expression, Lin Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief and quickly added, Yes, I obtained the certificates during my time at school and have a certain understanding of labor law and human resources management. I hope to contribute to the company. Ming nodded and suddenly asked, What do you think about overtime? Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback for a moment and then replied, According to the labor law, overtime requires corresponding overtime pay and cannot force employees to work beyond their hours. Ming's eyes lit up and he smiled. Not bad, you know the law. For employees at Jingyue, the most important thing is to understand the law. After all, the system stated that the foundation of all his operations is based on being unethical but legal. Having someone knowledgeable in labor law and HR is quite beneficial. Then Lu Ming asked some basic questions. After several exchanges, he was relatively satisfied with Lin Xiaoxiao's responses and decided on the spot. Indeed, being a member brings a different level of efficiency to the interview. So do you have any questions? Actually, Mr. Lu, I want to ask if our company can provide internship certificates. Our college requires at least 3 months of internship. No problem. Do you have any specific requirements for this internship position? What I mean is, if you are an ordinary employee or in management, will there be any impact on this internship report? There might be. Lin Xiaoxiao was momentarily unable to respond. She was somewhat puzzled by Lu Ming's question. All right, then you will be our company's HR supervisor. Don't worry, our company practices flat management. Let me put it this way, in our company of 6 people, everyone is a supervisor. Don't feel embarrassed. Who knows, you might even get recognized as an excellent graduate. Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback, clearly not expecting to be promoted to a supervisor right after joining. Is this the management style of a small company? She couldn't help but ask, Mr. Lu, can I really do this? I don't have much experience. This is my first job, really. It's fine, experience is accumulated gradually. Lu Ming wore a smirk that was almost a smile, saying, let me put it this way, while you work here, the labor law will be your highest principle. Don't bother me with those random questions. Oh, just do your job well. As for the internship certificate you want, Lu Ming smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, our company values efficiency above all. Saying this, Lu Ming opened a document and started typing rapidly, then printed it out. Internship certificate. Lin Xiaoxiao worked as an HR supervisor at our company from March to June, during which she performed excellently and independently completed the following tasks. 1. Developed and implemented the Employee Benefits Optimization Plan, improving employee satisfaction by 202. Led the company's compliance overhaul successfully, avoiding labor arbitration risks. 3. Organized team-building activities to enhance team cohesion. Opposite Lin Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. Mr. Lu, I haven't done these yet. It's fine. Lu Ming waved his hand. I want stamp it now. Without a stamp, it's not illegal. When the time comes, you can stamp it yourself. On Monday, Lin Xiaoxiao officially started her job, marking her first day at Whale Leap Game Company. As the newly appointed HR supervisor, Lin Xiaoxiao had her own independent desk adorned with a green plant and equipped with a desktop computer. Sitting in front of her new desk, Lin Xiaoxiao gazed at the printed internship certificate, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Although she knew the document was merely a shell at this point, Lu Ming's words provided her with a flicker of reassurance. No matter how the company fares in the future, let's just get started. Lin Xiaoxiao took a deep breath, opened her computer, and immersed herself in her administrative duties. Meanwhile, the development of Escape Simulator was progressing rapidly. With Lu Ming's planning, Xiao Wen's development, and the outsourced work being executed, the game's progress was swift. Han Mei even prepared a detailed customer service script in advance to address potential player inquiries. She also suggested that Lu Ming add an online feedback button in the game to conveniently collect player opinions. This suggestion was immediately adopted by Lu Ming, who also enriched each level with unconventional tactics aimed at breaking the players' defenses. Ideally, he hoped the players would post about it on forums, and if the game could trend on social media, that would be even better. A few days later, as development neared completion, Lu Ming convened a brief meeting with the entire team to discuss the upcoming budget allocation and promotional strategies. Everyone, the total development cost of Escape Simulator so far has amounted to 300,000, and everyone has a strong awareness of costs. Lu Ming surveyed the room. However, I initially mentioned a budget of 500,000, so we still have 200,000 left, which I plan to invest entirely in promotion. As soon as the words left his mouth, a dead silence fell over the meeting room. Everyone stared blankly at Lu Ming, their expressions reflecting confusion. After all, they had been saving up with the intention of improving the company's environment, and now he wanted to allocate everything to promotion. Zhou Bo swallowed hard, wanting to say, boss, if you have that much money, at least upgrade my graphics card. Wang Defa looked at Lu Ming with the same expression. The amount for promotion is nearly equivalent to the game's production cost. Su Xiaonuan pushed up her glasses, cautiously asking, Lu Zong, won't this be a bit risky? Risky? Not at all. I'm planning to invest 100,000 into the Steam platform, and they will give us 3 days of front-page recommendations. Of course, the display time is only 4 hours a day. Upon hearing Lu Ming's decision, everyone gasped. Lu Zong's current approach was completely different from his previously cautious and frugal nature. The Steam platform is the largest gaming platform in Huahua, boasting abundant game resources and a vast player base. Even though the exposure would only be for 4 hours over 3 days, the traffic generated would undoubtedly be significant. Moreover, this slot had to be booked in advance, otherwise the cost wouldn't be so high. Lu Zong, what about the remaining 100,000? Lin Xiaoxiao timidly spoke up, simply feeling that the 20,000 Lu Ming just mentioned seemed unspent. Let's invest in ads. While promote on social media with the title Play Escape Simulator and experience the joy of the boss running away. Maybe you've had experience with placements before, so I'll leave this to you. Ideally, we want to spend it all 2 days before our game launches. In truth, with our 100,000, we're merely making a small splash, hoping to make some noise. Next, everyone should prepare for the launch. I've checked the calendar, and we aim to go live this Friday. For Ming, he intended to spend all 500,000. After all, according to the system's requirements, the multiplier for cashback on debt is calculated based on the amount invested. The more he invests, the more he receives back. If it weren't for the need to leave enough for a month's salary in the company account, Ming would have gone all in. After the meeting, Lin Xiao quietly pulled Wang Defa aside. Director Wang, is there really no problem with Lu Zong's promotional budget? Having spent the last few days with everyone at the company, Lin Xiao understood the current situation well. She truly did not want her first job to abruptly end. Old Wang sighed. Xiao Lin at Whale Leap, the biggest problem is that there are no problems. Lin Xiao nodded silently, then pulled out a labor law book from somewhere, flipping to the page on company bankruptcy liquidation, and began reading it attentively. It seemed she hadn't yet explored this section, so she considered it a preparation. Soon on Wednesday, the development of Escape Simulator was completed. Ming stood in front of the computer, his fingers flying over the keyboard. On the screen, the backend interface of the Steam platform displayed the listing information for Escape Simulator. Game name: Escape Simulator. Description: the goal of the game is simple: take all the company's money and make a stylish escape. Type: simulation. Management: price $6. Special note: warning, this game is purely for entertainment purposes. Please do not imitate any real-life actions. Having completed all of this, Ming stared at the screen, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. $6, not too much, not too little. If the price is set too low, players might not even have the interest to criticize it. $6 is just right. Seeing Ming's pricing, the others in the company were a bit unsettled. Wang Defa clutched a cup of instant noodles. Lu Zong, isn't this pricing too low? You can't even buy a cup of milk tea with that. That's exactly why it should be low. Their first recharge is already $6. We're selling it for $6 outright, which will attract more players. Wang Defa continued calculating. Then, according to the 30-70 split with the Steam platform, how many copies do we need to sell to break even? However, before Wang Defa could finish, Ming interrupted him. Old Wang, think bigger. You don't need to worry about breaking even. Ming continued calculating. As long as his debt value exceeded 1,000, he could obtain double the investment funds, which would amount to 1 million. 1 million. Escape Simulator would need to sell over 10,000 copies to reach that figure, and that's not even accounting for the split. Thus, Ming never considered the issue of sales, for he believed that the louder the criticism, the higher the profit. As the game successfully launched, the team members each dove into their final preparations. Zhou Bo repeatedly checked the code, fixing the last bugs, while Su Xiao and Wan conducted a final optimization of the art resources to ensure every detail was flawless. Han Mei meticulously arranged the social media promotion plan to ensure the game would attract sufficient attention upon launch. Outside, the dusk was blood red as Ming stood at the office door, gazing at the distant sky, casting his silhouette tall and imposing. Although everyone felt a touch of anxiety in their hearts, their eyes were also filled with anticipation. After all, this might be the last time they poured their hearts and souls into a project like this. The success or failure of this game would also determine the future of Whale Leap Game Company. On Friday night, Zhang Yuntao was nestled in his school dormitory, perusing the latest economic journal. As a university professor researching corporate ethics and market behavior, he always found real-world business cases fascinating, yet lately, he felt that these contents were overly dry. What about extinguishing a money tree or stealing a company seal? These business battles are utterly ridiculous. Perhaps it would be nice to unwind in a different way. Zhang Yuntao closed the book, opened his computer, and logged into his Steam account. Looking at the several pages of games in his library, Zhang Yuntao found himself hesitating. The numerous monotonous games on the market failed to spark any interest in him. Buying games, but not wanting to play, and if he didn't buy, they'd drop in price. Sire, games this boring now. Zhang Yuntao sighed and casually clicked on the new game recommendation page on Steam. Before long, a strange game cover caught his attention. A man in a suit was sprinting while carrying a sack, pursued by a group of angry employees and creditors. Bold letters on the recommended cover read, Runaway Simulator. Runaway Simulator. What the heck is this? Zhang Yuntao raised an eyebrow and clicked to open the game details page. Imitating a boss escape. Interesting. Upon seeing the price of only $6, Zhang Yuntao clicked the purchase button without hesitation. Soon the game was downloaded and Zhang Yuntao eagerly entered the first level. As the first level unfolded, it depicted a roadside restaurant with many menus plastered on the walls. The dining area was cluttered with various tables and chairs. Although the time indicated it was noon, only a few scattered patrons were dining there. This art style has a bit of charm. Zhang Yuntao smiled and clicked Start Game. According to the system's guidance, his task for the first level was to play the owner of a small restaurant with the goal of running off with all the revenue within a month. Following the game's instructions, Zhang Yuntao quickly got the hang of it. Not long after he received a system notification, please note at the end of this month, you need to pay the employees a salary of 5,000 yuan. Zhang Yuntao adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and stared at the rundown restaurant interface on the screen. When he opened the financial interface, he found he could freely adjust the salary amounts. The economic model of this game is quite realistic. I can even delay salary payments, and I can postpone the cost of ingredients too. Haha, isn't this just like some unscrupulous bosses in real life? While pondering, Zhang Yuntao unhesitatingly changed the salary from 50 yuan to 50 yuan and then clicked confirm. If I'm about to run away, why pay salaries? Just give them 50 for transportation. Feeling as if he had grasped the essence of the game, Zhang Yuntao immediately began his frantic operations, cutting employee salaries, raising food prices, secretly selling kitchen equipment. This game is interesting, but it's quite unethical. What were the developers thinking to create such a thoughtless game? Fortunately, I've seen enough cases, otherwise I would have to scold the developers first. While playing, Zhang Yuntao condemned the game, but his finger on the button to raise food prices never stopped. Spicy stir-fried pork, originally 22 yuan, now 58 yuan. Note hand-picked limited supply. Farmhouse stir-fried chicken, originally 38 yuan, now 98 yuan. Note free-range chicken, freshly killed daily. Steamed base, originally 68 yuan, now 188 yuan. Note wild base caught and steamed fresh. Time passed minute by minute, and ultimately on the last day of the month, Zhang Yuntao unleashed his trump card. He mortgaged the restaurant directly to the bank to obtain 3 times the loan. When the debt-collecting NPCs closed in from different directions, he had already taken 40 yuan in cash and drove out of the encirclement in a used Wuling Hongguang truck loaded with supplies. Soon after Zhang Yuntao successfully executed the boss escape, the game's settlement interface appeared immediately. Congratulations! You have completed the first level. Total funds escaped 42780 yuan. Total time taken 30 days. National escape, ranking 416th. Looking at the settlement report, Zhang Yuntao was stunned. As a university professor studying the market, I only ranked over 400 in the nation. How embarrassing. Zhang Yuntao suddenly felt motivated. What had the 400 people ahead been doing? Following the leaderboard, Zhang Yuntao directly found the data for the first place. National escape, ranking first. Nickname Half Summer's Pig. Total time taken to escape 14 days. Total funds escaped 183 yuan. 14 days, 180,000. How did this person manage that? I sold my restaurant and still couldn't catch up with you. You're not still using gutter oil along with pre-made dishes, are you? I can't do such unscrupulous things. Zhang Yuntao was stunned, but a long-lost competitive spirit was ignited within him. No way, in the next level, I must break into the top 100. Feeling the vast gap, Zhang Yuntao immediately focused on the second level. After clicking the next level button, the scene shifted, and a rundown internet cafe appeared on the screen. Posters of yellowed shooting games were plastered on the walls and cigarette butts littered the floor. Several rows of old computer screens flickered continuously, and the hall was packed with people. Internet cafe owner. This setting feels more grounded. Zhang Yuntao adjusted his glasses and curiously observed the game interface. This business seems much larger. Zhang Yuntao quickly organized his thoughts. The opening moves were familiar, cutting employee salaries and raising internet fees. He even tailored VIP rooms according to the environment. Then Zhang Yuntao was surprised to discover that the internet cafe had to pay an additional 8,000 yuan for electricity and 4,000 yuan for internet fees each month. These expenses are too high. Zhang Yuntao frowned and then opened the settings interface, adjusting the internet speed from high-speed fiber to intermittent dial-up. It's normal for the internet cafe to lag occasionally. Then he set the air conditioning temperature to 26°C to save on electricity. He manipulated the employee management interface, changing the original 3-shift arrangement to 1 person on overnight duty. This way, he not only saved the salaries of 2 employees, but also allowed the remaining employees to take on other tasks. As time passed, Zhang Yuntao realized that the profitability of the internet cafe was still not fast enough. Zhang Yuntao felt that he might still be too kind. If I escape like this, it definitely won't be enough. With this thought, Zhang Yuntao quickly launched a recharge rebates event. Recharge 100 to get 200. Recharge 500 to get 1,000. Recharge 1,000 to get 2,000. With this policy in place, the internet cafe's income skyrocketed. In the last few days, Zhang Yuntao even began selling the internet cafe's equipment, listing graphics cards, monitors, and everything else on secondhand platforms. Similarly, on the last day of the month, Zhang Yuntao unleashed his ultimate trump card. He successfully sold the management rights of the internet cafe to a buyer and obtained 40 yuan in cash before successfully escaping. Soon the settlement interface was out. Congratulations. You have completed the second level. Total funds escaped 3857800 yuan. Total time taken 28 days. National escape ranking 606th. Zhang Yuntao looked at the settlement report and his ranking actually dropped. How could this be possible? Looking at the leaderboard, the nickname of the first place was very familiar. It was that half-summer's pig once again. This time his data was even more exaggerated. National escape ranking first, nickname half-summer's pig. Total time taken to escape 10 days. Total funds escaped 1198200 yuan. 10 days, over 10 million. Zhang Yuntao's pupils constricted sharply. His fingers froze on the mouse, unable to move for a long time. How did this person manage to do this? Could this person have some practical experience? Who is this half-summer's pig? What kind of person would they be in real life? Zhang Yuntao's mind raced, trying to comprehend the significance behind these numbers. Having gone through practical operations, he was so curious and eager to understand how this person operated. Zhang Yuntao gritted his teeth, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes, and chose to restart. Uncertain of how much time had passed, Zhang Yuntao rubbed his tired eyes and glanced at the time in the bottom right corner of the computer. It was 2 in the morning. He had already tried several times on the game Runaway Simulator, but his ranking remained stubbornly around a few hundred, unable to break into the top 100. Am I really too merciful? He murmured to himself, a hint of reluctance and confusion in his tone. Or is the gameplay of this game even crazier than I imagined? Zhang Yuntao took a sip of tea. He hadn't stayed up this late playing games in a long time. This game is truly a satirical masterpiece of reality. Zhang Yuntao continued to express his thoughts. Not only does it let me experience the life of a heartless boss, but it also reveals the operational logic of many unethical enterprises. This game should be used as a teaching tool in economics classes. With this thought, Zhang Yuntao suddenly envisioned a new purpose for the game. 2 days later, on Monday morning, sunlight slanted through the classroom's blinds and spilled onto the podium. Zhang Yuntao adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, lightly tapping the multimedia console with his fingers as the projection screen slowly descended, revealing the topic for his lesson: the moral boundaries of market economy, reflections from virtual to reality. The students below were still half asleep until Zhang Yuntao opened a screenshot of the game. Class, today we will start from a game. Over the weekend, I studied a game called Runaway Simulator. Upon seeing the game's screenshot, whispers of discussion erupted in the classroom. In the back row, a student nudged his classmate who was slumped on the desk. How's he look? Isn't this the game you stayed up all weekend playing? You even cursed the game designers all night. With disheveled hair, Zhu Hao rubbed his bleary eyes and sat up straight, glancing at the screenshot on the projection. It was indeed the familiar interface. I can't believe the teacher plays this game too. On stage, Zhang Yuntao continued his explanation. Class, we will use this game as a case study to dissect the operational logic of the market economy. He switched his PowerPoint, his tone growing increasingly serious. Students, Runaway Simulator may seem like an entertaining game, but its design actually contains a wealth of economic principles. Let's analyze these behaviors in the context of the real market economy, starting from several key operations. Withholding wages, reducing labor costs, false advertising, asymmetric information marketing, liquidating assets, rapid asset realization. Zhang Yuntao paused, scanning the entire class. This game not only satirizes the actions of those unscrupulous bosses, but also reminds us that the market economy requires rules and regulation, otherwise greed will devour everything. Hearing this, Zhu Hao couldn't help but mutter quietly, Zhang is making some valid points, but I never thought about all this while playing. His voice was soft, but it was still heard by the classmate sitting beside him. The other poked him, teasing, Howsy, are you already addicted to running away and can't extricate yourself? This game seems interesting. You, I'll buy one when I get home. What's your ID so we can add each other as friends? Zhu Hao rolled his eyes. This game doesn't have a friend feature. You can just play once you download it. But you'll see my name when the results come in. So far, it seems like no one has surpassed my record. Meanwhile, at Jingwei Game Company, Ming was grinning like a child as he stared at the back-end data. In just 2 days, the game download count had reached 5 digits. Runaway Simulator current total downloads, 13541. Although this number isn't considered a blockbuster in the gaming industry, it's enough for Ming. At the very least, his 2,000 advertising expense was not wasted. The most important reason is that the comment section for this game is already filled with a plethora of negative reviews. This game is simply garbage, teaching people how to be heartless bosses, ruining the workers. Does the developer only have one page in their household register, making a game specifically to teach people how to scam employees and customers, yet calling it a simulator? It's too hard. I worked hard to withhold wages, raise prices, and sell equipment, yet my rank is still over 10,000. Is this game deliberately disgusting? This game is like a reflection of real society. After playing, everyone looks like a heartless boss. I find it very interesting but has strong practical significance. I suggest investigating the developer. I feel there might be ideological issues. Ming looked at these comments, his heart filled with joy. He quickly opened the system panel. Company name, Jingwei Game Company. Company funds, 1 yuan. The host can withdraw 1 to personal accounts per cycle. Personal assets, 1765 yuan. Moral debt value, 1 moral level. Moral flaw, the moral debt value had just surpassed 10,000, indicating that most players of this game were cursing. Ming was very satisfied, as that was his original intention. As long as he maintained this growth rate, he would be able to achieve 4 times the return on investment by the time of settlement. 4 times 500 would be 2 million. As for the game's revenue, Ming calculated that with the current download count, he wouldn't be able to recover the costs. In the office, the atmosphere was somewhat gloomy. Lin Xiaoxiao sat at her desk, having repeatedly reviewed the chapter on company bankruptcy liquidation, as she was confident she could handle it independently. Zhou Bowen's face was filled with worry. President Liu, have you seen the comment section? Our game is being severely criticized. I saw it. Ming was having a hard time holding back his laughter. Zhou Bowen was momentarily taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Considering the company's current situation and Liu's investment in this game, Zhou Bowen believed that the boss must be under too much pressure. President Liu, are you under too much pressure? Do you want to take a break? Wang Defa also chimed in, his expression equally distressed, feeling like he was carrying the weight of the company. President Liu, should we issue an apology statement? There are just too many negative reviews. Yeah, President Liu, otherwise we'll lose too many players. The download rate is also crawling at a snail's pace. After 1 more day, our advertising time on the Steam platform will expire, and then we'll have no chance at all. Lose players. Ming shook his head. Not possible. You underestimate the players. They may complain, but those who want to play will still play. Look at the comment section. The ones who criticize the hardest have logged over 20 hours of game time. Moreover, with over 10,000 downloads, that's enough. Enough. Rest assured, everything is within my expected range. Hearing Ming's words, Zhou Bowen still felt uneasy. How could over 10,000 downloads be enough? But if this continues, will our company be boycotted by players? Impossible. Players boycott boring games, but our game is full of topics. Just look at the comment section, it has been refreshed again. Ming leaned back in his peeling boss chair, listening to the worried discussions of his employees, a smile almost betraying him at the corners of his mouth. He glanced at the system panel, where the moral debt value was still soaring, his heart already echoing with drums of anxiety, cursing under his breath, as every negative review was merely adding bricks to the numbers in his account. However, Ming dared not show it too overtly. Glancing at several worried employees, he pretended to be solemn and tapped the table, saying, everyone must believe in my judgment. Black is still a shade of red, and complaints are just another form of traffic. Which celebrity doesn't have a bit of scandal? Just continue to maintain the game. Zhou Bowen, seeing Ming's demeanor, hesitated to speak, but eventually sighed. A few days later, late into the night, in the teacher's dormitory, Zhang Yuntao's glasses reflected the glaring blue light. He had just been playing the final level of Escape Simulator, slumped casually in his chair, staring at the screen where the glaring escape failed message lingered, unable to calm his nerves. Why is this final level so difficult? He mumbled to himself, replaying the final level's storyline in his mind. In this level, the player's identity had transformed into that of a CEO of a publicly listed company with a scale that dwarfed the previous levels by magnitudes. The funds involved started from millions to billions, with operations that were varied and complex. Asset transfers, financial fraud, equity pledges. Zhang Yuntao felt hesitant during the operations, knowing that a slight mistake could attract the scrutiny of regulators or expose him to shareholder backlash. As a result, Zhang Yuntao had failed to escape several times, not even catching a glimpse of the leaderboard during the settlement. No way, I need to find a guide. Zhang Yuntao opened the game forum and quickly started browsing. Upon entering the forum, he was greeted by a flood of negative reviews and complaints under Escape Simulator trash game. Several levels are completely unplayable. The design is too harsh. What a broken game. Teaching people to be scammers and escape is simply a social cancer. Is this game deliberately trying to disgust people? The last level is simply unplayable. Still the same saying, those without values cannot create good games. Looking at the overwhelming criticism, Zhang Yuntao felt a wave of helplessness. This isn't right. Did these people even play the game properly? He spoke to himself. These people only see the superficial, unethical settings, yet overlook the profound message it aims to convey. This is a misunderstood masterpiece. The price is cheap, and it is rich in meaning. How can you criticize it so vehemently? With this thought, Zhang Yuntao decided to post to vindicate this game. He opened the forum, logged in with his account named Wall Street Cockroach, and directly typed the title, "What exactly are we criticizing when we complain about Escape Simulator? I want to clarify the value of this misunderstood game so that more people can see its true worth." As an economics teacher, I must say that Escape Simulator is not merely an entertaining game. It serves as a mirror reflecting the realities of society. From wage theft to false advertising and asset liquidation, every operation precisely captures the behavioral patterns of certain unscrupulous businesses in reality. Especially in the final level where you become the CEO of a publicly listed company engaging in financial fraud and insider trading to reap profits, it is a stark satire of the chaos in capital markets. This game has made me rethink the moral boundaries of a market economy. It does not encourage players to imitate these behaviors. Rather, it exaggeratedly reminds us of the consequences of greed and deviation from norms. The game is on the platform, but the cases are right beside us. If you play this game when you see exaggerated advertisements for gyms on the street, will you worry they are professional shutdown artists? This game is incredibly educational and very realistic. I even want to say this is not just a game. It is a mirror reflecting the reality of society. We cannot criticize it just because it exposes reality. You have not even understood what the game developers truly want to express. I hope everyone does not just focus on the superficial escape settings, but tries to understand the developer's initial design intentions. After finishing the last word, Zhang Yuntao decisively clicked publish. I hope this article will provoke more thoughts. Zhang Yuntao muttered to himself, if everyone can truly understand the meaning of this game, then it will no longer be misunderstood. I hope this company can develop better games and no need to thank me. However, I seem to have forgotten to ask how to pass this final level. 2 days later, Ming was in a good mood, thinking that in a little while he would earn 2 million in profits, making him feel very comfortable. He planned to improve the company environment and then continue to gamble, turning 2 million into 4 million and 4 million into 8 million. Delighted, humming a tune, as soon as he entered the office, Ming heard Joe Bowen's excited voice coming from the corner. President Liu, our game's download numbers have suddenly skyrocketed. Ming was taken aback and hurried to check the back-end data on the computer. Indeed, the numbers displayed on the screen made him widen his eyes. In just a few days, the download count of Escape Simulator had multiplied several times, surpassing 100,000 downloads, and it was still rising. What is going on? Ming mumbled, his face showing disbelief. Wasn't it just being criticized harshly last week? Why has it suddenly become popular today? Are people still coming to criticize us? Su Xianwan also came over looking puzzled. Could it be that some game streamer promoted us? Or is it finally the effect of the platform's recommendation spot? Ming shook his head. Impossible. We have long passed the homepage recommendation period on the Steam platform. Such a growth rate must have some other reason. Just as the few were discussing, Joe Bowen opened the game's comment section and suddenly exclaimed, President Liu, you quickly look at the comment section. Hearing Joe Bowen's shout, Ming immediately looked down and gasped. The flood of negative reviews and complaints had been replaced by a multitude of positive comments. I always thought this was a trash game until I saw that economics teacher's analysis, then I realized its value. This is definitely a masterpiece worth playing. Thanks to the poster for helping me see this game in a new light. Although the difficulty is high, it does expose many real issues. This is true game design, using exaggerated methods to satirize social phenomena rather than blindly pursuing a so-called thrill. Indeed, I learned a lot. The developers of this game have put in a lot of effort. It was like a lively economics lesson for us. I've already revised my review. 5 stars. 5 stars are guaranteed. By the way, who is this person called Banksia who has been first for several levels? This is what we call educational and entertaining. Good review. I've already recommended it to my classmates. Looking at the comment section filled with positive reviews and 5-star ratings, Ming felt a chill in his heart. Ming's fingers frantically scrolled the mouse wheel as the endless pages of 5-star reviews in the comments section felt like a cold bucket of water poured over his heart. Then Ming's gaze fell upon a top-rated analytical post by a user named Wall Street Cockroach, which sought to vindicate the game. Ming patiently read through it, thinking, is this economics teacher here to sabotage us? Do I really have so many implications? If you don't understand, please don't overanalyze. Upon seeing the long thread of replies beneath the post, Ming felt a bit dazed, thinking how easily teachers tend to overthink. Are people in this world all so good at reading comprehension? Ming reluctantly stood up, and the system panel immediately appeared in his mind. Company name: Whale Leap Game. Company moral: debt value 760. Moral level: moral flaw. Looking at the debt value below 1,000, Ming was stunned. It dropped too fast. It was over 10,000 just a moment ago. 200,000 gone. With a debt value below 1,000, even the twofold rebate is gone. Life's ups and downs come too quickly. Ming could hardly react. Watching the debt value continue to plummet, he ground his back teeth in frustration. There are still more than 10 days until the end of the month. There is still time. There is still a chance for redemption. With this thought, Ming slammed his fist on the table, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Bowen immediately released a game announcement. We need to make major adjustments to the game. I said remember send it out immediately. Got it, boss. Hearing Lu Ming's voice, Joe Bowen's eyes lit up, looking at Lu Ming with a hint of admiration. Our boss truly is far-sighted. He must be playing a grand strategy. I was too short-sighted. Previously the game was met with all criticism, everyone was worried, yet the boss remained calm and composed. Now that the game is gaining popularity, the boss is suddenly anxious. The boss is indeed the boss, he can't be understood by ordinary logic. There is still much for me to learn. Lu Ming did not notice Joe Bowen's complex expression and directly began dictating the announcement content special statement regarding Escape Simulator. Thank you all for your support and affection for Escape Simulator. We have noticed that some players have overinterpreted the game's content, so we declare this game is purely for entertainment and has no intention of any real-life mapping or satire. Please play rationally and avoid overinterpretation. Joe Bowen quickly typed on the keyboard, organizing the announcement into a written format for Lu Ming to review. Lu Ming quickly skimmed through it, nodded in affirmation, and indicated, send it out, the sooner the better. 3 minutes later, the Escape Simulator interface popped up a new announcement. Watching the announcement content, Lu Ming stared at the comments section, and soon discussions about the announcement began to emerge. What's going on? Why does this announcement seem so nonsensical? Has the developer been influenced by capital? Why did they suddenly back down? This announcement sounds way too official. It feels like they were forced. I get it. It must be that some capital feels threatened by this game. No way, I need to buy a copy quickly to support the developer. We can't let capital succeed. The analysis makes sense. Is it a threat or not? If it is just blink. The capital forces can no longer sit still. We must fully support the developer. Lu Ming watched the refreshing comments in the background, feeling his heart sink as his expression darkened. What is wrong with these people? Why won't they listen to reason? Originally hoping to dissuade players with the announcement update, it unexpectedly backfired. Soon influenced by the comments, players on the forum spontaneously organized the Protect Escape Simulator campaign. Brothers charge. We can't let such a great game be buried. I just bought 10 copies to give to friends. We can't let such a good game be suppressed by capital. Brothers, let's flood the Steam platform with positive reviews. We can't let the developers feel disheartened. Anyway, the price is cheap. Actually, I don't play this type of game, but I just want to go against capital. I bought it. Did you see? This is reality reflected in the game. The developers must have been threatened. Brothers, hurry and buy. Don't let this conscientious game get taken down. I just checked the announcement several times. Beneath these normal words, I read a deep sense of defiance. Brothers, am giving away 100 copies of the game under this comment. I mean it. Seeing the changes in the backend data, he looked at the recently reset moral debt value, and Lu Ming's heart was bleeding. It's all over. This is the end. After the announcement was released, the game got even more popular. Can this game be revised again so that players don't idolize it so much? Lu Ming stood by the office window holding a cup of now-cold goji berry tea, staring blankly out the window. Meanwhile, the employees in the office had already started celebrating. Su Xianyuan's eyes sparkled. President Lu, your strategy of retreating to advance is truly brilliant. You are definitely the most formidable marketer I have ever seen. Zhou Wenba nodded in agreement. President Lu, should we organize some kind of event? Send out some benefits? Wang Defa rubbed his hands excitedly, looking seriously at the game's download data. President Lu, in the past half hour, the game has increased its purchase volume by 5,000 copies. If this pace continues, we'll quickly recoup our game's costs. Plus, we can make a profit. Listening to everyone's words, Lu Ming's mouth twitched. No, let's keep the game as it is. Don't change anything. Lu Ming walked to the side, still pondering what remedial measures could be taken. Offering benefits is certainly out of the question. As for game revisions, there isn't much time left. Moreover, most importantly, at this stage, many players have already given this game a special meaning. No matter how you explain, they will interpret it according to their understanding. Adding new tricks might even have a negative effect. You truly have no way to deal with a bunch of players who love reading comprehension. At this point, how about we just shut down the server? Lu Ming gritted his teeth, looking at his continually decreasing debt value, and thought to himself, it really can't go up any longer. We should stop the server. Let's halt it for a week, and then see. With this thought, Lu Ming walked back to the computer. Just as he was considering how to explain to everyone in the office, a golden pop-up appeared on the computer screen. Congratulations. Escape Simulator has been rated as the most meaningful game of the month. We will provide you with a featured position on the homepage for 15 days. Seeing this notification, Lu Ming felt utterly despairing. Featured position on the homepage. For half a month. Lu Ming muttered to himself, his face instantly turning pale. Is the Steam platform really this efficient? Previously, I paid for only 3 days of promotion, and now they give half a month right away. What meaning can this game possibly have? Save those promotional resources for games that need them more. Ming panicked. If I stop the server now, it might affect our relationship with the platform. After all, the Steam platform is currently the largest gaming platform. If they offer you a promotional spot and you choose to shut down, isn't that causing a scene? Wouldn't that be like the boss pushing the vegetables away from the table? What if they don't want to play with you next time? After all, the platform also takes a cut. The more downloads your game has, the more they earn from their share. Moreover, Whale Leap's future games still need to be launched on this platform. If it affects future plans, that is truly unacceptable. With a resigned sigh, Ming said, "Fine, let's leave it like this. After all, it's already like this, it can't get any worse." Outside the window, the city's neon lights flickered amidst the flow of traffic. A week later, the total downloads of Runaway Simulator had surpassed 6,000. Ming slumped in his chair, completely giving up on struggling. Over the past few days, he had thought of many ways, but none had worked. Players were biased, refusing to believe the changes he had made. His debt had been stagnant at zero for several days. "President Liu, your complexion looks terrible." Lin Xiaoxiao timidly approached with a folder. "The first batch of revenue from the Steam platform has come in. Take a look." Ming stared out at the dense skyline outside. He took the folder and opened the first page as Lin Xiaoxiao carefully explained, "President Liu, here are the revenue details from the Steam platform. The game is priced at 6 yuan, with the platform taking a 30 cut, leaving us with 70 as our income. Therefore, our total sales of 6,000 copies amount to 3.6 million, with the platform's share being 1.08 million, resulting in our actual income of 2.52 million. After deducting server maintenance costs, employee salaries, outsourcing fees, and other miscellaneous expenses, the company's account balances 2.02 million. Lin Xiaoxiao's tone was a bit cheerful as she casually mentioned a profit of over 2 million. The company was profitable, and she had finally secured her internship. Ming gazed at the number, feeling a mix of emotions. 2 million. Over 2 million. And it only took this long. He could have easily made 2 million through system cashback, or even more. Now, according to the conversion ratio, he could only receive 2,000 yuan. The money isn't the issue, it just ended up in the wrong place. How is this any different from adding insult to injury? "President Liu, are you feeling unwell?" Seeing Ming's fluctuating expression, Lin Xiaoxiao felt a bit anxious. The company had finally made a profit, but why was President Liu still unhappy? Clearly the game was a hit, yet he always wore a frown. Although players were praising it, he continued to sigh. She simply could not understand the mindset of successful individuals. With that thought, Lin Xiaoxiao took out a procurement application form. "President Liu, here are some procurement requests from the colleagues." Ming accepted the form she handed him and casually flipped through it. It was filled with various requests from employees: new office computers, graphics cards, drawing tablets, water dispensers, office chairs, and so on. Now that the company was profitable, everyone finally dared to make procurement requests. Moreover, the equipment at Whale Leap indeed needed updating, just like the sponge-filled chair he was sitting on. What good was it to keep that around? After all, the money from the company's profits wouldn't be spent on him, so it was better to reinvest it into the company. Besides, now that the debt value was zero, being nice to the employees wouldn't have any negative impact. With that thought, Ming nodded. "No problem, all these procurements are approved. Since the company is profitable, it's time for everyone to enjoy the fruits of our labor. Make sure to replace all these chairs with ergonomic ones, and besides the water dispenser, get a coffee machine too. Also, since everyone has worked hard during this time, let's have a dinner gathering and distribute some bonuses." Hearing this, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, and she excitedly dashed back to the office. Soon the entire office was filled with joy and laughter, with everyone's faces reflecting anticipation and satisfaction. Listening to the laughter in the office, Ming's mood gradually calmed down. He had decided not to touch Runaway Simulator again. The game was still featured on the recommendation page. What if it became popular again? He was just taking this time to thoroughly research the next game. Ming looked at his computer, the screen still displaying the familiar old photo of Lao Ma. Looking at Lao Ma's smiling face, Ming felt a surge of strength. If Lao Ma can do it, why is it so difficult for me? Ming began to review Lao Ma's previous interview footage. Players criticized for pedo, and that just shows they are emotionally invested. In the video, Ma Zong winked at the camera. "Recharging is like dating. Hitting is affection. Cursing is love. We provide emotional value. Even if players complain, they will continue to play. And the more they recharge, the more they bond with the game." Lao Ma's interview was deafening. Listening to his explanation, Ming suddenly found the main reason for his failure. The cost of player investment in Runaway Simulator was too low. Only 6 yuan. To attract a large number of players, he had set the threshold too low. As a result, even a 6 yuan game had playability. What was there to complain about? Even if players cursed, it was limited. If he had originally set the price at 600 yuan and players experienced such a game, they would definitely be furious. What about reflecting reality? Spending my money reflects your reality. All players would certainly have grievances. With that thought, Lu Ming's gaze toward the computer screen softened a bit. Truly, he was an idol who just one interview was enough to help him identify the core issue. Another important factor was that Runaway Simulator was dominated by his own thinking without fully considering what players wanted to play. This led players to make wild guesses, resulting in a skewed outcome. This should not have happened. Lu Ming was, after all, someone who had been through it. He didn't quite understand the preferences of this world. Since the problem lies in not understanding the player's needs, then I will go and understand. With that thought, Lu Ming suddenly had an idea, his gaze fixed on the photo of Lao Ma on the computer screen, eyes filled with determination. If I don't even know what types of games players hate or what payment models they despise, how can I create a game that meets their requirements? With his reflection complete, Lu Ming quickly opened a document software to plan his next steps. Learning from the lessons of the last success, he decided to conduct a comprehensive player survey, using questionnaires and data analysis to gain deeper insights into the player's true thoughts. No investigation, no right to speak. This time I can't just rely on my instincts to make a game. Lu Ming murmured, I can't build a car behind closed doors anymore. I must let the players tell us what they want so I can avoid pitfalls. To ensure the survey results were accurate and valuable, Lu Ming sat in the office, his fingers flying over the keyboard as the questionnaire document gradually took shape. After a long time, he took a deep breath and looked out the window. It had grown dark outside. After an afternoon of effort, the questionnaire finally took initial form. He leaned back in his chair, rubbed his sore eyes, and couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smug smile. This questionnaire was not hastily put together. Lu Ming had conducted targeted research. He divided the questions into two main sections, one regarding the types of games players disliked, their favored charging types and game mechanics, and the other focusing on the types players loved. These questions seemed ordinary, but Lu Ming clearly knew what he wanted. He aimed to create content that catered to players' preferences while incorporating elements they disliked, and then promote it well to attract players' critiques and accumulate massive debt points. He was heading straight for the peak. With that thought, Lu Ming's lips curved slightly. I'm sorry, everyone, this time I have to go against the grain. Moreover, to make the questionnaire more attractive, Lu Ming added a small reward at the end. Players participating in the questionnaire will have a chance to gain testing qualifications for Whale Leap's next work. I must ensure that players know that every vote they cast counts. After completing the survey design, Lu Ming directly sent the file to Zhou Bowen. Bowen posted this on our update announcement for Runaway Simulator, inviting players to participate in a survey with the tagline, "We sincerely invite players to co-create. Your voice will shape our next game." Zhou Bowen took on the task, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for the new direction of the company. Manager Lu is clearly planning a new project. This survey evidently serves as a reconnaissance. Runaway Simulator has just gained popularity, and now a new project is in the works with player co-creation. Manager Lu must be preparing for a major move. Thinking about the current financial situation of Whale Leap, Zhou Bowen felt a surge of excitement. A big battle is about to unfold. A few days later, on Monday, the results of the survey were gradually compiled on Lu Ming's desk. Lu Ming had Zhou Bowen set up a real-time data backend. Sitting in his office, Lu Ming stared at the screen as the real-time data jumped out one after another. He meticulously reviewed the data on his computer, gradually gaining confidence. According to the statistics, the majority of players detest the payment model of in-app purchases and watching ads for free. As for the game types, players showed a strong interest in role-playing games followed by strategy games. Regarding combat styles, most players preferred real-time battles and were not fond of turn-based combat, reflecting a clear preference within the gaming community. As the data continued to flow and Lu Ming became increasingly excited, he quickly pulled out a notebook, diligently taking notes word by word. Whether the debt value can rise now depends on this new game. After the statistics were completed, Lu Ming took a deep breath, opened the system panel, and began the month-end settlement. Today is the first of the month, but Lu Ming felt no tension at all. After all, Runaway Simulator is still on the recommendation list. The debt value has barely increased during this period, lingering in the low double digits for several days. It seems that we must wait for Runaway Simulator to completely drop off the recommendation list. To that end, Lu Ming had long ceased development and maintenance of new levels for Runaway Simulator, just waiting for the game to naturally fade away. Without any surprises, Lu Ming began the month-end settlement. Ding. Detected. End of the current cycle processing settlement. Company name Whale Leap Game Company. Company funds 256 million yuan. The host can withdraw one within this cycle, which is 25600 yuan. Personal assets 28159 yuan. Moral debt value 121. Moral level. Moral flaws. The moral debt value for this cycle is 121 points, and the cashback target for the refund stage was not met, unable to provide a multiplier refund. Next settlement cycle 1 month later. Looking at the numbers on the system, Lu Ming remained unperturbed, his face filled with confusion, as if to say, is this it? The originally promising start was completely ruined by a casual informative post. A moral debt value of 121 points, not even reaching the threshold for a cashback, while the over 200 yuan personal withdrawal seems trivial compared to the hundreds of thousands initially projected by the system. One must never pop the champagne midway. If I had known, I would have changed the type of development. Lu Ming rubbed his temples, muttering, his tone heavy with regret. Who would have thought that a game with no moral bottom line would actually evoke empathy from players? With the shift from dog planner to conscientious developer, the criticism has dwindled, and naturally the debt value cannot rise. There is no time to dwell on past successes. Finding the next point of criticism is now the most important task. In 2 days, Runaway Simulator will drop off the recommendation list. The online buzz has also diminished significantly, and the download rates have started to decline. It's time to put the planning of the new project on the agenda. With that thought, Lu Ming took a deep breath and pushed open the door to the meeting room. A few minutes later, Zhou Bowen, Su Xianwan, Wang Defa, and others were already seated with a few cups of freshly brewed goji tea on the table and a faint aroma of tea wafting through the air. Everyone, today we will discuss the planning of the new game. Lu Ming walked to the whiteboard, picked up a marker, and scanned the faces of everyone present. Zhou Bowen's expression brightened as he immediately opened his notebook, ready to take notes. He had been prepared ever since the last survey was sent out. He knew manager Lu must have new plans. This time the company has over $1 million in funds, so the scale of the game we develop will definitely be larger. Everyone, while Runaway Simulator has earned us our first bucket of gold, it has also exposed many problems. Moreover, Runaway Simulator is merely a small game and does not reflect our game company's capabilities, so for this new project we must learn from our mistakes and fully consider players' needs and market trends from the very beginning. The crowd nodded in agreement, all looking at Lu Ming with expectant eyes. Lu Ming waved the marker in the air, cleared his throat, and continued. Based on the survey results, players showed the highest preference for role-playing games, accounting for 65%, so we will focus on a connected RPG for the new game. As soon as he said this, low murmurs of agreement filled the meeting room. Zhou Bowen was the first to nod, swiftly jotting down the words connected RPG in his notebook, his face showing excitement. Manager Lu, this direction is reliable. RPGs are currently mainstream with a large player base, and the connection adds a social element, which is definitely promising. He had been holding back his enthusiasm since Runaway Simulator became popular, feeling that the company should undertake a larger project. Lu Ming's direction finally matched his aspirations. Lin Xiaoxiao vigorously nodded beside him. Initially, she wasn't very knowledgeable about games, but since the company's financial situation improved, she had been catching up on gaming knowledge. Looking up at Lu Ming, her tone was filled with anticipation. Manager Lu, are we going for an open-world style? Didn't the survey say that players love open worlds? Yes, both interstellar settings and traditional IP backgrounds like Journey to the West and Function are very popular right now. Listening to the employees' discussions, Lu Ming's lips curled, slightly secretly amused. He knew very well that players loved open worlds, but what he wanted was debt value, not player praise. Choosing role-playing games as the primary development direction was merely to attract players' interest. However, for now he needed to stabilize the team, so he nodded and said in a steady tone, the direction for role-playing is set, but I still have some ideas on how to execute it. Next, I will talk about the combat style and story background. He turned around and wrote turn-based combat in large letters on the whiteboard, then added a title, Cultivation World. Once Lu Ming finished writing, the meeting room fell silent. Zhou Bowen's pen hovered in the air. Lu Ming, unfazed by the crowd's reaction, continued. As for the combat style, I've decided on turn-based, simple and convenient. As for the story background, we will set it in a cultivation context. Players will take on the role of a mortal, with the main quest being to level up and battle monsters, cultivating their abilities. Lu Ming turned around, glancing at the crowd with a calm smile, as if he had not noticed the eerie silence. He put down the marker, clapped his hands, and continued. Turn-based is simple, we can develop it quickly. The cultivation background is also easy to manage, where players can role-play as mortals starting their journey in cultivation. The main storyline revolves around leveling up alchemy and battling monsters. What do you think? As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room erupted into chaos. Su Xianwan was the first to crack, and although she was a designer, she had done extensive research on games. Manager Lu, turn-based cultivation. But our survey clearly indicated that players prefer real-time combat, with less than 20 favoring turn-based. Isn't this going against the players' wishes? Su Xianwan clearly found the company's next development direction absurd, and the cultivation background drove her a bit crazy. How could Manager Lu go against market trends? Before Su Xianwan could finish, she added, cultivation was quite popular, but that was 10 years ago. The storyline of a mortal gradually cultivating is quite cliched and should be hard to attract younger audiences. Next to her, Zhou Bowen frowned, his tone filled with doubt. Manager Lu, I also find it a bit strange. Online RPGs are indeed a hit, but who besides the old players enjoys turn-based games now? Just look at the popular games now. Real-time combat is so exciting and interactive. Why must we go against the trend? Upon hearing Lu Ming's plan, Zhou Bowen felt his enthusiasm dampened. He had just thought that Manager Lu was on the same wavelength as him, but now he felt as if a bucket of cold water had been splashed on him, leaving his mind filled with question marks. He couldn't keep up. After all, Manager Lu wasn't much older than him. Why couldn't they think along the same lines? Old Wang leisurely set down his teacup, adjusted his glasses, and spoke with a hint of conflict. Manager Lu, let me be honest. I know you might be considering our game's development costs. Turn-based development costs are low, but market trends have long shifted towards real-time combat. As for the cultivation background, there are countless immortal games on the market. It's hard for us to stand out. The employee's doubts flooded in like a tide. Lu Ming stood by the whiteboard, arms crossed, still wearing that calm smile. The louder the employees voiced their concerns, the more it proved that his ideas were correct. His actions were certainly going against the laws of the market. But that was precisely the point. That was his strategy. I know you find it strange, but this is my approach. Turn-based saves resources, and the cultivation background has a mass appeal. Let's first build the framework and slowly adjust the details. As for whether players will like it, won't we know once it's done? Once it's done, we will know. This was yet another familiar phrase. It must be Manager Lu's catchphrase. Below, several employees exchanged glances. However, in the midst of this fervent atmosphere, Zhou Bowen's expression suddenly changed. He furrowed his brow, staring intently at Lu Ming's confident face as memories of developing Runaway Simulator flashed through his mind. Before that game was launched, who would have thought it would become such a hit? A low-budget game about fleeing, driven solely by players' curiosity and word-of-mouth recommendations, surged past 6 million downloads. Even he found it hard to believe. Wasn't Manager Lu also under pressure, then pushing the game to launch, resulting in a huge success? Wait. Zhou Bowen's heart skipped a beat. This was another familiar scene. Zhou Bowen fell into deep thought, replaying the events in his mind. The reason Runaway Simulator became a hit was because it was outrageous and eye-catching, right? Players played while cursing, yet in the end, didn't they still willingly spend money? Manager Lu's turn-based plus cultivation direction seemed like it was going against players' preferences, but what if? What if Manager Lu saw a fifth level that they couldn't? Thinking of this, Zhou Bowen's heart raced. He secretly glanced at Lu Ming, his eyes bright, and a smile hiding at the corners of his mouth. He was so familiar with that confidence. It was this very demeanor. Seeing Lu Ming's self-assured stance, Zhou Bowen suddenly felt something was off. Manager Lu never played by the rules. Last time it was fleeing, this time it's cultivation. Could it be he had another big trick up his sleeve? Players dislike turn-based. He insists on doing it. Players resist the cultivation tropes. He insists on mortals making a comeback. Manager Lu isn't foolish. He must have his own considerations. The boss was certainly playing a grand game. It was just that his level was too low and his vision insufficient to see it for now. The more Zhou Bowen thought about it, the more he felt it was plausible, and he couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Bowen, why aren't you speaking? Su Xianwan, seeing Zhou Bowen bowing his head in silence, couldn't help but nudge him. Weren't you the one most opposed to turn-based? Why are you suddenly mute? Zhou Bowen came to his senses, chuckled awkwardly, scratched his head, and said, I suddenly feel that Manager Lu's thinking might have its reasoning. He paused, his tone gaining some confidence. Think about it, wasn't Runaway Simulator absurd too? Yet it became a hit in the end. Manager Lu must have his deeper intentions, we just can't understand it. Maybe it's just our level isn't high enough. Education is endless, we still need to learn from Manager Lu. Once he said that, Su Xianwan was left stunned. Bowen, what do you mean? Are you serious? You mean there are still players in the 21st century who enjoy turn-based cultivation games? Zhou Bowen swallowed hard. He wasn't very sure either, but he steeled himself and said, who knows? The gaming market defies logic. If I truly understood the market, I wouldn't just be a developer. Let's follow Manager Lu's lead. After all, the company has money. Manager Lu can't be uninterested in money. Hearing Zhou Bowen's words, Lu Ming nearly burst into laughter. He was interested in money, but not in the profits from the game. However, seeing Zhou Bowen's support, he secretly gave him a thumbs up in his heart. This kid has potential. Since Zhou Bowen agreed, Lu Ming didn't contradict or explain, he simply went along with it. Everyone, let's estimate the development time for this game later. As for the game's background, I will handle it. Su Xianwan was still somewhat confused, but seeing Zhou Bowen yield, she didn't press further. Zhou Bowen leaned back in his chair, feeling as if his thoughts were a whirlwind. On one hand was his trust in Lu Ming, believing the boss must have a backup plan, and on the other hand was his worry about the project. He truly couldn't understand it, and if it failed, would their company fall into another bankruptcy crisis? Why did working at Jingwei feel like such a roller coaster ride? Zhou Bowen sighed self-deprecatingly, thinking, forget it, if Manager Lu is truly on the 5th level, I will just clap for him from the 1st level. Following the boss is better than pondering aimlessly. The atmosphere in the conference room eased a bit as the aroma of goji berry tea began to fade. Zhou Wenba lowered his head, flipping through his notebook, still deep in thought about the deeper meaning behind the boss 5th layer. Lu Ming leaned against the whiteboard and glanced at everyone, casually asking, all right, we have confirmed this general direction. Now tell me, how long will it take to develop this online RPG cultivation game? How long is a suitable development cycle? Zhou Bowen reacted, first furrowing his brow as he calculated. Manager Lu, an online RPG is not a small project. Turn-based combat may be simple, but with the added online features, server synchronization, and the system design with a cultivation background. This time the online RPG is not a small game like escape simulation. There's a lot of technical work. I can only support a basic framework by myself. The cultivation background sounds simple, but the skill system, level design, and various interactions, how could any of that not require considerable effort? Zhou Bowen paused, a hint of helplessness in his tone. If I develop it alone, I would boldly estimate it would take at least half a year, and I might have to work extra hours. If we want to be quicker, 3 to 4 months could work, but that would require working overtime every day. I'm afraid I can't handle it. Su Xianwan also agreed. Boss, I still need to design based on your game background. With the cultivation theme, characters, scenes, and special effects, the scope of work is much larger than our previous projects. I might not be able to keep up in 3 months. After listening to the opinions of the main workforce under Whale Leap, Lu Ming hesitated for a moment. Juggling multiple roles is unrealistic, and intense overtime is against labor laws. Given Whale Leap's current financial reserves, funding 3 months of development is not an issue, but there isn't enough manpower, which will definitely delay progress. We also need to consider server costs and testing expenses. As time goes on, the costs will escalate further. And 3 months is too long. This is enough to account for 3 settlements. We are running out of time. If we want to be fast, we need to hire more people. Lu Ming squinted his mind, forming a rough plan. Relying on the existing team to act swiftly is definitely not feasible. Whale Leap needs to hire more staff. With this thought, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Yes, hiring is also an opportunity. They can't just hire anyone. It's best to recruit those who can provide him with moral debt value. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. If employees occasionally complain about the boss and express their opinions about the company, little by little, won't that moral debt value gradually increase? Quantitative changes can lead to qualitative changes. If in March these few employees express more opinions about the company, perhaps the debt value could reach 1,000. Under no circumstances should we underestimate any opportunity to capture contribution debt value. Lu Ming's lips curled up, his eyes brightening. What type of employees tend to voice their opinions the most? First and foremost, it definitely won't be fresh graduates. Fresh graduates have few demands and lack years of immersion in the workplace. They might be fine with occasional adjustments, but such individuals don't stay for long. Even if they have strong opinions about the company, they will just complain a few times and leave, failing to create sustained contributions. Therefore, since we need to hire, we might as well directly recruit from big game companies. People from large companies are highly skilled, but have high standards and demanding expectations. After training at a big company, they are well-versed in various terminologies, such as granularity, leverage, and insights. If they come to a small company like ours, they're bound to look down on it, be picky, and criticize not just the company, but also the boss. As long as I pay a good salary, I can secure them. Even if they are unhappy, they will stay because of the salary, and regardless of their grumbling behind my back, the effect will be the same. With this thought, Lu Ming clapped his hands, his tone filled with excitement. All right, we don't have enough manpower, right? Then let's hire some. Let me clarify, we can't just hire any newcomers. We need to recruit from big companies. Xiao Xiao, please help me keep good records and handle the procurement. This time we need to hire frontline programmers, artists, and copywriters. Discuss the specific requirements with Wenba and the others. As soon as this statement was made, the conference room erupted again. Manager Lu, do you mean we're going to recruit from big companies? Manager Lu, are you saying we should poach from Qingyu or Tangxiu? Can our small company manage that? Also, Manager Lu, the salary demands at big companies are high and their expectations are even higher. Can our small temple retain them? Lin Xiaoxiao lowered her head, quickly jotting down Lu Ming's requirements, but her mind was filled with questions. Don't people from big companies make tens of thousands a month? It seems we have a lot of funds in our company account, but hiring a few such big shots could burn through it in a few months. Su Xianwan muttered, quietly, poaching people from big companies. Isn't that equivalent to inviting an ancestor back to serve us? But then again, if a big company artist comes to help, I could learn some techniques. That would be like having a teacher provided by the company. Anyone who can work at a big company must have some skills. Lu Ming listened to these doubts, but the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Whether we can recruit or not we'll find out. By trying, won't we? You don't need to worry about recruitment. I will handle it. Xiao make sure to procure all the equipment in advance. We can't have new colleagues arriving with their computers still not in place. As the meeting adjourned, Ming returned to his office and slumped into his ergonomic chair. The new chair was indeed much more comfortable. Ming sighed, directly opening his computer. If we're hiring from big companies, the salary has to be higher, otherwise who would come? Ming murmured to himself, tapping on the table, his mind quickly calculating the expenses. For a programmer of that level like those at Tengsu, the monthly salary should start at around 500, right? For two people, that's 100,000. For an artist who can handle projects 4 to 5,000 is reasonable, and adding a modeler about 400,000. As for copywriting and planning, that should add up to around 200 to 300,000. In total, for 5 people it would be. Ming pulled up the calculator and quickly did the math, and the screen immediately displayed the number 200. 200 a month, so in 3 months, that would be 600. Ming frowned. They are employees from big companies, there's no reason for them to jump ship. Moreover, they also have year-end bonuses and project dividends. No matter how you calculate it, there's no reason for them to come over. 200 should not be enough. With this thought, Ming slightly adjusted the budget upward. As long as the pay is higher, no one would be indifferent. Wanting to be scolded and wanting to make money are not mutually exclusive. With this thought, the corners of Ming's mouth curled upwards, and he could already envision the new employees grumbling and complaining. Once the people from big companies arrive, they will definitely scrutinize this not-so-large office and the not-so-fast computers, and they will surely find fault. Most importantly, they might feel that their talents are being underutilized. Those who feel unappreciated are bound to have grievances. When the game turns out poorly and players criticize it, want the moral debt value skyrocket. The more Ming thought about it, the better it sounded. As long as the expected effect is achieved, what does it matter if he gets scolded? It's just a bit of hardship. Ming finished the budget and glanced around the office. The company currently has only 5 employees with an office space of over 100 square meters, and the equipment has been updated significantly since the last time. Overall, it looks clean and tidy, but compared to those large corporations, it surely cannot compete. With such conditions, won't the people from the big companies be upset? Ming chuckled, already imagining the reactions of the new employees once they joined. As for where to recruit talent, Ming squinted at the wallpaper on his computer screen. The people closest to the idols surely have more to learn and gain. Ming slapped the table, paced around the room, and confirmed his target, Tungshan Game Company. Yes, if you're going to learn, you should learn from the best, gain some experience, and bring a few experts back. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Thinking of this, Ming opened his computer, found Tangshan's official website, located the contact email, and swiftly typed out an email. Title: Request for Visit and Learning from Jingwei Game Company. Content: Hello, I am Ming, the head of Jingwei Game Company. Your company's achievements in the game development field in recent years are admirable, especially the case of Shanghai Jing, which makes us smaller companies feel outclassed. With the purpose of communication and learning, I hope to lead a team to visit your company to understand advanced experiences and discuss potential cooperation. Our company will bear all expenses for food and accommodation, and I look forward to your reply. After editing the email content, Ming checked it again, ensuring it was neither humble nor arrogant, but full of sincerity. No problem. Ming satisfactorily clicked send. After sending, he leaned back in his chair, imagining the reactions of the Tungshan team upon seeing the email, a smile unconsciously rising at the corners of his mouth. A visit for learning. Learning is secondary, recruiting talent is the main goal. This is much quicker than looking for headhunters. Meanwhile, in Pengcheng, at the headquarters of Tungshan Studio, the glass building shimmered under the sunlight. On the 18th floor in the administration department, administrative assistant Gong Ruling opened her work email, as usual, and was stunned when she saw Ming's email. She rubbed her eyes, confirming she hadn't misread it, and hurried to her supervisor's office, clutching a printed copy of the email. Supervisor Zhang, take a look at this. Gong Ruling handed over the email, her tone filled with confusion. Jingwei Game Company. I haven't heard of them. They say they want to come here to learn and discuss cooperation. What's going on? Supervisor Zhang took the email, glanced at it, and frowned. Jingwei. No impression. Is it a small company? Supervisor Zhang opened his computer, casually searched for it, saw the news about running simulator, and scoffed. Oh, just this one, a minor hit, with 6 million downloads and revenue of only over 2 million. Far behind us. They want to learn from us. What a joke. Can we just teach our tricks to anyone? However, it's not bad. It's considered a small quality product. I don't know why there's such a trend of mutual learning among companies lately. Who would actually teach anything valuable? Gong Ruling said softly from the side. So how should we reply to this email? Just reject it directly. Supervisor Zhang squinted at the words self-born in the email, turning it over in his mind. Let's not rush. A small company like Jingwei dares to come to us. They must have some intentions. A visit for learning. If I think they want to steal our skills. However, they said they would bear the cost themselves, so we don't have to invest anything. President Ma mentioned before that we should pay attention to potential stocks in the industry. This is an opportunity presented to us, so let's just see. Moreover, they followed the normal invitation process. If we directly reject them, it might seem like we're not generous enough. Thinking of this, Supervisor Zhang waved his hand. Reply to the email, just say welcome for the visit, schedule it for next Wednesday, and let them prepare. After Gong Ruling left, Supervisor Zhang took a cup of freshly brewed Americano from the coffee machine and walked straight to the independent office of HR Supervisor Li Yun. He placed the coffee cup on the corner of the desk, his tone slightly anxious. Sister Yun, what are you busy with? I'm here to talk about the previous Qixia studio matter. We need to nail it down. Li Yun was focused on her computer screen, her fingers tapping rapidly on the keyboard. She looked up at Supervisor Zhang, frowning. The project group for Qixia, right? I'm figuring it out right now. The higher-ups urged us again yesterday, saying that this month we must finalize the optimization list. If the budget gets delayed further, our department will have to take the blame. She paused, pointing at the dense data table on the screen. Look, over 30 people, monthly expenses over 900, yet the revenue is barely over 3 million. We're losing money like crazy. Supervisor Zhang pulled out a chair, sitting down slowly. Isn't that right? Qixia was so impressive back then. When it launched 5 years ago, it was filled with tales of cultivation. Players were engrossed, and monthly revenue broke 100 million, almost overwhelming the servers. But now, players are almost all gone, and now the server only has some old accounts doing daily routines, and the income doesn't even cover maintenance costs. The higher-ups have had enough. They've long said to optimize some people. After all, saving even a little is worthwhile. Li Yun sighed, clicking on the mouse. Yes, that's how the game industry is. How many games can last for over a decade? Just like this, Qixia. Since last year, the player retention has been like a sieve now, with less than 1,000 active users per month. The studio is still desperately trying to produce new content to turn things around, but fortunately the higher-ups directly decided there's no hope and cut it off. Otherwise who knows how much longer we would be losing money. Exactly, that's why the higher-ups said we need to submit the list this month. It's urgent. Li Yun continued, pulling out an optimization list. No worries, we've already spoken to them before, so this matter probably can't be hidden. Actually, I preliminarily estimated that they would likely have to cut half their staff. A few were laid off in April, and the remaining ones will see if they want to leave or accept pay cuts or transfers. In May, we will optimize another batch. The remaining few small ones can be transferred to the Shanghai Jing project if possible. If not, they should leave. On the 23rd floor at the Qixia studio, the atmosphere here was one of desolation. Once brightly lit and bustling, now it felt as deserted as an abandoned warehouse. Several workstations were crammed into 100 square meter space. In the stairwell, most computer screens were off, with only a few running, emitting a low humming sound. The air was filled with a blend of instant noodles and coffee as developer Zhao Qilyong leaned back in his chair, holding the mouse, staring blankly at the backend data of Qixia on the screen. The data was so dismal that he didn't even want to look at it again. Zhao Qilyong sighed. This waiting for a verdict is too painful. When do you think this optimization list can be finalized? Next door, fellow developer Li Feng didn't lift his head, fingers tapping away at the keyboard, his tone filled with despair. Who knows? The higher-ups won't even let us work on new content. Every day is just fixing bugs. With players leaving, who would still spend money? I estimate it will be this month. Everyone should prepare as soon as possible. Art director Gu Xianqiu sat at the other end with a pile of unfinished sketches spread across the desk, the pressure-sensitive pen in her hand long since stopped moving. It's so hard for me. I didn't catch the wave when the game was hot, and now the project is failing as I joined. Large companies are too cruel. It's like killing the donkey after the mill is unloaded. Those who cannot create value are either transferred or optimized out. I'm even considering going back home as the pressure in Pengcheng is too much. Once Gu Xiangqiu finished, the office was filled with a low-pressure atmosphere. Employees either scrolled on their phones or stared blankly at their screens, occasionally muttering complaints, but no one dared to shout loudly. In the early morning, the sky of Pengcheng was overcast with a few clouds blocking the sunlight. At the exit of the high-speed railway station, Lu Ming emerged with a simple suitcase, accompanied by Lin Xiaoxiao and Zhou Bowen. The three of them appeared exhausted, yet there was a hint of anticipation on their faces. Visiting Tengxiu. What an honor. This is one of the top game companies in the country. Spending a day there would immediately give them bragging rights. They could even add it to their resumes for future interviews. When we go in, you two should explore thoroughly, and if they offer any souvenirs, make sure to accept them. Seeing the apprehension in their eyes, Lu Ming quickly reassured them with a tone of confidence. Then he turned his gaze to Lin Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, didn't you say you have a classmate interning at Tengxiu? Keep an eye on me and see if you can dig up any insider information. Lin Xiaoxiao followed closely behind, clutching her phone for navigation, speaking softly. Okay, boss, I've already talked to her in advance. Also, boss, the Tengxiu headquarters is only a 30-minute drive away. I called a car, and it will be here soon. Zhou Bowen, carrying a bulging bag, murmured, President Liu, can we really learn something? Those people at Tengxiu hide their tricks deep, they won't teach us casually, right? Lu Ming waved his hand, laughing. Whether we learn anything is secondary, just observing how they operate is sufficient. After all, it's an exchange. Besides, there are people inside Tengxiu. Lu Ming glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, then stepped into the ride that had just arrived. Lin Xiaoxiao and Zhou Bowen exchanged glances and had no choice but to follow suit. Half an hour later, the three stood in front of the Tengxiu headquarters building. This glass facade structure stood 40 stories tall, adorned with a massive Tengxiu Games sign, impressively grand. Lu Ming looked up at the building, his eyes gleaming with a hint of envy. This is the difference of a big company. I heard they have several headquarters buildings. Oh, when will we at Jingyue be able to build our own? Lin Xiaoxiao looked down at her phone, softly reminding President Liu. The email said the contact person is Officer Gong from the administration department. We just need to register at the front desk. Zhou Bowen stood beside them, hands in his pockets, observing some employees passing through the entrance of the building, silently muttering, anyone pulled out from here is probably a graduate from a prestigious university. Lu Ming couldn't help but ask, can President Liu really recruit anyone? As they snapped back to reality, they walked directly into the lobby, where the receptionist looked up at them with a polite smile and asked, how can I assist you? Lu Ming stepped forward with a smile on his lips. We are from Jingyue Game Company, here to visit and learn as arranged with Officer Gong. He handed over the documents and the receptionist checked them before nodding. Please hold on a moment, I will contact Officer Gong. 10 minutes later, Gong Ruling stepped out of the elevator with a professional smile. Upon seeing Lu Ming and the others, she immediately approached. You must be President Liu. Welcome. I am Gong Ruling from Tengxiu Administration Department. We discussed via email. Thank you for making the long trip here. Gong Ruling spoke cheerfully and appeared quite poised. Supervisor Zhang must have been too busy to personally greet them. Thus, the task of receiving them naturally fell to Gong Ruling. Lu Ming didn't find anything unusual about that. It was a big company and different people handle receptions based on availability. He didn't mind this and smiled brightly at Gong Ruling. Miss Gong, you're too kind. We are just a small company here to learn from Tengxiu's successful experiences. All right, let's talk as we walk. Gong Ruling nodded, leading the three deeper into the lobby. I will first show you Tengxiu's office environment, then introduce a few projects. She pushed open a glass door and led Lu Ming and the others into the elevator, heading straight for the 12th floor's project exhibition area. Along the way, she casually introduced, Tengxiu currently has dozens of projects in development, primarily focusing on RPG and competitive genres, with monthly revenues in the billions. Your running simulator game has a unique concept. I heard the player feedback is quite positive. Lu Ming felt somewhat disinterested upon hearing this. Billions in revenue. What's there to boast about? What I need is experience with negative feedback, not your money-making tricks. And besides, your promotional costs are already in the billions. Though he thought this internally, Lu Ming remained polite on the surface. We are just dabbling. We can't compare to Tengxiu's grand strategies. Lin Xiaoxiao diligently took notes with a look of admiration, while Zhou Bowen leaned against the LED screen in the elevator, murmuring, this building even has someone specifically assigned to press the elevator buttons. How many people must be inside? Upon reaching the 12th floor, Gong Ruling opened the door to an exhibition hall, where several large screens and various counters were displayed, with walls adorned with various game posters and materials, all enveloped in a subtle fragrance. Gong Ruling pointed to one of the screens, her tone laced with pride. Look, this is our blockbuster from last year, Classic of Mountains and Seas, focusing on the nurturing of mythical beasts and social gameplay. This is currently our main development project. Lu Ming stared at the screen, nodding in agreement on the surface, yet in his heart, he was skeptical. The development cost of this game is too high. Our small workshop will struggle to achieve that. Pass. It holds no significant reference value. Next, Gong Ruling introduced other projects such as Fairy Spirit Locking Demon Tower, which focuses on tower climbing and spending, and for the Tribe, a 5v5 online competitive game that hosts annual competitions. There was also an FPS game, Gunfire, which aimed to provide a highly realistic shooting experience. After looking around, most of the showcase projects were explosive hits with revenues that were astonishing. Lin Xiaoxiao's notes had already filled several pages, yet it was unclear what the young lady in charge of human resources was jotting down. Lu Ming signaled her several times, but surprisingly, she hadn't found a chance to sneak away to contact her classmate in the restroom. Zhou Bowen continuously nodded in agreement, occasionally engaging in conversation, appearing very eager to learn. Meanwhile, Lu Ming remained silent. The more he observed, the more disheartened he felt. Although these projects were successful, they were beyond their reach. They were far too detached from Jingyu's actual situation. The deals involved massive acquisitions, investments in the billions, and development teams of hundreds. How could they learn from that? Moreover, Tingxiu didn't seem to polish other smaller types of games, as they were either not showcased or kept hidden. It appeared that the best materials were concealed. The projects they had seen so far had nothing in common with the kind of game Lu Ming envisioned, which aimed to rapidly increase debt levels. After an hour or two, Lu Ming couldn't hold back any longer and turned to Gong, ruling. "Well, Miss Gong, these projects of yours are quite impressive. However, I have a question. Do you have any controversial works? You know, the kind that players criticize heavily, yet still play with determination." Upon hearing this, Gong ruling was taken aback for a moment. Her professional smile froze for a second. "Do we have such cases in our company? Are you sure you're asking about controversial ones?" Gong ruling chuckled, awkwardly, still processing the question. Upon reflection, it seemed that the company's training manual didn't mention this aspect at all. Controversial games. We at Tingxiu primarily focus on quality, and player feedback is generally positive, isn't it? Are you inquiring about how to handle negative situations? It's quite normal for games to receive negative reviews. For instance, our current development classic of Mountains and Seas faced some criticism regarding monetization upon launch, but those voices decreased later. Why are you asking about this? Listening to Gong ruling's response, Lu Ming smiled and thought to himself, did those voices really decrease? Those who couldn't afford to play have quit, while those still playing are genuinely willing to spend money. Lu Ming continued, "I'm just asking casually. We are a small company, and we have no experience in handling player complaints or negative reviews. I've always been worried about not handling them well. Can you enlighten me?" Gong ruling has always been vague about Lu Ming's requests, concealing much, but revealing little of the substantial information he truly wished to hear. By noon, while several people were dining in the cafeteria, Lin Xiaoxiao finally found an opportunity to meet her classmate who was also interning here, and based on Lu Ming's instructions, she managed to inquire about some insider information she wanted to understand. In the afternoon, as Gong ruling planned to take a few people for another stroll, Lu Ming decisively spoke up. "Miss Gong, I heard that you used to have a particularly popular and profitable project called The Legend of the Heroes. Why don't you introduce it to us?" Upon hearing Lu Ming's inquiry, Gong ruling squinted her eyes and briefly assessed him. After all, The Legend of the Heroes was previously so popular that it was no surprise these people had heard of it, and now that the game was on the verge of failing, it was no longer a confidential project. Thinking of this, Gong ruling casually remarked, "The Legend of the Heroes is an old project. You can find it online. The game is no longer popular, and the criticism is evident. There's really not much to say." However, Lu Ming remained unmoved, standing still and carefully recalling the information he had gathered about this game at noon, which was also of the Xinxiao genre. Moreover, it had a background of once being immensely popular. This was undoubtedly the best object of study. Gong ruling cleared her throat, forcing the topic to shift back. After all, with the project nearing its failure, it wouldn't look good for her to take people there again. "Mr. Lu, The Legend of the Heroes is ancient history and hardly worth mentioning. Let's focus on new projects that players particularly love. The data is much better." Lu Ming nodded on the surface, but his attention was entirely elsewhere. He followed Gong ruling's lead, already calculating in his mind The Legend of the Heroes is a treasure. Even if Tingxiu doesn't teach me, I can dig it up myself. I will surely uncover something. The lessons learned from failure are the path to my success. Lu Ming exchanged a glance with Zhou Bowen and whispered, "Bowen, ask more questions later to see if we can extract some insider information about The Legend of the Heroes." Zhou Bowen was taken aback for a moment before nodding. Gong ruling led Lu Ming and the others through the exhibition hall and office area of Tingxiu. "Bowen Xiaoxiao, don't just listen, use your brains." Taking advantage of the moment when Gong ruling turned around, Lu Ming quietly said to Zhou Bowen and Lin Xiaoxiao. Zhou Bowen nodded, pinching his pen as he quietly said, "Mr. Lu, I tried asking a few questions, but Miss Gong was evasive. She's probably afraid we'll pry into the insider information. However, I also checked online, and it seems this project is likely to fail, and the studio may have disbanded." He paused and added, "What if we directly look for the person in charge of The Legend of the Heroes?" Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up as she quickly opened her notebook. "Right. My classmate Wang Fong mentioned that we might not be able to contact the person in charge of The Legend of the Heroes, but she knows there's a development team leader named Zhao Chuliang. Mr. Lu, how about we try to find him?" After she finished speaking, she took out her phone and began searching. Upon hearing that it was the development team leader, Lu Ming immediately showed interest. "Great, that's the one. Xiao move quickly and find his contact information. Bowen, keep an eye on Miss Gong. Don't let her catch on to our intentions." Lu Ming lowered his voice, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he began to plot. Zhao Qiliang, the development team leader, definitely knows the structure of the Legend of the Heroes. Moreover, with the project nearing its failure, it should be much easier to poach someone. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, her fingers swiftly gliding across her phone screen, quickly finding a personal photo of Zhao Qiliang. Boss, although he is the development team leader, it seems he has only recently been promoted. The previous team leader of the Legend of the Heroes left long ago. That's fine. If he were the game's original creator, we probably wouldn't be able to poach him anyway. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded, and through an internal forum of old classmates finally found the person's social media account. Then Lin Xiaoxiao directly presented it to Lu Ming. Boss, his social media account is right here. It seems quite active. How should we contact him? Lin Xiaoxiao's tone carried a hint of excitement, clearly feeling that she had made a significant contribution. Lu Ming took the phone, glanced at Zhao Qiliang's profile picture, which was a cartoon avatar and nothing special. Then he opened the profile and saw a line that read, graduated from Huaka University Department of Computer Science. Lu Ming's eyes brightened as an idea formed in his mind. Xiao, well done. Let me teach you how to handle the other party. After saying that, Lu Ming took out his phone, opened the social media app, and quickly changed his profile's education to Huaka University Department of Computer Science, filling in a random year a few years younger than Zhao Qiliang. Lu Ming's lips curled slightly upwards as he thought to himself, this alumni strategy never fails. First build rapport, and then we can get the phone number. After updating his profile, he immediately clicked message and sent a carefully crafted message. Hello, senior. I am a sophomore from Huaka University Department of Computer Science. Our school is organizing an online interview event to interview outstanding alumni. So, senior, I would like to interview you about your work experience after graduation to set an example for our juniors. Would that be convenient for you? After sending the message, Lu Ming's lips curved into a slight smile, revealing a hint of pride. The message he just sent was meticulously crafted, both authentic and carrying a touch of youthful innocence, perfectly fitting the identity of a sophomore. With this message, who among adults could resist? Who wouldn't want to return home after achieving success? We are here to show you respect. Sure enough, within 3 minutes his phone chimed, and it was Zhao Qiliang replying, Huaka University. You're a sophomore, and you're interviewing me. Haha, I don't consider myself an outstanding student. Zhao Qiliang did not refuse, and seemed somewhat interested in the interview. Lu Ming, seeing this, was pleased, and quickly replied, Senior, you're being modest. I heard that you work at Tingxiu, which must be impressive. Would you mind giving us juniors some insights? It won't take up too much of your time. Insights might be too much to ask. I got into Tingxiu purely by luck, and that was several years ago. What projects have you been involved in, senior? The two exchanged messages back and forth, and they clearly became familiar with each other. Lu Ming also extracted quite a bit of useful information. Zhao Qiliang shared his general role and mentioned his involvement in the development of the Legend of the Heroes. Considering he was just chatting with a junior, there was no real risk of leaking confidential information. Besides, this was an interview after all. He had to say something impressive. After chatting for a while, Zhao Qiliang also talked about his recent circumstances. Junior, let me tell you, large companies have their own difficulties. It's not necessarily a success if you get into a big company after graduation. Look at the Legend of the Heroes that we were in charge of. I went from a regular employee to a development team leader, and now that the game is failing, we still have to disband. Lu Ming listened to Zhao Qiliang's heartfelt words, his eyes shining brightly. Senior, your experience is so inspiring. From an ordinary programmer to a development team leader, and having been part of a project that once generated over $1 billion in revenue, who could argue otherwise? I think you are remarkable, and juniors will definitely feel encouraged after hearing this. Moreover, senior, your words are very insightful. Large companies may seem glamorous, but the pressure is immense. Even someone as capable as you ultimately has to rely on the success or failure of projects. I believe it's better to be a rooster among chickens than a chicken among roosters. Your experience can shine anywhere. Zhao Qiliang paused for a moment before sending a voice message. Haha, being a rooster among chickens, you junior really hit the nail on the head. But you're not wrong, as sometimes after staying in a big company for too long, it feels really suffocating. When the Legend of the Heroes was popular, I worked overtime every day writing code, believing that I could achieve great things, but now that it's failing, there's no explanation from the higher-ups. Zhao Qiliang's tone carried a hint of helplessness, and it was clear he held some grievances against Tingxiu. Lu Ming, upon hearing this, was delighted and felt like a golden opportunity to recruit someone had fallen into his lap. Senior, you see, this is the problem with big companies. Too many people, too many eyes. Your efforts may not be rewarded, but the blame will certainly fall on you. I believe that for someone as talented as you, a small company could also offer a grand stage with plenty of opportunities and room for growth, no worse than Tingxiu. Zhao Qiliang replied with a voice message, his tone tinged with self-mockery. A small company. I haven't really paid attention to that. Tungsu is a big player with lots of resources and a strong reputation. What can a small company do? Without resources and technology, even the salary won't be competitive. Senior, you're right. If only small companies offered enough compensation. Now that you are the development team leader for the Legend of the Heroes with your experience and skills, if you go to a small company, you could easily lead a team and create a game. It wouldn't be much different from play, would it? Lu Ming's words were sincere, hitting Zhao Qiliang right in the sore spot. Regardless, the key was to plant the small seeds of thought in the other party's mind. After chatting a bit longer, Lu Ming not only got Zhao Qiliang's phone number, but also found out what clothes he was wearing. In the end, Lu Ming even sent him a small red envelope saying, "By the way, Senior, I sent you a small red envelope for milk tea. We need to maintain our alumni friendship." Zhao Qiliang accepted the red envelope, surprised for a moment, then replied with a voice message. "Ha, Junior, you are generous. I'll pass on the milk tea. When you come to Pingching, I'll treat you to dinner. Your interview event sounds quite rich. Send me a copy after it's done." Zhao Qiliang's tone revealed a hint of appreciation and warmth. As the conversation ended, Lu Ming put down his phone and flashed a victory sign at Lin Xiaoxiao. "Got it. He finishes work at 7. Let's go find him directly. He'll be wearing a red plaid shirt, so pay attention." Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in amazement as she stared at Lu Ming, who had executed this entire process so smoothly. She was left dumbfounded. She had just thought that if a junior like this tried to con her, she would definitely be unable to resist. Yet why did it feel somewhat like a scam? This method is too deep. It's hard to guard against. Although he didn't deceive the other party out of money, it still felt somewhat unethical. In Peng City, outside the headquarters of Tungsu, the night deepened and the streetlights blinked to life one by one. The first batch of shuttle buses for the workers returning home had already arrived. Lu Ming sat on a bench across from the building, glancing at his phone. It was 6:50 p.m., just 10 minutes before Zhao Qiliang's work ended. Beside him sat Lin Xiaoxiao and Zhou Bowen, the three of them, like a small team on watch, their eyes fixed on the entrance of Tungsu. At exactly 7:00, the glass doors of the Tungsu building began to bustle with groups of workers exiting, bags in hand. Their steps hurried. The three of them widened their eyes, staring intensely at the entrance. Finally, a man wearing a red checkered shirt and carrying a gray backpack walked out. He was in his early 30s, equipped with black-framed glasses, looking down at his phone as he walked slowly. "That's him," Lu Ming whispered, suddenly standing up. "You two stay back for now. We don't want to scare him." With that, Lu Ming quickly approached, saying, "Hello, you must be Mr. Zhao Qiliang." "Lu Ming from Whale Leap Games. I've been waiting for you for a long time today. I specifically wanted to come and talk to you." Zhao Qiliang paused. His hand that had been scrolling on his phone hesitated for a moment. Then he looked up at Lu Ming, frowning as he scrutinized him. This man wasn't holding any promotional materials. Whale Leap Games. Lu Ming. Zhao Qiliang adjusted his glasses, thinking, "I don't think I know you. What do you want from me?" His expression was not particularly friendly, clearly wary of this sudden stranger. Lu Ming hurriedly stepped forward, his tone sincere. "Mr. Zhao, please don't misunderstand. I'm the owner of Whale Leap Games. We've developed Runaway Simulator before. I came all the way from Magic City to find you. To put it simply, I want to discuss a potential collaboration with you. There's a good barbecue place nearby. How about we eat and talk?" Zhao Qiliang was taken aback for a moment, then frowned, unconsciously tightening his grip on his phone. He had heard of Runaway Simulator, but someone had traveled all the way from Magic City just to find him. Could there be a scheme waiting for him? When out in the world, the first thing to learn is to guard against scams. Runaway Simulator. I've heard of it. You came from Magic City to find me. Oh, what can we collaborate on? I don't even know you. Zhao Qiliang's tone was cautious, his mind racing with thoughts of various scams. Pyramid schemes. Or something else. Lu Ming had anticipated his suspicion, waving his hand, his tone becoming more earnest. "Mr. Zhao, I know this sounds sudden, but I truly am the owner of Whale Leap. To be honest, our company is currently preparing a new project, something in the immortal fantasy genre. I heard you're the lead developer for Tinkus Legend of Heroes with rich experience and great skills, so I thought to come and have a chat with you. I've heard your name in the industry, and I made this trip not for any other reason, but to make a friend and discuss potential collaboration." Lu Ming's words were half true, flattering the other party, while obscuring his true intentions to assuage Zhao Qiliang's doubts. Hearing this from Lu Ming, Zhao Qiliang's wariness diminished slightly. The other party seemed to know him quite well, and he had just secretly checked the business registry, finding that Whale Leap Games Runaway Simulator and Lu Ming all matched. "What can we collaborate on?" Seeing Zhao Qiliang's attitude softening, Lu Ming quickly seized the opportunity, saying, "Mr. Zhao, I'm not deceiving you. Legend of Heroes broke $1 billion in revenue back in the day. Who in the industry doesn't respect that? I've heard around Peng City that you are the lead developer and quite talented. We at Whale Leap are a small company and want to learn from someone like you. How about we find a place to eat and talk? You can choose the location." Zhao Qiliang thought for a moment. He felt that although this person was bold, he might not be a scammer. Alright, since you've come all the way from Magic City, we can chat. There's a barbecue place nearby, let's go there to talk. Zhao Qiliang chose a place he was very familiar with, at least he had the home field advantage. Lu Ming's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he quickly nodded, sure mister. Zhao, you pick the place, I have no objections. As they continued, Zhao Qiliang led Lu Ming to the location. Lu Ming gestured and sent Zhou Bowen a red envelope instructing them to handle their own dinner. The barbecue place was small with an outdoor stall at the entrance and a few plastic tables set up by the roadside. Skewers of lamb and chicken wings sizzled, filling the air with a rich cumin aroma. Zhao Qiliang took the beer handed to him by the owner, speaking in a flat tone. Old Li has been running this place for over 10 years. I often come here after work, and the taste is reliable. All right, mister. Lu, stop beating around the bush. Just tell me, what do you want from me? I've been busy all day and don't have time for nonsense. Although Zhao Qiliang was still somewhat wary, his attitude had relaxed significantly. The familiar environment had clearly put him at ease. Lu Ming picked up a freshly grilled lamb skewer, chewing it for a moment before saying, Mr. Zhao, will be straightforward. As I mentioned, I'm the owner of a gaming company, and I'm currently preparing a new project in the immortal fantasy genre, and am in need of manpower. I was thinking of inviting you to join us for something big. Lu Ming threw this proposition out boldly, his eyes shining as he watched for Zhao Qiliang's reaction. Zhao Qiliang froze, the lamb skewer hanging in midair. What? You want to recruit me? He scrutinized Lu Ming, his tone full of surprise. This person had come all the way from Magic City just to poach him. How do you know I'm suitable? Zhao Qiliang appeared somewhat confused, but also more relaxed, having grasped the other party's true intentions. Lu Ming's tone became more earnest. Mr. Zhao, I came to Peng City to visit Tengxiu and heard some news along the way. Legend of Heroes broke $1 billion in revenue. Who in the industry doesn't know about it? You are the lead developer and have experience with such large projects. I made this trip to acknowledge your abilities and to seek collaboration. Tengxiu is a big company, but we also have enough sincerity. At Whale Leap, you can be a leader rather than just follow. There's plenty of room for you to make an impact. Lu Ming's words were half guesses, both flattering and tempting. Better to be a chicken's head than a phoenix's tail was a phrase he was very familiar with. Despite this, Zhao Qiliang did not immediately respond. How about this, Mr. Zhao? At Whale Leap, I can offer you double the salary to help me develop a new project. If the project is profitable, you can take 10. Lu Ming paused, adding fuel to the fire. If you think coming alone is boring, bringing a team over is also fine. I assure you the salary will definitely be better than your current one. Zhao Qiliang was stunned, his fingers gripping the beer bottle tightly. Double salary. If he was currently making 4,000 a month at Tengxiu, wouldn't that be over 8,000 at Whale Leap? That's almost $1 million a year, plus project bonuses. That is indeed a significant amount. No wonder it's said that changing jobs is the fastest way to get a salary increase. If this had been before, Zhao Qiliang would have hesitated. After all, Tengxiu was a prestigious company, and although the salary was lower, it had its prestige. But now he was already on the verge of being optimized. He faced either a pay cut or a transfer. In such a situation, he would be completely unable to keep up with the rising housing prices. Moreover, he was already feeling somewhat jaded with Tengxiu. The fact that the other party mentioned he could bring a team over was indeed appealing, as it would ensure the others would have prospects too. As long as the money was sufficient, it was all the same where he worked. After all, who would want to pass up on money? Zhao Qiliang raised his beer glass, remaining silent for a moment before taking a large gulp, his eyes reflecting a hint of struggle. Lu Ming's words felt like a lifeline, stirring his interest. However, Whale Leap was still a small company, and he was afraid of jumping into another pit. Seeing Zhao Qiliang's expression, Lu Ming understood that he was tempted. Mr. Zhao, take your time to consider. Here is my phone number. Feel free to contact me anytime to discuss. Just one thing, if you come to Whale Leap, you will be in charge. In the City of Magic, within the offices of Whale Leap Gaming Company, sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a warm glow on the floor. A week had passed since the trip to Peng City. After Lin Xiaoxiao returned, she had already procured a batch of new equipment for the company, and simultaneously, she recruited several developers through a hiring platform. Lu Ming stood at the door holding a stack of freshly printed contracts, an undeniable smile on his face. Soon the elevator doors opened, and 4 people walked in. Leading them was Zhao Qiliang, who had changed from a red checkered shirt to a gray sweater, followed by 2 men and a woman, all dragging suitcases, clearly having just gotten off a plane. Boss Lu, these are my 3 colleagues. Zhao Qiliang put down his suitcase and introduced the 3 behind him, saying, this is programmer Li Feng, this is artist Gu Xiangqiu with a hardcore art style, and this is modeler Wang Chong. After discussing for a few days, we felt your conditions were reliable, so we came together. Zhao Qiliang's tone carried a hint of fatigue, but his eyes were resolute, clearly having made up his mind. Lu Ming quickly stepped forward, grinning broadly. Welcome, welcome. It's truly a great boost for our company to have you at Whale Leap. Lin Xiaoxiao then poured cups of water for the newcomers, and after a brief chat the four headed into the office to find a moment of privacy. Although this office couldn't compare to Tingxiu, it was well equipped. Li Feng glanced around and frowned slightly, whispering, "This environment is far worse than Tingxiu." Gu Xiangqiu was unfazed, her eyes revealing a glimmer of anticipation for this new beginning. "We signed the agreement in advance and took our compensation to leave. Boss Lu's salary is higher than before, so the environment can be overlooked. I have no objections." Zhao Qiliang took a sip of water and cleared his throat, saying, "Xiangqiu is right. This company may be small, but it has ideas. I'm willing to take a gamble. Moreover, you all have seen the game Runaway Simulator. Its revenue and concepts are solid, indicating that this company is at least not a dead end." Wang Chong, the oldest among them, also spoke up, saying, "That's right. To be honest, I'm the oldest here, nearly 35 this year. Even if I continued to struggle at Tingxiu, I would soon be at the age of optimization. Boss Lu is generous, offering me a decent salary, so I have no issues." His tone hinted at a sense of compromise, clearly swayed by the high salary. At this age, finding a job after optimization is challenging. Before long, Lu Ming entered with the contracts and distributed them to the four. "Rest assured, I've written the salaries in the contracts. Once signed today, they will be effective immediately. The poor environment is temporary. Once we earn money, we can improve it all." He had to take a look and see if there are any issues. Zhao Qiliang and the others exchanged glances and flipped through the contracts. The terms were clear, with commissions and benefits outlined, confirming that there were no hidden elements in the salary. Quickly, Zhao Qiliang was the first to sign. After the four signed and stamped the documents, each took a copy. Lu Ming took the contracts back, beaming with joy. Zhao Qiliang looked at Lu Ming, asking, "Boss Lu, what about the new project you mentioned earlier? Can you tell us about it?" "No problem. Let's have a brief meeting. I'll call in the other people from our company so everyone can meet, and then I'll explain the new project." A few minutes later, everyone gathered in the meeting room. Lu Ming stood in front of the whiteboard, picked up a marker, and wrote the four characters Xianxia RPG in bold. He turned and said, "This is our new project, an online Xianxia RPG with turn-based combat set against a backdrop of cultivation and survival." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Qiliang and the others were taken aback. Having just signed the contracts, they each held a copy, sitting by the conference table, their gazes complex as they stared at the three bold characters turn-based on the whiteboard. Lu Ming stood at the whiteboard holding the marker, smiling confidently. However, to Zhao Qiliang and the others, there was something unsettling about that smile. Zhao Qiliang furrowed his brow and broke the silence, first his tone filled with deep confusion, turn-based. "Boss Lu, are you sure?" He paused and pushed up his black-framed glasses, saying, "Which Xianxia RPG in the current market doesn't have real-time combat and flashy effects? Isn't turn-based already outdated? Wouldn't players think it's a relic from a decade ago?" Hearing the familiar skepticism, Lu Ming put down the marker, smiling calmly. It seemed that the perspectives in the gaming circle were indeed the same. This choice of turn-based would surely attract criticism. "Everyone, I know you may not understand, but this is precisely our opportunity." He continued, "Think about it, all the Xianxia RPGs on the market are the same, with real-time combat and flashy effects. Players are already experiencing aesthetic fatigue. By adopting a turn-based system, we can go against the trend and capture the nostalgic players and those who enjoy strategic gameplay." Looking at Zhao Qiliang, he said, "Qiliang, you've worked on the Legend of the Heroes. You know the core of Xianxia games is not the effects, but the immersion. In our game, players start as mortals and gradually cultivate through wisdom and effort. Isn't that more engaging than those who start with SSR rewards? As for turn-based combat, while it is simple, adding social elements and strategic gameplay in an online environment can still be captivating." Zhao Qiliang furrowed his brows, squinting at Lu Ming for a moment, trying to comprehend how the current boss Lu had managed to develop Runaway Simulator back then. The depth of these two games is clearly different. "Boss Lu, your argument has some validity, but will players really buy into this? Turn-based systems have already been eliminated from the market. Isn't this a bit too risky?" "Qiliang, trust me. This project may seem strange, but the market is lacking in unique offerings. We at Whale Leap are a small company, but we have the flexibility that comes with being small. You are all experts, and I will leave all technical matters to you. Do it however you see fit, and for the planning aspect, trust me." Lu Ming paused for a moment and turned to say, "I'll go take care of something else. Since you all just arrived today, you can take some time to rest. We'll officially start work tomorrow." As Lu Ming left, he left behind a room full of puzzled faces. Zhao Qiliang and the others stared at the whiteboard, confusion written all over their expressions. But the contract was signed, and with salaries doubled, they had no way back. Zhou Bowen leaned over from his workstation, smiling, and said, "Everyone, don't underestimate Boss Lu's project. He has his own unique understanding of game development. Runaway Simulator was also absurd, yet it became a hit. Boss Lu's mind works differently than ours. Following him might just lead to great success. This is how our small company operates. Zhao Qiliang frowned, glancing at Zhou Bowen, saying unique understanding. This approach sounds a bit like gambling. The small companies I've encountered before didn't operate this way. Li Feng added, what can we do? The contract has been signed, we have to proceed, but why do I feel a bit anxious? Gu Xiangqiu said, we have to work regardless of our anxieties. The salary isn't free. Wang Chong added, let's make the best of it. Even if it doesn't work out, we still have our salaries, which isn't a loss. Though unease lingered in their eyes, holding the contracts gave them some reassurance. Oh, as long as the salary was secure, even if they failed, they wouldn't be at a loss. In the small office, the meeting had just concluded, and Zhao Qiliang was still lost in thought, staring at the words Xinxia RPG and turn-based on the whiteboard, his eyes filled with confusion. After Lu Ming left the room, fell silent for a moment, only the unique interpretation from Zhou Bowen echoed in his ears. Zhao Qiliang furrowed his brow, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the table, feeling that something was amiss. After all, he had just arrived, and he did not want Jingwei to head in the wrong direction. Thinking of this, he stood up and softly said to Li Feng and the others, you all continue chatting, I will go find General Lu to clarify things. In the office, Lu Ming looked at the approaching Zhao Qiliang. Qiliang, what's the matter? Is there a problem? Lu Ming paused, seemingly anticipating what Zhao Qiliang was about to say. You understand technology, I understand the market. Using turn-based mechanics to attract nostalgic and strategic players will definitely work. Zhao Qiliang looked at Lu Ming, remaining silent for a moment, but still somewhat puzzled. General Lu, what you're saying sounds reasonable, but I still feel like something is missing. He hesitated for a moment, his expression firm. General Lu, do you know why Tinkus games can quickly become popular right after their release? Is it because of extensive promotion? Large scale? Good design? Lu Ming replied. Zhao Qiliang shook his head, his expression resolute, saying, General Lu, that's one of the reasons, but the most important factor is the platform. You know about the Steam platform, right? Tengxiu has investment, and games launched have built-in traffic. Our Xiaozhuan became popular back then. Because of this, even before the game was launched, we already had a huge user base, just from platform reservations. This is the role of the platform. With this platform, Tengxiu not only has a large share, but also possesses a natural traffic advantage, which is a major reason many other game companies can't compete with them. Listening to Zhao Qiliang's words, Lu Ming's eyes lit up immediately. No wonder he came from a big company, he truly had insight. Are you suggesting we should also create our own platform? Huh? Zhao Qiliang was taken aback. No, what I mean is, General Lu, you need to recognize the gap between us and Tengxiu. They can do this because they have platform support. When did I ever say we should create a platform? Opposite him, Lu Ming stood up, pacing the room, his tone filled with excitement. Tengxiu has the Steam platform. We can build our own platform too. Jingwei is still small at this stage. We can start with a lightweight platform, launch the Xinxia game first, and then gradually attract other games to join. Once we have traffic, players will naturally come. Qiliang, this idea of yours is truly brilliant. Seeing Lu Ming's reaction, Zhao Qiliang was stunned for a moment before speaking. General Lu, are you suggesting our company is going to build a platform? Isn't this a bit too fast? Building a platform requires a lot of money. Servers, promotion, maintenance, these all incur costs. Moreover, we don't even have a game yet. Lu Ming waved his hand. What do you mean, no traffic? Qiliang, you just got here and don't know yet. We previously conducted a survey on Running Simulator and provided many players with closed beta qualifications. At that time, we can directly push the platform access to them. And we'll start small. We can create a lightweight client which won't cost much. Just a few $100,000 will suffice. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled, clearly finding the idea appealing. People from big companies indeed have a different perspective. Building a platform is much more cost-effective than developing a game. Games are short-term sales, platforms are long-term businesses. Eventually, we can promote ads on our platform with some outrageous designs. Being criticized is just part of the deal. Game developers tend to be very temperamental. Moreover, how many players are behind a game? As long as someone wants to play a game, they have to keep using our platform. A single person's capability is limited. By then, any complaints will be directed at our platform. This line of thought is unbeatable. Zhao Qiliang looked at Lu Ming for a long time, feeling that things were developing in a rather unorthodox direction. So many game companies have claimed they want to create platforms, but up until now, the hottest one is still the Steam platform. Boss, a lightweight platform sounds feasible, but the risks are still significant. What if the game fails? Wouldn't the platform also be rendered useless? Moreover, I've seen the download numbers for the previous Running Simulator. It was just over 6,000. Assuming half of those players come to our new game, that would only amount to 3,000 players, which is far from enough for both the platform and the game. Zhao Qiliang clearly had a broader perspective and was more sensitive to data and traffic. Lu Ming patted Zhao Qiliang's shoulder, his tone firm. Don't worry. Trust me. The game won't fail, and you don't have to worry about money. I have additional sources of funding, so rest assured. Looking at Lu Ming across from him, Zhao Qiliang felt that he had signed the contract too early. If he had first discussed the project and then signed the contract, perhaps he wouldn't be standing here today. Would this game development lead to ridicule from his peers? After sending off the still dazed Zhao Chuliang, Ming was determined to develop his own game platform and moreover to prioritize its development in April. He glanced at the moral debt value. Company name, Jingwei Game Company. Company funds 12 million. The host can withdraw 1 to personal accounts each cycle. Personal assets, 20159. Moral debt value, 21. Moral level. Moral flaw. The moral debt value was only a bit over 200, but Ming's requirements were not high. As long as it could reach 1000 points this month to gain double investment returns, that would be enough. Moreover, he could also hire a few more people this month specifically to work on the game platform and brainstorm detailed content for the turn-based game. He was all in. With that thought in mind, he immediately opened his computer, chose a highly rated headhunting company, and dialed the number. After a few rings, a professional female voice came from the other end. Hello, boss. This is Xingchen Headhunting. I'm Consultant Li Na. How may I assist you? Hello, Consultant Li. I'm from Jingwei Games, and I want to find some technical talents. After speaking, Ming sent over some of his requirements to her. I just sent you the responsibilities and detailed requirements. Moreover, my most important requirement is that they must be highly capable, and those with strong personalities can be prioritized. Li Na was taken aback for a moment, clearly having never heard such a peculiar request in her years of experience. Mr. Lu, your request is quite unique. However, I just searched our talent pool according to your requirements, and I have a candidate named Chun Hao, 32 years old, who previously worked as a technical director in a large company. He is top-notch in server architecture and platform development. But this guy has a bad temper, he clashed with higher-ups, and was eventually optimized out. He's currently unemployed at home, but I can contact him. Are you sure you want someone like that? Hearing that a suitable candidate was found so quickly, Ming laughed heartily, his eyes seemingly sparkling. Exactly the kind of person I want. Consultant Li, please act quickly, and also recommend other candidates if there are any. Li Na agreed. All right, boss Lu, I will contact him right away and get back to you with results. After hanging up the phone, Ming leaned back in his chair, smiling smugly. Hiring a maverick not only means they can work effectively, but also helps boost moral debt value. What a profitable deal. Li Na was incredibly efficient, and by the following morning she had already made a call. Mr. Lu, it's done. At first Chun Hao was reluctant, thinking that Jingwei was too small and beneath him, but once I mentioned the salary you offered, he became interested. In fact, he has been unemployed at home for a while now, so this should definitely work out. Great. Ming nodded. After signing the contract with Li Na, she immediately arranged the interview. Mr. Lu, I have sent you Chun Hao's detailed information and background check. You can familiarize yourself with it. He will come to your company for an interview at 2 o'clock this afternoon, so please prepare accordingly. All right. Please keep an eye on my other recruitment requirements as well. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Chun Hao arrived at Jingwei punctually as scheduled. He had an average build, wearing a black hoodie with his hands in his pockets. Upon entering, he glanced around the office, frowned slightly, and murmured, "This place isn't very big." Chun Hao's tone carried a hint of hesitation. After all, he was there for a job interview, and he had indeed been unemployed at home for quite some time, with his family relying on him for support. Therefore, having the opportunity to come in for an interview, he still planned to check it out. However, if the company's demands were too outrageous, Chun Hao would not agree. In the office, upon seeing Chun Hao arrive, Ming immediately stood up, speaking in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. "You must be Mr. Chun Hao. I am Ming, the owner of Jingwei. I believe the headhunter has already informed you about our company's situation. What do you think?" Chun Hao looked up at Ming, nodded, and spoke calmly. "Mr. Lu, the salary you offered is quite generous, and I have no reason to refuse. I came here today to ask what exactly we intend to do. After I join, what projects will I primarily be responsible for?" Ming smiled slightly, gesturing for Chun Hao to take a seat, casually pushing some documents aside on the table, leaning back with an air of casual expectation. "In simple terms, we are going to create our own gaming platform." Chun Hao raised an eyebrow slightly. "A gaming platform?" "Yes," Ming nodded. "Jingwei has already developed Running Simulator and is preparing new games, but I don't want to be constrained by other platforms any longer. Currently, the landscape of gaming platforms in the country is solidified, with traffic largely monopolized by major platforms. For small and medium-sized companies to launch games, the cuts are high, the rules are many, and the traffic remains in the hands of others. Rather than being at the mercy of others, we might as well create our own." Chun Hao lightly tapped the table, thought for a moment, and suddenly smiled. "Mr. Lu, you have quite the ambition. Frankly, Mr. Lu, the gaming platforms in this country are not easy to navigate. Even the successful games from Beishan Studio have never considered creating a platform. How many people do you have at Jingwei now? What do you plan to leverage to shake up the market?" Ming remained calm, looking steadily at Chun Hao. "I've seen your profile. As a technical director, server architecture and platform development are your strong suits. For now, we are not aiming to create a comprehensive platform. We will target niche markets starting with independent games and small boutique games. Most importantly, you've seen the salary and benefits I offer. I will not shortchange my core team. Moreover, with the current high cuts taken by platforms, I believe that if we can create a truly developer-friendly platform, there is definitely a market for it. Lu Ming expressed his thoughts. When conversing with capable individuals, one cannot merely discuss compensation, one must talk about ideals and challenges. The world has long suffered under platforms. If you are willing to take on this task, it sounds challenging. Additionally, technical people are drawn to this kind of narrative. Chun Hao looked at Lu Ming, his eyes flickering. He understood this. He had worked in a large company before and had been involved in the underlying architecture of gaming platforms, fully aware of how frustrating it can be for game developers. After all the hard work in developing a game, the platform does nothing and takes away 30%. What remains is for the game company to handle subsequent development and maintenance. If the game doesn't sell well, it can only result in losses. But the issue is knowing the pain points is one thing, being able to disrupt the market is another. After a moment of silence, Chun Hao spoke up. Mr. Lu, I have two questions. First, where will the users come from? If you're creating a gaming platform, there needs to be people to play it right. What about the promotion budget? What about the channels? Second, will developers really be willing to join? What reason do they have to trust that this new platform won't turn out to be just another leech like the others? Chun Hao's two questions were firm and resolute. He genuinely had his own thoughts. With so many gaming platforms, why is it that Steam is the most popular? There's a reason for that. Across the table, however, Lu Ming not only remained calm, but smiled instead. I knew you would ask these questions. Lu Ming tapped his fingers on the table. As for the user issue, I plan to leverage the traffic pool of Running Simulator. Additionally, we can use the pre-registration and incentive mechanisms of new games to attract users. Even if I have to spend money, I will ensure we have users. As for developers, Lu Ming's eyes brightened, his voice deep and powerful. Have you ever seen a platform that takes less than one in commission? Chun Hao's expression changed slightly. Are you saying? Yes, our platform's commission will not exceed one, and we can even allow outstanding independent game developers to list their games for free. Initially, we will only earn from ad revenue, allowing them to make money and encouraging them to stay. Hiss. Chun Hao took a deep breath, his fingers brushing over the surface of the table. Only taking one. Moreover, the platform would also provide traffic for the game's entry points and even editors. What difference does that make from giving it away? He admitted that this idea was incredibly bold. However, it was also extremely enticing. If the platform's commission is low enough, this project really has the potential to succeed. But then how will the company profit? Is there really such a thing as a free platform? Seeing the look in Chun Hao's eyes, Lu Ming understood what he was worried about. In Lu Ming's mind, running a platform relies on attracting players and game developers. As long as they stay on the platform and occasionally criticize him, he will naturally have income from moral debt repayment. However, he couldn't say that to Lu Ming. Don't worry, I will write in the platform's announcement that we will only take one. As long as the platform exists, this ratio will never change. Moreover, no matter how much profit your game generates, this one will never change. Chun Hao stared at Lu Ming for several seconds, then suddenly burst into laughter. All right then, Mr. Lu, since you've thought it through, let's see if we can make something happen together. Lu Ming smiled as well, extending his hand. Welcome to Jingwei. Chun Hao reached out and shook hands with him, grinning. Mr. Lu, just call me Haozi from now on. Looking at Chun Hao in front of him, Lu Ming was also pleased. Haozi, I still hope you can regain that rebellious spirit you had before. 2 days later, Lu Ming, through Li Na, recruited several technical talents. After paying the commission and completing the interviews, Jingwei officially entered the platform development preparation stage. Lu Ming arrived at the company early in the morning, holding a cup of instant coffee. He stood in front of the whiteboard, writing down the name of the platform he had thought about all night: Deep Blue Gaming Platform. Jingwei yearns for the ocean, and the ocean is deep blue. Looking at the name he had chosen, Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. He took a sip of coffee and called out to Lin Xiaoxiao outside the office. Xiaoxiao, gather everyone in for a morning meeting. We need to assign some tasks. Before long, the meeting room was packed with people. Zhao Qiliang sat with Li Fenggu, Xiangqiu, and Wang Chong on one side, while Chun Hao and a few newcomers leaned against the wall on the other side, calmly observing the others. Lin Xiaoxiao, Zhou Bo, and Su Xianwan and other veteran employees squeezed in at the back, and the atmosphere was a bit lively yet tense. Lu Ming stood in front of the whiteboard, clapped his hands, and spoke with grandiosity. Everyone, our company is growing rapidly, and the recruitment work has officially concluded. So today is a big day. Our company is officially launching 2 projects, pursuing both concurrently. After speaking, Lu Ming turned to Chun Hao. Haozi, you will be responsible for platform development, specifically this Deep Blue gaming platform. Initially, I will provide you with a budget of 1 million. You have full authority over the technical aspects. Do whatever you see fit. My only requirement is to get the platform up and running as soon as possible, As for the game editor, take your time and optimize it gradually. What do you think? Do you have any input on this timeline? Chunhao nodded. The timing is fine. If the editor isn't urgent, the platform can be completed quickly. Chunhao spoke the truth. Developing the platform wasn't difficult, but recruiting people and creating the game editor posed the real challenges. The purpose of the game editor is to allow every game developer to create suitable games using the editor, which includes various art resources, level design, and general scene functionalities. So this task is still quite challenging. No worries, just build the platform framework. First of our new games will go live directly on Deep Blue. After speaking, Lu Ming's gaze shifted to Zhao Qiliang. Qiliang, you will lead the team responsible for developing the new game. I won't say much more, though I'll discuss the game framework with you all shortly. Zhao Qiliang quietly agreed. President Lu Im, still a bit unsure about the turn-based RPG, but since you've decided, we will proceed. This month is tight, so I'll start assigning tasks today to aim for an early demonstration. Sure. I've already thought through the details. Xiao, make sure to provide everyone with the necessary support. Understood, President Lu. In the meeting room, Zhou Bowen and Lin Xiao exchanged glances, both filled with excitement. The company was getting better and better. On one hand, the Deep Blue gaming platform hastened its development, setting up servers, developing payment systems, and optimizing interfaces. On the other hand, the new games advanced simultaneously, with programmers and artists working together at full speed. The rhythm was becoming increasingly organized. After Chunhao left, Lu Ming looked at Zhao Qiliang's development team, then pulled up the game planning PPT he had meticulously prepared. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ming revealed an unsettling smile before pressing the next page of the PPT. On the projector screen, a weary-looking little figure stood in front of a dilapidated mountain gate, with a misty fairy mountain in the background. Above the figure's head floated several large characters. Pay to win cultivation. Zhao Qiliang. Development team. Everyone exchanged confused glances, falling into a long-lost state of bewilderment. Lu Ming cleared his throat and stated with conviction, everyone, from the name, it's clear that Pay to Win Cultivation is a game centered around the theme of cultivation. But unlike those trash games on the market, our core gameplay revolves around just one word: recharge. With the next slide, a row of dazzling golden characters appeared on the screen. Breath, charges, time, fees, NPC panhandling. Zhao Qiliang's eyelids twitched violently, struggling to contain his shock. President Lu, are you serious? Lu Ming clapped his hands. Of course, I'm always serious. Lu Ming continued to the next slide, where appeared a draft he had drawn showing what appeared to be a normal game main interface, but all the details were clearly off. Character info: name mortal. A renaming requires 1 spirit stone. Realm chi. Refining level 1 realm upgrade. Requires 2 spirit stones. Lifespan 23 years. Extending lifespan by 1 year. 5 spirit stones. Chi 3 days. Left extra breath. For 1 day, 1 spirit stone. Zhao Qiliang. This unprecedented spirit stone system. If his guess was correct, these spirit stones wouldn't be easy to obtain, would they? Could it really be, as President Lu mentioned, requiring recharges? Lu Ming, look, this is the basic system of the game. From the very beginning, we need to make it clear to players cultivation requires spending money. Lu Ming continued his explanation, pressing the next slide to elaborate on the core gameplay. In Pay to Win Cultivation, every breath will consume spirit stones. This is easy to understand. In cultivation, one absorbs celestial energy. Once a character runs out of spirit stones, they will suffer a decline in cultivation due to depleted spiritual energy. Zhao Qiliang's corner of the mouth twitched. President Lu. So players have to keep recharging as soon as they enter the game. Lu Ming nodded yes. Where in the cultivation world is there free air? You all know that most ordinary cultivation games are idle cultivation. I detest this idle mode the most, so here it will be different. Cultivation requires time charges. Chi refinement stage, daily deduction of 1 spirit stone. Foundation establishment stage, daily deduction of 10 spirit stones. Nascent soul stage, daily deduction of 100 spirit stones. True cultivation involves battling against the heavens and oneself. In terms of law, partners, wealth, and land, which can be without money. Hearing Lu Ming say this, Zhao Qiliang was at a loss for words. So you still dare to say that idle cultivation games are trash? Will anyone really play this game when it's released? Even if someone does play, how much backlash would there be? Zhao Qiliang was somewhat worried about his career prospects, even feeling that he should quickly adopt a pseudonym in case players found out he was the developer of this game under his real name. Previously, he was concerned that his development of this game would be looked down upon by peers, but now he was even more worried about being confronted by players. What was Boss Lu thinking? If he had known, he would have done more research. On stage, Lu Ming showed no signs of stopping. Finally, after entering a sect, NPCs will actively ask players for money. If it's a more powerful sect, the entry requirement might be set at V50 to unlock the qualification. I've already thought through these dialogues. You can directly refer to them when the time comes. After flipping the page, the screen revealed the reference dialogue set by Lu Ming. Sect Senior Junior Brother, I recently don't have enough spirit stones to pay the sect's offerings. Could you lend me some? Sect Elder, I see that you have great talent. I am willing to take you as my disciple, but first you need to pay 3 spirit stones for tuition. Sect announcement: Player XX has been expelled from the sect for unpaid fees and is now a rogue cultivator. May all fellow Taoists take heed. Without spirit stones, you can forget about entering the sect. Once these words were spoken, the entire meeting room fell silent. Everyone was pondering a question: will anyone really play this game? Zhao Qiliang finally couldn't hold back. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and after following Lu Ming for a while, he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. President Lu, isn't this a bit too dark? Lu Ming was taken aback, a look of confusion appearing on his face. Black. He shook his head seriously, his tone calm, yet resolute. Qiliang, you're thinking too simply. Just look at those game models in the market where free items come with charges. They are the real criminals. Zhao Qiliang still had his own thoughts. President Lu, back when I was working on The Legend of the Odd Heroes, it was a genuine fairy tale with flying swords, magical treasures, and spirit beasts. Players were willing to spend money because they enjoyed the experience. But your pay-to-play cultivation charges for breathing, billing by the second. This isn't cultivation, it's playing with life. Players would be polite just to come to our company and curse at us. That's great. Lu Ming almost revealed his inner thoughts, having set up so many charging modes just to hear players curse at him a little. Besides those flying swords, magical treasures, and spirit beasts you mentioned, we can do those too. And we need to make them even better. Lu Ming clicked on the PPT, and the draft concept he created appeared on the screen, showing a player in a flowing robe riding on a dazzling golden flying sword, soaring through the air with unmatched grace. But upon closer inspection, the sword's hilt was inscribed with a small phrase: free trial for 30 seconds, automatically falls after time expires. The development team. We need to let players experience real freedom in cultivation. Like those cultivation games where you buy a flying sword once and use it for a lifetime, there's no sense of experience whatsoever. But we are different. Flying swords will be graded. The better the flying sword, the more spirit stones deducted per minute. Zhao Qiliang's mouth twitched again. President Lu, isn't this just another trick to make players spend money? And I feel like it's quite similar to the shared bicycles we ride. Wrong. Lu Ming corrected seriously. Shared bicycles are capital exploitation while we are cultivating. Flying swords are the top luxury. How can we let players use them for free? To soar freely, you must spend heavily. Having flying swords alone isn't enough. We need a true magical treasure system. These magical treasures need to be visually appealing. They must be flashy. Xiaowan, you must pay attention to this. The game's art design is crucial. You can ask Qiliang more, he has experience. Understood, President Lu. Su Xiaowan nodded earnestly. After Lu Ming's introduction, she felt like her tasks were numerous. By the way, if the pricing for this magical treasure is too high, we can also offer a rental service. Saying this, Lu Ming pulled up his own ideas. Here's a rough concept for the rental model: 9 nether soul devouring blade, exclusive magical treasure, rental price, 100 spirit stone, estimate no refunds for early returns. If not returned after 1 hour, it automatically triggers the karma backlash buff, causing health loss every second until death. We want ordinary people to experience the rights to this exclusive magical treasure. But the premise is that you must have money. Additionally, we need to establish a spirit beast pet system. Of course, if they can't afford to feed the spirit beasts for a long time, the beasts might even retaliate against the players, killing their characters. In this way, players will develop a strong dependence on nurturing, making it hard for them to stop. Zhao Qiliang. He couldn't help but feel a bit of resentment towards Lu Ming in his heart. Don't you have any tasks that don't involve spending money? Zhao Qiliang really couldn't hold back anymore. After listening to so much, he felt that the PPT was filled with just 2 words: spend money. Is this still the boss who only charges 1 for building the platform? You actually look for ways to charge in the game. Lu Ming looked at Zhao Qiliang approvingly. Too well understood, knowing I have other elements. Of course, just charging isn't enough. We need to have true grand spectacles. Sect wars. A game relying solely on these charging mechanics will definitely not suffice. Cultivation games need to be exhilarating. They need to be thrilling. Pausing for a moment, Lu Ming looked at everyone and continued. Imagine a scene like this. Several major sects confronting each other, the sky splitting open, thunder clashing, thousands of cultivators soaring into the sky, magical treasures flying everywhere, sword chi crisscrossing like a battle of celestial beings. This is true cultivation. Zhao Qiliang felt his scalp tingle. But President Lu, didn't you say we are a turn-based game? Hearing Zhao Qiliang's question, the others suddenly woke up. Yes, didn't you say it's turn-based? You're making it so grand, I almost believed it. Yes, we are a turn-based game, but who says turn-based must mean stationary combat? You guys have fixed your thinking. Our type of turn-based gameplay will take place on the basis of an action point system. Each cultivator's actions will no longer follow a fixed order, but will consume action points instead of different skills, magical treasures, and even movements will consume action points. Moreover, characters should be able to adjust their positions in battle scenarios such as dodging major attacks or seizing high ground. Players can freely choose whether to attack, dodge, or charge a powerful blow. Additionally, the entire combat system needs to change. Battles must be filled with strategy. For example, lightning spells are stronger in water. Standing on high ground increases sword chi power, but also makes you more vulnerable to lightning strikes. In this way, combat will no longer be about standing still and trading stats, but rather about strategy, reflexes, and combinations. Lu Ming said confidently, players must think in every battle instead of just staring at stats piling up. Of course, the most crucial point is that damaged magical treasures or structures in battle need to be compensated and repaired still using spirit stones. So you must balance this charging system. This transaction system must not collapse. In the conference room, all members of the development team fell silent. Their expressions changed from shock to admiration, then to helplessness. President Lu spoke so much, yet it still revolved around spending money. Only Zhao Qiliang's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light. Excluding the outrageous spending behaviors, President Lu mentioned this game seems to have a hint of playability, provided the players are wealthy enough. Zhao Qiliang's mouth slightly opened, staring blankly at Lu Ming. Then, President Lu, besides spending money, can we increase some channels for players to earn spirit stones themselves? Lu Ming raised his eyebrows at this. Zhao Qiliang had a point. He couldn't just obliterate free players. After all, no matter where you go, the number of free players is the highest. If these people enter the game only to find so many ways to spend money, and the gap becomes so apparent, wouldn't that lead to opportunities for him to be cursed at? Thinking of this, Lu Ming looked at Zhao Qiliang. You're right. We can't only let players spend money, we need to give them some hope, at least let them feel they can get something for free. Okay, you can research the specific gameplay for this. Just make sure you manage the game's pacing. Zhao Qiliang took a deep breath, completely adjusting his mindset. Got it, President Lu. Having said all that I have already advised, felt frustrated, and signed the contract. Even if the game fails, and there's no profit share, I still earn a decent amount each month. Let's get to work. Days later, the sound of keyboards and discussions echoed throughout the Whale Jump Company. Since Lu Ming announced the simultaneous development of Krypton Life Cultivation and the Deep Blue gaming platform, the company had fully entered an intense development mode. In the art department, Gu Xianqiu and Su Xianwan sat side by side at their workstations, gazing at the characters on the computer screen, pointing and sketching. Wow, such a handsome character. No matter how you look at it, he's definitely a genius of the sword path. Su Xianwan hummed a tune, while secretly adding a touch of ethereal grace to the male protagonist's model. To create this aura, she invested considerable effort, meticulously adjusting the character's gaze and the folds of the clothing. Simply perfect. Su Xianwan looked at the character on the screen with satisfaction and couldn't help but give herself a thumbs up. Beside her, Gu Xianqiu nodded repeatedly. Xianwan, your understanding of this character is spot on. I believe everyone will definitely choose this one. Su Xianwan smiled and prepared to submit the model when a familiar voice suddenly came from behind Xianwan. Wait. She turned around abruptly and saw Lu Ming standing behind her, arms crossed, staring critically at the character model on the screen. What is this? Lu Ming pointed at the dashing male protagonist, his brow slightly furrowed. Su Xianwan shrank her neck, feeling guilty, and said softly, it's the character modeling. He pointed at the handsome figure, his tone contemplative. How long did it take you to draw this? 4, 5 days perhaps. Lu Ming shook his head. It looks good, but it takes too long. Su Xianwan, still immersed in her fantasy of a sword path genius, was caught off guard by Lu Ming's words. Too long. Su Xianwan paused, looking at Lu Ming in confusion. What's wrong with spending 4 or 5 days on such a handsome character? Mr. Lu, character modeling inherently requires time. This is already the most optimized process I could manage. Nearby, Gu Xianqiu couldn't help but nod in agreement. Exactly, Mr. Lu. Our art department follows a quality-oriented approach. Modeling emphasizes detail, refinement. We can't just slap something together. In design, the worst fear is having a leader without aesthetic sense. Requirements like colorful chaos, large frameworks, and abundant content are just absurd. Gu Xianqiu silently prayed that Mr. Lu wouldn't be too unreasonable. Behind her, Lu Ming paused, turning to look at Gu Xianqiu and Su Xianwan, his voice rising. 5 days for one character is just too long. For us now, efficiency is key. Lu Ming said seriously. Do you know how long it normally takes to create a character illustration and model in the mobile game industry? Su Xianwan and Gu Xianqiu exchanged glances, tentatively asking 3 days. Wrong. 1 day. The entire art department fell silent. They all doubted whether they had misheard. 1 day. Where would their dignity go? This is impossible. Su Xiaonuan instinctively retorted one day is simply not enough to produce high-quality modeling. Lu Ming patted her shoulder, smiling knowingly. Xiaonuan, you're still young. There are some industry-black technologies you're not yet familiar with. Xiangqiu, you should actually understand this. You've been in the industry for a long time. How can you not take this into account? Gu Xiangqiu's eyes widened. What are you talking about? I haven't hidden anything. Lu Ming directly walked over to an empty computer, searched for a moment, and soon a bunch of screenshots from well-known cultivation games appeared on the screen. Look at the character designs of these games. Lu Ming pointed at the screen. These characters have undergone market validation. Each character's artistic style, color scheme, and illustrations are all beloved by players. Therefore, we have no need to create a new character from scratch. What you need to do is draw inspiration. Inspiration? Su Xiaonuan couldn't help but frown. How do we draw inspiration? Lu Ming replied confidently, it's simple. Learn from their styles, make slight adjustments, like hairstyles, clothing, and colors. Then change the background, create a new face, and voila, a brand new character is born. After Lu Ming finished speaking, the two exchanged a glance, their lips twitching slightly. Mr. Lu, isn't this just copying? Copying? What copying? This is artistic borrowing, style referencing, and industry fusion innovation. This is a meeting of minds. Lu Ming earnestly corrected. You must learn to make reasonable use of excellent materials available in the market, understand their artistic concepts, and then create a slightly different version. This not only saves costs, but also improves artistic efficiency. Got it. This is standardized learning in our industry. It optimizes production processes. The art department members fell into collective silence. They understood, but their professional ethics wouldn't allow it. No wonder, Lu Ming said. Gu Xiangqiu should understand, as she indeed did, but it had been a long time since she operated like this. This is soulless. Her dream was to create independent games, but now she was being asked to copy and paste. Wasn't this a step back? After 10 years of artistic foundation, am I reduced to a mere laborer? Gu Xiangqiu felt her heart shatter, and her gaze towards Lu Ming carried a bit more dissent. Su Xiaonuan and Gu Xiangqiu's expressions were complex, as if they had just undergone a moral and realistic struggle. We are artists, we are designers, we are dreamers. When they entered the gaming industry, they were driven by the dream of creating unique and astonishing artistic works, not to become mere copycat artists. But now, they stared at the familiar character designs on Lu Ming's screen, then at Lu Ming's face, which seemed to take it all for granted. 1,000 pa rose in their hearts, but couldn't escape their lips. It really is much faster. Su Xiaonuan murmured quietly. However, reality was more persuasive than dreams. They needed to survive. They needed to eat. They needed to get paid. Moreover, this was the boss requirement, and the current project was indeed very tight. If they made slight adjustments, increasing the proportion of originality just a bit shouldn't be a big problem. After a moment, Gu Xiangqiu sighed deeply, her professional ethics ruthlessly shattered by reality. Mr. Lu, you really understand the market too well, she said through gritted teeth. Although Su Xiaonuan felt inner resistance, seeing Gu Xiangqiu lower her head, the last shred of her stubbornness was also torn apart. Anyway, there are plenty of companies doing it this way. They are not the only ones. Then, they'll give it a try. Su Xiaonuan said softly, feeling as if she had opened a whole new door. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction, observing the two's compromise with great appreciation. Plagiarism is undoubtedly unethical, but the line between inspiration and design is inherently blurred. Moreover, he wasn't asking the two to copy outright. Who in design doesn't use a template? Making optimizations and modifications based on the original work is clearly much faster, and even if, for argument's sake, players criticize the design for lacking originality, wouldn't that still meet Lu Ming's requirements? Alright, since you all agree, let's get started. Lu Ming picked up the mouse and skillfully opened several art resource libraries for cultivation mobile games, pointing at the characters on the screen with a proud expression, and said, "Look at this character's hair, isn't it flowing? Then the color scheme of this outfit with red and black intertwined, doesn't it give off a vibe of a demonic sword cultivator? We can change this character's red outfit to blue, make the hair a bit longer, switch the weapon, and then Yu Xiaonuan can optimize this part a little more. Look, if we do it this way, won't a brand new character be born? And all the resources in here that can be commercially used, just contact the original authors to buy them. Where money is needed, spend it. Designers can't just rely on a few memberships to get by." Su Xiaonuan and Gu Xiangqiu. They felt themselves falling into a trap, even vaguely thinking. It actually seemed pretty fast. Moreover, it seemed that Lu didn't break any laws, even encouraging them to contact the original authors to buy resources. This was much more refined than the pure plagiarism they encountered before. It's just that there was no originality, but Gu Xiangqiu felt much better about her conscience. Su Xiaonuan tried moving her hands, making simple adjustments to Lu Ming's skin-changing proposal. In just half an hour, she was astonished to find that the character had been completely transformed. And surprisingly, there was no sense of incongruity. Su Xianwan stared blankly at the screen, her heart in turmoil. She discovered that the character she had designed after a little optimization was surprisingly more in line with the mainstream market aesthetics. Is this the power of skin changing? No wonder so many manufacturers are doing this now. Gu Xianqiu had already entered a familiar workflow. This isn't the power of skin changing, it's the power of capital. Her early work experience awakened again. After all, she had worked in a big company and was obviously more adept at this area. Thus, under Gu Xianqiu's efficient guidance, the art department's skin-changing designs surged with new characters, new treasures, and new spirit beasts being produced rapidly, like an assembly line. Players might never know that the Sword Path Genius character they solemnly chose could be the twin brother of a demonic lord from a neighboring game. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that Killing for Immortality was advancing at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming was very satisfied with the art team's efficient skin-changing results. Watching them gradually adapt to this efficient creative work style, he secretly nodded in approval. This is what qualified art should be: market demand first, efficiency foremost. But the game wasn't just about art. The progress from the programming and planning sides was equally important, so Lu Ming directly turned to the game development team next door. He stood behind Zhao Qiliang and looked up at the screen, which was filled with dense lines of code and tables. Lu Ming walked over and patted Zhou Bowen's shoulder. "How's the progress, Bowen?" Zhou Bowen rubbed his face, turned to look at Lu Ming. "Boss Lu, we're working on it. We've already added the forms of recharge deductions you mentioned before." Then Zhou Bowen pointed at the game data table on the screen and began to report the latest progress, stealing glances at Lu Ming's expression as he explained. Sure enough, as he listened, Lu Ming's brow furrowed. "Bowen, these values still need adjustments. Look, your success rate for transcending tribulation is only 3. Isn't that too low?" Zhou Bowen's heart tightened, wanting to explain, but Lu Ming already added, "Therefore, we need to provide them with a compensation mechanism. After players fail transcending tribulation, they can pay to purchase a fate modification talisman, each one increasing the success rate by 5 up to a maximum of 20. 20. Boss Lu, doesn't that mean 100? Exactly, why can't it be 100 if they have the money?" Zhou Bowen suddenly understood he had been too cautious. April swept by like a gust of wind, and before long, it was the end of the month. Since the two projects went live, the progress of Whale Leap had been accelerated as if fast-forwarded, making the project team feel overwhelmed. Moreover, they had been working overtime a lot. Although with Lin Xiaoxiao around, everyone's overtime situation was being tracked, the company couldn't help but have many opinions about Lu Ming. Such high-intensity development naturally involved a lot of money burning. Server rentals, outsourced art programming, overtime fees, post-production guarantees. Lu Ming approved budgets every day without batting an eye. In just 1 month, the company's funds had consumed nearly 2 million, but fortunately the core gameplay of Killing for Immortality had basically been finalized, just waiting for subsequent testing and optimization. Lu Ming stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the office, glanced at his system panel, and revealed a satisfied smile. The moral debt had increased. Company name: Whale Leap Game Company. Company funds 3870 yuan. The host can withdraw 1 to their personal account per cycle. Personal assets 18263 yuan. Moral debt value 983. Moral level: moral flaw. Looking at the debt value of over 900, Lu Ming's heart was filled with a long-lost sense of pleasure, as he had made many people uncomfortable during this time. Moreover, now there were only a few points left to reach 1,000. With a little more effort, he could soon break the 1,000. Thinking of this, Lu Ming immediately headed towards the art team. One shouldn't be too smooth. The settlement was in 2 days. He had to seize the opportunity and act quickly. And the art team was the best choice. After all, Lu Ming knew that among all the departments in the company, the art team had the most opinions about him. At this moment, Gu Xianqiu and Su Xianwan from the art team were staring at the new character on the screen, a hint of fatigue in their eyes, but also a sense of accomplishment. Through frenzied skin changing and optimization, they had finally optimized several major game characters to perfection: the white-robed hero, the red-clothed witch, and the genius sword cultivator, each conforming to the mainstream market aesthetics, their appeal maximized. But just then Lu Ming walked in, causing the hearts of the art team members to tighten. Sure enough, Lu Ming spoke, his tone carrying a hint of laziness. "Your characters lack diversity." Su Xianwan. "Gu Xianqiu, what do you mean by lacking diversity?" Lu Ming said as a matter of course. "Look at this female character, she's so beautiful, but what's the use? Players want a continuous sense of novelty." Su Xianwan couldn't help but frown. "We've already tried our best to cater to market demand." Lu Ming nodded. "Yes, she's indeed very beautiful, so we need to make them want to possess her, but also keep them anticipating." Then he pointed at the red-clothed witch on the screen, speaking seriously. "For this character, you can add a charm value setting in the modeling." Su Xianwan. "Charm value. Lu Ming confidently nodded. Exactly. The more revealing the outfit, the higher the attack power. So you need to design several outfits for this character, allowing players to switch continuously. Gu Xianxiu was stunned. Boss Lu, what kind of absurd design is this? Are you a modified planner? You should have said this earlier. We just finished drawing. Lu Ming smiled. I've been too busy lately. I didn't have a chance to say it. We have to respect the market. For user experience, the necessary changes still need to be made. Su Xianyuan's lips twitched. So, Boss Lu, should I work overtime to make changes today? Lu Ming nodded. No need to work overtime, just make sure to deliver the project by tomorrow morning. Su Xianyuan was speechless. Doesn't that still mean she has to work overtime? Although the company pays well for overtime, this experience of constant revisions was truly unpleasant. The art team has broken down. 2 days later, Lu Ming returned to the office. Sitting in his chair, he contentedly opened the system panel. Moral debt value, 1263. The debt value has officially surpassed 1,000. Lu Ming felt gratified. The design industry is indeed the place with the greatest grievances. Leaning back in his chair, he leisurely sipped his coffee, pondering what 1,000 points of debt meant. It meant that he would soon trigger the reward mechanism of the system and receive a double return on his investment. In simple terms, the money he had spent would come back to him doubled. This time it was a guaranteed profit. Moreover, it would all be deposited into his account. With that thought, Lu Ming felt elated and immediately began the settlement. Ding! Detected the end of the current cycle settling in progress. Lu Ming skillfully opened the system, his gaze calm. This time he did not repeat the mistakes of the last time. Throughout this entire cycle, he had been actively engaging in wicked deeds, harvesting grievances faster than a scythe. Moreover, it was all done within his own company. Lu Ming was not greedy at all. He had been stationed at the company all day, staring at the screen with anticipation. Company name: Whale, Leap Game Company. Company funds 3600 yuan. Detected moral level has risen. The host can withdraw 2 to their personal account during this cycle. Personal assets 1711 yuan. Moral debt value 1265. Moral level, human nature decline. Reward mechanism triggered this cycle. Return multiplier 2x. Cash return for this cycle 4160 yuan. Next settlement cycle 1 month later. 1 second later, nearly 4 million had directly appeared in Lu Ming's account. Moreover, it was all deposited into his account. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth lifted slightly, his face filled with the satisfaction of a successful settlement. The last settlement was wasted because of a backstab from players, and the moral debt value did not exceed 1,000, leaving him feeling frustrated for a long time. This time he learned his lesson, executing a series of bold maneuvers, directly focusing on a group of his employees to force the debt value over 1,000. At that moment, he knew he was secure. And sure enough, the money really came. It was just a pity for a few departments in the company. Lu Ming was grinning from ear to ear, his eyes filled with deep satisfaction as he gazed at the 4 million in his account, lost in brief contemplation. What a relief. How should he spend it? The answer was simple. He certainly needed to keep it to double again. This was merely 4 million, not even enough to buy a house in the Magic City. It still needed to be invested in the company's operations. Having determined the direction, Lu Ming felt great and picked up his phone to send a message to Lin Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, let everyone leave work early this afternoon. Let's have a lunch gathering. Everyone has worked hard during this time. Additionally, tell Old Wang to distribute a sudden bonus of 10,000 to everyone. After all, the employees had suffered so much, he had to comfort them, or else if they decided to quit, what would he do? Being a boss isn't easy. At noon, all members of Whale Leap Game Company were urgently summoned to a high-end restaurant. Everyone sat in the private room looking bewildered. The art team and the programming team exchanged confused glances. Wait, we've been exploited so severely lately, why suddenly a gathering? Right? Is this a last meal before execution? No way, it can't be that extravagant before execution. This is a restaurant with an average cost of over 1,000. I feel a bit anxious. Should I secretly submit my resume again? Having a gathering at the beginning of the month, could it be that the company is running out of money? Hearing the discussions, Old Wang felt a bit nervous. He knew how much money was left in the company account. There indeed wasn't much left. Moreover, the investments during this period had increased, and it was already tight. Yet, just before the meal, he received notice to distribute a bonus of 10,000 to each employee. Once distributed, the company account would be completely drained. This couldn't be severance pay. With that thought, Old Wang fell silent, not daring to speak up. Just then, as everyone was discussing, Lu Ming walked in with leisurely steps, followed by Lin Xiaoxiao. Everyone has worked hard during this time. Let's gather for a meal today and relax. He walked to the main seat and looked around. Why isn't anyone eating? Is the food not to your liking? Everyone, how could we dare? They were just afraid that after this meal they would have to go to the talent market. However, Lu Ming's smile appeared genuinely sincere, completely unlike someone planning to flee. This left everyone even more puzzled. Lin Xiaoxiao coughed lightly and directly revealed her phone. Just now, President Liu said that everyone has worked hard during this time, and he has also given each person a sudden bonus of 10,000 yuan. Silence. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. Then what the hell? Money? Am I dreaming? Sudden bonus, why does that sound so unfamiliar? President Liu, you've changed. You are no longer that capitalist who forced us to plagiarize and work overtime. The art team member Su Xiaonuan was teary-eyed. Woo, President Liu, although you exploited us, you are truly much better than those heartless bosses. President Liu, if you had done this earlier, we wouldn't have to refresh our resumes every day. From confusion to shock to ecstasy, the entire process took no more than 30 seconds. The whole private room instantly transformed into a large praise gathering. Lu Ming watched the expressions of everyone and glanced at his rapidly declining moral debt value, feeling relieved that he had postponed the money distribution until May, right after the settlement. He certainly knew that giving money was a good thing, but the problem was as long as he worked a bit harder this month, the 10,000 he gave out would soon return to him as 20,000. This is the joy of capitalism. Exploiting their souls, then giving a little charity can lead to self-betrayal of humanity. This 10,000 yuan can't buy hearts, but it can buy a brief loyalty from a group of employees. Once everyone gets used to this rhythm of exploitation, charity, further exploitation, they will find themselves unable to leave this company. The scythe of capital is not just about harvesting, it is a prolonged psychological battle. This meal was very enjoyable. After the feast, someone wiped their mouth and habitually glanced at the time, frowning. It's only 1:30 in the afternoon. The project still needs a few things. How about we go back to work? Someone immediately chimed in. Yes, don't forget tomorrow's version testing. The tasks aren't finished yet. And during this period, we've been adjusting values every day. Who knows if there will be a new demand? Should we hurry back then? However, just as they were about to get up and return to work, Lu Ming suddenly spoke lightly. Hey, didn't we say we would leave work early today? Everyone can come back to work tomorrow. The work will never be finished. After everyone left with surprise and confusion, only Lu Ming, Lin Xiaoxiao, and Old Wang from finance remained in the room. Old Wang had intentionally stayed behind to mention that after distributing the bonuses, the company account was already empty. Just as he was about to speak, he received a notification with a ding from the company account. Opening his phone, he looked at the company account and suddenly felt a blackout. Wait, he widened his eyes in shock. How did the company account suddenly increase by 4 million? President Liu, the company account increased by 4 million. Lu Ming smiled slightly and replied nonchalantly, oh, I just transferred it. Old Wang's expression instantly turned more shocked than if he had seen the company go bankrupt. Mr. Liu, you transferred money into the company account. Yes. The company account should be out of money, so I replenished it. Lu Ming spoke casually, as if commenting on the pleasant weather. Old Wang felt as though he might explode. Replenish it? Did you think it was just filling up gas? Why not fill it to the brim? It felt like he was meeting Lu Ming for the first time. Oh, 4 million. Just like that, it was transferred. Anyone who could produce 4 million surely had deposits far exceeding that amount. Otherwise, who would choose to go all in like that? Is the boss wealth really that substantial? Was all that previous whining about losing money just an act? Old Wang stared at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with complexity. He wasn't clear about the boss' identity or background, and it was inappropriate to ask too much. But no matter what, the company account had more money now. At least it wouldn't go bankrupt immediately. Thinking of this, he let out a long sigh of relief and couldn't help but ask Mr. Liu, what's next? Lu Ming smiled, stood up, and patted Old Wang on the shoulder. What's next? Of course, we continue to increase our investment and burn money heavily. With the influx of funds, the development of Killing Life to cultivate immortality progressed vigorously. Before they knew it, it was already mid-May. Under Lu Ming's efficient supervision, the first playable version of Killing Life to cultivate immortality was finally completed. The entire team had practically rushed to get this prototype out, but when they saw the finished product, everyone was stunned. Wow, the artistic quality is leaps and bounds better than our previous projects. Of course, copying someone else's homework means it has to be of higher quality than the original. The skill effects are also quite good. Although outsourced, they still feel quite impressive. The most critical aspect is that the gameplay of this game is incredibly intense, isn't it? This numerical balance is simply outrageous. A normal person can't possibly play it right. Normal person? Are we making this for normal people to play? Normal people? Our target audience is the ones who spend money. The development team discussed in detail. They had already tested it, and this game was fundamentally a money-grabbing trap disguised as a cultivation experience. Any player who enjoys cultivation games would find it impossible to leave unscathed. The initial prices of $6 or $7 were just the starting fees. Without at least 100 or 80 bucks, just wait for your spiritual energy to be depleted. Alright. Lu Ming looked at the trial screen, nodding in satisfaction. Lu Ming pulled over a chair and sat down directly. Come on, Shi Liang, give me 1,000 bucks to recharge and experience it. Zhou Bowen. Lin Xiaoxiao. Su Xiaomuan couldn't help but complain, Mr. Lu, isn't it a bit ridiculous to give yourself money like this? What do you understand? Lu Ming asserted confidently. How can game developers not understand their own games? Only by experiencing it themselves can they know where adjustments are needed. Everyone fell silent. While what he said was indeed correct, they all understood that Lu Ming's idea of experiencing it personally was never about reducing spending points, but rather encouraging players to spend even more. However, who could argue with the boss? Soon the programmers skillfully operated in the background. 1,000 bucks were credited, and Lu Ming officially started the game, thus killing life, to cultivate immortality commenced. Entering the game, Lu Ming casually chose a white-clad swordsman character. After selecting his character, he suddenly found himself in a vast wilderness. Welcome to the world of cultivation, mortal. Please choose your talent. 3 options appeared before Lu Ming's spiritual root VIP exclusive requires 168 to unlock spiritual roots can be inherited. Earth spiritual root 50 aptitude requires 98 to unlock wasted spiritual root default option. Lu Ming nodded decisively, choosing the wasted spiritual root. After all, if Lu Ming's guess was correct, this would definitely be the choice of most players. And as a tester, he also wanted to experience what the majority of people would experience. Lu Ming attempted to select the wasted spiritual root, and a system prompt immediately popped up. The road of cultivation is extremely difficult. Choose wrong once, and you will suffer for life. Are you sure you want to choose the wasted spiritual root? Heavenly Tao tip: wasted spiritual roots have a 30 reduction in cultivation speed and a 50 failure rate for breakthroughs. How about spending some money, friend? Very good, it really has the right flavor. System prompts should be like this. Lu Ming unhesitatingly ignored the warning and formally entered the game. The novice guide was quick, but the game experience opened Lu Ming's eyes. You meditated for a day. Spiritual energy 10. Your spiritual energy growth is too slow. Continuous cultivation is difficult. We recommend purchasing spiritual energy pills. Lu Ming opened the shop and saw beginner spiritual energy pill 10 spirit stones, advanced spiritual energy pill 100 spirit stones, supreme spiritual energy pill 2,000 spirit stones. Alright, the 1,000 bucks he recharged before was finally useful. 1,000 bucks equated to 10,000 spirit stones. Lu Ming decisively opened the shop and directly purchased a supreme spiritual energy pill. Ding! Purchase successful. You consumed the supreme spiritual energy pill. Spiritual energy 500. Cultivation speed increased by 100. Lu Ming looked at his status bar. After consuming 1 pill, his character leveled up several times. After all, no one would directly consume a powerful supplement this early. Lu Ming decided to set aside the spiritual energy issue and test the combat system. He excitedly ran outside the novice village, ready to challenge the first monster. Wild Wolf 2nd tier. Lu Ming's character was at the 8th layer of Qi training. Theoretically, taking on a wild wolf shouldn't be a problem, right? After a while, entering the turn-based combat interface, Lu Ming's character attacked first, swinging his sword directly at the wild wolf 30. The wild wolf retaliated with a paw 50. Lu Ming. He tried hitting a few more times, only to find that his damage was pitifully low, while the wild wolf's attacks were quite violent. After some consideration, it might be due to his novice gear and not having learned any skills yet. His current means of attack was merely a normal attack, so this damage value is quite normal. Lu Ming did not choose to flee but opted to fight back. Moments later, his character's health bar was nearly empty and a system prompt popped up: you died. The cultivation world is merciless. You lost 30 of your cultivation. The death interface quickly displayed a prompt: divine weapon package, limited time, offer 98 yuan, grants 5 high-quality immortal sword with a 30 attack bonus, novice resurrection card 6 yuan, no loss of cultivation upon death. Lu Ming decisively bought the divine weapon package, and after equipping the new gear, he found his damage had finally returned to normal. Then he spent another 6 yuan on a resurrection card, just in case. Reasonable, reasonable. Lu Ming excitedly rubbed his hands, filled with delight. The idea is right, this is the right feeling. After experiencing it for about an hour, Lu Ming took a deep breath. His account balance had dropped from 1,000 yuan to over 300, losing a total of 700 yuan in just 1 hour. Lu Ming remained silent for a moment, then nodded vigorously, speaking with satisfaction. Very good. The monetization points in this game are very reasonable. This is fantastic, truly fantastic. The feeling of spending money like water is simply irresistible. This rhythm of spending money must make everyone who's tried it curse. Reasonable. Zhou Bowen, Su Xiaomuan, and others were all stunned. Looking at Lu Ming's satisfied expression, the development team felt a bit puzzled. They had already planned adjustments to the numerical values and reduced the recharge interface. They had experienced it themselves and felt a bit guilty about the level of monetization. But you are actually satisfied. Zhou Bowen murmured, Mr. Lu. You don't really think players will like this, do you? Like it? Lu Ming said decisively. Think about it, the theme of cultivation is supposed to be something only a small portion of people can succeed at. If everyone becomes an immortal, what meaning does being an immortal have? Everyone. While that statement seems valid, why did they always feel something was off? After experiencing the game, Lu Ming rubbed his hands together. The meal was already halfway prepared, and now he just had to wait for the players to sit down. Lu Ming sat in the conference room, observing the members of the development and design teams, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He had personally experienced this game, and it was filled with flaws. If it went live, he was sure to face criticism. The game development is quite good. Now what needed to be discussed was how to let players know about this game. Zhao Qi nodded. Mr. Lu, do you mean to officially start the promotion? Exactly. But we won't just do ordinary promotion. Lu Ming tapped the table. We need to make the first move and get the entire internet talking about us. I reviewed your development progress, and it seems your game will officially launch around mid-June. So we still have a month, and during this month we need to prepare for the warm-up. Lu Ming's gaze turned to Han Mimi. As the only customer service representative before and now, Han Mimi usually had little work, but during the promotion of Runaway Simulator her efforts had been impressive. Therefore Lu Ming looked at her and said, Xiao Mei, starting today, lead a marketing department responsible for the game's promotion. Han Mimi was taken aback, a bit stunned. Huh, me lead it? Yes. Lu Ming nodded. Your marketing plan for Runaway Simulator was effective, indicating your good sense for the market. Han Mimi felt a bit nervous, but thinking back to how last time with Runaway Simulator it seemed not too difficult to randomly find some platforms and promote some videos. Moreover, most importantly, everyone thought she was just customer service, but behind the scenes, she was a seasoned web novel enthusiast. Xianxia novels had always been her favorite. She was determined to complete this task seriously. So, Mr. Lu, do you have any specific requirements for this promotion? The requirements are simple. Lu Ming's lips curled upward slightly. In May, I want the name of Peito Win Xianxia to appear in the sight of all Xianxia game enthusiasts. We need to find the right target audience. We can't just randomly throw out ads. We should focus on Xianxia novels, Xianxia forums, Xianxia Tieba, especially those players who enjoy the Mortal Flow and Ascension Flow. They will definitely love this game. Xiao Mei, you will be responsible for promoting through these channels. For the promotional videos, you must put in more effort. Understood, Mr. Lu. Han Mimi nodded in agreement. The second aspect is to conduct a limited release. Bowen, didn't we previously issue some internal test qualifications? You will handle this content plus add some internal test qualification giveaways to make a bunch of players feel that getting into the game is a huge opportunity. It would be best to set up some rankings like the strongest Peito in leaderboard sect rankings, etc. Let's see who has the fastest cultivation speed and highest combat power. After hearing Lu Ming's strategy, all the members in the conference room fell silent. They initially thought that Mr. Lu was just an ordinary game boss, but unexpectedly he turned out to be a top-notch operational genius. Mr. Lu, did you major in marketing before? No. Then how do you know so much? Is there a need to know? Lu Ming replied with a smile, I have been through this countless times myself. So you summarized the tricks using your own blood and tears experiences? After arranging the two aspects of the promotional work, Lu Ming began calculating carefully. The company's account currently had 4 million. If he only did these promotions, it would definitely be insufficient. However, with only half a month left in May, how could he achieve the most in the shortest time? Finding the most controversial points while spending more money. Lu Ming frowned, glanced at his phone, and had an idea. Do you think we can get a celebrity to endorse us? Celebrity endorsement. The conference room fell silent for a moment. Then Lin Xiaoxiao hesitantly said, Mr. Lu, hiring a celebrity might be very expensive, right? Do we have enough budget? Budget? Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. You shouldn't always think about saving money. Lu Ming's lips curled slightly, his tone cheerful. What I'm considering now is not whether we have enough, but how to spend faster and more effectively. What kind of outrageous statement is this? Han Mimi couldn't help but ask, Mr. Lu, do you mean we should find a celebrity with a lot of traffic to endorse us? Exactly. But if it's just an ordinary celebrity endorsement, it might not have a significant impact. Han Mimi pondered. So many games have hired celebrities for endorsements, players have long become numb. We can't afford top-tier celebrities which wouldn't achieve the effect we want. So, Lu Ming smiled, we need to find a controversial celebrity, making the endorsement itself a topic of controversy. Upon hearing this, everyone present immediately understood Lu Ming's idea. An ordinary celebrity endorsement would at most make people think, oh, a certain celebrity endorsed a game, and then quickly forget about it. But what if it were a celebrity filled with controversies? The situation would be entirely different. Players, what the heck? This game actually got him to endorse it. The officials must be crazy. Bystanders, what a terrible game. Let's take a look. Fans, everyone don't attack him. He's actually trying hard. Haters, ha ha ha, this game is doomed. Hiring someone like this to endorse it. Thus, whether fans or haters, everyone would discuss this matter, fervently arguing, tearing each other down, and creating momentum. The entire internet would be buzzing with topics about Pedo Winxianxia. Moreover, a controversial celebrity would definitely have points of contention. Ming didn't care how much controversy there was, how long the game could maintain its activity afterward was crucial. With the experience learned from strange hero legend, Ming knew that it was too difficult to suddenly create a game that would exist long-term and stay active. He couldn't expect to design a game that would last and thrive immediately. That was unrealistic. Games needed gradual adjustments. His current goal was to attract players' attention and then properly accept a wave of ridicule. That was the most important thing right now. What Ming and others wanted wasn't a stable endorsement, but enough topic relevance. The more topics, the more heat, and with enough heat, the game would become popular. Even if some people think our spokesperson is unreliable and criticize that this game is obviously a cash grab, that's still traffic. What if out of 100 people 1 or 2 decided to play our game? Then we would have succeeded. After hearing Ming's explanation, Han Mimi pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, the internet is like this. The harsher the criticism, the higher the discussion rate, and more people will come to play instead. Ming looked at her with satisfaction. Mimi, you are truly the perfect fit for the head of this marketing department. Then Ming's gaze swept around the room. So does anyone have any recommendations for currently controversial celebrities? In the conference room, everyone was filled with excitement. This was indeed a rare opportunity. Collaborating with a star, it was their first time. Several members from the marketing department exchanged glances and immediately began recommending their favorite black and red celebrities. Lin Xiaoxiao was the first to raise her hand. President Liu, I think we can go for that trainee. He has recently faced widespread ridicule online for his terrible acting skills. Previously, he starred in a fantasy drama where he merely stared blankly with a stiff face and relied heavily on CGI, which was executed poorly. Right after the show aired, he announced his endorsement for a certain fantasy mobile game, which led to a massive backlash. However, his popularity remained substantial as fans, while criticizing him, still flocked to play that mobile game. Ming pondered for a moment. This person is indeed a decent choice, but he is too young and the cost is quite high. Zhao Qi then spoke up. I recommend the actress Fei Fei. She was heavily criticized for her outrageous comments before. Many said she spoke without thinking and only relied on capital to support her. She has also participated in some rather controversial events. But to be fair, she is quite beautiful. Being a pretty face is certainly within her capabilities. After hearing this, Ming frowned slightly. We are looking for black and red celebrities, not notorious ones. This distinction must be made. The conference room then transformed into a place for everyone to express their wishes, with numerous stars being discussed, but mostly dismissed. Ming scrolled through Weibo while considering which stars met his requirements, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Hey, what do you all think about this person? Who? Everyone turned to look at him in unison. Ming smiled slightly. The middle-aged movie star from Shangdao, Zhanghui. You all know him. He was quite popular in his youth, but later faced various challenges leading to a decline in his career. He has starred in countless terrible films to the point that netizens began to suspect he was just acting for easy money. He was even spotted rushing to 4 commercial events in one day, hopping from one gig to another, criticized for not cherishing his reputation, thus betraying the trust of many fans. Most classically, he recently starred in a fantasy film that only grossed a few million at the box office, resulting in heavy losses. It's likely no one would dare to work with him for a while. His notoriety is significant, and he garners attention. Most importantly, his current market value is low, so we can definitely negotiate the price. Listening to Ming's words, everyone began to ponder. A former movie star, middle-aged male, and reasonably priced. This could indeed work. Seeing that everyone agreed, Ming smiled. That's the one. You all go contact his team right away and see if we can sign him quickly. After the meeting, the marketing department immediately sprang into action, swiftly contacting Zhang Hu's agent. Initially, the other party hesitated a bit. After all, although Zhang Hu's reputation isn't great now, he was once a leading star. Even in his decline, endorsing a game still seemed somewhat undignified. However, when the marketing department offered a 2 million endorsement fee requiring only a day's shoot, the other party was immediately intrigued. Just 1 day's shoot. Yes, just 1 day. Come to Moda, shoot in the studio, and we'll cover meals and lodging plus first-class round-trip tickets. So easy. Exactly, and we will arrange a professional team to ensure high-quality production. The agent calculated carefully. 2 million for a single day of work, including meals and accommodation, was like finding money on the ground. What can offer such benefits? Moreover, considering Zhang Hu's recent financial difficulties after a movie flopped and investors were hesitant to hire him for new projects, this endorsement fee was like a lifeline. Thus, in just one day, the contract was finalized. Soon, 2 days later, Zhang Hui boarded a first-class flight, arriving at Modu Airport at 10 in the morning. The marketing department arranged a luxurious business car to pick him up, taking him directly to the filming studio. The once great movie star from Shangdao, now in his 50s, had slightly graying hair and showed signs of age, but still possessed a rugged charm. Wearing sunglasses, Zhang Hui assessed Lu Ming, extending his hand. With a smile, "President Lu, I didn't expect you to be so efficient." Lu Ming laughed heartily, shaking his hand. "After all, hiring a movie star for an endorsement, we can't afford to be careless. Shall we start right away?" "Yes, I prepared the script for you, ensuring it's simple and effective." Soon, Lu Ming led Zhang Hui into the studio where the lights were already set up, the backdrop was completed, and the makeup artists and costume designers had been waiting for a long time. Lu Ming handed the script to Zhang Hui with a smile, saying, "Mr. Zhang, please take a look at these lines. If you need any adjustments, feel free to mention them." Zhang Hui took the script, glanced at it, and couldn't help but chuckle. He raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. "President Lu, this advertisement slogan is quite interesting." Lu Ming replied with a smile, "Simple, catchy, and memorable. If you hear it once, you won't forget it. That's a good advertisement." Zhang Hui nodded, having no objections. As an actor who had starred in countless commercial films, he was well aware of the core essence of such advertisements. Catchy. And for 2 million, there are only 2 scenes. He was indeed making a good deal. "All right, let's give it a try." The director, cameraman, and lighting technician all took their positions while Lu Ming sat in front of the monitor, observing everyone's work. The assistant raised the clapperboard. "Scene 1, take 1, action." Zhang Hui, dressed in a robe with slightly disheveled hair, resembled a weathered old Taoist, standing in front of the green screen, as if gazing out into a vast sea of clouds. The camera slowly zoomed in as he took a deep breath and spoke in a low magnetic tone. "To become an immortal. How can a mortal have such an opportunity? 3,000 years of cultivation is no match for a moment of enlightenment." Snap! The director excitedly shouted, "Good. Mr. Zhang, that's the feeling." Lu Ming nodded as well. A true movie star is still a true movie star. The foundation is definitely there. Just like that, a scene was effortlessly completed. At the end, Lu Ming even prepared a line for this shot: "Killing to cultivate immortality. There's a way in this path, swift battle and swift resolution." Then the second scene began, filming with Zhang Hui changing into tattered clothes, looking disheveled, kneeling on the ground and sighing to the heavens. "I've stayed up all night for 3,000 years, and just as I step out, you've all ascended. In this world, is there still a sense of justice?" Lu Ming focused on the video production assistant beside him. He had already prepared the ending for this scene in advance. The ending would be the logo of Whale Leap slowly emerging, followed by the tagline. Lu Ming had prepared "Killing to cultivate immortality. With 3,000 paths, there's a way to quick success." Snap! All scenes were completed. The marketing department immediately began editing and producing, with Lu Ming personally reviewing to ensure the advertisement's rhythm, music, and script achieved the most catchy effect. That night, Zhang Hui boarded a first-class flight back to Shangdao, happily leaving with 2 million in endorsement fees. Meanwhile, the advertisement for "Killing to cultivate immortality" officially went live. On the morning of the second day, the marketing department was bustling with activity, with everyone immersed in their work, editing, special effects, dubbing, color correction. Each detail was meticulously polished. Lu Ming stared at the completed footage on the screen, and after confirming everything was correct, he finalized the final version. "This is it, let's launch it directly." He slammed the table, suddenly his voice tinged with excitement. "Xiaomei, it's all up to you now. Oh, roll it out across all platforms." Han Mimi nodded. "Got it. I've already topped up in advance. Oh, let's start the launch now." Han Mimi was full of enthusiasm. She had received Lu Ming's latest instructions with a 2 million advertising budget that must be fully spent within 10 days. Soon, advertisements for Zhang Hui began appearing on short video platforms. "After 3,000 years of cultivation, I step out to find everyone has ascended. Killing the game of immortality. With 3,000 paths to enlightenment mastery comes swiftly. 3,000 years of cultivation is no match for a single moment of realization. Killing the game of immortality. This path has a door's swift battle for swift resolution." That day, countless netizens suddenly found that they seemed to see this advertisement wherever they went. Upon clicking the advertisement, netizens found themselves confused in the cultivation game forum. "This morning I watched videos and encountered this advertisement 3 times in a row. The expressions of the film Emperor Zhang Hui were spot on. It cracked me up. What happened to the film Emperor? Why would he take such an advertisement? Is he really out of money? This advertisement copy has an old-school game vibe, yet it's even more addictive than the games. Has the film Emperor's reputation been tarnished? Just for some cash he sold himself off. This game is clearly a money trap. Zhang Hui, what were you thinking? Zhang Hui is really in need of money. Is he resorting to accepting ads for trash games? Which game company has so much cash? The reactions on Weibo were even more intense. This game isn't even available for pre-registration, yet do any of you have beta testing qualifications? I don't know, I just looked, and this game is developed by Whale Leap Games. It seems it hasn't even launched yet. It hasn't even launched, but I bet this game will require quite a bit of money to play. Zhang Hu's fans were restless as well, with someone posting a long message on the platform. Brother, you're a film emperor. Why are you taking this advertisement? Fans were humiliated. It immediately drew ridicule from passers-by. Fans still defend him. You put up with him taking trash roles, and now he takes an advertisement for a web game. He deserves to be scolded. Fans and haters were at each other's throats, and the topic's popularity skyrocketed. A day later in Whale Leap's office, Ming sat in his chair scrolling through his phone, watching the slander on various platforms and forums, laughing uncontrollably. He opened the system panel moral debt value 14689, and in less than a day, it had surged by several thousand points. This advertising expenditure was truly worthwhile. In just one day, the game's pre-registration page had exceeded 100,000 visits. But the problem was, the game hadn't even launched yet. Why can't we play yet? Is the planner an idiot? With such aggressive advertising, where's the game? This game introduction is too vague. It's an immortal fantasy role-playing game. I don't know anything else. Officially, please start pre-registration. Oh, I can't wait. Is there not even a beta sample? At least release a promotional video. Netizens rushed to the official website only to see a single line: killing the game of immortality is about to launch. Pre-registration is now open. Pre-register now. Registered 119673 people. The official website had some basic information about the game, of course, without reflecting the turn-based system or top-up methods. The wave of advertisements brought in a massive initial influx of traffic, but what could truly retain players was still hunger marketing. Old tricks are still the most effective. Whether the game is fun or not can only be known after playing it. However, before anyone has played it, they will certainly be furious at the game developers. Among the 100 pre-registered players, some were fans of cultivation games, some simply came to join the excitement, and some came because they had previously enjoyed Whale Leap's earlier games. Seeing his continuously rising moral debt value, Ming was genuinely happy. This hunger marketing tactic was truly brilliant. As long as he delayed for another day, the scolding would double. Ming had planned to delay for a few more days, but on the development team side, Zhao Qiliang had fully developed a version available for beta testing. Zhao Qiliang optimized the game once again, and unlike the last time, he had only experienced one character. This time, the beta version had 5 characters unlocked. Each character was designed with different storylines, but Ming no longer had time to experience them. Having gained experience from the previous test, he was full of confidence in the current version of the game. Moreover, players were now highly enthusiastic. Further delays would negatively impact the company's future. However, Ming remained composed, scratching his head, glancing at the eager Zhao Qiliang and Chunhao. Chunhao had already waited a long time. The Deep Blue platform had successfully launched, killing the game of immortality, and had run it smoothly without any issues. Chunhao was eager to let everyone see his platform. Seeing the anxious expressions of the two, Ming stood up and said, "Qiliang, when the number of pre-registrations hits 200, immediately release the news about the beta testing qualifications." "All right, President Liu." Zhao Qiliang promptly arranged it. 2 days later, the total number of game pre-registrations exceeded 200. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, an announcement suddenly appeared on the game interface. "Dear friends, thank you for your patience. Due to insufficient spiritual energy in the heavens and earth, killing the game of immortality will not open for public testing yet, but we will randomly select 100 lucky players to gain the opportunity to cultivate early. Beta testing method 1. After reaching 200 pre-registrations, a portion of users will be randomly selected to receive testing qualifications. Beta testing method 2. Players who previously participated in the running simulator survey can directly claim their spots." After the announcement was released, players in the forum erupted once again. What the heck? Only those who filled out the running simulator survey can directly obtain beta testing qualifications. Quick, go check if you filled it out. Whale Leap's tactics are too ruthless. This wave is a benefit for old players. Crying, I actually thought it was too troublesome and didn't fill out the survey. Meanwhile, old players rushed back. "Brothers, I filled out the survey and have already obtained beta testing qualifications. I have a beta test account. Who wants to buy it at a high price? You guys hurry and check your emails. The official has already sent out beta test notifications." Damn, what kind of game is this? Only 1,000 beta testing qualifications? How shameless. I'm not playing anymore. Whoever wants to play can go ahead. After Whale Leap's maneuvering, most of the players have been deterred. The threshold for playing this game is too high. However, Ming didn't care at all. As long as you kept your opinions about Whale Leap, you were still a player. However, still a small number of players discovered new channels here. In forums, groups, and secondhand trading platforms, news about killing the game of immortality beta testing qualifications appeared everywhere. Selling a beta test account at a low price, who wants it? Brothers just got the qualification, selling one for 300 first come first served. Is there a big shot buying accounts? Take it for 800 honest transaction. Damn, can you all unify the prices a bit? Cracking up, I don't even know what the game is like yet, and you're already starting to hype accounts. The official hasn't even opened up in-game purchases yet, and we're already buying beta testing spots. Can't grab a spot, still have to pay a high price for accounts. Is Whale Leap trying to milk players dry? Film Emperor endorsement, hunger marketing hyping beta testing accounts. This company is truly heartless. The group was filled with complaints Whale Leap Games exploits players. This topic even trended on social media. In the office, Ming stared at the back-end data. At this moment, the moral debt value had already exceeded 62,879. Ming smiled. The effect of tricking these players was simply perfect. This trending topic was fantastic. There were still a few days left until the beta version officially logged in. He was very likely to achieve a fourfold return on investment for the first time this month. Indeed, what can most frustrate players isn't spending money, but rather not having the qualification to play. Inside the office, the marketing group chat was also in an uproar. President Lu, many players are cursing now, saying they'll boycott our game en masse. President Lu, people are even making videos cursing us on the biggest gaming video site's game section. Should we release more beta invites? However, Ming simply shook his head calmly. No, the number of beta invites remains unchanged. But President Lu scalpers are now selling beta accounts for over 1,000. Ming smiled, a hint of capitalist ruthlessness in his eyes. This just proves we're doing the right thing. A game that makes players lose their composure makes them willing to pay for access. What does that tell us? It tells us their desires have been thoroughly ignited. And just wait, the beta version has just gone live. Give it a moment, and soon people will come back with feedback on our game's content. Ming's point was simple. Once they experienced the game's actual content, they would naturally stop clamoring for beta slots. Meanwhile, in Jingdu, a game streamer named Old Pie stared at his email, his hands trembling with excitement. He was a moderately popular streamer who made a living by broadcasting various games and roasting terrible ones. After seeing the recent buzz around Kill Your Life for Immortality, he immediately sensed an opportunity. This game had a barrier to entry. It was perfect material for streaming. With exclusive access, he could ride the wave of novelty and boost his video views significantly. So to capture this traffic, he spent 800 yuan to snatch a beta invite for Kill Your Life for Immortality from a scalper. Just now he received the email. The game was live. After setting up his equipment, he promptly announced to his fan group, streaming now, a live playthrough of Kill Your Life for Immortality. Soon Old Pie followed the link and landed on the download page of the Deep Blue game platform. Not Steam. Seeing the viewer count slowly rise, Old Pie began his introduction. Folks, I'm just starting the stream now. Heading to download the game. The game company has its own platform. Pretty interesting. A few minutes later, the platform finished downloading. The Deep Blue interface was extremely clean. Clicking inside the platform was bare with only one game in its section, Kill Your Life for Immortality. Old Pie frowned and muttered, "What kind of crappy platform is this? Just one game." After registering an account and entering the beta invite code, Old Pie clicked to download Kill Your Life for Immortality. The game's installation package was small, finishing in 5 minutes. Soon the launch button for Kill Your Life for Immortality lit up. Old Pie quickly changed his stream title, Kill Your Life for Immortality Beta First Play. Where's the scam in this Zhang Hui endorsed game? Seeing the viewer count nearing 10,000, Old Pie adjusted his camera and smirked. Folks, today I'm taking you to check out this ad spammed Kill Your Life for Immortality and see if this beta account I bought is worth a try. Soon the game began. Black background with golden characters, a sense of ancient desolation swept over. In the background, faint thunder rumbled like the sound of some celestial law in motion. Old Pie raised an eyebrow and casually remarked, "This art style is decent, more refined than I expected." The stream's chat began to buzz. "This game has some depth, the UI feels right. Hope it's not just a cash grab in a Xinxia skin. Yeah, the opening is solid." Old Pie entered the character selection screen and scanned the options: 5 character models. A white-robed young hero, a crimson-dressed enchantress, a ragged beggar. Seeing these characters, he immediately started muttering, "What's with this beggar option? Such a shabby look." The stream's chat instantly exploded with messages: "Pick the beggar, start from 0 in cultivation. Old Pie is perfect for the beggar playstyle. Start with a bowl, perfectly fitting." Seeing the chat's demands, Old Pie chuckled and decisively chose the beggar. Then he opened the character creation interface and discovered the game had a facial customization system with rich detail. Skin tone, facial features, hairstyle, even eye color could be adjusted. Holy crap, this game is over the top. A Xianxiao game with facial customization. He tweaked it, casually molding his character into a scruffy, bearded roughneck, and named him Old Alter Bok Choy. The chat burst into laughter. This name has serious vision. Bok Choy, I've seen through everything. After confirming the character, the game officially began. The game loaded, the screen went black then bright. A line of blood-red text emerged: born in poverty, enduring constant bullying, you never believed in fate. But today fate has opened a door for you. Then the screen lit up and the game truly began. The camera slowly pulled back, revealing a dilapidated town in the scene. By the roadside, some farmers and peddlers moved about while Old Peace character lay on a tattered mat in a corner wrapped in ragged linen, gaunt and sallow. Simultaneously, a line of text popped up: you are a beggar living day to day by begging. Haha, a true beggar start indeed. Cultivation beggar style, no mistake. Old Pie is really suited for this role. This is an insult to Bok Choy. I demand Old Pie change the name. Just then a child ran over, pointing at Old Peace character and laughing heartily. Stinky beggar, count out to grandpa now, or he'll beat you to death. Immediately a group of NPC children swarmed, kicking and cursing Old Peace character, punching and shouting insults. Old Pie was stunned. This game is way too real. Even NPCs bully people. He clearly saw his character's health bar in the top right drop significantly, and this wasn't even a cut scene. Then the scene shifted and a system prompt appeared: in your moment of greatest despair, you picked up a broken bowl. Old Pie stared at the broken bowl and his character's hand, momentarily confused. Old Pie opened the inventory and found that this broken bowl was actually a spiritual artifact. Starting with a spiritual item, this game is intriguing. Old Pie promptly checked the bowl's attributes. Broken bowl, damaged effect, can receive alms at specific locations, obtaining spirit stones or scraps of food. Old Pie was baffled. A so-called spiritual artifact with just this one function. No old master inside. No martial arts techniques. But in the stream, the chat scrolled rapidly. In that short time, the viewer count had already reached 30,000. Haha, the devs didn't lie. Truly beggar-style cultivation. A broken bowl as the entry point to cultivation. The designers have some creativity. Quick try to see if you can beg for spirit stones. So far, this game is really captivating. I really want to play. Pretty interesting, a very unique cultivation game. As the barrage of comments flooded and Lao Pai controlled his character, carrying a broken bowl to the center of the town where an old beggar sat cross-legged. He cautiously tapped the screen, and the system immediately popped up a dialogue. Kid, are you out here begging too? Yes. No. Lao Pai decisively clicked yes. Soon the old beggar pointed with his stick to an empty spot nearby. Go kneel over there, all the newcomers are on that side. Lao Pai immediately directed his character to walk over. You kneel on the street begging for a day and receive 1 spirit stone and 2 leftover meals. Watching the prompts of 1 and 2, Lao Pai was stunned and the barrage was stunned too. What the hell, can I really get spirit stones? These spirit stones come in way too fast. Lao Pai, you might as well kneel here for a whole day. With the first spirit stone in hand, Lao Pai immediately became interested. He began to control his character to wander around the town, hoping to find a way to gather more spirit stones. Just then a familiar name appeared on the screen: wealthy young Master Wang Xiao. An NPC stood in the town square surrounded by a group of sycophants mocking the passing cultivators. Wang Xiao, a mere beggar, dares to cultivate. Ha ha ha, you crack me up. Then the system popped up an option: would you like to kowtow to Wang Xiao in exchange for 5 spirit stones? Lao Pai. He hesitated for a few seconds, but at that moment the live chat exploded. What the hell, this game is so realistic. The developers really understand cultivation. You can beg, but you must kowtow. Lao Pai, go for it. We support you. A real man can bow low for a greater purpose. Go ahead and kneel. With this kneel, you can go from being a mortal to cultivating chi. Finally, Lao Pai let out a long sigh. 30 years of ups and downs. Wang Xiao, just wait for me. Then with a click of the mouse, the character knelt down. Received spirit stones 5. Haha, Lao Pai has knelt. This game is so immersive. Playing a game that feels so real. As long as they pay me, I can keep kneeling. Lao Pai helplessly covered his face. This game is too damn cruel. But he realized he was getting a bit hooked. Even though he hadn't been playing long, it was quite interesting so far. Looking at his inventory, he found he had almost 10 spirit stones. He could already enter the chi refinement stage. Lao Pai controlled his character, took out a spirit stone, his hands trembling. Brothers, I'm about to break through to the chi refinement stage. He opened the cultivation interface and 5 spirit stones instantly turned into light spots and disappeared. The character sat cross-legged, his tattered clothes slightly billowing in the wind, as if truly entering a state of cultivation. Moments later, the system notification popped up. Congratulations, you have broken through to the first layer of chi refinement, and your path of cultivation officially begins. The spiritual energy in this area is thin. To maintain this realm, You must consume 1 spirit stone daily. If the spirit stones are insufficient, your cultivation will regress. Lao Pi's eyes widened. Why do I feel something's off? He smacked his lips, starting to study the new system interface. After breaking through to the Qi refinement stage, he noticed a new cultivation efficiency value on the interface. After reading the explanation, Lao Pi broke down. What? Your cultivation can drop too? The developer is a genius. In cultivation, if you don't advance, you regress. The logic is consistent. Wait till you all understand. This game is really simulating cultivation. It's starting. The recharge interface is coming. Lao Pi hurriedly opened his inventory, counting his remaining spirit stones, 2 stones. This means he could only cultivate for 2 more days, then the spirit stones would run out. Brothers, this cultivation cost is higher than I imagined. Lao Pi wandered around the town with a bitter face, looking for a way to gather more spirit stones. He realized that begging wasn't easy either. People like Wang Xiao didn't appear often, and it simply wasn't enough to sustain his cultivation expenses. I'm done. I just broke through to the Qi refinement stage, and I'm about to fall back to being a mortal. In the live chat, the comments kept flying. Is this game too real? Poor people can't even keep up with cultivation. Is this the meaning of pay-to-play cultivation? I feel like I need to spend money, otherwise the early game pace is too slow. Lao Pi looked at his character dressed in rags, clutching 2 spirit stones, lost in thought. Brothers, there's no need to rush to spend money. I can still play for now. I just realized my speed of absorbing spiritual energy is too slow. The main reason is that I still don't have a suitable cultivation technique. Once I find a cultivation technique, my speed of absorbing spiritual energy will increase. So I can't just keep idling like this. I need to find an organization to lean on. With an idea in mind, Lao Pi began to direct his character around the town, asking around. He finally found a group of ragged cultivators gathered in a dilapidated temple. Though they were tattered, their eyes shone with a fierce spirit. Among them, an old man with a goatee stood at the entrance, leaning on his cane, surveying the people passing by. Lao Pi sensed that this person was different and immediately controlled his character to approach the dialogue box popping up. Elder of the Beggar Clan, kid, do you also want to join the Beggar Clan? What the hell, there really is a Beggar Clan? Lao Pi felt a surge of excitement, realizing he had found the right approach. Joining the Beggar Clan would definitely grant him the corresponding cultivation technique. Thus, Lao Pi decisively clicked yes. The dialogue immediately came through. Elder of the Beggar Clan, to join my Beggar Clan, you need to pay 50 spirit stones as an entry fee. Lao Pi was dumbfounded. What the hell? Is your Beggar Clan charging protection fees? And it's so expensive? The live chat erupted in laughter. The developers really get it. The Beggar Clan in the real world is also organized. This is reasonable. Did you think being a beggar doesn't require a membership fee? You're naive. Very reasonable. My daughter has to pay fees for school too. Lao Pi rubbed his eyes, staring at this message 3 times, realizing he wasn't mistaken. There really were no other conditions, no checking of potential, no assessing talent, just pay 50 spirit stones to join the Beggar Clan. But the problem is, this is money he could only scrape together after begging for half a month. Lao Pi couldn't help but lose it. Why? Aren't you the Beggar Clan? Why do you need to charge spirit stones? He tried to refuse, hoping to get in for free, but the system's prompt made him lose all hope. Spirit stones must be at least 50. Entry into the clan is forbidden. This is tough. Brothers, I can't even get into the Beggar Clan. This game is too dark. The poor can't even qualify to be beggars. I suggest Lao Pi stop struggling and just spend some money. Lao Pi took a deep breath, his mouth twitching slightly. No, I've always been known for being able to play for long periods without spending money. I can manage without recharging. Thus, Lao Pi controlled his character to turn and walk outside. Then Lao Pi began his familiar life of begging and working. He definitely had to join the beggar gang. Where else could a beggar go if not the beggar gang? Thus, for the next few days, Lao Pi started bowing to various NPCs and begging for food, even going to the city to find odd jobs. Bow to Wang Xiao, 5 spirit stones. Daily stable, once kneeling at the city gate to beg, 1 spirit stone. Helping the rice shop move goods, 2 spirit stones. Working as a waiter at a restaurant, 3 spirit stones. Although he earned little each day, Lao Pi was diligent, and by doing this every day, he managed to save quite a bit. Lao Pi, your gaming experience is ridiculously real. Isn't this just a corporate labor simulator? Is this game really making players do manual labor? The pace is too slow. If it were me, I'd just pay a bit and get it over with. Lao Pi ignored the suggestions from the comments and chose a playstyle that received the most comments. After more than 20 days of gameplay, he finally managed to gather 50 spirit stones little by little. The process was indeed arduous. After all, to maintain his foundation establishment cultivation, he needed to consume a spirit stone every day. However, all of this would be resolved once he joined the beggar gang. With the spirit stones in hand, Lao Pai walked to the familiar old temple. You have paid 50 spirit stones to the beggar gang, successfully joining the beggar gang. Congratulations, you have obtained the skilled beggar's breathing technique, white, grade cultivation speed, 1A daily spirit stone consumption, reduced by 50. Congratulations, you have unlocked the gang system. Lao Pai. After all my hard work for 7 days, this is the garbage skill you give me. Ha 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 ha, white grade. The lowest grade skill. This is what you get for spending 50 spirit stones, eh? The planner is amazing. This is the reality of the cultivation world. Lao Pai's face darkened. But regardless, he finally didn't have to spend a spirit stone every day to cultivate. Now, he only needed half a spirit stone daily to barely survive. Brothers, I've finally stabilized. However, he quickly realized a more serious issue. Lao Pai looked at the gang system and saw that while the beggar gang did have higher level skills, they all cost money. Currently, he could not afford any of them. The cultivation speed of one was nearly negligible. With this skill, just meditating for cultivation was simply not enough. No, I need to find another way to get stronger. Lao Pai spent 5 spirit stones to buy an ordinary dog-beating stick from the gang shop. Brothers, after going around for so long and going to fight monsters now. Lao Pai excitedly ran out of the town, heading towards the wilderness. Just as he stepped past the city gate and walked along the path in the wild, he was puzzled as to why he didn't see any wild monsters. Suddenly the screen changed, and he entered a familiar yet strange battle scene. On the screen, Lao Pai's character stood on the left facing a wild dog that was half his height, with a long health bar and an aggressive demeanor. In the center of the screen, several huge buttons appeared: attack, magic, defense, runaway, item. Lao Pai stared at the screen, completely petrified. What the hell? Turn-based combat. Wait a minute, this game is actually turn-based combat. After playing for so long, I just found out it's a turn-based game. This isn't right. The moment he saw the turn-based game, Lao Pai's mindset instantly collapsed. He had thought that spending life on cultivation was a highly free cultivation open world, but after nearly a day of playing, he discovered this is actually a turn-based cultivation game. No wonder there had been no battle scenes before. The planner had hidden this trick. We were all deceived. In this day and age, there are still companies developing turn-based games. If you had said earlier that it was turn-based, I wouldn't have wasted so much time. Lao Pai glanced at the number of viewers in the live stream. Since the turn-based interface appeared, a large number of viewers had been driven away. There was no choice. Turn-based games were just not favored nowadays. Lao Pai sighed and continued to choose to play on. After all, today, no matter what, the live broadcast still had some effect. Looking at the wild dog in front of him, Lao Pai decisively clicked attack. The character swung the dog-beating stick and smashed it toward the wild dog. Bang! The wild dog lost 10 health points. The wild dog is attacking. Bang! You received 18 damage. The damage is so disproportionate. Aren't I still in the novice zone? The monsters in the novice zone have such strong attack power. After trying a few more times, Lao Pai felt that he was a bit outmatched. Moreover, he didn't have any medicine on him. Run away, Lao Pai decisively chose to flee. Escape failed. The wild dog continues to attack. Critical hit. You received 26 damage. You have died. Lao Pai. I was actually killed by a dog. Ha ha ha, Chi refining stage cultivator can't even defeat a wild dog. The dog-beating stick can't even beat a dog. What's the point of fighting? You died. The cultivation world is ruthless. You lost 30 of your cultivation. Seeing the death notification, Lao Pai spat out a mouthful of old blood. He finally realized a serious issue. It was highly likely that the game's battle system didn't rely on skills to defeat monsters, but rather on equipment skills and spending money to crush them. He opened the character interface and found that his character only had a dog-beating stick, and the only skill was the pathetic beggar's breathing technique with pitiful attack power. Brothers, I understand. Lao Pai sighed heavily, his tone serious. This game, without spending money, it's really unplayable. Looking at his character lying on the ground, Lao Pai took a deep breath and slowly revealed a smile filled with vengeance. It's okay, you wait, you dog. Once I get some equipment back, I'm going to wipe out your whole dog den. In the live stream, upon hearing Lao Pai's laughter, everyone guessed what he was about to do. It's happening. Lao Pai is starting to set up his revenge flag. Dog, what did I do to you? The familiar recharge interface is about to appear. Lao Pai narrowed his eyes. Relying on himself was impossible. Sometimes critical moments require a bit of external power. No wonder this game previously advertised that there are thousands of paths and rapid growth has its way. Lao Pai now understood what that advertisement meant. After respawning, Lao Pai took a deep breath, moved the mouse quickly, and without hesitation clicked on the recharge interface. Brothers, I have gained enlightenment on this road of cultivation. He stared at the spirit stone purchase options on the screen. 6 yuan 60 spirit stones, 30 yuan 300 spirit stones bonus 30, 98 yuan 980 spirit stones bonus 120. 648 yuan, 6,480 spirit stones bonus 1,500. It's here, the familiar recharge interface. Lao Pai don't hesitate, just go for the 648. The hard truth of the cultivation world, without spirit stones, nothing matters. Lao Pai sneered, and without hesitation clicked on the 198 yuan package, but just as he was about to make the payment, he caught a glimpse of a note in the lower right corner that read, during the closed beta, first recharge doubles. What a first recharge doubles. Lao Pai's eyes widened. This was a mechanism he needed to utilize well. Lao Pai decisively switched to the 648 yuan package. 6,480 spirit stones plus the 1,500 bonus directly became 15,960 spirit stones. Brothers, who can refuse this? On the road of cultivation, what matters most is not talent, not perseverance, but decisiveness in spending money. Ding. Payment successful. Ding. Congratulations, player, on your first recharge. You have gained spirit stones 15,960. Ding. You have unlocked VIP 5 privileges, allowing you to purchase more advanced items in the shop. This is what cultivation should be, the treatment that should be had. Hearing the system's notification, Lao Pai took a deep breath, and the flames of battle ignited in his eyes. All right, next is buy. Looking at the tens of thousands of spirit stones on his body, Lao Pai suddenly felt a surge of confidence. He immediately rushed to the town's cultivator market and opened the weapon shop, discovering that many high-level weapons were already available in the inventory. Black iron longsword, 200 spirit stones, attack 20, comes with basic sword techniques. Bronze staff, 500 spirit stones, attack 30, can use basic spells. Mystical iron saber, 1,000 spirit stones, attack 50, has the armor-breaking effect. Brothers, when playing as a cultivator, the equipment must be top-notch. Lao Pai gritted his teeth and directly purchased the mystical iron saber. Then he walked to the nearby technique pavilion and chose a terrestrial level technique, terrestrial level Taishu scripture, 2,000 spirit stones, cultivation, speed 100, daily spirit stone consumption 5. After that, he went to the pharmacy, bought a bunch of recovery potions, and then squinted his eyes directly, buying several foundational enhancement pills. Foundational enhancement pill, 800 spirit stones each, can directly elevate one minor realm for cultivators below foundation establishment. Excessive use may result in failure. Excited, Lao Pai clicked on his backpack and swallowed the pills in one gulp. Ding. You have broken through to Qi Refining Level 3. Ding. You have broken through to Qi Refining Level 7. Lao Pai's character stood still, golden light flashing all over him as he leveled up. Wow, I skyrocketed from Qi Refining Level 1 to Level 7 in one go. What nonsense cultivation is this? Spending money is the true path of cultivation. Lao Pai, have you forgotten your original intention? Remember when you bowed to someone for 5 spirit stones? Lao Pai looked at his brand new status bar, and his heart was bursting with joy. Realm Qi Refining Level 7. Attack 50, mystical iron saber. Cultivation technique, terrestrial level Taishu scripture. Daily spirit stone consumption 2 stones. This is the true joy of cultivation. Lao Pai rolled up his sleeves, and with his new equipment, new techniques, and new cultivation level, strode out of the town with great confidence. This time he fixed his gaze on a pack of wild dogs outside, his eyes filled with disdain. You must this time watch me slice you down with one blow. Here we go, the revenge chapter begins. The dogs, what did we do wrong? The real cultivation simulator, the poor rely on hard work, while the rich simply overtake. Lao Pai smirked, clicked the mouse, and his character entered combat mode again. Ding. You have entered the wild dog den. Once this place was his nightmare. His Qi Refining Level 1 character was killed here by a wild dog, leaving him in a dire state. But now he was a different person. You must him coming. In the turn-based combat interface, Lao Pai controlled his character to attack, first raising his hand for a slash. Critical hit. Dealt 324 damage to wild dog. The dog died on the spot, not even able to let out a howl. You have killed wild dog, gained 3 dog skins, experience 200. This is cultivation. Then Lao Pai started a frenzied sweep here, grinding monsters for 20 minutes, experience skyrocketing. Ding. You have broken through to Qi Refining Level 9. Ding. You consumed the Foundation Establishment pill. You have broken through to Foundation Establishment Level 1. On the screen, the character's body suddenly soared, and a golden light descended from the sky, the aura instantly skyrocketing. Congratulations, player, you have entered Foundation Establishment stage. Prepared in advance, Lao Pai was enthusiastic. Having recharged, he didn't know how much faster his leveling speed was now. Then Lao Pai looked at his brand new interface, and at that moment the system prompt popped up, entering Foundation Establishment stage. Cultivation consumption greatly increased. Daily spirit stone consumption adjusted to 10 stones. Lao Pai quickly opened his backpack and found that he had previously recharged a large amount of spirit stones, but after a single consumption, there were not many left. Wow. Foundation establishment stage costs 10 spirit stones a day. When he was in the chi refining stage, it was only 1 stone a day. Now it jumped to 10 times the starting point. Haha, Lao Pai, your money is almost burned out. Cultivation is a small investment in the early stage, but in the later stage, it's a bottomless pit. The planners understand this too well. This is simply a fantasy version of a real estate mortgage. Lao Pai suddenly felt a bit frantic as he controlled his character to walk into a new town that could only be unlocked at the foundation establishment stage, where more new content was available in the shops. Spirit Pet Contract, 500 spirit stones. Each after entering foundation establishment stage, you must contract a spirit pet, otherwise you cannot tame beasts. Dungeon Ticket, 300 spirit stones. Each must purchase a ticket to enter high-level dungeons. High-quality flying boat, 3,000 spirit stones. Each greatly increases travel speed and is essential for home travel. Lao Pai felt numb all over. How come there's a pile of things to buy right after I just established my foundation? Spirit stones are simply not enough. So why does cultivation have a class system? Because you're poor, you deserve not to break through. Lao Pai calculated that he needed 10 spirit stones a day for cultivation, plus the subsequent expenses for equipment, pets, skills, dungeon tickets, and so on. This amount of spirit stones was simply not enough. He had to recharge. Lao Pai covered his face, trying to suppress his anger. I recharged several hundred, only played for an hour, and am about to go bankrupt now. Lao Pai had no intention of checking the work tasks anymore. He came to cultivate, not to make money. Despairing, Lao Pai stared at the screen, finally understanding a truth. Without spending money, this game simply couldn't be played. At first, he thought that recharging 500 would allow him to play comfortably, but he only enjoyed it for an hour, and then returned to the familiar state of poverty. Even more outrageous, there were more VIP privileges in the shop. Lao Pai covered his face and began to take deep breaths. After calming down, he finally saw through the essence of this game. In the early stage, flashy plot tricking you into experiencing it can play without spending. In the mid-stage, making you feel the thrill of spending, leading you to unconsciously invest. In the later stage, forcing you to recharge continuously with various consumables. Without spending money, you simply can't play. Dog planners. You're not making a cultivation game. You're making a money-burning game. No wonder you invest so much in advertising and even find Zhang Hui as a spokesperson. I was such a fool. Lao Pai's lips twitched, filled with self-contempt. What cultivation? This is not a cultivation game at all. It's a meticulously designed money-sucking trap. Thinking of this, Lao Pai decided not to play anymore. Brothers, this game is just a money-making scheme dressed in cultivation. I can't continue playing. Let's switch to another game. The live stream instantly erupted. You're quitting already? Wow, that was fast. Indeed, this game is too ruthless with spending. Lao Pai quitting makes sense. I can understand. Lao Pai spent several hundred and in the end got nothing. If it were me, I would also run. The speed of spending money can't keep up with the game's consumption, and who wouldn't quit? I can see it now. This is not cultivation at all, but a consumption-oriented cultivation. This is just the foundation establishment stage. How much would it cost to reach nascent soul or great completion? Lao Pai, will you ever be unable to resist and recharge again? I'll bet 500 that Lao Pai will resume streaming cultivation within a month. Ha ha ha, quit today, recharge 648 tomorrow. Lao Pai sneered and declared firmly, absolutely not. Old Peace declaration of quitting was like a huge rock crashing into the lake, stirring up towering waves. Within just half an hour, multiple topics, such as workers are not worthy of cultivating immortality, and Zhang Fei endorses a scam game, attracted a massive amount of attention. The game's official forum, various social media platforms, and the comment sections of short videos. The incessant criticism drowned the entire internet. I just established my foundation, and they're already pressuring me to spend money. If I play until I reach transformation, am I going to need to take out a loan to cultivate immortality? Who remembers the official publicity that claimed there are 3,000 paths to immortality and that one can achieve it quickly? Quick results must mean spending money. If I had known it would be like this, I would have sold my beta account. $500, and after just an hour of training, I went bankrupt before I even warmed up to the celestial energy, and it's a turn-based game to boot. I must have been out of my mind to sign up for this. The planners are really something. This game is riddled with recharge points. In the comments section, aside from the countless criticisms, there was a small portion who thought the game was decent. Although spending money is a trap, you can't deny that the game has a great atmosphere. Turn-based games are becoming rarer. Seeing this game reminds me of the days in Dreamland. At my age, I feel it's nice to play a turn-based game. While there are actually people who enjoy playing this game, the folks upstairs must be over 40. Countless angry players surged into the Deep Blue gaming platform, mercilessly bombarding Killing for Immortality with negative reviews. The most unfortunate of all was the game's spokesperson Zhang Hui. This first-tier movie star had only recently uttered the advertising slogan in a commercial becoming an immortal. What chance do mortals have? Now it's clear this game is just as he said. The standards of contemporary celebrities are truly low. They dare to endorse any game. You really let me down, Zhang Hui. I was your fan back in the day, and now I'm burning your poster. Your advertising slogan isn't misleading at all. What chance do mortals have? This game gives no opportunity to mortals. How much did you get paid? Why are you endorsing any game? As the curses intensified, Zhang Hui's Weibo comment section was completely overrun. Brother Hui, the game you endorsed made me spend $300 and I gained nothing. Return my hard-earned money, you garbage spokesperson. In Hong Kong, Zhang Hui leaned back on the sofa of his luxurious apartment, holding his phone, looking at the overwhelming negative news with a face full of gloom. He had merely endorsed a mobile game, yet within a day, he was already trending for all the wrong reasons. This game is truly attracting criticism, and it's still in the beta phase. However, if given another chance, Zhang Hui would still choose to endorse it. After all, it was a $2 million deal. In Magic City, at the office of Whale Leap Game Company, the usually boisterous office was now engulfed in an unprecedented silence. Everyone sat at their desks, their faces looking as if they had swallowed flies. The criticisms on social media, the mockery on short video platforms, and the abysmal ratings on the Deep Blue gaming platform. The game hadn't even launched yet, and it had already become the laughingstock of the entire industry. Han Mimi from the marketing department leaned dejectedly on her desk, looking utterly dispirited. She had truly given it her all. She spent the allocated budget wisely, timed the publicity flawlessly, and the data for user growth looked very promising. But once the players came in, they all started to complain. She had initially been full of confidence, and her marketing efforts had gone very well. Coupled with Lu Ming's explanations, she thought killing for immortality could attract a loyal player base, with its cultivation atmosphere and nostalgic marketing steadily positioning itself for long-term operation. Yet she never expected that the game would be mercilessly criticized as soon as it entered beta. Trash game. They're already pressuring players to spend money during beta. Killing for immortality lives up to its name. Cultivating immortality. What a joke. It's merely a capitalistic game that makes you experience the gap between the rich and the poor. Han Mai's mindset completely collapsed. The money she had invested was already spent, and the current situation was that the more she invested, the more criticism she received. She had even specifically asked General Lu whether they should pause the advertising to alleviate the public pressure. However, the response she received was no stopping. Continue spending. In fact, General Lu even instructed her to place ads on the Steam platform. She was utterly frustrated and completely puzzled by General Lu's actions. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the development department was even more frighteningly solemn. Zhao Qiliang, the main person in charge of the entire game development department, sat silently at his desk, not uttering a word. This game was his first project since leaving Tingxiu, and it was one he had invested a lot of effort into. Although most of the directions were designed by General Lu, he had also infused many of his own ideas into some of the intricate designs. However, under the taint of the game's focus on pay-to-win, it seemed the players saw nothing else. He glanced at Joe Bowen beside him, and they exchanged a look, both seeing helplessness in each other's eyes. Everyone on the internet is criticizing us, and the bulk of the blame is directed at our development department. Brother Liang, do you think we should adjust the game's parameters? Zhao Qiliang replied helplessly, no, this aspect has been strictly mandated by General Lu. It absolutely cannot be changed. Moreover, we don't have enough time. Luckily, I chose a new development name earlier, or I would be getting called out by name. Hearing this, Joe Bowen became anxious. It seemed he had used his real name. On the other hand, Shen Hao, responsible for building the Deep Blue gaming platform, appeared completely unfazed. Getting criticized after the game launch was normal for him, and he was even somewhat pleased. Many players were treating the Deep Blue gaming platform as the main battlefield for public opinion. Although there was only one game on the platform, it was carrying a significant amount of traffic at that moment, and the platform was still running smoothly, without any signs of crashing. It was evident that it had passed the test. While everyone else was collapsing, angry and desperate in the Whale Leap office, there was only one person trembling with excitement. That was Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly, his eyes fixed on the system panel in his mind. Moral debt value 48753. The debt value was likely to break 50,000. Lu Ming couldn't help but want to laugh out loud, but he restrained himself deliberately, putting on a somewhat pained expression, pretending to be deep in thought. Lu Ming also drew the blinds, afraid of being seen by the employees outside. At this time, everyone was discussing how to remedy the situation, but Lu Ming didn't care at all. A debt value exceeding 10,000 means double. A debt value exceeding 50,000 means quadruple. This was Lu Ming's first time reaching such a high point. Moreover, he was only a tiny bit away. This month, Lu Ming had spent 4 million. If it quadrupled, that would be 16 million. Over 10 million. Lu Ming licked his lips, his eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. The atmosphere in the Whale Leap Games office remained oppressive, with everyone wearing frowns as they stared at the various negative reviews on their computer screens, feeling as if they were sitting on a sinking ship. It seemed the company was once again on the brink of bankruptcy. Why does it feel like the company goes through this every month? Can't CEO Lu leave a bit more money in the company account? Where did you learn this reckless gambling attitude? Old Wang kept staring at the tightly closed door of Lu Ming's office. The air pressure inside must be very low at this moment. Inside the office, Lu Ming took a deep breath, striving to hide his joy. Glancing at the gloomy atmosphere outside, he knew that if he didn't do something soon, this group of people might really fall apart. So he stepped out, feigning composure, cleared his throat, stood in the middle of the office, and clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Everyone, don't be too worried. The crowd looked up, their expressions complex as they gazed at Lu Ming. At a time like this, what could the boss possibly say? Under the gaze of everyone, Lu Ming began. I know that the current situation is not good. Our game has received harsh criticism and the ratings have plummeted. But has anyone considered one thing? He paused, deliberately scanning the crowd. At least our game is currently being discussed all over the internet. How many games have burned millions on marketing only to make no splash? Yet we, with just a few million in marketing, have made it to the trending searches. The crowd was speechless. CEO Lu's perspective on the issue was indeed unique. Although there was some truth to his words, why did it feel increasingly off to them? Han Mimi supported her forehead with a sigh. CEO Lu, we certainly understand what you're saying. But the problem is this attention is negative. Exactly. Zhou Bowen couldn't help but interject, this attention isn't a good thing. Everyone is criticizing us. Our game has already been labeled as a money-grabbing scheme. Even our company and you, CEO Lu, have been constantly criticized. Zhou Bowen felt quite distressed at this moment, thinking that CEO Lu was operating on a higher level all along. He had always believed that CEO Lu would have a backup plan, a way to cope. But now in this situation, he felt like CEO Lu really was only operating on the surface. Had he thought too much? Although his experience with Running Away Simulator told him that receiving criticism right after a game's release was normal, this time felt different. This game didn't reflect any reality at all. Even if it reflected a bit, the cost to the players was far too great. In the gaming industry, those who get criticized like this usually end up with a bad outcome. Zhou Bowen expressed his true feelings, and after he spoke, a chorus of agreement and sighs filled the office. But Lu Ming only smiled mysteriously, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Therefore, we should celebrate. Everyone, we spent 4 million on advertising and gained the attention of the entire industry. As long as there's attention, there's opportunity. No matter how much criticism we face, it's better than being ignored. How many games have players been too lazy to even criticize? At least we've made a name for ourselves. Lu Ming's words left many people in shock. Indeed, from a certain perspective, the buzz around pay-to-win cultivation had already been generated. But was this really a good thing? Nobody dared to play like that. The brand image is crucial. Looking across the entire gaming circle, if people associate Whale Leap with being a money-grabbing company, how will they sell their future games? Seeing that everyone was still feeling down, Lu Ming smiled and said, all right, everyone, don't overthink it. Tonight I'll treat you all. Let's go out for dinner and relax. Everyone, at a time like this, who the hell is in the mood to eat? Why does the boss always create a feeling like it's a farewell dinner? Han Mimi from the marketing department forced a smile and said, CEO Lu, I really don't feel like eating. I've poured so much effort into this project, and now it's being criticized like this. I really. She didn't finish her sentence, but her eyes were already a bit red. Zhao Chuliang from the development department also shook his head, feeling utterly helpless. He had been busy until dawn these days, only to be met with a barrage of mockery. There was no way. Everyone simply wouldn't buy his reasoning. CEO Lu, I'm not going. I want to go home and sleep for a bit. The art department's Gu Xianqiu and Su Xianwan exchanged glances and softly said, so, Lu, we won't go either. They really had no mood for it. But Lu Ming didn't give them a chance to refuse. No, you must go. You all think the company is doomed, right? But let me tell you, this project has just begun. He pointed at the ceiling, his gaze resolute and his tone confidently frightening. So you all should eat and drink while restore your spirits and continue the fight tomorrow. Tonight, everyone must be present. Lu Ming made the final decision. The crowd. At this moment, they really wanted to hear Lu Ming say, boss, a meal forced down doesn't taste good. At dinner time, a group of employees from Whale Leap Games reluctantly sat at the table under Lu Ming's coercive command. This restaurant is a well-known Hunan cuisine restaurant in Magic City, very close to Whale Leap. The company usually comes here for gatherings, but this time the atmosphere was particularly heavy. On the table, many dishes had already been served, including fragrant and spicy chopped pepper fish head, green chili stir-fried meat, and a large plate of golden garlic crayfish. Yet no one picked up their chopsticks. Everyone lowered their heads, looking at their phones, scrolling through the latest trending topics. Damn, something happened. The one saying this was Li Feng from the development department. Some competitors have started to directly criticize us. Li Feng suddenly raised his head, shocked. Everyone froze and looked at him. What? Look at this post from Cheng Lei, a senior executive at Tengsu Games. He just posted a tweet. Li Feng took a deep breath and slowly read the words on that tweet. Some small companies only hire the personnel we eliminate. Focusing on making games and not thinking about how to scam money is the right path. After Li Feng finished reading this sentence, the entire dinner table fell silent in an instant. Zhao Qiliang's face darkened at that moment. He knew Cheng Lei. The currently popular game classic of mountains and seas from Tengsu was developed by his project team. Is he mocking us? The personnel referred to in that sentence must be us, right? Zhao Qiliang and the others' expressions changed instantly. They all came from Tengsu, and now they were being so sarcastically criticized. Who could take that? Zhou Bowen slammed the table, furious. Isn't Tengsu disgusting? Their mood was already bad, and now this Tengsu executive appears to sarcastically call them the eliminated ones. This is simply slapping them in the face in front of everyone. Zhao Qiliang's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. Cheng Lei, didn't he used to joke around with him in the company? Why, as soon as he left Tengsu, did he immediately turn hostile and start stepping on them? Is this even human? He gulped down his beer and gritted his teeth, saying, they are engaging in industry bullying. They want to make sure we stink completely. What an audacious move this Cheng Lei has made. Gu Xiangqiu couldn't help but sneer. Tengsu Games has poured no small sum into monetization, yet they turn around and defile us without hesitation. Do they truly believe themselves the industry's undisputed sovereign? Zhou Bowen retorted indignantly. Now even changing employers is forbidden. The atmosphere grew increasingly volatile. Fury was etched across every face. This insult will be repaid in due time. Such contemptible conduct. Is it not precisely their intention to trample upon us in their ascent? Everyone felt a suffocating pressure in their chests. Amidst the seething wrath permeating the dinner table, Lu Ming remained composed. Truth be told, he had no ready words of solace for his team. How then could he comfort them? To say it's nothing would be hollow. The provocation stood brazenly before them, Tengsu's intent unmistakably venomous. To urge retaliation would be reckless. Jingyue, as it stood, lacked the stature to confront Tengsu Heiden. Was such a clash truly warranted? Lu Ming lifted his gaze, sweeping across the table. Every face bore the pallor of outrage. Zhao Qiliang clenched his teeth, knuckles whitening around his chopsticks, tendons taut beneath his skin. Zhou Bowen's face burned crimson. Anger had reached its boiling point. A collective breath was held tight and unyielding. With a quiet sigh, Lu Ming tapped lightly on the tabletop. In that moment, resonance, not rhetoric, was paramount. Lu Ming spoke calmly. Enough. Let us set aside our ire and eat first. This Cheng Lei does not speak for Tengsu. His remarks reflect only his personal stance. That grievance must be redressed, but not today. He paused, then offered a wry smile, shrugging lightly. If anyone is angrier than you, it is I. His words struck the table like a sudden hush. The incandescent fury dissolved into something quieter, more complex. Curiosity, disbelief, a dawning shift in tone. Zhao Qiliang blurted out, unable to contain himself. Director Lu, what, pray tell, are you angry about? You weren't personally named or shamed. Lu Ming spread his hands in mild exasperation. Precisely because I am the founder. This company was built by my hand, and yours. When Tengsu lashes out, it doesn't merely target you. It treads upon me as well. An executive from the so-called industry leader descends personally to mock us, and yet we possess no means to strike back. Tell me, should I not be furious? A faint rueful smile crossed his lips, his eyes shadowed with weary resignation. But surely I cannot sit here all night indulging in mutual vitriol. Upon hearing this, the tension at the table eased ever so slightly. His words struck a chord deep within each of them. Indeed, the true weight rested squarely upon the shoulders of their leader. They burned with righteous fury, yet theirs was the anger of employees, raw and untempered. Lu Ming, as founder, had invested far more capital, vision, years of unwavering commitment. He knew better than anyone that Jingyue lacked the strength to challenge Tengsu directly. Yet there he sat, steady and deliberate, anchoring their storm-tossed morale. The sheer magnitude of that burden was staggering. For so long their director had worn only a gentle, affable smile. So much so that they'd nearly forgotten the gravity he bore. Zhao Qiliang fell silent for a beat, then asked quietly, Director Lu, what is your plan? Lu Ming set down his wine glass with quiet finality. His gaze turned inward, profound and still, as if glancing unseen at his own moral debt value. It was moments away from breaching 50,000. Cheng Lei's untimely outburst had delivered an opportunity, ripe, unguarded, and perfectly timed. No rush, he murmured. We need not retaliate immediately. A subtle smile played upon his lips. Tingxiu has yet to issue an official response. We may observe, wait, and gauge their next move. As for Cheng-Lei, feel free to vent your frustration freely. His words hung in the air. Astonishment rippled across the table. Vent freely. Could it truly be done so openly? Zhou Bowen blinked, testing the waters. Director Liu. You mean, we may criticize outright? Absolutely. Lu Ming gestured casually. Cheng-Lei speaks now as a private individual, not as a corporate mouthpiece. Any rebuttal from our staff, conducted off-duty and independently, bears no institutional liability. His tone shifted, sharpening with quiet authority. One caveat: criticism must remain personal, never escalate to the company itself. A measured release of emotion, after all, is neither unreasonable nor unwise. Still, I suggest you wait. When a senior executive makes such a statement, how do you imagine former Tingxiu employees will react? As he finished speaking, a faint, calculating glint flickered in his eyes. Silently turning inward, he retrieved his phone and opened a small, tightly knit group chat. His fingers danced swiftly across the screen, typing several terse lines. Work incoming. Payment upon completion. Roughly 15 minutes later, public discourse on Weibo underwent a subtle, decisive pivot. Initially, condemnation focused squarely on Cheng-Lei and Tingxiu, centered on themes of industry bullying and unethical hiring practices. Yet swiftly, an unexpected wave surged forth. Anonymous voices amplifying discord. Tingxiu is indeed despicable, but is Jingwei any paragon of virtue? Jingwei Games is little more than a fledgling workshop. What masterpieces could it possibly produce? Cheng-Lei is a veteran of the trade. Surely too sharp words warrant no outrage. Do you possess even a shred of dignity? Must we choose the lesser of two rotten walnuts? Cease the whitewashing. Every gaming firm exists solely to extract profit. Tingxiu's strategic vision falls woefully short. Jingwei need not feign moral superiority. This is merely intra-capitalist infighting. Suddenly, online sentiment flared into full-blown conflagration. Inside the private dining room, Lu Ming leisurely plucked a crayfish from his plate, peeling its shell with unhurried precision. His lips curved in a knowing, enigmatic smile. Enough. Eat, drink, and leave the invective to netizens. Li Feng stared wide-eyed at the scrolling comments. What in the world is happening? Why is everyone being vilified? We are the victims. Zhao Qiliang frowned deeply. I have the distinct impression someone is deliberately steering the narrative. Gu Xiangqiu gritted his teeth. Could Tingxiu have hired trolls to smear us? Lu Ming listened, raised his wine glass, and took a slow, deliberate sip, then replied calm and unruffled, not necessarily Tingxiu. Zhou Bowen furrowed his brow. Then who else? Lu Ming set the glass down and smiled faintly. Me. Silence fell, bewildered, disbelieving. Stunned silence. Director Liu, you what? He shrugged, amused. Those criticizing Jingwei. Not all were hired by Tingxiu. Some were engaged by me. A collective gasp. Every gaze locked onto him, wide-eyed, incredulous, as if staring at a lunatic. Hire people to slander your own company. Is this utter madness? Director Liu, are you out of your mind? Did you hire internet trolls? Certainly not. Praising ourselves openly would be transparently suspicious. Lu Ming turned to them, his expression grave and earnest. Moreover, hiring trolls violates the law. I have categorically refrained from such practices. Per system regulations, deploying trolls, fabricating reviews, or manipulating public opinion constitutes illegal activity, strictly prohibited. Thus, Lu Ming had instead engaged a university student part-time job group. When posting the assignment, he explicitly emphasized that compensation was for students to express their own authentic opinions on Weibo regarding the incident. No guidance, no scripting, no direction of sentiment. Lu Ming never expected a few posts to reverse the tide outright. Yet he understood one immutable truth: in such crises, silence is the gravest peril. Now that the issue had ignited, Tingxiu had to respond. A skillful reply might salvage reputation, a misstep would invite swift, devastating backlash. Sure enough, minutes later, it's here. Tingxiu's official response is live. Li Feng pointed excitedly at his phone screen. Everyone leaned in. Tingxiu Games official Weibo. We consistently uphold respect for talent mobility across the industry. We honor and bless our employees' professional choices. Individual remarks deemed inappropriate do not reflect the company's official stance. Internal communication will be conducted to prevent recurrence. Lu Ming read the post and smiled. Tingxiu had responded. Zhao Qiliang scoffed. So, they're deflecting blame. Gu Xiangqiu shrugged. Predictable. They've tossed Cheng-Lei under the bus. Zero accountability from their leadership. But a sly glint sparked in Zhou Bowen's eyes. Does this imply Cheng-Lei has been officially scapegoated? Li Feng perked up instantly. Quick, check Cheng-Lei's Weibo. What's his reaction? The group frantically refreshed their feeds, and there it was. Cheng Lei's original post had vanished. Gone. Zhao Qiliang burst into laughter. How utterly spineless. Zhou Bowen whistled low. Looks like he's just received a stern reprimand from above. Karma at last. Lu Ming said nothing, only tapped his fingertips softly upon the table. This matter ends here for now. Our true battlefield lies not in rhetoric, but in games. After the meal dispersed, Lu Ming declined further drinks and returned home early. He settled into his office chair and opened the system interface, his eyes fixed upon the moral debt value, field current moral debt value 65320. His gaze sharpened, then lifted a quiet, triumphant smile curling his lips. Over 65,000. He drew a slow, steadying breath, replaying the evening's events. Cheng Lei's snide veiled barbs, a minor ripple in industry waters, now magnified by his own orchestration into a tempest that engulfed both Teng Xiu and Jingyue, spiraling beyond control. Teng Xiu's official apology, the public disavowal of Cheng Lei, all achieved through minimal, deniable intervention, targeted discourse, seeding, and the judicious enlistment of student voices. As his debt value surged, so too did Jingyue's visibility, albeit predominantly negative. Yet the return on investment was undeniable. His gaze drifted across the interface, current debt multiplier 6x redemption. A spark of fierce anticipation flashed in his eyes. What did it signify? That the 4 million yuan already invested would yield 24 million by month's end. A single ill-considered tweet from Cheng Lei had multiplied Lu Ming's potential returns manifold. He would someday soon send an anonymous banner of commendation to that man. A pity his own team had borne the brunt of the indignity, but no matter. Once funds cleared, each employee would receive generous compensation for their distress. At this juncture, Lu Ming no longer fixated on the modest debt accrued from internal staff. He sought broader, deeper resonance, the scorn of the masses. University student part-time groups proved astonishingly effective. Lu Ming studied the interface, calculating. This campaign had demonstrated their extraordinary utility. A modest investment secured rapid organic engagement. Topics heated, discourse amplified, all without regulatory risk. After all, these were not paid trolls, but diligent students earning tuition through honest labor. Every comment reflected genuine, unscripted perspective, even lengthy, thoughtful analyses imbued with authenticity and emotional sincerity, far superior to any purchased influence. And crucially, their cost-effectiveness was unmatched. A single takeout meal could elicit a polished, articulate essay, and some even engaged passionately in debate, widening the conversation organically. Never underestimate the intellectual vigor of students. After careful reflection, Lu Ming resolved to cultivate such networks diligently moving forward. He opened WeChat, navigated to the student part-time group, and typed swiftly, "Well done, everyone. Task accomplished flawlessly." A red envelope followed. A 200 yuan lucky draw, instantly sparking a flurry of enthusiastic replies. "Director Lu is magnanimous. Thank you, boss. Today's bubble tea is covered. Whoa, I just snagged 18 yuan. Fortune smiles upon me. Boss, do you need more part-timers? I'm available anytime." Lu Ming smiled at the stream of messages, then pinned the group to his chat list, ready for future deployment. Such groups were simply indispensable. They would undoubtedly become one of his most potent strategic assets. At this moment in the dormitory of Fenghua University, a boy dressed in a loose t-shirt lay on his bed, a smug smile on his lips. His name is Zhou Qian, a sophomore and the founder of several part-time job groups on campus. Since his freshman year, Zhou Qian had been active in various part-time jobs. Later, realizing that his solo efforts were inefficient, he established several part-time job groups to facilitate job searching. Over the course of a year, he amassed multiple groups covering college students from various regions. In simple terms, he gathered a bunch of college students into groups, helping them connect with various simple online and offline part-time jobs, such as food delivery, tutoring, reviews, promotions, and similar tasks. Thanks to these efforts, he could easily earn 1,000 to 2,000 yuan a month, which was even higher than the living expenses of an average college student. This order today is just too satisfying. Zhou Qian took a bite of the 5 yuan grilled sausage in his hand, feeling exceptionally pleased. The boss with the nickname Lulu Wu Wei is truly a great person. Not only was he generous, but he also specifically instructed, do not guide the direction of public opinion, just let everyone express their opinions freely. Such a meticulous employer is hard to come by. It's worth noting that he had previously taken on some jobs that manipulated public sentiment, and some unscrupulous bosses even asked them to write negative articles and maliciously attack certain companies, which made him feel uneasy after doing it for a while. After all, such actions are unethical, and Zhou Qian did not want to engage in such work. However, this task posed no psychological burden at all. It was merely discussing an issue on Weibo while earning money, truly a windfall. Even if you don't pay as a college student who often plays games, there are still plenty of opinions to share. This boss is truly remarkable. This kind of good boss needs to be courted. Zhou Qian licked his lips, forming a plan in his mind, casually opening the chat app and directly messaging Lu Ming several times. Boss, today's collaboration was very pleasant. If there are similar part-time jobs in the future, feel free to contact me. I have a few larger part-time groups with over 2,000 members ready to arrange anytime. The group consists of college students, and our entry screening is very strict. Everyone is real. Both online and offline activities are acceptable. After sending the message, he leisurely slurped a mouthful of instant noodles, waiting for a reply. Oh, Lu Ming's eyes brightened slightly upon seeing the message. A part-time group of over 2,000 college students. This Zhou Qian is quite a talent. There are simply too many jobs suitable for college students. Each one seems like they are doing social practice. Moreover, they are full of enthusiasm and take their work very seriously. Thinking of this, Lu Ming quickly replied, "Okay, let's keep in touch. If there are suitable jobs later, I'll contact you again." On the other side, Zhou Qian slapped his thigh upon seeing the reply. It's settled. From now on, as long as Lu Ming has a need, he could earn a guaranteed profit. As the group owner, he would receive a decent commission from many jobs. 2 days later, the online public sentiment decreased significantly after Teng Xiu issued a statement. Days went by, and it was June 1st, the first day of June. The sky over Modu was heavy, as if it were going to rain, but the office of Whale Leap Gaming Company was filled with a childish atmosphere. Due to Children's Day, this atmosphere was specially arranged by Lu Ming and Lin Xiaoxiao. Several employees were busy, but their expressions showed signs of fatigue and numbness. Han Mimi stared at the computer screen, her fingers tapping on the report, muttering softly, "The criticism has decreased a bit these days, but the ratings still haven't improved." Of course it has decreased, a fewer people are playing. Zhou Bowen sat at his workstation, rubbing his temples, sighing as he chased the code interface. Lu Ming locked himself in the office, pulled down the blinds, and locked the door. He sat in an ergonomic office chair, the light from the idol on the computer screen reflecting on his face, his eyes filled with an almost feverish anticipation. Today is the day for system settlement. To date, his debt value has shown no signs of decline. Indeed, following the path of his idol is the right direction. Lu Ming took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. Ding. The current cycle has ended and settlement is in progress. Lu Ming's heart raced instantly. He stared intently at the screen, his fingers instinctively tightening around the armrests of the chair. The settlement time has arrived. As the familiar electronic voice fell, the numbers on the system interface began to wildly fluctuate. Company name Whale Leap Gaming Company. Company funds 800 yuan. Detected increase in moral level. During this cycle, the host can withdraw 3 to personal account. Personal assets 40 yuan. Moral debt value 66 onto moral level. Infamous. This cycle triggered the reward mechanism. Return multiple 6 times cash return for this cycle. 240 yuan. Next settlement cycle 1 month later. Soon, over 20 million yuan was credited. 20 million. Lu Ming swallowed hard, feeling as if his heart might leap out of his chest. This is over 20 million, not just 2,000. A rush of excitement surged into his mind, and Lu Ming suddenly stood up from his chair, fists clenched, his body even trembling slightly. From hundreds of thousands to millions. Lu Ming instantly achieved a leap in social status, and he glanced at his moral level, realizing he had reached the infamous point. For a moment, Lu Ming felt an unreal sensation. This may have truly been worthwhile. The game, Killing the Fate of Immortality, is simply outstanding. Lu Ming resolved that this game must be transformed into a mobile game. Moreover, it needs extensive promotion. Lu Ming opened the mobile banking app, staring at the stark 8-digit balance, counting it again. This money is real. Ha! Lu Ming could no longer contain himself, throwing his head back in a hearty laugh. What do I have? I have money. I calculated it just right. The company account is almost out of funds. In just a month, he earned over 20 million. Thinking of this, Lu Ming felt as if he were floating. Should he buy a sports car? Should he rent a huge office in the top CBD of Modu? Should he buy a villa? It seems he might be thinking too much. 20 million is still not enough for a villa in Modu. No, he must not act impulsively. Lu Ming took a deep breath, trying to suppress the overwhelming joy in his heart and calm himself down. The money must be spent wisely. Over 20 million, although it has laid a solid foundation, is still far from enough. If in this June he invests another 20 million with the current 6-fold return mechanism, that would mean 2 billion. 1 billion. Take a gamble, turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Take a gamble, 20 million turns into 100 million. 1 billion. Just thinking about it makes his blood boil. This is a surefire capital game. In just 2 months, he could leap from a small boss with only a few tens of thousands in the company account to a billionaire. Insane, too crazy. But he loves it. Let's go. Lu Ming slammed the table, planning to directly go to the bank and transfer 20 million to the company account. While Lu Ming was elated, a surge of unprecedented ambition ignited within him. This June he would take another shot. One game, killing the fate of immortality, is far from enough to be criticized. The player's complaints must bloom everywhere. If the moral debt value could break through 100, there would be an eightfold return. He could gain even more profit. Moreover, the distance to 100 isn't too far. If he operates carefully, it is possible to achieve. As for the grievances of his employees, Ming had already thought it through. Only bonuses could truly comfort their wounded souls. After all, there were only a few dozen employees in the company, and with a surge of complaints from countless players, Ming was no longer overly concerned about his employees' opinions. After transferring money at the bank, Ming left 4 million yuan in his own account. After all, as a boss, he had many small operations that he planned to accomplish through his own channels. In the office area of Whale Leap Games, the lunch break had just ended and Han Mimi was sitting in front of the computer painstakingly sorting out the recent data. She looked up at the atmosphere in the office, oppressive, dull, and lifeless. This week, Whale Leap's Killing the Immortal went from a breakout hit to being criticized and now mocked by peers. The entire company seemed shrouded in dark clouds, with everyone wearing a grim expression. Although the grievances had been vented on the Tungsu side, the game was currently in a slump, and they indeed felt uneasy. The game's ratings were dropping day by day. The player churn rate continued to rise. What was even more exhausting was that the company had little money coming in. Han Mimi calculated the accounts. Last month, the company had invested at least 4 million. However, the players' top-ups couldn't even cover the server and maintenance costs. Han Mimi had even prepared for the worst. If this continued, the company might not survive the month. Han Mimi glanced at Ming's office, unsure of what the boss was up to. He always seemed hurried, locking himself in the office, and when he went out, it was just as rushed. She pondered what he was thinking when suddenly ding-dong. In the company group chat, Ming sent a message. Ming, everyone, happy Children's Day. I've sent out benefits for Children's Day. Everyone check your accounts. Han Mimi was stunned, and her surrounding colleagues looked bewildered at the group message. Benefits for Children's Day. How many years had it been since they were adults? Still celebrating Children's Day. Moreover, how could they even think about celebrating Children's Day now? Complaining internally, Han Mimi opened her bank account. In the next second, she nearly threw her phone away. Amount received 18000 yuan. What the hell? Han Mimi exclaimed in shock. Nearby, Zhao Qiliang heard the commotion and glanced at his phone. In the next moment, his eyes widened. What the hell? Then the entire Whale Leap office erupted into chaos. No way. Is this real? I got it too. 18000. President Liu really issued it. Benefits for Children's Day. Is President Liu crazy? Isn't the company running out of money? Where did the money come from for bonuses? In the past, we only got lollipops for Children's Day. With dozens of people in our company, this will cost nearly 1 million, right? The employees were all bewildered, completely clueless about what was happening. At that moment, Ming walked out of his office with a mysterious and confident smile. He glanced around and found everyone staring at him. What's the matter? Why is everyone looking at me? Unable to hold back, Han Mimi asked President Liu. What's with these bonuses? Ming clapped his hands and smiled. Didn't I say it? It's a holiday benefit for Children's Day. I hope everyone is forever 18, forever maintaining a childlike heart. The entire office fell into a dead silence. Han Mimi twitched at the corners of her mouth. Although she was worried about the company's financial status, she actually really liked this way of celebrating Children's Day. Ming looked at everyone seriously. Everyone has been working hard lately. As the boss, I can't let you feel disheartened. Zhao Qiliang frowned and cautiously asked, but isn't the company's funding very tight? Funding? Who told you the company has no money? From now on, don't talk about being out of money in the company. Ming chuckled, patted Han Mimi on the shoulder. Mimi, come to my office for a moment. In the office, Han Mimi sat in the chair looking gravely at Ming. President Liu, what is your plan? Our game has already received terrible reviews, and the players are increasingly vocal in their complaints. The data is a complete mess. I can understand you giving out bonuses now, but are you really planning to keep pouring money into this? President Liu, do you want to go check the game forums? Players are piling on complaints. At this critical juncture, are you still going to invest in advertising? Han Mimi genuinely didn't understand and was even a bit anxious. She was one of the earliest employees, and Whale Leap was her longest job. Seeing it on the verge of collapse made her truly worried. But just now, hearing Ming's decision to continue investing in advertising left her in a daze. It was almost collapsing, and yet he wanted to spend money on promotion. Wasn't that just throwing money away? Yet Ming's expression was oddly calm. He slowly spoke. Mimi, listen to me. Players are cursing us. Then let them curse louder. The current negative publicity isn't enough to truly ignite Whale Leap's popularity. We need greater and more intense attention. Therefore, we must continue investing in advertising. 5 million, not much. Let's invest for now. Han Mimi. Her mind was a bit overwhelmed. Are you serious? Of course. We've already been criticized mercilessly. Are you sure you want to keep spending money to get cursed at? This isn't seeking criticism, it's marketing. Lu Ming's gaze was sharp and resolute. He had long thought of reasons to persuade Han Mimi, if you really understand the internet, you should know that even criticism is traffic and traffic is money. We're not afraid of being criticized, or we're afraid of not being discussed. As long as enough people discuss us, it means more people will know about Whale Leap. Han Mimi's lips trembled slightly. She truly found it hard to believe the words she was hearing. What sort of crazy business logic was this? Did the boss truly understand marketing, or was he just messing around? But it was undeniable that Lu Ming was the boss. Even if she didn't invest the money, Lu Ming would find someone else to do it. If it was spent in his hands, Han Mimi would feel more at ease. After arranging things with Han Mimi, Lu Ming called Zhao Qiliang over. Qiliang, your task is simple, just continue to maintain and develop the game. There have been many issues with the game lately, and there are quite a few bugs that don't let the tech team slack off. Optimize what needs optimizing, adjust what needs adjusting. Zhao Qiliang nodded, his tone complicated. President Lu, are you really planning to continue operating this game? What else would we do? Zhao Qiliang whispered, players are saying that we plan to take the game down and modify the values. Lu Ming's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Modify? Who told you that? The key values of killing the immortal must not be changed. Be prepared, we are about to officially launch it across the entire network. Zhao Qiliang was taken aback, suddenly realizing he must have misheard. Mr. Lu, did you say? We are going for a full-scale release across the internet. Aren't we still in the public beta? He doubted his ears. What was the situation with Killing for Immortality now? It was originally a game for a small-scale internal test which, despite attracting a group of hardcore players with its cultivation setting, was now being heavily criticized by players with ratings that were pitifully low. Logically, in such a situation, most companies would choose to make internal adjustments, conduct further internal tests, observe market feedback during a public beta, and then make adjustments before officially launching. While it might be a bit troublesome, this is definitely the standard process for a game's proper launch. But Lu Ming actually wanted to skip the adjustments and public beta and go straight for a full-scale release. Isn't that insane? Is it me who doesn't understand games, or is my boss out of touch? Zhao Qiliang looked at Lu Ming in shock and couldn't help but remind him, Mr. Lu, our game's reputation is currently terrible. If we launch directly, we might get even more criticism. Lu Ming's lips curled into a slight smile. That's exactly the point. If we don't take advantage of this heated moment, we'll miss the chance for some good old-fashioned backlash. Who has time to wait for a public beta? It's fine, just launch it directly. The faster the better. Zhao Qiliang. He felt like he couldn't keep up with Lu Ming's train of thought. Zhao Qiliang tentatively asked, but what if we get criticized too harshly, leading to a collapse in ratings, and all the players leave? Even if they leave, it's enough to make my moral debt worth 100,000. This was Lu Ming's inner thought, but he couldn't explain it to Zhao Qiliang. He could only smile and say, Qiliang, you don't understand. Just focus on maintaining and updating the game as I asked. Leave the rest to me. Zhao Qiliang. He really wanted to say he didn't understand what Lu Ming was up to, but seeing Lu Ming's determined expression, he swallowed his words. That's how it is for workers. As long as someone takes the blame, they just need to follow the boss orders. After Zhao Qiliang left, Lu Ming took out his phone and found Zhou Qian's contact information. With Killing for Immortality about to go live, he needed to reach his psychological goal, which required a little push. On, are you there? Boss, is there a new task? Zhou Qian's message came back almost instantly. The work is here. Killing for Immortality is about to officially launch across the internet. Arrange for everyone to provide an objective evaluation of the game. Remember, it's an objective evaluation, not just to flood it with good reviews. Zhou Qian was stunned. This was typical of this boss style. Boss, do you mean? Could you elaborate a bit more? It's simple. After Killing for Immortality goes live, let interested players try it out. If they find anything unsatisfactory or particularly interesting, have them comment online. After a moment's pause, Lu Ming continued, let me give you another example. You're not just getting people to discuss the gameplay and experience. It's best to encourage deeper discussions. For instance, how is the art design of this game? How's the background music? Dig deeper and discover more. Zhou Qian suddenly understood, realizing Lu Ming's intent. He was a professional at chatting with people, and with the boss already providing 2 examples, it was clear these were the key areas to focus on. Zhou Qian nodded repeatedly on the other end of the line, already formulating a concrete plan of action. Don't worry, boss, I'll arrange it immediately. Very good. Soon after settling on a price, Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction and hung up. Everything was in place, just waiting for the game's official launch across the internet. 3 days later, Killing for Immortality officially launched across the internet. Advertisements flooded in from various channels. Due to the previous internal test codes being highly sought after, many players were eager to check out what the game was really like when it launched. Although there were many negative reviews that did not dampen the players' curiosity. Damn, it's finally officially launched. As one of the first internal testers, a player with the ID Old Chives excitedly opened the game. He had spent quite a bit during the internal test, but due to his bad luck, he hadn't drawn anything good. However, he kept comforting himself that there would definitely be compensation during the public beta. This was also his main reason for reopening the game. After all, he was a nostalgic person who enjoyed turn-based games, so spending a little money wasn't a big deal for him, as this would be his advantage once the game officially launched. This was also the most enjoyable part of playing these types of games. However, upon entering the game, he immediately saw an announcement. Dear internal testers, thank you for your support of Killing for Immortality. The official version has made some optimizations to the game content, and the previous internal test data will not be retained. All participants in the internal test will receive 100 Spirit Stones and a limited title as compensation. No data retention. Compensation of just 100 Spirit Stones. And what's this limited title? What good is this supposed to do? Looking at the system announcement, Old Chives felt a wave of frustration wash over him, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. He had spent over 1,000 during the internal test. Did this game really treat him like chives to be harvested? Were they just going to pass him off as a new player? Old Chives looked at the limited title above his character's head, Reset Immortal. Title description. You used your physical body as fuel and spirit stones as fire to demonstrate brilliance on the updated altar. Such merit can be recorded in the annals of virtue. After reading the title's description, Old Chives felt even worse. Is that it? Does it really have no effect at all? Moreover, the introduction of this title means that if he goes out with it, it's like blatantly telling others, I am the original big fool. Truly the original Chives. Old Chives decisively chose to hide it. Then he angrily went to the forum only to find that the internal test group he had joined had exploded. What the hell? Internal testers got nothing. I've played so many pay-to-win games, and this is the first time I've encountered this. Directly clearing accounts. Planner, are you a devil? I was still leveling up yesterday, and today my account is gone. So I spent to reach the golden core stage just for this lousy title. Brothers, do you think there's a possibility that we have been scammed? A group of furious people immediately went to contact customer service, only to find the response from customer service raised his blood pressure even more. Dear player, the current version is the latest version and internal test data will not be retained. Thank you for your understanding. Thank you for what? A group of players immediately turned to Weibo to vent. Soon the topic Killing for Immortality scamming players rapidly rose, and within a few hours the criticism was overwhelming. Aside from the seasoned players who have broken through, a wave of eager new players still flocked to the game. Didn't you manage to accumulate thousands of points with just the internal test qualification? Then I must see what this game has to offer. Soon a new player full of anticipation clicked to open the game. At the start, he created a character choosing a cultivation role and modified its appearance. The game's art style was quite pleasing and the background music was also engaging, if it's not as terrible as I imagined. However, after he completed the first dungeon in the novice village, a shocking scene unfolded. Your character has been injured in battle and lifespan reduced by 1 year. He was taken aback and hurried to check the character panel only to find that his original lifespan of 100 years had turned into 99 years. If lifespan reaches 0, your character will be obliterated. Damn, is this game really extracting life? No, it must be the problem with this character I chose. The player immediately checked the details of his chosen character, the white-robed youth. Lifespan 99100, status healthy, slight injury. The new player stared at this panel, his face filled with shock. I cultivate to extend my life, but it turns out I'm cultivating my own demise. He clicked on the character's introduction and flipped through several pages until he finally found a line in a corner. This person follows the path of life cultivation. If life runs out, the soul disperses, and the path must be retraced. It sounds ridiculous, but the meaning is clear. If lifespan reaches 0, you are truly dead, and your account resets. Goodness, while others cultivate, I am cultivating my lifespan. The new player took a deep breath, deciding to see if there was any way to remedy this. He tentatively ate a life-extending pill from the novice gift pack. Extends life by 1 year. Phew. Thankfully, as long as I consume the pills, it's fine. Looking at his inventory, he found there was only 1 life-extending pill left. The rest needed to be purchased in the shop. 5 spirit stones each. That's way too expensive. He rushed to the forum for help only to discover that there were many others in worse situations than his. Lose lifespan just for fighting a monster. I just killed a wild boar. So does this mean that characters need to switch to a new game after a short time? No, that's just your character's trait. Didn't you read the guide? This game has a total of 5 characters, a beggar, a life cultivator, and 1 who cultivates charm. Surprisingly, it's quite interesting. What's interesting about that? All characters consume a lot of resources. Players were discussing furiously, and in no time the forum Weibo and the game erupted with activity. Some new players even complained to customer service, and the response from customer service made their blood pressure spike. Dear player, the game rules were announced before launch. The life extraction gameplay is a core feature of this game. Core feature, my ass. The official response is really tough. This is the first time I've seen a game company so disliked by players. A large number of players angrily uninstalled the game. However, a batch of warriors decided to stick it out and see what else this game could produce. As a result, on the day of its launch, Life Extracting Cultivation saw its rating drop to 2.1 within just 5 hours, even lower than the previous beta version. This was on track to set a record for the fastest rating drop. That night, various streamers, forum players, and game content creators joined in to ridicule it, and meme images flooded the gaming community. Life is already difficult, and now I have to spend money to extend my life in a game. Amazing, it's tough to work overtime in reality, and even tougher to cultivate in the game. Modern office workers' living is already hard, and now even the characters in the game have to work 996. At my last company, they even paid me. After I joined the sect, they kept asking me for money. Is this reasonable? This game is simply going against the heavens. Some even began to the game review board demanding an investigation into whether this game involved improper marketing. The next day at Whale Jump Company in Lu Ming's office. Boss, is our game done for? Han Mimi looked at Lu Ming with a face full of despair. She tightly held a sheet of A4 paper in her hand. This was the apology letter she had rushed to prepare, sincere, heartfelt, and tear-jerking. She had put considerable thought into this sincere apology. Opposite her, Lu Ming sat relaxed, casually leaning back with a smile at the corners of his mouth. Done for? Lu Ming glanced at her, casually typing a few commands on the computer to project the latest real-time online data onto the big screen. Life Extracting Cultivation current online users 42000. New registered users 23000 within 24 hours. Han Mimi rubbed her eyes. What happened? Is this data impressive? At first glance, it seems pretty good. After all, this is only the first day since the game launched, and already there are hundreds of thousands online. This is much better than the previous performance of Whale Jump's games. But upon further thought, her expression suddenly became a bit grim. The company had spent so much on promotional expenses, and only 40-some thousand were online. What is there to brag about? Other popular mobile games at the same investment level have at least 1 million online users on the first day. Not to mention the game's rating was about to drop below 2, and almost all game communities were criticizing it. Moreover, the number of lost players was rapidly increasing. Players were filled with complaints, and the data looked terrible. This game seemed doomed, right? However, Han Mimi stared at Lu Ming only to find that this boss still wore a mysterious smile on his face. It was the kind of expression that seemed to want to laugh, but was forcefully holding it back. What exactly is the boss holding back? She truly couldn't understand. Boss. Han Mimi took a deep breath. Isn't our data looking a bit worrisome? What do you mean? Lu Ming raised his eyes to look at her, his gaze profound. What do you mean? We've spent so much money, counting in the cost of hiring celebrities. Our initial investment is nearly 10 million, but now there are only over 40,000 online users. This ROI, return on investment, doesn't seem to add up at all, does it? The term ROI was something Han Mimi learned only after taking over promotions, and it was a metric she had always been keeping an eye on. Right now, she really wanted to explain this concept to her boss properly. She often talked with friends about how she feared bosses who only had a superficial understanding and gave blind commands. But now her own boss was completely hands-off, just throwing money without concern for returns, which made her even more anxious. The most critical part is, Han Mimi pointed at the rating page. Life Extracting Cultivation rating 1.9. Just now the game's rating refreshed again. She even saw some timely media reports about the game. Life Extracting Cultivation's first day rating drops below 2, marking a milestone in gaming history. If this rating drops even a little more, it will reach epic disaster levels, almost rivaling the classic film Dreaming Circle. Han Mimi was almost in tears. Lu, are we really not planning any public relations? Lu Ming remained indifferent, continuing to type, and projected another piece of data. Life Extracting Cultivation first day, churn rate 83.5. Han Mimi. This can't be real, right? Her eyes twitched, and her finger trembled as she pointed at the screen. So, our first day churn rate has already exceeded 80. This means it's very likely that tomorrow our online users will only be in the tens of thousands. Lu Ming nodded, looking as if it were a matter of course. Han Mimi's face changed colors as she looked at Lu Ming, unable to help but retort, Boss, what exactly is there to brag about? Generally speaking, if a mobile game's first day churn rate exceeds 50, it can basically be declared a failure, yet the churn rate of pay-to-play Cultivation astonishingly reached 83. 83. Can this game be saved? If this data gets exposed, it will definitely cause a stir in the gaming community, It practically breaks the record for first-day game churn. With the game in such dire straits, what is the boss still holding on to? Han Mimi couldn't comprehend the data, nor could she understand her boss. Frowning, she glanced at her phone, feeling a vague sense of foreboding. It seemed the boss was impervious to reason, as she could only wander out of the office in a daze. Just as she returned to her desk and sat down, ding. A breaking news alert popped up in the marketing department's group chat, instantly capturing her attention. Hot topic is the art design of pay-to-play cultivation suspected of being a Reskin plagiarism. Han Mimi was taken aback. Is there more negative news? She immediately clicked on the news link and found a post on a well-known gaming forum titled "Shocking. Is the art of pay-to-play cultivation actually a Reskin?" In the post, a player compared the art design of pay-to-play cultivation with several other Xinxia games and was astonished to find that many games had similar interfaces, character modeling, and even effects. The only difference was that after modification, pay-to-play cultivation's modeling was more three-dimensional and exquisite, but this is still not a valid reason for reskinning. You're blending references far too heavily. In the comments, players began to discuss, isn't this a typical Reskin game? No wonder the art of pay-to-play cultivation looks somewhat familiar. It turns out it borrowed the skin of games I played before. Simply put, it's just a Reskin scam to exploit players. Goodness, it turns out this game not only exploits players, but also can't be bothered to create its own art. So now you understand why this game didn't dare release too much material before launch, right? It's afraid of being exposed for reskinning. Strictly speaking, these materials were all uploaded to commercial platforms, and pay-to-play cultivation should have purchased the character models, so it can't exactly be called plagiarism. At most, it's not original. Just then, an enthusiastic player directly searched for the art materials used in pay-to-play cultivation and discovered that while these materials were not entirely plagiarized, they all came from a commercial material platform that game companies could purchase and use directly. In other words, Jingyue spent hardly any money creating its own art. Instead, it simply bought some generic materials and added a little optimization before launching. So this is a game outsourced at a major studio level. This is called paying homage to the classics, you know. Don't speak recklessly. They optimized it anew, and the modeling is more refined. Optimize your own backside. The pay-to-win experience is even darker than before. Some veteran players even directly combined screenshots of pay-to-play cultivation with screenshots from other Xinxia games to create comparison images. There was over 60 similarity. Isn't this a Reskin? What's the difference between this and copying homework from a desk mate? This is even lazier than some major studios' Reskin mobile games. In a flash, various mockeries, jokes, and meme packs emerged in abundance. No wonder it's pay-to-play cultivation. The game characters need to pay with their lives, and the company can't even be bothered to invest in modeling. Purchased modeling, the most exploitative pay-to-win, the most absurd gameplay, the most outrageous game of the year. Thanks to Jingyue Games for showing me what true shamelessness looks like. The continuous stream of negative reviews caused the rating of pay-to-play cultivation to drop a little more. Inside the office, Ming held a coffee in one hand while casually flipping through the online opinion trends on his computer, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with an indescribable pride. As expected, the efficiency of college students working part-time is really impressive. The trap he laid in advance had finally exploded. Ming glanced at his moral debt value 85372. This data was simply beautiful. Over 80000, and to have such data on the very first day of launch. It was truly exhilarating. This absolutely could not have been achieved without his meticulous management and careful calculations over the previous days. Effort yields rewards. He had not wasted his previous planning. Ming felt a sense of accomplishment akin to a strategist orchestrating a grand plan. Without meticulous planning, sufficient media groundwork, and carefully arranged points of ignition, this game could not have sparked such a fierce backlash in such a short time. But Ming had achieved it. Every trap he had set in advance was now exploding on schedule. Every aspect he had planned was pushing the situation in the direction he desired. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Ming raised his coffee and took a hearty gulp. Now he was not far from breaking through the 100 debt value. And Ming had new ideas. He looked out of the office and caught a glimpse of a hesitant figure at the office door. It was Han Mimi. She stood at the door with a complex expression as if she had something to say, but was too timid to open her mouth. In her hand, she tightly clutched the apology letter she had prepared long ago. At this moment, Han Mimi's heart was filled with conflict, especially after seeing online discussions about their company allegedly reskinning and plagiarizing. She could no longer sit still. They had paid the copyright fees. This cannot be considered plagiarism. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she felt. Ultimately, she mustered her courage, knocked on the door, and walked in. Boss, regarding the Reskin issue, shouldn't we quickly think of a way to manage public relations? Otherwise, I can contact the PR team to see if we can find some positive opinions to suppress the negative ones. Upon hearing this, Ming finally shifted his gaze from the computer screen to Han Mimi, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. What positive opinions does Jingwei even have right now? Ming stood up from his chair, glanced at Han Mimi. Mimi, you're just in time. Just in time. Has the boss finally realized the need for public relations management? Han Mimi took a deep breath, planning to share all the strategies she had just thought of, as she had already devised several remedial plans, including inviting industry influencers for positive reviews, spending money on ads to suppress negative information, and having streamers in the gaming community help clear their name. These were all normal responses that any game company should take. Mimi, I currently have an important task for you. Ming tapped on the desk, signaling her to listen carefully. You need to contact several major streamers in the gaming community. Han Mimi was delighted. It was rare for her and her boss to be on the same wavelength. Major streamers have significant influence and reach many players. Choosing this route for public relations is a good strategy. She immediately began to ponder which streamers would be suitable. Should she find some reviewers, or should she look for entertaining streamers? Or perhaps recruit a few humorous streamers to create engaging content during their live streams, driving the momentum? The more she thought, the more feasible it seemed. After all, the storyline of pay-to-play cultivation was still quite good. If they talked about it during streams, players would discover the game still had some fun elements. So she quickly took out her notebook, flipped through the names of several streamers she had previously collected, and excitedly asked, "Boss, which streamers do you want me to contact?" Ming raised the corners of his mouth slightly and calmly said, "We don't want streamers without a stance. I think this streamer is quite good." Ming turned the computer screen around, revealing the official streamer of Beishan Games, a competitor of Jingwei Games, Chu Feng, who was currently live streaming. Han Mimi stared at the screen, momentarily frozen in shock, her expression akin to seeing a ghost. On the screen, Chu Feng, the official streamer of Beishan Games, was live streaming. Chu Feng is a signed streamer for Beishan Games, primarily promoting their games. He frequently plays various Beishan games in his streams, often mockingly taunting his competitors, a typical staunchly opinionated streamer. Currently, the most popular game from Beishan is Xian 2, also an immortal-themed game. In fact, Beishan and Whale Leap are direct competitors. But now the boss unexpectedly asked her to contact this person. Isn't that akin to delivering a bomb straight to the enemy's logistics division? Boss, are you serious? Han Mimi's eyelid twitched violently. You want me to contact Chu Feng and have him promote our game? She thought she must have misheard. A streamer who supports a competitor. Would he take a contract from Whale Leap? Isn't that wishful thinking? Moreover, leaving aside whether he would agree, this method, wasn't it akin to treason in the past? Across from her, Ming calmly nodded. Yes, just contact him. He is perfect for this. I've seen his streaming style, subtle yet pointed. Well-reasoned and incisive. There's hardly anyone more suitable than him. Han Mimi was speechless. Has the boss truly gone mad? She opened her mouth as if to say something, but seeing Ming's confident demeanor, she hesitated inexplicably. Could he have already devised some scheme? Isn't there an overabundance of schemes in this world? It's settled then. Hurry and contact him. Make sure he streams our game tonight. But, boss, will he agree? I'll approve the budget. Even if he breaches the contract, we'll cover the costs for streaming our game. Just boldly propose your terms. Ming spoke with determination. This matter must be resolved tonight. Han Mimi. All right, this is very much in line with Whale Leap's style. Using the most straightforward approach, throwing the most money at it to have a competitor's streamer criticize their own game. She really couldn't comprehend why Ming could be so calm while doing all this. Standing in front of her desk, a bold thought surged in Han Mimi's mind. With the boss' bottomless unrestricted spending, could it be possible that the boss had received a mission to spend 100 million within a set time frame, and then inherit more wealth? Shaking her head, Han Mimi abandoned her unrealistic thought. She knew she had no choice. The boss had issued an order, she could only comply. But really, could this possibly work? Meanwhile, Chu Feng sat in his streaming room, staring at the offer. Han Mimi sent him utterly bewildered. 5,000,000. This was the amount he typically earned in half a year under normal circumstances. Is Whale Leap Games really that powerful now? They were willing to drop such a hefty sum just to have him play a game with explosive reviews tonight. They even planned to cover his breach of contract fees. After all, he was signed with Beishan Games. Streaming games from other companies was against the rules. This money seemed too easy to earn. He had his principles too. Chu Feng swallowed hard and couldn't help but ask again, there really are no scripts or dialogue designed for me. Just let me do my own thing. Han Mimi replied instantly, no need. The boss said to let you keep your style as long as the show is explosive enough. Chu Feng. So can I criticize and insult this game? He asked cautiously. After all, he had taken their money, and criticizing them didn't seem like a reasonable collaboration. However, having seen the current reviews of Killing the Immortal Path, he felt that blindly praising it would be quite difficult. But this 50000 really tempted him. The problem is, as a streamer for Beishan, could he really take Whale Leap's contract? What if Beishan Games found out about this and it affected his future collaborations? Rationality told him not to accept, but money urged him to go for it. 50000. Isn't this just handing out money? Of course I can. You just need to be responsible for the show's dissemination effect. After receiving the reply, Chu Feng took a deep breath, starting to weigh the pros and cons frantically in his mind. He had already inquired about the other party's requirements, which were none. No requirements meant it would be easy to operate. He could also explain easily to Beishan. But what exactly was the other party after? What kind of bizarre company is Whale Leap? Chu Feng had no time to ponder further. The contract from the other party had already been sent over. Clenching his fist, he gritted his teeth and decided to go for it. 50000. In. Han Mimi. Wow, this guy is even easier to negotiate with than I imagined. This budget was less than half of what the boss provided. At this moment, Lu Ming leaned back gently in his chair, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth after receiving Han Mimi's confirmation. Watching the continuously rising moral debt values, he took a gentle sip of coffee. Chu Feng, please don't let me down. That night at 8 o'clock, Chu Feng's live stream began punctually. As the official streamer for Beishan Games, he was primarily playing CN2 under Beishan, so as soon as the stream started, a wave of familiar viewers flooded in. Brother Chu, are we still doing the locked demon tower today? Hurry up. Brother Chu, do you want to bring a few friends to run a dungeon together? Brother Chu, how about leveling up a weapon today? The viewers in the stream were still enthusiastically discussing, but the next moment they noticed something was off. In Chu Feng's streaming room, an unfamiliar game interface abruptly appeared, Killing the Immortal Path, a creation of Whale Leap Games. Brother Chu, why did you switch games? What the heck? Killing the Immortal Path. Isn't that the game that has been heavily criticized online recently? Wait, Brother Chu, did you take money to do this? Brother Chu, if you praise this game, I'll immediately unfollow. Brother Chu, don't tell me you took money to wash white. Chu Feng cleared his throat, forcibly suppressing the embarrassment in his heart, and smiled. Brothers, today, we have something new. I've been playing CN2 every day, so let's switch it up and experience the charm of another game today. Seeing the barrage of comments, Chu Feng's face flushed. This 500 was indeed hard to earn. He couldn't help but mutter, don't talk nonsense. I genuinely took the money this time, but I'm definitely not here to wash white. Fortunately, he had asked the other party's requirements beforehand. There were no restrictions, and he just needed to create some show effects. So while streaming, he still had to do his job. Perhaps the financial backer was watching his stream right now, so he forced a smile, trying to get into the right mood. Brothers, since this is a new game, we need to adopt the right attitude. Directly. Top up 10000. As soon as the words fell, the live stream exploded. Wow, Brother Chu just dropped 10,000. Incredible, he directly charged 10,000. I remember Brother Chu only spent 2,000 at most in the game of Beishan before, right? Rich people are indeed different, they just throw in thousands. While other streamers are careful with their spending, Brother Chu goes all out in the game. The bullet comments were lively, and Chu Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart. Charging 10,000, this wave of hype is definitely enough. What could be more effective than splashing gold in a game? After all, he had already received a reward of 500, so spending 100 for some streaming effect was still quite cost-effective. Amidst the shock of the bullet comments, Chu Feng selected his character and entered the game interface. Chu Feng skillfully opened the recharge page and entered a series of numbers. Recharge successful. Account balance 100 spirit stones. 100,000 spirit stones arrived, and the system notification chimed incessantly. Congratulations, player, you have received 100 spirit stones. As a distinguished VIP 10, please enjoy your cultivation journey. Heaven rewards diligence. The path of immortality is boundless. Wow, 100,000 spirit stones. This is too extravagant. Ha ha ha, feels like a divine rich man has descended. I bet $5 that Brother Chu will still struggle to play. Brothers, everyone shut up, and let's see how dark the game by Whale Jump really is. Chu Feng was filled with confidence, laughing as he opened the shop and began to spend lavishly. Alright, brothers, now let's see how the spending experience in this game truly is. Top tier treasures. Buy. Ultimate skills. Buy. Spiritual pills. Buy them all. In just a few minutes, his equipment slots were filled with various sparkling top-tier items. Chu Feng looked at himself shining brightly and felt elated. Alright, brothers, this time we are fully loaded with cash. With this configuration, let's see who dares to stop me. Soon Chu Feng leveled up, continuously joined a sect, and went out to battle monsters. All the problems previous players encountered in the game were no issue for Chu Feng. After all, as long as he had spirit stones, Chu Feng didn't have to worry about any so-called beginner's period. In fact, aside from the turn-based combat system, he wasn't used to the game was quite enjoyable. The joy of spending money is so simple and unadorned. At this moment, Chu Feng resembled a great figure from the immortal realm, donned in a dazzling golden celestial robe, wielding the top-tier treasure, the scarlet flame sword, and standing on the newly purchased seven-colored flame cloud like a deity descending upon the world. The audience in the live stream was dumbfounded. Wow, this outfit, is this what an immortal realm great figure looks like? The spending warrior has arrived, and the casual players are trembling, laughing to death, while ordinary players are just leaving the novice village. Brother Chu has already joined a sect. Money really does allow one to do as they please. Watching this game through Brother Chu's perspective is the first time I've felt any sense of enjoyment. Chu Feng was in high spirits, guiding his character as he soared across the entire cultivation continent on the seven-colored flame cloud. Brothers, this is what an immortal's treatment is like. You guys without spirit stones are destined to struggle, while I, Chu, am taking off directly. Saying this, he opened the mount section of the shop, gritted his teeth, and directly purchased the flashy Mount Azure Dragon, breaking the heavens. A lifelike azure dragon descended from the sky, majestically hovering in midair. Chu Feng tapped lightly, and the character immediately mounted the azure dragon, soaring freely in the air. Who would have thought he was merely at the Golden Core stage? At that moment, a notification for a sect mission suddenly popped up in the game. Sect noticed: the rival sect Xiantian Palace is launching an attack. All disciples are to gather swiftly to fend off the external enemies. Chu Feng immediately came to his senses, and in the next second, he saw the glaring sect announcement, instantly getting excited. Brothers, it's happening. Sect battle. The time for the spending overlord's performance has arrived. Chu Feng took a deep breath, mounted Azure Dragon, breaking the heavens, and raced toward the main hall of the sect. Upon arriving at the battlefield, the scene shifted, and his character appeared on a vast battlefield where the sect elders were arranging formations, and the opposing sect's army was approaching. He immediately witnessed a shocking sight. In the sky, players from Xiantian Palace rode various top mounts, donned in dazzling treasures, wielding top-tier immortal artifacts, accompanied by a massive army of spirit beasts charging ferociously. Moreover, there were also spending overlords on the opposing side. Their sect leader stood on a chaos golden pung, wielding the supreme extermination sword, exuding a terrifying aura just by standing there. Meanwhile, on his side, NPC senior brothers and sisters shouted, "Fellow disciples, in today's battle, life and death are uncertain. For the honor of the sect, we vow to fight to the death." Wow, this is pretty intense. Chu Feng excitedly rubbed his fists, ready to wreak havoc. The battle began. Disciples from the enemy sect surged like a tide, and Chu Feng, wielding the scarlet flame sword, was the first to charge in. The turn-based interface opened up instantly, but Chu Feng's action points were insufficient to strike first. He didn't recognize the opposing players, but who cares about them? He would just take them down. Soon the enemy acted first. In the next second, countless burning meteors fell from the sky, each carrying a terrifying aura of destruction, smashing down towards Chu Feng's formation. 15,000. Chu Feng lost more than half of his health instantly. The enemy's damage is that high, and it's AoE damage. Wait a minute. I'm a player who spent 10,000. However, the enemy didn't give him a chance to think, and another sword strike came. 6,000. You have died. Battle failed. 500 spirit stones will be deducted for resurrection. Chu Feng stared at the resurrection prompt, completely stunned. Only 2 rounds and I died. He must increase his action points in the future. Did I seriously just die the moment I entered the battlefield? Fortunately, resurrection spirit stones are not expensive, so Chu Feng decisively chose to resurrect. He hadn't even truly made a move yet. Soon it was finally Chu Feng's turn. Chu Feng licked his lips, brandished the sparkling top-tier treasure, the scarlet flame sword, and unleashed his strongest skill, 9 heavens flowing flame slash. Flames erupted from the sword, energy instantly hitting the opponent and exploding into a massive damage number 2,500. Chu Feng. The live stream. What's going on? With such luxurious equipment, it only dealt 2,500 damage. Wow, isn't this like poking an elephant with a toothpick? Did I misread? Doesn't the enemy also wear top-tier armor? Very likely, just look at the sheen on their clothing. They might be a spending overlord too. It's obvious that the other party might have spent more. Chu Feng's smile froze on his face, and the atmosphere in the live stream suddenly became awkward. Before he could react, both sides engaged in combat again, and in just a few rounds he was taken down once more. You died again in the sect battle. Please choose a resurrection method. Resurrect in place requires 1,000 spirit stones. Sect resurrection requires a 1-hour cooldown. Chu Feng looked at these 2 options, feeling completely dazed. Wow, resurrection fee doubled. If you can resurrect with money, who would wait an hour? After an hour, the sect would probably have lost its entrance. Chu Feng decisively chose to buy his life back. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream were going wild. I can see it now, the end of spending money is spending life. Thanks to Brother Chu for testing the revival mechanism of whale jump. Brother Chu, how many more times can your 10,000 yuan last? Who would have thought that the key to turn-based battles isn't strategy but the thickness of the wallet? Don't hesitate, keep spending. We're enjoying this. Chu Feng's temples throbbed, and he took a deep breath, staring at the revival interface on the screen, his hands trembling. Indeed, the old saying is true: to fight is to spend money. But the problem is he couldn't choose not to revive now. He was a disciple of the sect. Not participating in the sect battle would lead to a deduction of contribution points. If his contribution points reached 0, he would be kicked out of the sect. Then all the previous expenses would be for nothing. At this moment, the system kindly provided him with a prompt supreme revival package price. 1 spirit stones, includes revival order 10, exclusive protective talismans 1. Brothers, this game is really more ruthless than Tengxiu. At least Tengxiu informed me where I needed to spend money. Oh, I completely didn't anticipate the top-up in this game. Isn't this playing a game, but paying protection fees? But what else could Chu Feng do? He could only buy. Top up. He gritted his teeth and clicked into the store to buy revival items frantically. With the sect battle ahead, how could they be timid? After buying back his life again, Chu Feng was somewhat speechless. He spoke into the microphone, his voice full of helplessness. Brothers, this game is really more ruthless than Tengxiu. The battle continued, although the turn-based rules slowed down the pace of combat. Chu Feng had already grasped the routine. You take a turn, I take a turn. Both sides were almost all Padoan warriors, completely comparing who had more money and who could last longer. The battle situation on both sides had almost completely fallen into a stalemate. Fortunately, the number of revivals was also limited, and those who couldn't afford to consume would naturally choose to die, otherwise the fight would be too intense. Chu Feng gritted his teeth. He had already spent quite a bit on this battle. He decisively pulled out his trump card, the Supreme Attack Talisman he had purchased earlier. This item could increase his attack power by 150 and also added fire attribute damage. As the talisman burned out, a blazing red flame ignited around Chu Feng's character, making him look like a war god. The scarlet flame sword in his hand became even more dazzling, with runes flowing on the blade, faintly emitting a thunderous roar. Chu Feng took a deep breath, gripping the mouse tightly, his eyes revealing a fierce determination. Group skill: Scarlet Flame Sword Technique, incinerate heaven and exterminate earth. The sword light tore through the void, accompanied by rolling flames landing directly on all the opponents. Boom. Several opponents fell directly to the ground, then several beams of white light flashed as some chose to exit. After several rounds of battle, Chu Feng finally ended the fight. After a few more minutes, the system prompt finally popped up. The leader of Xiantian Palace is injured and fleeing. Victory in the sect battle. The battle ended, and the battlefield fell into a brief silence. Soon after, a series of system prompts floated up on Chu Feng's character interface. Congratulations to player Chu Feng's sect for achieving victory. Based on the character's contribution in battle, the following rewards are given: sect contribution, 5,000, spirit stones, 30,000, premium magical treasure, heavenly gang battle armor, sect position promoted to inner disciple. Chu Feng looked at the system's settlement rewards, and his spirits were instantly lifted. Wow, the rewards are so generous. Whether it's spirit stones or contribution points, these are hard currencies. Although it couldn't compare to the 10,000 he just topped up, at least it was a recovery. Brothers, this wave is not a loss. Although I spent money, the rewards are really good. Chu Feng felt a bit smug and then glanced at his spirit stone balance. He opened the interface and his face immediately darkened. Current spirit stones, 3,000 spirit stones. He was stunned for a moment, then recalled the battle he just had, buying revivals, buying health, buying talismans. Adding in the random purchases he made before, it totaled to directly spending 70 to 80,000 spirit stones in this sect battle. That was much more than he had spent while strolling outside before. Chu Feng fell silent for a moment and also realized a harsh truth. This sect war that seemed victorious was actually built on his frenzied spending. Of course, he wasn't the only one spending. The viewers in the live stream were equally stunned after seeing this. Brother Chu spent 10,000 yuan, resulting in a victory in the sect battle, and came back with 3,000. This wave is not just a loss, it's a super loss. Shouldn't the game planners give Brother Chu a VIP Supreme Player badge? Thank you, Brother Chu, for helping us pave the way. This game really is a life-consuming cultivation. How can we continue playing this game? Brother Chu is only at the golden core stage now, and even 10,000 can't hold up. Chu Feng helplessly looked at the screen and sighed deeply. Brothers, fighting is about spending money. If you play this game, be prepared mentally. The live stream viewers immediately began to encourage him. Brother Chu, since you've already spent, why not top up a bit more? Yes, since you are already an inner disciple, why not go straight for an elder? Chu Feng looked at the bullet comments in the live stream, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Brothers, are you devils? Let's not top up for now. We just earned 300 spirit stones. Let's use those first. Soon Chu Feng lay in the sect's exclusive cultivation cave, starting to contemplate life. He was now already at the golden core stage, only one step away from the nascent soul stage. Should he use the remaining spirit stones to break through? Thinking of this, Chu Feng immediately excitedly found the breakthrough button and decisively clicked it, but breakthrough failed. Current root quality insufficient, please enhance root quality. He failed. Chu Feng looked closely and his face darkened. It turned out that breaking through from golden core to nascent soul had requirements for his physique. No problem failing a breakthrough once is normal. Chu Feng opened the store, directly finding root strengthening pill. The game planners are quite thoughtful. They even directly recommended a solution on the homepage. He clicked on the details and instantly froze. Premium wash marrow pill price, 5,000 spirit stones can enhance root quality. Buy 10 heavenly wash marrow pill price, 10,000 spirit stones can enhance root quality. Buy 30 immortal wash marrow pill price, 15,000 spirit stones can enhance root quality by 50. Are you selling luxury goods or liver protection pills here? Chu Feng hesitated for a moment. Although the immortal wash marrow pill had the highest enhancement, the price was too high. He decided to buy a heavenly wash marrow pill, 10,000 spirit stones for a stable 30 enhancement. Purchase successful. Your root quality has been enhanced, brothers. Done. Root optimization is complete. Next, let's try the breakthrough once more. Chu Feng excitedly clicked the breakthrough button again, and his character entered a closed-door cultivation state. However, soon vital energy circulated around him. Breakthrough failed. Your current cultivation environment is unsuitable. A breakthrough chance is only 12. It is recommended to find a place with abundant spiritual energy for breakthrough. Chu Feng. The live stream viewers, wait, what does it mean? The environment is unsuitable. I can't break through wherever I want. After some complaints, Chu Feng quickly clicked on the details and discovered that the success rate of breaking through to the nascent soul was related to the cultivation environment. The higher the environment, the greater the success rate. No wonder it said that the environment determines a person's fate. Currently, his cave abode was merely an ordinary cave with a success rate of only 12. Well then, let's change locations. People thrive by moving. Chu Feng glanced at his balance, gritted his teeth, and decisively spent 100 spirit stones to choose a Tiangang spiritual land, increasing the success rate to 47. After all, he didn't have much balance left. Saving money was crucial. All right, brothers, this time we will surely succeed. Let's try again. With full confidence, Chu Feng clicked the breakthrough button again, and his character swiftly entered a closed-door cultivation state. A few seconds later, breakthrough failed. Due to repeated breakthrough failures, your inner demon has arisen, causing the success rate to decrease. Seeing this system prompt, Chu Feng was utterly speechless. Why couldn't they just say everything at once? The game planners were like experts in dating. They always made him experience failure once before asking for money, and only after he spent money would they introduce a new pay point. Were they treating him like a fool? Chu Feng opened the store and directly spent his last 100 to purchase a pill to mend his inner demon. That was all his remaining spirit stones. Chu Feng's heart bled, and the viewers in the live stream began to feel sympathy. This is outrageous. The game planners are truly heartless capitalists in the realm of cultivation. Have you noticed? The game planners' tactics resemble those of P2P loans in reality. Damn, 300 spirit stones are gone already. How long has it been? A few thousand stones just vanished. Purchase successful. Great. This time it must work right. He clicked the breakthrough button again, and the character began to cultivate with spiritual energy, surging wildly around thunderclouds gathering and lightning flashing. However, soon afterward, breakthrough failed. The breakthrough was unsuccessful. The character's cultivation regressed, and the Tao is unpredictable. Please try again. Chu Feng. Viewers, Jingyue, doesn't your conscience hurt? Chu Feng's mindset exploded. 300 spirit stones, just like that. He couldn't even break through to the nascent soul. Chu Feng fell silent, and the viewers in the live stream also fell silent. After 2 seconds, the bullet comments exploded. I feel for my brother. The end of spending money is actually running out of money. This game feels more real than reality. Even cash players have times when they run out of money. Chugo, what should we do? You've run out of money. The game planners must be forcing cash players to quit. If breaking through to the nascent soul is this hard, will I need to take out a loan for the tribulation? Chu Feng stared at the remaining spirit stones, completely losing his composure. 300 spirit stones, what does that mean? I could order 100 takeouts in real life with that. And yet I didn't even break through to the nascent soul. Chu Feng took a deep breath, feeling utterly defeated. He finally understood why many cash players in games become numb. It's not that I can't afford it, but I truly can't find the motivation to recharge anymore. Brothers, cultivating immortality is indeed not a path for humans. I feel the need to write a thank you letter to the planners of Jinghua. Thank them for successfully dissuading me. Thank you, Jinghua. They made me feel that Tinkus games still seem playable. Thanks to the competitors for the contrast. Chu Feng fell silent looking at the game interface and let out a deep sigh. Brothers, let's wrap up today's livestream here. His voice carried a hint of fatigue. After all, it was almost 1 a.m. And with the previous sect war and exploring various game interfaces, he had indeed spent a lot of time. He had fulfilled his commitment to Jinghua. If he continued streaming, it would be unfriendly to his wallet. As soon as Chu Feng finished speaking, the viewers in the livestream instantly became unhappy. Chu Ge, don't. You haven't even reached the nascent soul yet. Is the cash battle god like this? Can't even break through to the nascent soul. Try grinding a bit more, maybe the system will give you some benefits. Chu Ge, try spending a little more. Chu Feng looked at the screen, his lips twitching. Spend a little more. Brothers, are you trying to trick me? I couldn't succeed with 3000 spirit stones, and you want me to spend more. You guys aren't just shills sent by Jinghua, are you? The viewers immediately burst into laughter. Chu Ge finally caught on. You should have realized by now that this game is a black hole. The end of cultivation is not ascension, but running away. I feel this game should be called Running Away Simulator instead. Chu Feng rubbed his face and weakly waved his hand. All right, that's enough for today. From now on, I need to think about whether to continue playing this game. Brothers, I'm out. Bye. The livestream screen went black as Chu Feng directly closed the streaming software. A few days later, after continuous fermentation, the incident of Chu Feng recharging 1 euro sparked discussions among many people. This game is too shady. Spending 1 euro only allowed for a few hours of play, and 3 euro spirit stones couldn't break through to the nascent soul. Cultivating immortality. Not happening. I can't even afford to spend money. If breaking through to the nascent soul costs 3 euro, I reckon the tribulation will start from at least 1 euro. This isn't a game, it's a scam. True cultivation is indeed filling the pit with real money. Is the end of cultivation online loans? A player even posted a modified game promotional image, Spend Life to Cultivate Immortality, a game where you can't cultivate just by wanting to. Another player directly posted a thread, Spend Life to Cultivate Immortality, a player's blood and tears guide. First rule, if you can grind, don't spend money. Second rule, before the core formation stage, spending a little can make you godlike. After core formation, spending money is like throwing it into a bottomless pit. Third rule, breakthrough. Do you have a house? I suggest taking out a loan. Fourth rule, you think the game wants you to ascend, but it actually wants you to go into debt. In just an hour, the thread shot straight to the top of the hot topics. In the internal meeting room of Jinghua Game Company, there was a dead silence. They had experienced such scenes several times over the past few days. Everyone felt somewhat numb, but the boss seemed to be in a good mood every day, even bringing breakfast for everyone. This led the others to only secretly discuss in the office this afternoon. Our game's uninstall rate surged by 66. The viewers in Chu Feng's live stream were all potential Xinxiao players, and now they've all run away. The forums are going crazy with players criticizing us for being a cultivation P2P. Do you think this game can still be saved? Zhou Bowen cautiously asked. How about we offer some benefits? No, Mr. Lu said that any matters involving game benefits must be approved by him. Zhao Qiliang also felt a bit distressed, unable to help but speak up. This was the first time he had seen such a scene in all his years of game development, and it was also the first time someone had compared their game to Tinkus, and one, of course, in terms of the frequency and intensity of cash spending. He didn't know whether to feel proud or not. The office was filled with sighs and groans, a group of people constantly emitting negative energy. After an unknown amount of time, a sudden commotion erupted at the company entrance. Call out the game designer. We demand an explanation. A furious crowd of players, organized and purposeful, blocked the entrance of Jinghua, holding high banners with a menacing air. Your game is too corrupt. I spent nearly 20,000 on breaking through to Nascent Soul, and I still failed. Fellow cultivators, we must summon the game designer today. Otherwise, can this game still be played in the future? Where is the game designer? Explain to us whether this game is a pay-to-play cultivation scam. If you want to commit fraud, then do it. But why trick us nostalgic players? Do we even need to be told if this game is playable? Call your boss out. I just want to ask, how are you going to repay my secret stash of money I recharged? At the company's main gate, several property security guards were frantically trying to maintain order. Clearly, they had no experience with this either. However, listening to the players' grievances, they learned for the first time that within the building they regularly patrolled, there was a company masquerading as a game developer while secretly running a scam. How utterly despicable. For a moment, the security guards' stance wavered. Everyone calmed down. Someone will come out to respond. Yet the players paid no heed. Some had already pulled out their phones and started a full live stream. Fellow cultivators, we are currently at the Jingwei Game Company's siege. We must act for justice and force the game designer to give us fair treatment. Inside the meeting room, everyone listening to the uproar at the entrance fell into chaos. The players had come to blockade the door. In all his years in the gaming industry, he had never encountered this. When was the company address leaked? Han Mimi from the marketing department was worried. She tiptoed cautiously to peek at the entrance. There at the gate of Jingwei Game Company, over a dozen players had already gathered. Some had even brought small stools, clearly prepared for a long siege. The players' anger seemed to coalesce into a towering inferno in the air. Game designer, come out. Give us an explanation. Han Mimi panicked. She was the one responsible for the game's promotion. Would these people come after her? Fortunately, though, the players were targeting the game designer. As everyone knew, Jingwei Games had only one designer, the boss himself. Han Mimi shook her head. Would the boss be torn apart if he went out now? She continued watching outside. A massive banner was raised high in the crowd, boldly proclaiming, Jingwei Games cultivation fraud. Fail to cultivate, drown in debt. She quickly searched for the live stream. The viewers were watching the entire scene unfold, with comments scrolling frantically. Holy crap, first time seeing a game designer besieged by players. A cultivation game turns into a social news story. I gotta say, this is epic. Fellow cultivators, we cultivators are truly pushed to the limit. And it's being live streamed in real time. How interesting. The security guards stood at the entrance, their expressions unreadable. You all, please restrain yourselves a bit. But the players simply ignored them. Cultivation fails, and we're in debt. If the game designer doesn't come out today, we're not leaving. Inside the company meeting room, everyone listened to the shouts outside, their faces growing increasingly grim. It's over, it's over. Are these players really going to barge in? They're all streaming this. If it makes the news, our company is doomed. And the impact is too severe. How can we ever make games again after this? Several people from the marketing department were already frantically brainstorming PR strategies, but the problem was, there was no way to spin this. The players had printed out their recharge receipts. They had to get the boss. With such a major incident, the boss had to step forward. Everyone's gaze turned in unison toward Lu Ming's office. Zhao Chiliang took the lead, knocking on the door and finding Lu Ming. Boss Lu, what do we do? The players have come to our doorstep. Inside the office, Lu Ming sat in his chair, staring at a virtual screen in his mind, his fingers tapping lightly on the desk. A barely suppressed tremor tugged at the corner of his mouth. On the system interface, a striking string of numbers was jumping wildly. Moral debt value 100,356. The moral debt value had risen again, and it had finally broken through the 100,000 mark. Hearing Zhao Qiliang's call, Lu Ming took a deep breath and calmly scanned the system interface. Don't panic. The players coming to us shows they're willing to communicate. This is a necessary step on the growth path that most game companies must undergo. Don't rush. Lu Ming appeared very composed. Tingxiu had experienced a similar incident before, and now Jingwei was going through it too. What did this mean? It meant his approach of learning from Tingxiu was correct. Wasn't this learning by doing? But having players block the door was indeed disgraceful. Thinking this, Lu Ming frowned and slowly stood up. Since they want an explanation, he'll go talk to them personally. Let everyone come inside and sit down. Pick a few player representatives, and we'll have a proper discussion. A few minutes later, the Jingwei gate was opened. A group of players barged in aggressively. Lin Xiaoxiao nervously handed out water to everyone and arranged seats. Faced with the imposing players, she felt intimidated. Soon the players elected 3 representatives who were led into the Jingwei meeting room. Before coming to Jingwei, the 3 had unanimously and tactfully changed their in-game nicknames. One was the protest leader, fled after failed foundation establishment. Another was the notorious troll, cultivation is just capital's game. And the last was a big spender, 100 failures, still unconvinced. The 3 sat at the conference table, glaring furiously at Lu Ming. Are you the game designer? They say you're the boss of Jingwei. Then we've come to the right person. Did you design and develop this game? We just want to ask a few questions today. Lu Ming nodded, maintaining an excellent attitude. Go ahead. First, we spent so much money. Why can't we even break through to nascent soul? Lu Ming replied calmly. Breaking through to nascent soul has a probability setting. Failure is just part of the game's design. You can also purchase auxiliary items to increase the success rate. All the rules are open and transparent. Hearing this, the big spender Xiao Ming exploded. But the problem is, we bought the items with real money and still failed. Lu Ming remained sincere. Items only increase the probability, they don't guarantee success. The path of cultivation is inherently full of hardships. I believe that as cultivation enthusiasts, you've all read Xinxia novels. Ordinary people in those stories cultivate just like this. Without a ring grandpa, without special bloodlines, without a broken engagement at the start, it's naturally hard for common folk to stand out. After Lu Ming finished, Xiao Ming was stunned. This wasn't right. How had he let himself be led astray by the other? Beside Xiao Ming sat another player representative holding a phone that was live streaming. Lu Ming noticed it, but didn't stop him. On one hand, protecting the player's freedom of speech was something he had to uphold. On the other hand, showing his face was also a way for him to more conveniently accept the moral debt. From now on, he would let all the players recognize this face. On the phone, the live stream audience burst into laughter upon hearing Lu Ming's words. Man, this boss has no shame. I cultivate to ascend to immortality. How did you turn me into a cultivation wage slave? Isn't that just twisting the concept? Is this the endgame of Pado-in cultivation? To be fair, what the boss says makes some sense. But looking at him, he doesn't seem like a bad guy. Do bad guys have it written on their faces? For all we know, he's full of rotten schemes inside. In a situation like this, how can you still be judging by his face? Regaining his composure, Xiao Ming gritted his teeth and continued to question. The second question, can we get a refund? After Xiao Ming asked this question, all eyes turned to him. This was the most critical and central issue for the vast majority of players. Opposite him, Lu Ming's response was equally resolute, no. Why? All the prices of items in the game are clearly marked, and you confirmed them before making any purchases. We have no hidden charges. Strictly speaking, we did not force you to spend. Every penny was voluntarily recharged by you. Therefore, a refund is impossible. Xiao Ming's expression darkened as he glared at Lu Ming through clenched teeth. However, it was hard to argue against his reasoning. They indeed recharged voluntarily. They chose to spend money, and the game did not force them to pay. Not spending money meant they could simply choose not to play. For a moment, the three-player representatives found themselves speechless. The atmosphere on-site fell into a stalemate. The player representatives were furious, but felt helpless. Lu Ming gently tapped the table and smiled, saying, "However, I understand everyone's feelings. Therefore, I am willing to compensate everyone." The three of them brightened their eyes, suddenly feeling a bit excited. This trip was not in vain. Their collective blockade had some effect. Finally, there was some accountability for so many people. How will you compensate us? Lu Ming cleared his throat and slowly said, I can treat you to a meal. The venue fell into a deadly silence. Did we come all this way for just a meal? The viewers in the live stream almost burst into laughter. While this wave of reassurance from Jingwei is simply brilliant. The big shots worked hard to spend so much money, and all they got in return was a meal. Spent 10,000 in anger, finally got to eat Jingyu's food. This is truly not considering the presence of others. There are still so many people in the live stream. The faces of the player representatives darkened to the point of almost dripping ink. So what you mean is, the money we spend is ultimately only worth a meal. Lu Ming nodded, then shook his head. You can't say that. Continuing, you are all loyal players of Jingyue willing to spend money to support our game. Although we cannot provide refunds, it does not mean we do not cherish you. Thus, we have decided to arrange a VIP-level reception for you as a gesture of gratitude. Accommodation, meals, entertainment, and return tickets, we will cover everything. Xiao Ming frowned, still feeling dissatisfied. This development seemed off. But what we really want is a refund for the game. Lu Ming's smile immediately faded somewhat, his tone firm. Refunds are impossible. I previously stated that in this game we have no fraudulent behavior. We will not and cannot open this door for any player. Otherwise, the entire gaming industry would collapse. Xiao Ming gritted his teeth. Then can the game be adjusted to slightly increase the breakthrough probability? No. Lu Ming shook his head. The core of cultivation lies in the difficulty of breakthroughs. If breakthroughs become easier, the entire fun of the game is lost. Moreover, the path of cultivation is inherently perilous. You spent money but still failed, which proves that our game truly reflects the difficulties of cultivation. The path of cultivation is not one that everyone can traverse. The few were left speechless by these words. It's just a game. Why are you so deeply invested? They indeed voluntarily spent money. The game mechanism had no hidden agendas. It's just that the probability was too realistic, so realistic that they felt insufficiently justified in cursing the planners. The negotiations continued for over 10 minutes, yet Lu Ming's attitude remained resolute. The comments in the live stream had become chaotic. The planners' words are deceiving ghosts. Incredible, this game company truly has your skills. They can deceive players and make them find reasons to accept it. This wave I admire. By the way, when will we eat? Is it too late if I go now? The three representatives exchanged glances and slowly walked out of the office to discuss with everyone outside. Xiao Ming sighed, deeply looking at the crowd helplessly. What now? This boss is too stubborn, completely unwilling to give in. It's useless to say anything. They even said we can call the Market Management Bureau to supervise. The players looked at each other. Before they came, their expectations for a true refund were not high. After all, no company would open this door. They simply wanted the game company to see their attitude. But now that the values aren't changing, there truly is no way out. At worst, we won't play anymore. Having come to this realization, everyone calmed down. What else can we do? We came all this way, we can't go back on an empty stomach, can we? Right, since there's no hope for a refund, we might as well enjoy a good meal first. The viewers in the live stream also agreed, came to Jingyue for justice, but in the end it turned into a free meal. Damn, this was supposed to be a banquet, but turned into a player meetup. The real-life version of eating this meal before leaving is hilarious. I said long ago, I did not think highly of players blocking the door. The company definitely won't take players' suggestions seriously. After the crowd unified their suggestions, soon the senior management of Jingyue, the marketing team, technical department, operational staff, and even the security personnel maintaining order were all brought in by Ming. Almost 100 people in total, who directly booked an upscale buffet restaurant. Inside the restaurant, several player representatives sat at the dining table wildly complaining while stuffing seafood into their mouths. Damn, this game really can't be played anymore. Yes, the boss of Jingyue is absolutely the perfect form of a capitalist. So disgusting. Can you get me another plate of lobster? Sure, also get me some of those oysters. Who says otherwise? This seafood is indeed fresh. Even though I ate his meal, I absolutely won't touch their game. Exactly, me too. Being full gives me the strength to complain. I'll eat back all the money I spent. Just a pity this king crab is too filling. While they were cursing, their hands never stopped. After eating and drinking to their fill, the player representatives sat back in their chairs, rubbing their bulging stomachs, revealing complex expressions. They came to seek justice, but in the end, they ate well, booked the hotel, and had their tickets reimbursed, yet their wallets were still empty, and the game remained unchanged. Everything was the same. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Ming clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. How was the food? A group of players were reclining in their chairs, vaguely replying, "It was okay. Just average." Ming nodded in satisfaction and smiled. "Since you're full, don't rush to go back. Shanghai is so big, but it's rare to come here. Why not play for 2 days before leaving? I've arranged accommodations, 5-star hotel, double room, nice environment. Additionally, I will reimburse your return tickets and flights to prevent you from feeling this trip was in vain." During the meal, the players were furiously cursing the greedy whale leap planners. After venting their anger, they began to feast on seafood, and afterward they were arranged to stay in a 5-star hotel. A group of people sat in the hotel lobby holding their room cards, their expressions blank. What exactly were they here for? So what compensation did we actually receive? Ming finally couldn't help but ask. One of the players next to him thought for a moment. Free food and lodging. Free travel. A 2-day tour of the Magic City. Well, it seems we didn't come here for nothing. For a moment, everyone fell silent. They suddenly realized a terrifying fact. Although the game had not changed and their money had not been refunded, their emotional turmoil seemed to have dissipated significantly. Is this the sugar-coated bullet of capitalism? Corrupting the mind. Terrifying indeed. 2 days later, the players boarded their buses home laden with complaints and Magic City specialties, embarking on their journey back. Before leaving, Ming looked at Ming with a complex expression. Ming watched the departing crowd and couldn't help but say, "Thank you all for your support. Remember to come back to the Magic City to play again." After sending off the players, all employees gathered in the conference room, the atmosphere unusually serious. Everyone looked at Ming with resolute eyes. The lesson from this incident was too great. This time the players were relatively easy to deal with, but if they encountered difficult players, it wouldn't be so simple to handle. Thus, this player revolt made everyone deeply aware of one thing: if the game is too unfair, people will indeed come to knock on the door. They managed to avoid this incident thanks to the boss' superb social skills, turning a revolt into a luxurious tour package. But what if next time the players don't buy it and show up with lawyers or reporters? Thinking of this, everyone gasped in shock. A moment later, Zhao Chuliang from the game development department stood up first, speaking with utmost seriousness. "Mr. Liu, we have deeply recognized the severity of the problem. From now on, we must make a good game. We must avoid situations where players come to knock on the door again." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Yes, future planning must be carefully considered to avoid player emotional explosions. Our values need to be a bit more reasonable. We can't make players feel like they're always recharging. Exactly. The gameplay must be more user-friendly. We can't just think about how to monetize it. Also, customer service must be more patient and soothing player emotions. We can't let them get so angry they storm the company. Everyone wore sincere expressions, like a group of game developers who had turned over a new leaf. They were truly frightened this time. Although they had purchased accident insurance, they weren't counting on it to actually be useful. If it weren't for Mr. Liu's adept handling, the situation might have escalated beyond just offering free travel to players. Listening to everyone's statements, Ming nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction on his face. Good. It seems this incident has allowed everyone to grow. Everyone agreed yes. Ming's tone shifted, becoming serious. I completely agree with everyone's views. We cannot allow players to come knocking again. Employees deeply resonated. Oh, as long as we keep up the effort and improve our content, such events won't happen again. Ming pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. So we need to find a larger and more secure company. The room fell silent. Indeed, while Whale Leap managed to calm the players this time, Ming had already realized that the security of their office location must be prioritized. What if one day there are even more fanatical fans? That cannot simply be resolved over a meal. Although he may endure criticism and accumulate negative value, his personal safety is also very important. If more and more people have opinions against him, what about his own safety? What if someone gets physical or throws bricks? Thus, finding a larger office building with improved security is the most crucial matter. After all, the current moral debt value has already exceeded 1,000. As long as there are no special circumstances, an eightfold backlash is a sure thing. It's just right that I have plenty of budget left this month, so it's perfect to use it for this. At critical moments, I'm simply a genius. Across the room, Zhao Qiliang's mouth twitched. How had Mr. Liu misinterpreted his meaning again? Mr. Liu, that's not what I meant. I know your viewpoint is very good. We indeed need to change locations and continue making games. Ming stated matter-of-factly. This time it was just our previous office location that was chosen too casually, and the security system was too poor, allowing players to easily rush in. This has severely impacted everyone's normal work. As the boss, I must reflect on this. Everyone's safety is always the top priority, and our company staff is growing. Creating a good working environment for everyone is also very necessary. If we find a more upscale office building with tighter security, even if the players are angry, they won't be able to get in. Listening to Ming's reasoning, Zhou Bowen looked shocked. Boss, shouldn't our focus be on making the game better so that players don't want to storm the company? Ming raised an eyebrow. What you're saying is only part of the focus. Even if the game is done, well, fans knocking on the door is still unacceptable. You've seen how crazy fans in the entertainment industry can be. Sneaking photos, chasing cars, making harassing calls. You all know this, right? The employees were left speechless. No one had expected that. Just a moment ago, they were reflecting on the flaws in game planning, and now Ming was proposing to move. Comparing the fan culture of the entertainment industry to our gaming industry is not the same. Our gaming players are the most innocent. Mr. Liu, have you really reflected on this? Someone couldn't help but ask. Of course. Ming replied solemnly. I've reflected, and our game essentially has no problems. The only issue is that players have too poor control over their emotions. Of course, I'm not blaming the players. So we need to change locations, improve security, and prevent them from affecting our normal work. Ming actually understood everyone's point, but he knew better in his heart. For the entire gaming market, creating a game that is well received and profitable is extremely difficult, as everyone has different preferences, and it is hard to please everyone. Making a quality game requires a tremendous amount of effort from the company. And it could very well be an uphill battle. But Whale Leap is different. As long as he's around, Whale Leap doesn't need to be a good student. No matter how good your game is, can it compete with the backlash after my negative reviews? Ming knew clearly which method was simpler and had a greater profit margin. After all, he had personally benefited from the system. Negative reviews are the primary productivity. After hearing Ming's words, the entire staff found themselves momentarily unable to refute. Thus, under the astonished gazes of the entire staff, Ming decisively made up his mind. Xiao, starting tomorrow, find a new office building. It must have at least a dual access system, and the security guards must be younger. The security guard at our company in trance last time was over 50 on average. He couldn't stop the players at all. It must be upscale. In the conference room, Ming spoke firmly, his eyes sharp, his tone unquestionable. Lin Xiao trembled with her notebook in hand, nervously asking, Mr. Liu, what is your budget? You ask first, but the area must not be less than 500 square meters. Ming slammed the table, speaking decisively. All employees. 500 square meters is several times the current space. The company only has a few dozen people. Boss, are you really not considering solving the problem at its root? Xiao, this matter is up to you. Finalize it quickly. We are moving next month. Ming waved his hand, and the Whale Leap Company's relocation plan officially commenced. After Ming left, all the employees gathered in the office, collectively falling into deep thought. Bowen, do you think our boss is really reflecting on things? He claims to be reflecting, but in the end, he didn't consider the game's issues at all. He was only thinking about how to prevent players from criticizing the company. The boss truly doesn't think there are any problems with the game design. We are merely suggesting the boss is the one who makes the final decisions. However, I have to say President Liu is indeed impressive. He perfectly resolved this incident. In other words, the next time we get scolded by players, at least we'll be doing it in a 5-star office building. From this perspective, it doesn't seem like a loss. The employees of Jingyue seem to gradually accept Lu Ming's logic. Although the online criticism of Jingyue's game continues, the employees within Jingyue have formed a starkly different consensus. Actually, don't you think? President Lu is quite personable. Moi. Take this incident for example. He could have completely ignored it, but not only did he actively face it, he also treated the players to meals, arranged accommodation, reimbursed travel tickets, and even organized a tour of the city. Although he didn't refund any money. Would other game companies go this far? Indeed, how many game companies in the country would treat players to a buffet? I feel that in a certain sense President Lu is truly a responsible boss. But the game still can't be changed, right? That's true. So is President Lu a capitalist with principles? Some people outside are cursing the boss, but I know he is a good person. When did you turn against him? In an instant, the morale within Jingyue subtly increased. 2 days later, Lin Xiaoxiao, following Lu Ming's instructions, frantically gathered information on office buildings in key areas of the city, ultimately selecting 3 options that met Lu Ming's requirements and presenting the compiled data to him. President Lu, these are several suitable office locations we have selected. Lu Ming took the materials, glanced at them. Option 1, business district, grade A office building area, 500 square meters, rent 3. 2 million per year, advantages above subway station, convenient commuting, large commercial area, complete supporting facilities, strict security, dual access control, exclusive elevator, disadvantages, lower floors, average view, many sales companies nearby. Option 2, financial center, super grade A office building area, 600 square meters, rent 4. 2 million per year, advantages, located in the core CBD of the city, excellent geographical location, top floor, floor-to-ceiling windows, with a panoramic view of the city, first-class property management, disadvantages, fewer parking spaces, inconvenient for employee commuting, high surrounding expenses, increased lunch costs for employees. Option 3, city center tower, ultra-luxurious office, building, area 700 square meters, rent nearly 5 million per year, advantages, the most central business district in the city, HIG. It really is expensive. Nearby fast food starts at 40 or 50. Lin Xiaoxiao cautiously watched Lu Ming from the side. President Lu, which one should we choose? Lu Ming flipped through the materials, thought for a moment, and decisively closed the document. Let's go with the third option, city center tower. Lin Xiaoxiao. President Lu. Are you sure? Of course. Lu Ming's tone was extremely firm. What Jingyue needs is this kind of prestige. Anyway, by the end of the month, a small target will be reached. What, 5 million? That's just a drop in the bucket. But this rent is nearly 5 million a year. Lin Xiaoxiao swallowed and cautiously reminded, if we only consider security, isn't this a bit too extravagant? Extravagant? Lu Ming retorted, then laughed. How can this be called extravagant? His tone was resolute. This is called corporate image. What kind of company is Jingyue? Is it a tech company? No. Is it a creative company? Neither. What do we rely on? Lu Ming's gaze was deep as he lightly tapped the table. Prestige. It's prestige. Why are there so many games from Tongsu that are criticized, yet we rarely see players blocking the door? It's because they built their own building. Prestige is sufficient. Players can only curse behind our backs, they can't curse us face to face. This is something we need to learn. You visited Tinkus headquarters, and we still can't meet the requirements for building our own office, so let's rent a better one for now. Xiaoxiao, you graduated in game design, you don't understand. In the eyes of players, we are not an ordinary game company, we are their nemesis, the embodiment of capital. Thus, our company must live up to this identity. Have you ever seen an ultimate boss working in a small office in the suburbs? No, right. Ultimate boss must reside in the core area in the highest-end office buildings with black gold VIP level security. Entering requires fingerprint facial recognition and preferably have a private elevator. This way, when players come to us for an explanation, just getting through the door will take them a long time, and by the time they actually see us, their anger will have diminished by half. Lin Xiaoxiao. This logic seems sound. But the rent is really expensive. No worries, as I said before, the company is not short on money. We will expand sooner or later, so why not do it all at once now? As for the high surrounding consumption you mentioned, just raise everyone's meal allowances. The company is progressing and the employees must too. Lin Xiaoxiao had no rebuttal. After all, for her commuting would be more convenient after the company moved. There are several subway lines to the city center. 2 days later, Jingyue officially signed for the 700 square meter office space in City Center Tower. Luxuriously decorated with glass curtain walls, all resident companies are top-tier capital players. Jingyue's prestige doubled, instantly resembling a top-tier internet giant. Although Jingyue currently only has 2 representative games and is severely losing money, in Lu Ming's view, none of this matters. A good starting point is a necessary condition for success. Being criticized in the suburbs is clearly different from being in the city center. Moreover, while he can be criticized, he cannot be criticized face to face. What if it leads to passionate crimes? Incidents of bosses being pelted with garbage or water bottles have happened before. More importantly, the security here is really impressive. The entire floor has a large number of elevators equipped with a floor restriction system. You can only press the floor buttons if you have a card. The lobby on the first floor has card swipe turnstiles, and visitors must make an appointment in advance, otherwise they cannot enter at all. Additionally, all security personnel in the building are veterans, each at least 180 centimeters tall. Ming has experienced this firsthand and found it very reliable. Nice. Now if players want to block the door, the difficulty has increased several times. At most, they can only curse downstairs. Soon on the day of the company's relocation, all employees push their luggage and office supplies, walking into this brand new office building, each one shocked. Wow, is it this luxurious? Do we really deserve to live in such a high-end office building? Has the boss gone mad? I don't know if he's crazy, but I suddenly believe we are a big company now. However, just having the appearance of a big company, our substance is still lacking. As everyone entered the office, they discovered not only was the decoration high-end, but it also had a lounge area, a tea bar, a gym, and even a dedicated small meeting room. It hardly seemed like a game company, but rather like a multinational corporation. Even more outrageous, the desks were all the latest electric standing desks. Each person was equipped with top-tier computers, and even the office chairs were ergonomic and high-end custom models. Han Mimi couldn't help but exclaim, "I finally understand where the company's money has been spent. No wonder there are so many microtransaction points in the game." Zhou Wenba immediately refuted, "There may be many microtransaction points, but the game's costs have not been recovered yet." Everyone took their seats, and after selecting their spots on the 33rd floor, the office level of Jingyue, Ming gathered all the employees for a general meeting. In the meeting room, Ming had somehow arranged for a calligrapher to create a calligraphy piece with the big characters saying, "Negative reviews are the best feedback." When all the employees entered the meeting room and saw these 9 large characters on the wall, the air instantly fell silent for a few seconds. The boss truly is the boss. His taste is so unique. Ming surveyed everyone, nodding in satisfaction. "So how's the environment here?" Everyone remained silent for 3 seconds, then nodded in unison. "Not bad. This is the truth from everyone in the city, having such an office environment. At least it's in the top tier." "That's good." Ming smiled and continued, "Next, we only have one goal." Everyone held their breath, waiting for Ming to present his grand vision. Ming looked at the crowd and slowly spoke, "Everyone must play the game well." The audience expressed their respect. Indeed, no matter what, President Liu always wanted the company to do better. What they had said before the boss had indeed taken to heart. The next moment, Ming's smile gradually deepened. He paused and then slowly said, "But we cannot simply listen to the players." The room fell silent as all employees held their breath, eagerly listening. "When we make games, we must have our own convictions." Ming's tone was calm, yet his gaze was unwavering. "We are developers, not wish-granting machines. If we change the game just because the players say so, what do we call this game? A product? Would it not become a crowdsourced creation? Although many players outside are criticizing us right now, I hope everyone remembers this. Players' opinions are feedback, not orders. We can listen to their voices, but we cannot let their voices dictate our actions. Our mission is to control the direction of the game, not to be held hostage by the players." The crowd exchanged glances. Wasn't President Liu saying to listen to others and eat well? Wasn't he telling us to walk our own path? Although there was some truth in his words, but President Liu. Lin Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment and softly reminded, "There are quite a few negative comments online, especially regarding the previous door-blocking incident. It's actually quite frightening." "Don't worry." Ming waved his hand nonchalantly. "Now that our environment is safe, there are access controls, security, and surveillance. 3 layers of defense. If players want to storm in, they must first pass through these 3 doors. So, Ming changed his tone, sounding more relaxed. "From now on, everyone doesn't need to be overly cautious. If there's something you've wanted to do, but were afraid to, feel free to act boldly. Plan boldly. Create freely. You'll bear the consequences." Ming patted his chest resolutely. "Even if players outside are collectively cursing, we will only hear an echo from this side." The crowd was at a loss. President Liu's thought process was always so unique. Only Lin Xiaoxiao diligently took notes. In her view, President Liu's series of remarks were exceptionally unconventional and difficult to articulate. She felt that one day she could compile these into a book titled President Liu's Quotations. After the all-staff meeting, Ming was in high spirits, humming a little tune as he returned to his personal office. This was the most luxurious room in the new headquarters of Whale Leap, with 3 walls of floor-to-ceiling glass offering a direct view of the bustling streets in the core area of Magic City. In addition, there was an oversized executive chair and a sturdy walnut desk grand enough to impress. While brewing tea, Ming opened the system panel in his mind. Company name Whale Leap Game Company funds for 26 million yuan detected moral level increase 4 can be withdrawn to personal account at settlement personal assets 3. 25 million yuan moral debt value 120626 moral level abyss gaze detected that moral debtors exceed 100 system can upgrade version. Ming was taken aback and quickly checked the system update log. He had not paid much attention before and had not noticed that the debt value could be upgraded after exceeding 100. Wasn't this a waste? Upgrade. Ming decisively confirmed the upgrade, as the system updating might be a good thing. System upgrading. System upgrade successful. Congratulations, host. The Moral Debt System Plus version has been unlocked. A flash of golden light appeared, the interface switched, and the new system interface was clean and efficient with a row of upgrade logs appearing at the bottom. The updates for the Moral Debt System Plus version are as follows. 1. Customization of settlement periods, opened e.g. monthly, bi-monthly, quarterly, semi-annually, annually. The longer the settlement period, the higher the income multiplier. Calculation method. If the current base multiplier is 8, each extension of 1 month in the settlement period under qualifying conditions adds an extra 1x settlement multiplier. Example, if the settlement is chosen after 3 months, the settlement multiplier would be 8, 3, 11 times. Note, if not met, the multiplier is invalid regardless of the length of the period. 2. Random reward mechanism activated each settlement period. If the moral debt value exceeds 100, a random system reward will be granted. 3. Player emotion dashboard launched. The system will no longer display real-time moral debt value data, replacing it with a sentiment curve of all users affected by Whale Leap, monitoring emotional dynamics in real time. Current player emotions: angry, I 63, watching, 22, excited, 10, running away, 5. 4. Adjustments to moral levels and cashback multipliers effective after this settlement. Moral flaws: 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, debt value 0x. Moral decline 100, 0, 1, 5, 0, 0, 0, 0, debt value 2x. Notorious 5, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, debt value 4x. Abyss gaze 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 5, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, debt value 6x. Capital original sin 5, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, debt value 8x. Chaotic resonance exceeding 1 million, debt value 10x. All levels will be reassessed after each settlement cycle and cannot be retained or accumulated. Ming stared at the system interface, feeling somewhat helpless. The difficulty of this system had clearly increased. Just when he was trying to earn some money from the system, it directly adjusted the difficulty. Previously, exceeding a debt value of 100 would directly grant him 8 times the debt value, but now this requirement had been raised to 500. Moreover, it would no longer display real-time data, which made Ming, who had gotten used to micromanaging, very uncomfortable. He could not help but hiss, a trace of dissatisfaction flashing through his heart. Could this system be reset to the previous version? Had he known, he would have chosen not to upgrade. Rapid version iterations are not necessarily a good thing. Doesn't this mean I won't be able to see how successful I am at being scolded anymore? But you are the system, you call the shots. Besides, it doesn't affect this month's settlement. Ming slammed the teacup down, let out a long breath, and slowly leaned back in the executive chair. However, although the panel format has changed, the upgrade of this system is not entirely a bad thing. The ability to customize settlement periods is indeed a powerful weapon. If I extend it for 3 months, the settlement multiplier will be 3x. If I hold off until the end of the year for settlement, wouldn't that turn everything upside down? Ming thought carefully. If he had 10 games like Killing Life to cultivate immortality, the debt value could easily exceed 1 million. And if he chose to settle 10 months later, wouldn't that be a 20x return? This clearly provides more room for maneuver. Ming rubbed his hands, feeling his fighting spirit reignite. To be honest, although the system upgrade was initially unsettling, upon careful consideration, it truly feels tailor-made for me. Once I receive the money at the end of this month and then delay the settlement, my value could reach several small goals. Ming thought about the next step in development, his gaze becoming more fervent. Just as he was deep in thought, the system suddenly popped up a notification ding. Detected that the host's moral debt value has exceeded 100 for this cycle. A random reward has been generated. Would you like to receive it now? Ming's eyes lit up. Here it comes, my reward for breaking 100. He immediately clicked the receive button. In the next second, a flash of light appeared in his mind, extracting. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward marketing random controversy generator, one-time use. Activation cost 300 moral debt value. Effect automatically embeds a highly controversial design point in the game, triggering a media storm and generating massive exposure. Note effect time is uncertain. Both positive and negative public opinions have a 50 probability. Lu Ming's pupils contracted slightly upon seeing this reward. This thing. Lu Ming stroked his chin, his expression complex. It's a good thing if it can indeed stir up some noise, but he glanced at the calendar. Today is only mid-month with about half a month left until the current settlement. Moreover, if he wants to use it, he needs to consume 300 debt value, which is too expensive and doesn't seem worth it. If I spend another 300, my moral debt value will drop below 900. If I don't manage to recover in time and instead drop a level, wouldn't that be a huge loss? Moreover, the more critical point is that this item is a random controversy. It is uncertain when it will take effect, only that it can incite controversy, but the direction is entirely uncontrollable. There's even a 50 chance it will be positive. Does that mean I have a 50 chance of being scolded ruthlessly? What a pity. This thing should be saved for a do-or-die moment or used when the debt value is abundant. Lu Ming knew very well that now is not the time to stir up trouble. He had already experienced the bitterness of popping champagne mid-game before. Currently, the negative public opinion surrounding killing life to cultivate immortality had already fermented significantly. What he needed to do next was not to rush in, but to stabilize the current situation, accumulate more debt value, and prepare to reap the rewards at the end of the month. Lu Ming exited the system interface, temporarily not planning to use this item. Stability is key, charging in is possible, but it cannot be reckless. Lu Ming exited the system interface, feeling too lazy to continue with his tea. Instead, he stood up and strolled around the office, swiftly sorting out the current market situation in his mind. Although killing with Qi wasn't popular on PC, it continued to generate discussion, with negative sentiments still brewing. This completely aligned with Lu Ming's psychological expectations. He could be considered to have a representative work. However, a significant issue loomed ahead. The audience for the computer version was inherently limited due to device constraints. Thinking of this, Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and said softly, "It's time to expand to a second battlefield." After pondering for a moment, he suddenly clapped his hands. Mobile game. We must develop a mobile game. Lu Ming decisively recalled Tinkus Operations, which specialized in porting well-operated games to mobile platforms over the years. Or perhaps porting successful mobile games to PC. One trick can conquer all. Moreover, Tingxiu has two tricks. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he nodded repeatedly. Perhaps players still harbor expectations for the mobile version of Killing with Qi. That could also allow for a wave of debt collection. Even if players dislike it, at least the money would be spent reasonably. Besides, a sharp weapon is a sharp weapon no matter where it is placed. The mobile version of Killing with Qi would surely dominate the mobile market as well. It would boost his debt collection. After all, Jingwei still had a budget. Let's get to work. 5 minutes later, Zhao Qiliang, the head of the technical department, pushed the door open and asked, "Mr. Li, you were looking for me?" Seeing Zhao Qiliang, Lu Ming wasted no time and got straight to the point. "I plan to develop a mobile version of Killing with Qi and launch it on mobile platforms as soon as possible." Zhao Qiliang was taken aback. Was the mobile version launching so soon? The complaints from the PC version had yet to be fully addressed. Did the company really need to move this quickly? A mobile game. Yes, keep the same core team, optimize the UI and interactions as much as possible, maintain consistent gameplay logic, and keep the data mechanics unchanged. Importantly, the porting speed must be swift. I want it launched within 2 months at the latest. Can you manage that, Mr. Lu? If we use a ready-made engine, compress art resources, and make minimal changes while optimizing the systems, getting it done within 2 months is barely feasible. Zhao Qiliang, being a professional, quickly assessed the feasibility of the timeline after a brief contemplation. All right. Lu Ming decisively confirmed. "You must inform me in advance before the mobile version launches, so I can prepare for promotional activities." Zhao Qiliang's lips twitched, a sense of foreboding rising within him. "Mr. Lu, should we consider adjusting the recharge features for the mobile game? After all, mobile users are less receptive than PC users, and if there are too many prominent recharge options, it may deter players." Lu Ming raised an eyebrow, replying, "No way. Zhao Qiliang, you know as well as I do that recharging is more convenient on mobile, so it needs to be more conspicuous and direct. Make it larger. We want players to smell money as soon as they enter the game. The UI must have the recharge option prominently featured. Not only should it be large, but it should also be flashy. Adding some animation would be great. Once users click on it, the product page must pop up immediately, and the close button should be small and inconspicuous. You are an industry veteran, you shouldn't need me to emphasize these industry norms." Zhao Qiliang was speechless, thinking to himself that the boss wasn't letting any of the industry's bad habits slide. Could he not learn some good practices? Zhao Qiliang was still trying to persuade himself to accept this, while Lu Ming continued, "You also need to guide users towards their first recharge, monthly cards, seasonal cards, and time-limited purchases. Is there a design that allows for multiple windows to pop up with a single click? Can that be ported over? Mr. Lu, isn't this a bit against user experience?" Lu Ming stood up, pacing back and forth in the conference room. and said solemnly no matter how good the user experience is, if they don't spend money, they are not users, they are just visitors. We are making a game, not a charity platform. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Qiliang finally asked then, should we set a buffer for the paid content for newcomers? For instance, not displaying limited purchase options or large gift packs for the first 3 days. Not displaying. Lu Ming swiftly interjected, how can you play without displaying? Just look at the current mobile games. If they don't display any recharge prompts at the start, players will think they're playing a pirated version. Let me share a golden rule with the current player base, so large if we can earn money from just 5 of them, that would be enough. You must ensure a 100 restoration. The player experience on our mobile platform must match that of the PC version, so that neither side's players will accuse us of unfairness. Is fairness really reflected in this? Zhao Qiliang opened his mouth, but ultimately did not argue. After all, arguing was futile. He sighed deeply. I will do my best. Not just doing your best, but putting your heart into it. Lu Ming patted his shoulder. Don't forget, our company culture at genuine negative reviews are the best feedback. Zhao Qiliang's face turned ashen. Mr. Lu, I'm really afraid that when our mobile game goes live, users will criticize us just as they do now. Lu Ming, however, smiled brightly. Don't worry, by then you would have already been promoted and received a raise. After saying this, Lu Ming looked at Zhao Qiliang, whom he had spent a substantial amount to recruit and valued greatly. He spoke earnestly. Zhao Qiliang, why were you optimized at Tungsu before? Zhao Qiliang was taken aback and did not respond right away. Lu Ming continued, you come from a technical background, and while it's good to focus on standards, logic, and experience, you must understand that we are not making a public welfare game. This is a commercial game. Business. Your excessive consideration for user experience is actually limiting your own creativity. As the saying goes, you lose because you are overly concerned about your image, showing little desire for money. Zhao Qiliang's lips twitched, unsure whether this was a compliment or a reprimand. You always worry about whether this feature will affect user experience or if pop-ups will annoy people. While you may find them annoying, you need to ensure users pay first before they get annoyed. You understand this logic, right? Lu Ming said seriously. Zhao Qiliang hesitated, then nodded. Just feel free to do it, and don't be afraid. If anything happens, I will back you up. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Qiantang City, in a luxurious villa in the Qiaoxi district, Zhu Hao was sitting in his second-floor study board, playing Running Simulator. After all, it was summer vacation, and he had nothing to do. Originally, he intended to familiarize himself with the business at his own company, but on the first day, he was kicked out by his chairman father after just half an hour. Why don't you finish your elective assignment first? Don't bring gaming mentality into the company. Zhu Hao was speechless and could only stay at home playing a game he was familiar with. For a rich second generation, he felt he had been quite obedient. As for why he often achieved first place in Running Simulator, it was closely related to the various business operations he had absorbed from being around his father since childhood. Now, if you ask the players of Running Simulator which of them doesn't want to break half summer's record for the first place ranking. But what was the result? Not a single person could achieve it. Talent is talent. I merely squeezed out a bit of potential, and you all find it hard to surpass that. Zhu Hao slumped in the gaming chair, his eyes half closed, yet his fingers instinctively clicked on the icon of pay-to-win cultivation. Now, Runaway Simulator posed no challenge for him anymore. He couldn't understand what the game company was thinking, and despite its high playability, it hadn't been updated even once since its launch. This game was bound to fail sooner or later. Soon as the loading screen of pay-to-win cultivation appeared, a familiar, yet strange art style came into view. Zhu Hao sighed deeply. I finally reached the golden core stage. He stared at the golden shining equipment displayed on his character panel, but his enthusiasm had faded. I spent over 10,000, and this is all I got. This is too slow. Zhu Hao mumbled, a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. Even at the golden core stage, the storyline is decent, but the combat system is so sluggish. It's not satisfying at all. He casually opened the combat interface, watching the turn-based stationary attacks, and an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over him. I mean, what era are we in still using turn-based combat? I've been playing this since I was 3. Zhu Hao scratched his head. This game is really boring aside from the pay-to-win aspect. All produced by the same company, how can there be such a huge gap? Zhu Hao had lost the desire to continue spending money, but he had already invested several thousand. He felt a bit reluctant to quit the game just like this. Could he at least recoup some of his investment before leaving? Zhu Hao exited the combat interface and casually scrolled through the task list in the game. It was his personal habit to thoroughly understand all aspects of a game he played. Although he primarily followed the storyline, he had experience spending, grinding, fighting, and collecting pets. He was about to reach the nascent soul stage, but he had no desire to continue exploring. Was there anything else in this game worth playing? As Zhu Hao kept searching, a newbie guide to acquiring spirit stones caught his attention. Recommended ways to acquire spirit stones. Main quest. Dungeon drops. Material gathering. Equipment crafting. Stall trading. Secondary profession production. Oh. Zhu Hao's spirit jolted. He had already experienced the first 5 tasks, and to be honest, they were quite disappointing. The materials dropped here were generally not as good as what he could buy directly, and buying was more convenient and efficient. Moreover, before he reached the golden core stage, he couldn't craft any decent equipment, let alone trade. These acquisition methods were all rather useless, and the only one he hadn't tried was secondary profession production. I've tried the others, this is the only one I haven't played. With secondary professions, maybe I can come up with something. If it can be traded, then isn't it similar to the industrial chain in the real world? I didn't have time before, now is just right to study it. Zhu Hao clicked on the spiritual item trading market and began to study it seriously. Not knowing was one thing, but seeing it was shocking. The market was filled with various refining equipment, spiritual herbs, special materials, talisman blueprints, pet eggs. Everything you could imagine, with prices ranging widely. Prices ranged from hundreds to tens of thousands of spirit stones. However, when Zhu Hao pressed the sort button from low to high, he discovered something highly unreasonable. There were almost no cheap robes. Wait, how come there's not even a basic model? He changed the search keywords to foundation stage robe. The result was still a lot of blank space. Occasionally 1 or 2 items appeared, but they were all high-priced goods labeled blue name, set pay-to-win products, or nascent soul rejects. Searching for chi refining stage robe yielded nothing. The entire trading market was almost dominated by pay-to-win boss equipment with inflated prices and questionable practicality. This had almost turned into a platform for flaunting wealth. Conversely, there were hardly any basic, durable, and cost-effective pieces of equipment. This is a major gap. Zhu Hao's heart sank as he quickly realized. Where's the problem? After thinking for a moment, he suddenly remembered that the game's economic system was too pay-to-win. Zhu Hao certainly knew that pay-to-win cultivation was currently facing a storm of criticism. It was nearly impossible to play without spending money, especially in the early game. The places where spirit stones were required were just too many. This led to the fact that most of the players still playing this game had spent money. The number of ordinary players had dwindled significantly. But conversely, for those who didn't spend money or were even free riders, those who don't spend can't afford pay-to-win gear, while those who do look down on ordinary goods, creating a rift in the market. Zhu Hao felt more and more convinced that this direction was promising. Where there was pain, there was opportunity. For ordinary people, they still needed decent gear to level up by hunting monsters. Don't crowd where there are many people. If you're going to do something, do it in a niche market. This was something his father often told him, and Zhu Hao felt he had discovered a business opportunity. The more Zhu Hao thought about it, the more excited he became, immersing himself in the thrilling competition of the virtual market. Compared to that, the exorcising demons and spirit root breakthrough cultivation plots were simply pathetic. Cultivating? That's just for show. He chuckled. Making money is the true essence of cultivation. He quickly clicked into the secondary profession interface and began to study it carefully. Zhu Hao opened the introduction to secondary professions. Secondary profession system opened: alchemist, talisman maker, tailor, blacksmith, spirit plant master, beast tamer. Each profession has different output directions and corresponds to different market demands. After a brief consideration, Zhu Hao quickly locked in on the most unremarkable profession, tailor. He clicked on the tailor introduction, focused on crafting robes, accessories, and light armor. The higher the proficiency, the greater the success rate. This is it. Zhu Hao decisively clicked the learn button. Soon a new line appeared on his character panel: half summers, pig, secondary profession, tailor novice. The tailor's crafting page also opened up. He immediately flipped to the novice tailoring recipes: crimson flame robe, applicable stage late chi refining. Requires materials: crimson flame cloth X2, spirit silk buckle X1, wine silk, thread X3. Swift wind light robe, applicable stage mid foundation establishment. Requires materials: swift wind cloth X2, spirit silkworm silk X2, wind silk, thread X5. Secret pattern soft armor, applicable stage mid foundation establishment. Requires materials: illusion pattern leather X1, shin iron chain X1, spirit silk buckle X2. Looking at the materials, Zhu Hao understood why no one was paying attention to these secondary professions. For a novice secondary profession, collecting these materials was simply impossible. Because the materials for the foundation stage could only drop from golden core monsters. Isn't that ridiculous? Who at a high level would have the time to be idle like Zhu Hao? But I can farm for the materials. Zhu Hao nodded. I'm at the golden core stage. Grinding foundation stage maps is like mowing grass. With that in mind, Zhu Hao immediately equipped a set of high mobility gear and charged into the map Cloud Ridge Valley. This was a foundation stage map with average drop rates, but abundant types. He had completely overlooked these items before. After all, with his previous top-tier equipment, grinding this map was like cutting through vegetables. Why would he care about these dropped items? Storing these items in his backpack would be a waste of space. But now with a new profession plan, things were different. These were all spirit stones, unnoticed, scattered on the ground. After 2 hours of relentless harvesting, Zhu Hao had gathered various materials. Crimson flame cloth X12. Spiritual silk buckle X8. Wind silk thread X14. Swift wind cloth X9. Illusion pattern leather X3. Dark iron chain X1 rare. Looking at these materials, Zhu Hao's eyes sparkled as he immediately began to sew. Ding. You have successfully crafted crimson flame robe good. Ding. You have successfully crafted crimson flame robe poor. Ding. You have failed. Ding. You have successfully crafted swift wind light robe poor. After a series of operations, Zhu Hao already had several finished products in hand. These items were actually not expensive to produce, and with practice the success rate was decent, while the finished equipment could be listed on the market for direct sale. After organizing the equipment, Zhu Hao immediately tossed the successful robes onto the trading square, setting a uniform price 60 spirit stones. This price is indeed very reasonable. After all, Zhu Hao had also been in the chi refining stage before, and he was well aware of the allure of this price. If it's too expensive, players would not buy it, while 60 spirit stones is just right. This pricing is aimed at the wallets of average players. Even if you begged for a few days, you could gather that much. And with this equipment, navigating the novice map would be much easier. Players would definitely choose to place orders. This is much more cost-effective than spending money. Next, he advertised in the nearby Novice Village channel. Banksy's Pig Chi refining stage exclusive equipment is now online. Affordable and practical, essential for monster hunting trading square ID XXXX. Grab it quickly. The advertisement was very effective. Within 5 minutes, several pieces of equipment were snatched up. Zhu Hao looked at the several hundred spirit stones he earned, licking his lips with sparkling eyes. This was his first time earning spirit stones from this game. This also proved that his idea was completely viable. There is indeed a demand for this. This method really works. Isn't this much better than turn-based monster hunting? As a golden core stage character making money with such a low-level side hustle, my efficiency completely crushes other players. Crafting equipment, supplying novices, buying low and selling high, this is completely a micro-enterprise operation model in the realm of cultivation. Moreover, the best part is that the production of a tailor does not involve combat logic. The failure rate is also low, making it most suitable for large-scale manufacturing and low-cost operations. I need to expand production capacity. Zhu Hao murmured to himself while writing down all his ideas for practicing in his notebook. Material dungeon, Yunling Valley, Liu Mountain, Tianshui Pool. Fast farming route. Standard price for finished products. Market promotion script template. Player feedback collection channel. Preparing to establish a trading group. There are so many points to explore in this game. Indeed, this is the style of Whale Leap. Zhu Hao's eyes grew brighter. Previously, I thought I misunderstood you. Who would have known you hid the tricks so deeply? But that's fine. The fewer people know, the bigger my starting plan will be. Who knows? I might be able to try replicating a business model in this game. Besides, I am only in the golden core stage. If I reach the nascent soul stage, wouldn't I be able to directly craft equipment for those in the golden core stage? Dad won't let me into the company. Then he'll start a company in the game. My individual productivity is limited, so he'll find a few more people. Zhu Hao wasted no time, directly created a group on WeChat, pulling in several of his closest college classmates. The group was named Killing for Cultivation Tailor Studio. Within 3 minutes, the group became lively. Banksy's Pig Brothers Serious Business. I am currently playing a game called Killing for Cultivation, and we can make money in it. Earn spirit stones. I have tried it, and it's feasible. Slipper has concerns. I know that game, it's a total scam. Besides, this isn't reality. What's the use of spirit stones? Banksy's Pig, they can be spent, traded, and used for various activities. The key is that you need to listen to me first. Zhu Hao quickly sent a screenshot in the group showing the interface of spirit stones received after selling equipment earlier. Account balance 560 spirit stones. Banksy's Pig, these are the few robes I just listed, sold out in 5 minutes. Banksy's Pig, I have discovered a business opportunity. Most players in the game are lacking decent equipment during the chi refining and foundation establishment stages. You either have to spend money or the drop rates for monsters are so low it's frustrating. Banksy's Pig, but as a golden core stage character, I can directly farm high-level dungeons for materials and then use my sewing skills to create novice equipment and sell it on the market for guaranteed profits. Little chicken, if you're talking about this, I'm interested. Slipper has concerns, so what do you want us to do? Banksy's Pig, I gather materials, you all make clothes. We'll have clear division of labor and mass production. Once it's done, the profits will be shared. Zhu Hao discussed with a few people for a while and shared some detailed specifics. After all, they were all dorm mates, so the communication was very harmonious. Within half an hour, the 4-person team took initial shape. Zhu Hao quickly packed a large batch of materials from his warehouse into smaller portions and sent them to his classmates through the game's friend trading feature. You all practice your skills first. Make some crimson flame robes and swift wind light robes. Don't focus on quality, just pile up the quantity first. Zhu Hao directed confidently. We are not targeting the high-end market right now. We're distributing goods. Ordinary players don't need top-tier equipment, they just need something wearable with reasonable attributes and fair prices. While the classmates sewed manually, they marveled at the process. To be honest, crafting equipment in this game is quite interesting. The sewing system is really the king of cost-effectiveness compared to other professions. Right? Zhu Hao said proudly. Did you notice that when sewing fails, it's at most just wasting materials, but succeeding even once can earn you dozens of spirit stones? It's more than doubled. Don't think it's little. Once we ramp up production and our sewing levels increase, this will definitely be highly profitable. Zhu Hao led his small team, playing with great success. Initially, Zhu Hao was working alone, gathering materials and sewing clothes. Now he was leveling up by battling monsters while others were engaged in mass production. Additionally, arranging customer service and promotion, gradually forming a small workflow. Zhu Hao sat in front of the computer while battling dungeons and directing his teammates. Occasional notifications popped up in the group, like orders processed and equipment listed. The entire process became increasingly smooth, and spirit stones flowed in like water. A day later, Zhu Hao's tailor level also increased. You have reached Tailor Advanced. New skill unlocked: personalized design. You can design and name your own clothing styles. This is impressive. Zhu Hao's eyes sparkled as he directly opened the custom design page. He unleashed his creativity and designed a piece of equipment named Banksia Flowing Cloud Robe. The basic attributes are suitable for the late chi refining stage, enhancing mana recovery and movement speed with a low material cost. More importantly, the name sounds appealing. In the future, we will produce, craft, and sell ourselves, and we can even create our own brand. After completing the design, he immediately crafted 2 pieces and listed them on the market to test the waters. Each priced at 398 spirit stones. Ding! You have listed the item, Banksia Flowing Cloud Robe. Oh, please note the item turnover time. Seeing that he could name them himself, the few friends in the group were also ignited with enthusiasm. Mouse, this design is quite sexy. Why is it so revealing? I can't hold back anymore. Tomorrow I will max out my tailor level. Then I'll make a table to record which type of equipment sells best. Do you think we can establish our own guild? I think Banksia tailoring sounds powerful. Looking at the discussion in the group, Zhu Hao smiled while jotting down this phrase in his notebook. He stood up, walked to the window, gazing at the garden outside his villa, feeling an unprecedented sense of achievement. In the real world, he was just a college student, but in this virtual cultivation world, he was already a boss, a brand founder, a master of the supply chain. And this is just the beginning. In a pink-themed bedroom in the capital, under the soft glow of the lights, Luo Li was wearing headphones, intensely focusing on the character she was controlling on the computer screen. She was one of the early players to dive into the game, killing time in cultivation. Previously, she found the game interesting after watching videos by Chu Feng, so she decided to try it out as a free-to-play player. Upon entering the game, she chose the very distinctive witch character, the red-dressed witch. After all, the red-dressed witch wore a full red outfit with plenty of fiery effects, including burning and scorching impacts, delivering a thrilling sensation that looked absolutely fantastic. The only problem was that the character was not revealing enough. As everyone knows, the red-dressed witch has a passive talent called Charming Resonance. The more exposed parts of the body, the higher the attack power, with a maximum increase of 20. However, the revealing outfits in the game's premium shop were prohibitively expensive, and their attributes were quite disappointing. One outfit, Night Flame Crop Top, was priced at 1888 spirit stones with an effect of increasing critical hit rate by 1. Its attributes were mediocre. While it was revealing, it couldn't be imbued with runes or provide any additional resistances. What was worse was that it was a glaring red color resembling blood, making the wearer look like a target. Luo Li never considered spending money on such clothing. I'm truly baffled. Clearly I should deal damage by revealing more, but the game designers had to make the revealing outfits look so ugly. She searched through the trading market again, letting out a disappointed sigh. Can't they release some beautiful yet revealing outfits? As a red-dressed witch, I shouldn't be dressing like a curtain. I wish I hadn't chosen this character in the first place. Just as Luo Li was about to close the auction trading interface, a newly listed piece of equipment caught her attention: Half-Summer Flowing Cloud Robe. Grade: good quality. Applicable stage: foundation establishment. Appearance rating: basic attributes, 3 mana recovery, 5 movement speed, charm index 2. Special note: lightweight fabric, sexy design, applicable to all professions. Wait a minute. Luo Li's eyes lit up. She quickly clicked to view the details and was immediately astonished. The outfit was a strapless design with large cutouts on the shoulders, a high slit at the waist, and a bold and enchanting combination of red and black. Most importantly, it had a ring of fire effects swirling around the waist. She had never seen such equipment before, and the price was incredibly affordable. Less than 400 spirit stones. Only a fool would not buy it. Without hesitation, she purchased one. Soon the equipment was in her hands. Luo Li changed into her new outfit in the game and nodded in satisfaction at her character's appearance on the computer. Now this is what a red-dressed witch should look like. Beautiful, fierce, and eye-catching. Importantly, it's even more revealing than the outfit from the shop. Plus, it provides a 2 damage bonus. My attack power is immediately maximized. She eagerly dragged her friends to join her for a dungeon run. Soon her friends who played alongside her noticed Luo Li's differences. Luo Li, why are you hitting so hard today? Your skill damage is obviously higher than before. Did you change skills? No, I changed outfits. In the attack round, Luo Li unleashed exceptionally high damage. This half-summer flowing cloud robe may not have high attributes, but it perfectly triggers the exposure limit, allowing me to deal critical damage. Wow, I need to buy that too. Is it pretty? It looks 10 times better than the shop's outfits. The key is that it's only 400 spirit stones. After finishing the dungeon, the 3 of them immediately exited to find this outfit in the trading market. After searching high and low, they discovered there were no traces of the half-summer flowing cloud robe. It's sold out already. Luo Li quickly clicked on the seller's information. Seller ID half-summer's pig. Recent listings: burning passion outfit, half-summer, flowing cloud robe, gale light robe. She muttered with shining eyes. This tailor seems to understand our needs for the red-dressed character. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's sold out already. Zhu Hao stared at the sales data in the back-end, stunned for 3 seconds. Didn't I just put it up for sale, eh? Zhu Hao was surprised to see all the half-summer flowing cloud robes sold out. Did I design such a popular outfit? Wow, the response is amazing. And looking at the buyer's information, it seems they're all red-dressed witches. Zhu Hao's business instincts awakened instantly. This profession is perfect for fashion marketing. The game design indicates that the less you are, the stronger you become, so I'll focus on creating high-exposure outfits. He immediately opened the design interface, starting to plan the next product in the red dress series. He aimed to create a complete set: tops, short skirts, battle boots, capes, and even headpieces. To design these outfits, Zhu Hao quickly opened short video software, temporarily brushing up on various edgy design videos, absorbing a wealth of stylistic designs. Zhu Hao had many ideas. But problems also arose. There weren't enough high-end materials produced. Now he was at the golden core stage, only able to farm for materials suitable for that phase. The efficiency of material farming was not high, although his tailoring skill had upgraded to advanced. Some rare materials were impossible to gather alone. I need to reach the nascent soul stage to farm for materials in nascent soul dungeons. Alright, for the sake of Arda. For the sake of my career. Zhu Hao directly opened the recharge interface and invested again, elevating his level to nascent soul stage. Although he spent a considerable amount of money, it was a very necessary investment. Rubbing his hands together, Zhu Hao charged into the new map. Everyone else is sleeping tonight, I'm grinding all night. Farming materials, sewing clothes, testing new designs. 5 hours later at 2 in the morning, Zhu Hao stood up from the crafting table, smiling like a madman, while looking at the newly completed outfit. This was a tailor-made outfit for the red-dressed, witch burning passion short skirt. It had an extremely high exposure rating, reaching the system limit, and came with the skill effect, Flame Walker, trailing a fiery afterimage while moving. Price starting at 568 spirit stones. This price was also not high. Moreover, this was just one piece of the outfit. If all pieces were purchased, it would cost over 1,000 spirit stones. However, Zhu Hao thought to himself, I don't care about the price, what matters is that players will actively buy. Selling in volume doesn't necessarily earn less than taking the high-end route. The next morning, Luo Li logged in and immediately checked the trading market, unexpectedly finding new stock. Looking at the seller, it was indeed half-summer's pig from yesterday. Did this person have new items listed again? Burning passion short skirt, good quality, limited to 5 pieces. Luo Li quickly glanced at the outfit and immediately made a purchase, then decisively left a message. Luo Li, big shot, who are you? Can we add each other as friends? I want to buy the whole set. Half-summer's pig, are you a red-dressed witch? Don't worry, I'm already at the sewing machine. Luo Li, that's great. You are the only man I respect in this game. Please notify me first when you have stock. Zhu Hao quickly opened the friend request and accepted Luo Li's application. Unsurprisingly, within 3 seconds of adding her, the other party sent a flurry of messages. Luo Li, boss, your short skirt has effects. It's so cool. It's way better than the official ones. Luo Li, do you have any tops? Do you have any capes? I'm willing to recharge for fashion right now. Luo Li, I want to be the most stylish red-dressed witch. The next day, the forum exploded. To be precise, the entire community of players for the game, Killing Life and Cultivation, was in an uproar. On the forum for Killing Life and Cultivation, this section had always been dominated by posts criticizing the game. However, today several new posts appeared seeking to buy equipment for the red-clothed witch, with various titles emerging. If the red-clothed witch doesn't wear red, then who will? I declare that Banjia's pig is my final faith. Newbie freebie strategy. The Burning Emotion series, set, wishing you a smooth foundation establishment phase. Unbelievable. This game can be played like this. Feeling the demand from players, Zhu Hao and his classmates quickly launched several other styles, Falling Sunset Light, Skirt, a cool short skirt version, removing some special effects priced at only 128 spirit stones. Nightfire Cloak, a mini flame cloak starting at 99 spirit stones, suitable for newly created characters. Red Flame bodysuit, understated, yet practical, meets exposure standards, and has a self-healing attribute. These are all highly cost-effective pieces of equipment. After all, Zhu Hao's original intention was to cater to the needs of ordinary players. It's not easy for ordinary players to earn spirit stones. What he aims to do is create clothing that everyone can afford. Fashion is not something unattainable. With a few spirit stones gathered from begging forming teams and selling materials, ordinary players can still manage. Soon as more and more people purchased the equipment, the topics of discussion grew. In just 3 days, a mere 3 days, the batches of affordable high-exposure equipment created by Zhu Hao and his team ignited a wave of red-clothed witches throughout, killing life in cultivation. Especially the Burning Emotion series, which became the graduation outfit for red-clothed witches. Countless players flooded the forum's comment section with posts. Why are all the red-clothed witches showing their legs in the dungeons now? Because the less you wear, the harder you hit. Did you not know? Recently, many people have started selling clothes in the trading market. They look pretty good, but unfortunately, they are all women's clothing. I spent less than 1,000 spirit stones to buy a full set of Burning Emotion gear, appearance attributes, bonuses. It's just amazing. This series is truly in tune with the red-clothed witches, far better than the official outfits, okay? And it's cheaper. I've finally experienced the joy of this game. Me too, I've finally stepped out of the newbie map. Behind this wave, Zhu Hao was already working himself to exhaustion. How's he? I've got an explosion of orders here. Me too. I posted 30 Falling Sunset Light skirts last night, and this morning there was only one left. I posted 50 Nightfire cloaks, all sold out. Sold. Gone. Stop arguing, I still have over 100 friend requests stuck here, all people wanting to book clothes. Wow. We aren't a studio, we're a clothing factory. The group buzzed with excitement. Zhu Hao, however, quietly sat in front of the computer staring at the back-end account's spirit stone balance, remaining silent for 3 seconds. Then he suddenly slammed the table. Brothers, we are going to get rich. He took a screenshot and threw it into the group. Total revenue, 84820 spirit stones, over 800 spirit stones. Converted to reality, that's over 9,000 yuan. In less than a week, if evenly divided, each person would get over 2,000. And they are all still students. Although Zhu Hao had money, this was still the first time he had earned so much himself. The last time he made money was when he gathered dozens of people to sell on Pinduoduo and earned 200. The key is, they hadn't even gone into full production yet. A few classmates instantly became excited. This is 100 times better than our summer internship jobs. Wow, it's only been a week. Next time I order takeout, I'll dare to add an egg. Oh no, I've got money now. I don't know if my moral character can withstand the test anymore. Are we serious? We actually created a new business miracle in a game that everyone criticizes as trash. Zhu Hao calmly nodded. We are just getting started. Currently, all products are still in the initial sewing templates and low-tier materials. Next, I want to lead you to explore high-end customization. Meanwhile, on the forum, players of the Red Cloth, which were still crazily spreading the legend of Banjia clothing, desperately seeking Banjia's pig to release new products. I've grown tired of the Burning Emotion outfit. We red-clothed witches have suffered oppression from the official side for too long. Previously, the store outfits were expensive and ugly. Now Banjia's pig has directly saved us, I declare. He is our only designated supplier for red-clothed witches. The atmosphere on the entire forum began to change subtly. It was no longer filled with uniform complaints of excessive paydoing, turn-based gameplay is outdated, or the planning is brain-dead posts. Even old players who originally planned to quit the game began to quietly consider buying a piece of clothing to try. After all, for them, if the clothes look good and are affordable, as long as they can continue playing the game after putting it on, that would be great. On the 4th day, Zhu Hao finally organized all members for an offline voice meeting. Is everyone here? Yes, here. Howsy, you have the floor. Cut out the fluff. Ooh, I just have one thing to say. From now on, we officially established the Banjia Clothing Studio. From now on, the brand label must be unified. Our goal is to create a clear, sustainable side business profit route. Starting with red-clothed witches, we will also expand to clothes that other professions can wear. There are so many players, we can't just make revealing outfits. Whatever can earn money, we will all pursue. The crowd instantly became passionate. Zhu Hao's excitement was not limited to this. More and more players also began to notice something. The side professions which they previously overlooked seemed to indeed have potential. On the forum, the previously quiet, lifestyle gameplay section suddenly became popular. Previously, there were only a few posts per page. Now 2 pages could be pushed away within an hour. How can side professions really earn money in this game? The talisman maker mainly needs blueprints. Chi refining players can also make money. Collecting materials can earn spirit stones. Many people in the square are buying. The prices are much better than what the official offers. Everyone don't just focus on combat power. Selling equipment is a legitimate path. In just a few days, several hot topics related to side professions climbed to the top of the hot list. Tailors, blacksmiths, alchemists crowded with players, many shouting on the public screen. Buying swift cloth, illusory pattern leather, spirit silk buckles, bulk discounts. Blacksmiths are taking orders. Discounts for foundation establishment phase. Alchemists are seeking teams to farm materials, buying chi refining potions, guaranteed buyback price. The spring of side professions seemed to have arrived overnight. Moreover, some job studios sniffed out opportunities and acted quickly. Several large gold farming guilds started recruiting heavily. As long as you're willing to work, you can do 30 orders a day. The game covers materials, blueprints, and clients. Simple operations, no skills required, just click with the mouse, easy money. As long as you are diligent and have time, you can earn 600 spirit stones a week. Suitable for moms. Can work from home. Easy to learn, someone will guide you. These posts exploded, catching the attention of more ordinary players. Zhu Hao, who was originally planning to expand the scale, was stunned as he looked at the market prices. Why have these materials increased in price? When he checked, he realized that his advertisements and sales had already driven the entire low-tier equipment industry chain. Common materials like scarlet flame cloth, spirit silk buckles, and wind silk thread had all doubled in price. The basic dungeons that no one wanted were now packed with players. The previously unpopular chi refinement gear trading area had become the hottest in the entire server. Even more absurdly, some gold farming studios had started to imitate the popular styles of Bangia clothing, even mimicking Zhu Hao's advertising slogans. Tiangong Tailor Shop, Bangia out of stock. We have it. Starting at 99 spirit stones. Maximum exposure. Zhu Hao rolled his eyes in disbelief. This group of people. They came really fast, huh? I was just about to take off, and I've already been targeted, but that's fine. Fortunately, the values in killing life and cultivation are very balanced, and the price system doesn't show signs of collapsing. Zhu Hao quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, this is just commercial competition. Moreover, they also had a first-mover advantage. Next, we need to switch some production lines, focusing on the mid to low price market. I want to produce a whole batch of equipment that ordinary players can afford, a set of 10 pieces, bundled price, not exceeding 100 spirit stones. If I can't compete with your number of workers, then it'll compete with your finesse. More creativity. Meanwhile, at the 33rd floor office of Jingwei Games, the entire development and operations teams were in their daily morning meeting. Zhou Bowen was reading out the forum monitoring data. Yesterday, overall public sentiment heat dropped by 13.0 and negative keyword mentions fell by 32. Across the entire forum, negative video views have all started to turn a corner. Silence filled the meeting room. Zhao Qiliang lazily sipped his coffee, his brow slightly raised, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Why aren't the players cursing anymore? Zhou Bowen also looked puzzled. We don't know either. When we opened the forum these past few days, all we saw was a bunch of players showing off their outfits. Things like the Banksia Luyan robe, the Finching miniskirt, the Luoxiao light veil. Someone even made a special thread called the Red Witch Players Fashion Diary. The meeting room fell into a brief dead silence. After a few seconds, Zhao Qiliang snapped back to reality. He had been busy with the mobile game side these past few days and had paid little attention to the PC version. Glancing at the forum posts, he finally understood. The channel for earning spirit stones he had designed earlier had become a hit. Zhao Qiliang felt a surge of relief. Who would have thought that this casual secondary profession system he had thrown together would so greatly enrich the gameplay? It seemed the game was showing signs of revival. Finally, they wouldn't have to endure endless criticism, and Boss Lu wouldn't have to keep locking himself in his office. For a moment, the entire meeting room was enveloped in a complex silence. After a while, a colleague couldn't help but voice a soul-searching question. Wait, shouldn't we be happy? The players aren't cursing us anymore, and the game atmosphere is improving. This is a good thing, right? It had been so long since they hadn't seen players scolding them that they almost didn't know how to react. Exactly. It's been ages since the forum had so many outfit showcases and gameplay guides. I even saw someone write a dedicated guide on making money through secondary professions like the chi refining tailor's rise to riches and how to earn over 10,000 a month in a gold farming studio as a free-to-play player. It seems our game is warming up a bit. Han Mimi also murmured. Even more absurdly, new user registrations have increased recently, some converted from player shares, and the rate of returning veteran players is slowly starting to climb. After the discussion, everyone gradually realized the truth. The ecosystem of life for cultivation seemed to be healing itself in a completely unexpected direction. The secondary profession system, once universally condemned as unplayable, had become a new outlet. The unable-to-pay casual players had now found their place. Players like Zhu Hao had sparked an entire trend of player-driven garment crafting. With the entry of gold farming studios, the game's gameplay had been inadvertently split into two parallel worlds. On one side was the high-intensity pay-to-win combat zone, nascent soul stage sect wars, artifact duels, and spending for immediate power. On the other side was the free market economic zone, secondary profession players, small-time merchants, red witches, gathering materials, crafting equipment, and listing items on the market. The former was still filled with complaints, but the latter had formed a community atmosphere of affordability, self-sufficiency, and high fun. The two groups of players simply did their own thing. After the technical team at Jingwei began crunching the numbers, they were baffled. These two groups were actually coexisting so harmoniously. Meanwhile, in the boss's private office next door, the soundproofing was excellent. Lu Ming sat alone behind his desk. With only a week left until the settlement, he was in a great mood, already planning his next investments and game projects. Coming back to his senses, he habitually opened the player sentiment dashboard. The moment he saw the data, he was completely stunned. Player sentiment analysis: furious 39, watching 8, addicted 32, content 17, quitting 4. Lu Ming's expression froze. He quickly refreshed the interface and clicked in to double-check the data. The result was the same. Addicted 32. Content 17. Is this really my cultivation game? Lu Ming was completely losing his composure. Last week this interface had shown furious 68, watching 22. That was the sign of a thriving business blueprint. But in just a few days of neglect, the numbers had completely reversed. It was as if he had been about to swing his sickle into a field of leeks, only to look down and find the leeks had turned into green onions. How can this be right? Something must be wrong. The system's sentiment dashboard doesn't lie. How did all those watching players suddenly start playing the game? And more people are getting addicted, which means these players, while cursing, have actually started to like this game. Lu Ming shot up from his chair, thinking furiously as he strode out. If something like this had happened, the development department must know something. He tried to keep his tone calm, but his mind was in turmoil. Reaching the development department's door, he gently pushed it open. Inside, the atmosphere was lively. Technical team members and marketing staff were gathered around a computer, the screen filled with forum screenshots and data analysis. Han Mimi stood nearby, speaking enthusiastically. Look, the Chi Refining Taylor's rise to riches post has even trended. Someone made a video on making money through secondary professions, and it's got over 10,000 views. Lu Ming stood at the door, listening quietly, forcing his face to remain expressionless. He cleared his throat, walked over, and tried to sound gentle. Chiliang, everyone hold on a moment. I have a question. What's going on with this game now? Zhao Chiliang adjusted his glasses, slightly glanced around the room, and spoke with some excitement. Boss Li, you've heard too. The user activity curve for our life for cultivation is recovering. Although the loss of paying players hasn't been reversed, the group of lifestyle players has seen a mild explosive growth, especially among female users and student groups. Lu Ming's mouth twitched. So the user count had indeed increased. How did so many people start playing? Boss, it's because our secondary profession system has been a huge success. Success? Zhao Chiliang was taken aback. Huh, yes, exactly. Boss, haven't you always wanted the game to become popular? Now that the secondary profession system is so well received with new users and returning veterans, isn't that a good thing? Lu Ming stared at them with an expression of utter disbelief. He thought to himself, good thing. This isn't the kind of good I wanted. Then Lu Ming keenly caught the keyword Zhao Chiliang had mentioned. Secondary profession system. He hadn't heard much about this before. Lu Ming's gaze fell on Zhao Chiliang, who had been the lead developer. You designed the secondary profession system, didn't you? When I asked you to design it, didn't I say to keep it simple, half-hearted, and not too serious? Look at the forum now. It's all outfit showcases and guides. What's the meaning of this? Zhao Chiliang paused, a look of embarrassment on his face. He lowered his head, thinking, then quietly reminded, Boss, you agreed to it back then. You said to give them some channels to earn spirit stones to give players some hope. You said we couldn't make them feel like they were freeloading. So I followed that idea and set up alchemy, tailoring, smithing, and added a trading market. I figured players needed something to do besides fighting all the time, or it would get too monotonous. Look at them now, gathering materials, doing secondary profession quests. The feedback on the entire lifestyle profession system has been great. The forum is praising it. Praising it. Lu Ming felt like crying, finally realizing the main cause of the data shift. Although Zhao Chiliang's intentions were good, in Lu Ming's heart, he wished the guy had never acted on them. Seeing Zhao Chiliang's excitement, Lu Ming composed himself and spoke seriously. Then tell me, if the forum is praising us, doesn't that mean we're wrong? Zhao Chiliang, do you remember the positioning of life for cultivation? Life for cultivation. Lu Ming gritted his teeth, emphasizing each word. We're not a job simulator, not a fashion management game. and not a tailor training platform. And yet you create a system that has the entire server addicted. The forum's front page is a red witch dress-up guide, and the hot posts are summaries of tailoring skill experience. Isn't this going off track? How am I supposed to face the traditional cultivation world like this? Zhao Qiliang was filled with confusion. Why was there no way to face this? Isn't this quite normal? Our core gameplay hasn't changed at all. Players are still recharging, it doesn't affect anything. Worried that Lu Ming hadn't realized, Zhao Qiliang immediately spoke up, boss. But the players like it right. Some have even posted thank you threads. They are no longer quitting the game, their activity is increasing, daily active users are stable, and the atmosphere is no longer overwhelmingly negative towards us. Isn't that good? In a little while, I feel we will be able to turn a profit. Moreover, boss, these tasks were all assigned by you before. You've misunderstood me, Qiliang. Lu Ming was almost driving himself crazy. Did you think I wanted you to optimize the experience for the players? What I wanted was for you to give them hope, not to give them a future. Qiliang, are you overthinking it for the players? Zhao Qiliang, why was the boss saying such things? As a game developer, isn't it his basic professional ethics to consider the players? Isn't this the right attitude for making games? To design secondary professions in an interesting way, enrich the gameplay, and create a healthy ecosystem. Boss, do you think I haven't done well enough? Hearing Zhao Qiliang's somewhat gloomy tone, Lu Ming quickly comforted him. After all, this was someone he had recruited himself. It was fine to feel down himself, but there was no need to make his employee feel bad. No, not at all. Lu Ming patted his shoulder earnestly and sighed. I don't blame you, I just think you are too conscientious. Look at me, how pure I am. Zhao Qiliang opened his mouth wanting to say something, but couldn't utter a word. He had no idea what aspect of purity the boss was referring to. Lu Ming sighed and showed a look of disappointment. Qiliang, let me ask you this. When you designed the mobile game recharge interface last time, I asked you to enlarge it. Did you still think about making it smaller? Did you also think about whether it blocked the UI? Did you think the users would be unhappy? Yes. See, look at yourself. Lu Ming leaned back in his chair, beginning to ponder deeply. This can't go on. Players coming back isn't the result I want. There are actually thank you threads on the forum. Can it get any more absurd? How should the game's direction be redirected? Lu Ming furrowed his brows, contemplating for a long time. The player's immunity had increased. Ordinary updates surely wouldn't have a deterrent effect. Lu Ming rubbed his temples, feeling that the situation had become too serious to control. The secondary profession system, which he had initially overlooked, had surprisingly become one of the most popular aspects of pay-for-life cultivation. Tailors, blacksmiths, alchemists, talisman masters. These secondary professions, which were originally meant to be optional in the game, had now become core gameplay. Not only were the players no longer complaining, but they even proactively discussed how to optimize the game's economic system and how to make the combination of secondary and main professions more reasonable. This game had completely gone off the rails. Even more absurdly, some players posted on the forum thanking Jingyue for this game design. Some even analyzed the secondary profession system of pay-for-life cultivation, praising it for being more professional than many pure secondary profession simulation games. Is this reasonable? Lu Ming looked at the post, feeling a complex mix of emotions that words couldn't describe. Can this secondary profession be cut out directly? Lu Ming looked at Zhao Qiliang, his tone carrying an undeniable firmness. Zhao Qiliang's expression instantly changed. Cut it out. He was so shocked that he sat up straight, his face full of disbelief. Boss, this is one of the core gameplay elements. If we cut the secondary professions, the game would be completely unplayable. Zhao Qiliang continued, Boss, this secondary profession framework is required for many mainline tasks. If we change this mechanism, it would be equivalent to making a new game. If the foundation collapses, the game won't run. Lu Ming furrowed his brows, regretting not understanding game development very well. Really, can it be cut? Then, can we lower the success rate of crafting a bit? Zhao Qiliang paused for a moment, frowned in thought, then slowly said, It can be adjusted, but if we lower it too much, players probably won't play anymore. Lu Ming fell into deep thought. If we cut the secondary professions, the game framework might collapse and become unplayable, while lowering the crafting success rate might drive players away, but it could also make it more grindy. Isn't this a dead end? Why does this always happen at the end of the month? The players were complaining just fine, so why did things suddenly go wrong? For this month's end-of-month settlement, he was uncertain about the originally intended 8-fold return. Without specific debt value data, he could only make a rough estimate. Lu Ming felt very frustrated. He had already planned how to spend the money he was about to receive. How about? Lu Ming's eyes flickered and a sudden idea came to him. What if we make the secondary professions limited? What if we limit the number of equipment, pills, and talismans that can be crafted each day? This? Zhao Qiliang furrowed his brows. Boss, if we do this, it will indeed increase rarity and might make the equipment from secondary professions more valuable. Perhaps more people will try it. And boss, you know many players of secondary professions don't really care about making money. They play purely because they enjoy it and find it interesting. Lu Ming's brows knit together into a frown. Are there really that many kind-hearted people? Is my game some kind of ideal utopia? Yes. Zhao Qiliang sighed. Boss, you don't know most of the players in our round-based cultivation game are nostalgic older players. This group of people has a characteristic: they have some money, they have time, and they're willing to help newcomers. They were originally enjoying their paid gaming experience, but now suddenly a bunch of ordinary new players have come. For them, this is a new vitality for the game. So these older players are particularly considerate towards newcomers. You have no idea some high-level alchemists are giving away pills for free to help newcomers through the initial training difficulties, and talisman masters who could easily sell their talismans at high prices are only charging at cost, with some even giving them away. They're saying they want the newbies to experience what it's like to be cared for under an umbrella. Lu Ming's mouth twitched. Are they really having that much fun? Zhao Qiliang nodded. Exactly, boss. The current players generally find secondary professions very interesting. In fact, many players who were planning to quit have come back. Just the tailoring aspect has attracted a large group of fashion enthusiasts. Their first task every day is to check the trading post for new clothes. Lu Ming rubbed his forehead, feeling like he was reaching his breaking point. This game is collapsing. He sighed deeply, wondering how pay-for-life cultivation had turned into a game where players actively constructed a good ecosystem. This situation, no matter how you think about it, doesn't seem normal. This game has completely spiraled out of control. It is no longer killing for immortality, it has turned into living off freebies and working hard. It's still the version with a sense of social responsibility. Players spend less and complain less. Everyone is farming, refining pills, making clothes, and building businesses while making friends. It feels like I'm providing everyone with a retirement community for immortals. Lu Ming once again stared at the emotional dashboard on the system panel, his tone extremely certain. This game cannot be played this way anymore. In the next moment, Lu Ming made a decision. Adjust the rules. We must increase the burdens on players. Qiliang. Here. Zhao Qiliang raised his head directly at Lu Ming's call. Lu Ming waved his hand and whispered, I've thought it through. From now on, secondary professions must come with additional consumption mechanisms. For example, alchemy must consume fatigue points. If you don't rest, you can't refine. Tools for crafting equipment will also have durability. Using them for too long will break them. If they break, they must be replaced, and replacing tools will cost money. Zhao Qiliang. Boss, please calm down. You calm down. Lu Ming looked at Zhao Qiliang. Look at what kind of posts are on the forum every day now. Tips for earning money as a tailor, how to earn your first spirit stone through alchemy, beginner's guide to crafting low-cost equipment. Tell me, is this still a game? This is an online entrepreneurship incubation platform. This group of players is now starting factories and engaging in internal sales with their apprentices. I'm not making a game now. I'm building harmonious neighborhood relations. Zhao Qiliang. All right, I'll follow your orders. Zhao Qiliang felt somewhat helpless. The boss ideas never resonated with him, and he had gotten used to it. Soon, under Lu Ming's urging, everyone in the development department worked overtime, and the unified adjustments to the game were eventually implemented. Soon, Killing for Immortality welcomed a small update. Update Contents 1. Alchemy tailoring and crafting operations now have a fatigue points limit with a daily base energy cap of 300 points. After use, players must rest or consume special pills to recover. 2. Various crafting tools now have a durability system. Excessive use will render them unusable, requiring regular replacements. 3. A repair shop mechanism has been added to the market, allowing players to sell repair tools and perform equipment repairs. After the update, everyone at Whale Leap opened the game forum, preparing to monitor player dynamics in real time. The forum administrator was ready with the delete post button, and the operations team had already prepared the blame documents. As a result, not long after new posts began to appear on the forum, the secondary profession update for Killing for Immortality has arrived. A new repair system has finally made it feel a bit like a life simulation. I've used up all my fatigue points for today. I'm off to stroll in the new area. Is this forcing me to have a reasonable daily routine? The new repair shop system is too fun, right? I am now a tailor, blacksmith, tool repairer with 3 professions. The Tiangong workshop has officially started night shifts. Early shift from 8 to late shift until 8, 3 shifts in total. We are an immortal factory. No deception for young and old. Looking at the posts on the forum, Lu Ming was so angry he didn't even want to speak. He clicked on the hot posts one by one, seeing those players sharing their reasonable daily routines, sharing healthy cultivation insights, and sharing humane adjustments. He felt like he was about to crack. I've presented them with the opportunity to scold me right to their lips, yet they are unwilling to take a bite. This is challenging my patience. Zhao Qiliang also saw the new posts and couldn't help but explain, boss, this is called positive addiction. Have you forgotten the mindset of our current secondary profession players? They are not refining pills or forging for efficiency, they genuinely enjoy this gameplay. Even if you make them clock in for work and sign attendance agreements, they would still find joy in it. Boss, do you think we might really have created a hit? Ming's mouth twitched as he looked at the newly added item on the emotional dashboard. Satisfaction too. His face gradually turned pale. Can this game still be saved? I don't even expect you all to scold me anymore. Can't you just cut your losses and stop playing? Let it burn. There's nothing I can do. After all, I've already received quite a few negative reviews. Meanwhile, the popularity of the secondary profession system completely sparked a second wave of enthusiasm. And killing for immortality is gradually transforming from a model of a trashy pay-to-win game into a dark horse of life-based, turn-based, immortal cultivation games. Countless gold farming studios are gearing up ready to make a big move. On Zhuhao's side, he is already preparing to turn Banksia clothing into a brand mall and has started a live streaming sales segment and short videos. Ming was speechless. What kind of game have I actually made? There are still 3 days until the end of the month. Ming sat in the office, staring blankly out at the towering buildings, lost in thought. He truly had no idea what to do. The familiar feeling of powerlessness surged back. During these past 2 days, he had done nothing but repeatedly stare at the player emotion dashboard. At first, he was somewhat unwilling, wondering if he should raise the prices of the items again to make the pay-to-win experience of cultivation even more extreme. But soon he realized it was completely useless. This batch of new players doesn't cultivate at all. They don't care about levels, battle power, or breakthrough rates. Some people have been stuck at the chi refining stage for a week without moving. The reason is I don't want to level up. I haven't unlocked all the Taylor templates yet. Some players refuse to advance to golden core because there is a high-level alchemy blueprint that can only be learned at this stage. If I level up, I won't be able to make pills anymore. What will happen to my career as a worker? Ming looked at these posts as if each one was a punch to his soul. He even saw a post titled "Killing for Immortality Doesn't Even Need to Cultivate." The comment section was filled with likes, with countless people agreeing. I run instances just for materials, not to level up. If this game could let me stay at the chi refining stage, I would never level up. Leveling up makes it more expensive, the materials become rarer, it's not worth it. When I reached the nascent soul stage, I regretted it. Had I known, I would have preferred to remain a chi refining blacksmith. The most important thing is that crafting materials can still be bought by studios, and I can earn some pocket money. Ming. He opened his mouth in shock, unable to catch his breath, almost suffocating himself. What has happened to these people? They came to play an immortal cultivation game, yet it turned into a labor simulation. I made the pay-to-win elements so outrageous, yet they not only didn't scold me, but found joy in it. He slammed his fist on the desk, feeling deeply distressed. This game is unsolvable. Really, there seems to be no way back. The secondary profession has been elevated to a pedestal. Gold farming studios have flooded the market, and the player community has spontaneously built a stable ecosystem. This game has already slipped from his control. He doesn't even have the mood to use the marketing random burst generator anymore. What if it has a positive outcome? He is definitely not getting an 8x refund, but a 6x is still possible. The previous massive wave of criticism cannot be digested in just a moment. Moreover, the players who previously spent money are still around, and they are now the main force in criticizing Whale Leap. Do you think you can just throw a negative controversy into the mix? The players focusing on secondary professions don't care at all. Difficulty in the main storyline increased. Great, we weren't playing that anyway. Breakthrough difficulty is higher now. Then he'll continue refining my pills and sewing my clothes. How do you expect to ignite public opinion? You can't even find a point to leverage with them. Ming felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Why are these players so difficult to manage? Should we just let it go? Ming murmured. Let's just do it this way. It's better to give up than to face the inevitable criticism. Ming sat back in the boss chair. In fact, if further major adjustments were to be made, he still had many ideas, such as embedding biological codes on all equipment produced by players and setting up binding usage. This would directly eliminate the possibility of player trading. Or perhaps, Ming's thoughts whirled and a hint of morbid seriousness flashed in his eyes. Or for each level increase in secondary profession skills, charge an additional fee, calling it talent infusion. The more you craft, the more you pay. Reasonable. Alternatively, set a tax rate in the trading plaza. If the selling price is 100 spirit stones, the system takes 20, leaving 80, and then deducting a service fee of 20, so only 40 actually reaches the player. Directly adjust the exchange rate of spirit stones, creating inflation in the cultivation world. As he spoke, he nodded as if this was how a reasonable game should be. All players must follow the mall's path. No free economy, no human brilliance, no joy allowed. I want them to understand that playing a game is not about starting a business or becoming a tailor, but about cultivating and facing losses. How can one cultivate without getting fleeced? Cultivating what exactly? The more he spoke, the more excited he became, almost standing up. But in just 2 seconds, he deflated. Like a deflated balloon, he slumped back into the boss chair. But now what's the point of changing anything? He glanced at his phone. With just a day or two left until the end of the month, it was definitely too late. Even if he worked through the night, it wouldn't be completed, not to mention that Ming was still mindful of labor laws. In the game, there could be no regard for human compassion, but in reality, that wasn't acceptable. Ming's gaze was complex as his fingers slowly tapped on the desk. From a design perspective, I have failed with this game. It is no longer the ugly, exploitative, and scorned project I envisioned. Now this pay-to-win cultivation game has surprisingly begun to discuss ecology, a sense of belonging, and player autonomy, and there are even discussions of emotional columns on forums. You aren't here to cultivate, you're here to fall in love, right? Even more absurdly, when he was browsing the forum, he stumbled upon a trending post. When will the marriage system in pay-to-win cultivation launch? I've already found someone to sew clothes with me. This post had over 2,000 replies. There were those flaunting their paired work outfits. Some even wrote a 10,000-word fan fiction where the protagonist was a tailor and an alchemist. It truly was refining pills and sewing clothes one stitch at a time, weaving fate. When Ming saw this, he nearly had a stroke. Thankfully, he hadn't planned any marriage mechanics on the spot. He merely wanted to create a pay-to-win cultivation game. A project even darker than Tengsu, capable of driving veteran streamers mad, dissuading pay-to-win players, transforming scorn into debt value. Ming recalled the day Chu Feng live-streamed, spending 10,000 to fight in the sect war only to weep from the barrage of criticism. That moment was the emotional peak he had longed for from players. That moment was the highlight of Ming's heart. Unfortunately, time cannot flow back and sugar cannot be caramelized. There's no going back. If I change the game now, I feel that Zhao Qiliang and the others will be very emotional. After all, they've been focused on the game daily, and it has finally been revived. If Ming throws cold water on it again, he worries they might give up. Moreover, it would seem too deliberate on his part. What if they suspect he's laundering money? Recently, Ming had clearly sensed that old Wang's gaze towards him was off. He closed his eyes, 1,000 foolish thoughts racing through his mind. Let it be, this project has already come to a halt with him. This game is like a derailed train. Originally, he was the conductor aiming for the crematorium. But somehow it took off in an unexpected direction towards new community elderly care construction. He felt embarrassed to tell anyone that the goal of his game was to exploit players. What game that exploits players has a forum this harmonious? Ming shut his laptop, finally revealing a weary, yet resigned expression. Forget it. He'll wait a bit longer. Wait until the end of the month, wait for the settlement. Wait for the money to arrive, then I will start over. The planning level of Tengsu is too high. Creating a game that simply invites scorn is impossible. Currently, pay-to-win cultivation has atmosphere, can endure some minor criticism, and that's just fine. At the very least, it can provide some stable debt value each month. Ming is no longer that greedy. Our relying on a single game to continuously gain system rebates is unrealistic, and while debt value is certainly important, it's commendable that this game has reached this point. With that thought, Ming stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the skyline of Magic City, his tone particularly firm. From now on, I will definitely create a game without light. A game that makes people angrier the more they play. A game that makes you want to write scorn posts after just 10 minutes of playing each day. That is the project I aspire to. Whale Leap Games must return to its roots. This is no longer the system's drive. It is Ming's inner motivation. I refuse to believe that creating a game I desire is so difficult. But for now, I must endure. The settlement day is approaching. I cannot afford to make mistakes. Not investing again is the greatest calm. Ming returned to the desk and sent a message calling Zhao Qiliang back in. Soon Zhao Qiliang pushed the door open and glanced at Ming. Stop the development. What? Zhao Qiliang's eyes widened. Boss, what did you say? Stop the mobile game for pay-to-win cultivation. Ming said each word carefully. Cancel. Everything is canceled. Zhao Qiliang's hand trembled, almost losing his balance. Wait, boss, calm down. Boss, did you misread some data? Our mobile game's pre-registration number has already exceeded 50,000 in the past 2 days. Do you know that? And we have already spent over $1 million on UI adaptation and mobile optimization. I know. Ming said lightly. Then why do you say we shouldn't do it? Qiliang, you misunderstood. Ming stared at the ceiling side. Why are we developing a mobile game? Isn't it just to expand the battlefield on mobile? But now you tell me we want to bring this group of players who are eager to work, help each other, and engage in fashion into the mobile game. You want them to experience a more convenient working simulation on their phones. This is not suitable. Ming spoke with a pained expression, as if he had just bid farewell to a beloved but unaccomplished son. To persuade Zhao Qiliang, Ming also had to put on an act, otherwise it would be impossible to explain why so much had been invested before only to abandon it now. Employees also need understanding and empathy. Zhao Qiliang stood in front of him, momentarily unsure of what to say next. Qiliang. Ming said solemnly, his voice dropping by 8 degrees, as if holding a farewell ceremony. Have you ever considered whether mobile games are really suitable for these players? Who are they? They are here for freedom, to avoid spending money, to be able to watch dramas while sewing clothes. That's why they stay in our game. They can sew clothes on the PC version while chatting and binge-watching dramas. You want them to tap on a small screen on a phone, adapting to gesture controls, and one wrong tap could ruin everything. Then wouldn't they just end up cursing us? Our game scale is too large. It's nearly impossible to fully cater to players' user experience on the mobile version. Previously, I was mistaken. Zhao Qiliang. Moreover, they are doing just fine on the PC version. Why force them into an unfinished mobile experience? Isn't that just dissuading them? Zhao Qiliang opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say, if the players have a poor experience, we can optimize it. But he swallowed the words back. He realized that what General Liu said actually made quite a bit of sense. He had never imagined that General Liu was such a person who valued user experience. How narrow-minded he had been. He had previously looked at things through a keyhole. Ming continued to gaze out of the window, his eyes deep, as if he was lamenting the entire industry. So now, I must take responsibility for this group of players. They have become accustomed to gathering materials, crafting clothes, setting up stalls, and climbing the leaderboard in this game. Once the mobile game is launched, their rhythm will be disrupted. Can you guarantee that they can comfortably pull fabric, draw blueprints, and sew on their phones? Do you dare to ensure that they won't make a mistake and turn precious materials into inferior pants due to a slip of the hand? Zhao Qiliang. Therefore, for the sake of their gaming experience, we must cut the mobile game. After saying this, Ming slowly raised his head and looked at Zhao Qiliang, his gaze filled with a desolate determination. Zhao Qiliang remained silent for a few seconds, finally letting out a heavy sigh. He had originally planned to fight for a bit, but after hearing this, he found himself somewhat moved. This isn't about cutting a project, it's about sacrificing profit to protect the ecosystem. It's a stand against internal competition, speaking up for the players. He felt a deep respect, as if he were sincerely bowing to Ming in his heart. I understand now, General Liu. I support your decision. The money spent is spent. That's settled. Ming nodded in satisfaction. Qiliang. But from now on, you will still be responsible for this project. Don't make the mobile game, but you still need to maintain the PC version steadily, for our spirit of monetization cannot change. Small adjustments are fine, but no major changes. We must ensure stability in the data. I won't require you to have updates. I only ask for one thing. Zhao Qiliang straightened his back. You say? Don't let them be too happy. Zhao Qiliang. This isn't right, is it? Wasn't the boss just talking about user experience? Ming looked at him. You need to maintain a delicate balance between mild satisfaction and complaints. They can't be too satisfied, nor can they be in too much pain. It should be a state where players complain about the game while crafting clothes and continue working despite their grumbling. There must be complaints, but they can't leave. The data must be stable, but the atmosphere cannot collapse. We will take a route of meticulous balance. Zhao Qiliang pondered for a long time, still somewhat perplexed. It was the first time he had heard such performance requirements from his boss. I still don't quite understand, boss. Ming slowly sat back down. Have you ever seen an online game with all positive reviews? If it has all positive reviews, what can the users expect? If it has all positive reviews, what room for improvement do we have? You need to let them complain, but ensure they are still willing to open the game. Let them be disappointed, but always give them something to look forward to. Remember our company's mission. Negative reviews are the best feedback. After hearing Ming's words, Zhao Qiliang seemed to have an epiphany, responding on the spot, as if he had rediscovered the meaning of his work. After watching Zhao Qiliang leave the office, Ming began to calculate this month's investment expenditures. Office building, annual rent 5 million. UI art adaptation, mobile game engine, debugging 1. 38 million. PR expenses, meals for players, hotel stays, receptions, travels, etc. 330000. Marketing expenses 5 million. Various operational labor costs, including employee bonuses, streamer collaborations, part-time tasks 2. 8 million. Adding the server and other operational costs, Ming calculated that this month's total investment was around 16 million, and he still had 3 million in his account, meaning there were still 7 funds unspent. Ming's heart sank. Damn. He suddenly stood up from his chair, almost knocking over the plain water in front of his desk. I thought I had spent most of the money this month, but there are still 7 left on the account. How are we supposed to play now? The investment in Zhao Qiliang's mobile game segment is too low. It is known that the system's cashback logic is based on investment amount debt multiplier. If the investment is not high enough, what good is the cashback? If this month's settlement debt multiplier is based on 6 times, then 10 million investment 6 times, 60 million, 20 million investment 6 times 1. 2 billion. But there are still around 7 left unspent. This is a huge loss. Lu Ming's face turned green. Had he known, he would have pulled the money together. He had been so immersed in the criticisms of pay-to-play cultivation that he hadn't noticed the money hadn't been fully spent. The most unfortunate thing in the world is that it's the end of the month and the money hasn't been spent. Lu Ming heavily sat back down in his chair, his mind racing. Now there is just over a day left until settlement. I need to spend money urgently. I must find a project that can burn through the cash. I must spend money. It has to be spent thoroughly. Lu Ming, while supporting himself on the table, was frantically searching in his mind for ways to quickly burn through the money. If he didn't spend the money, how would he buy a house in the center of the Magic City next month? Moreover, he needs to research new projects next month. Human desire is infinitely large. He had promised to earn a small target. He couldn't just settle for a few tens of millions. There are no more places to advertise. The bonuses have also been distributed. Hardware procurement has also been used up. I absolutely cannot let this 7,000 fall back on me. Only by spending it can I realize the greatest value. While thinking, Lu Ming suddenly stopped his actions, a light bulb going off in his head. Right? Why do I have to rely on my own team to make games? I'm not good enough, though I might as well directly acquire a talented team. The first game design of Whale Jump was led by Lu Ming. The second game design was derived from survey results, and for the next one, Lu Ming felt he should let more talented individuals handle it. The more Lu Ming thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. He directly opened his computer and accessed forums related to the gaming industry, entering keywords garbage company player, negative reviews, soon to go bankrupt, willing to sell. Soon a company's profile came into view, company name Qiantang Warfire Network Technology Co. Ltd. Representative works, bullet time, gun god breakthrough, current status 60 of the core development team, disbanded for $7 million in debt, currently seeking acquisition funding. Negative tags, pedo and traps, rampant cheating, planning runaways, server lag, company collapse. Forum hot posts. How can a shooting game be so unbalanced? I can't even play it. You dare to sell a basic shotgun for $888. Are you crazy, or am I stupid? Finally, the server has stopped. The thought of playing a game from your company still makes me angry. The plot is okay, but you are not suited to make FPS games. Why are you trying to tell such a profound story in a shooting game? Have you caught the literary disease? After reading the information about this company, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't this the type of company I've been dreaming of? The games are poor, the criticisms are numerous, the operations are failing, and most importantly, they are on the verge of collapse. He slapped his thigh excitedly. This is the talented team I want. The players are about to drive them crazy, and the market is not buying it. We just need to use a high price to save them from the fire, and then use them for my purposes. This will bring them to life. Top talents like CEO Ma are hard to find. They'll settle for these second-tier options. That's not bad either. It's you. Lu Ming immediately grabbed his phone and hastily summoned Lin Xiaoxiao. Shortly after, Lin Xiaoxiao walked in with a notebook. It was nearing the end of the month, and she had been quite busy with work. Xiaoxiao, put aside whatever you're doing right now and immediately contact a game company called Warfire in Qiantang. Tell them that Jingyue is interested in acquiring them. The price is negotiable, and we'll fast-track the process. If we can sign today, we won't delay until tomorrow. Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned for a few seconds. A company acquisition. She was in HR. She had only reviewed the procedures for company bankruptcy and liquidation before. She hadn't looked into acquisitions at all. This was clearly outside her expertise. Mr. Lu, did you get the wrong person? Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback, her mind completely unable to process the situation. Mr. Lu, I'm not questioning you, but I'm in HR. I really don't know much about acquisitions. Shouldn't you get finance or legal involved? Xiaoxiao, don't rush to refuse. Lu Ming sat in his executive chair, tapping his fingers on the desk, his tone resolute. Aren't you a human resources major? Who in the company knows best how to arrange personnel? Who knows best how to handle payroll, social insurance, seating arrangements, and coordinate interpersonal relations? That would be me. Lin Xiaoxiao replied softly. Exactly. For this acquisition, I plan to take over all of their employees. So you're the key person. Me, eh? What, eh? Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes nearly popped out. Boss, I'm still an intern. Yes, you. The key person. These next few days, Jingyue is going to acquire a game company on the verge of bankruptcy. We're taking everyone lock, stock, and barrel. Our only requirement is to sign today and get the money out. Lin Xiaoxiao was completely dumbfounded. Today, eh? Yes. The money arrives today, eh? Yes. Mr. Lu. This is an acquisition. The ones I've heard about take months. And there are professional audit and finance teams involved. The process is very complex. Even when I order takeout, I spend ages looking at coupons. How can acquiring a company be this fast? Lu Ming pursed his lips, looking at Lin Xiaoxiao seriously. See, I told you you understand acquisitions. And you said you're just an HR person. So Xiaoxiao, right now, immediately contact their person in charge. Tell them that Jingyue has made its decision. After 3 months of research and an all-night board meeting, we've unanimously decided to reserve their entire company. You also said the acquisition process is complex and requires specialized audit institutions, so we can reserve it first. Lin Xiaoxiao. Reserve. The word seemed oddly out of place here. And since when did they have a board meeting? 3 months of research. Mr. Will you just make things up? Exactly. Lu Ming stood up, his tone perfectly natural. Today, well, put down a deposit, consider it a pre-order to lock in the asset. We can handle the detailed procedures later with legal and audit teams catching up gradually. The most important thing today is to get the money transferred. To show our sincerity. You have experience shopping on live streams, right? Pay first, receive goods later. It's the same. Lin Xiaoxiao was completely flustered by this series of incomprehensible maneuvers. Mr. Lu, we don't even have a draft contract prepared, and we don't know anything about their company's situation. Xiaoxiao, listen to me. Lu Ming slowed his pace, speaking with utmost seriousness. Jingyue is at a critical juncture. This acquisition isn't about perfect negotiations, it's about execution. As for the target company, I've already looked into it. It has tremendous potential and perfectly aligns with Jingyue's future direction. Later, find a third-party MA team to fill in the procedural gaps. But for now, I need you to immediately get their contact and set up a video call. You handle the communication. Tell them Jingyue is willing to take over. He'll handle the finances. Lin Xiaoxiao's face clearly read, completely overwhelmed. But seeing Mr. Lu's determined posture as if he could single-handedly face an army, she quickly agreed. That was just how Mr. Lu was. The employees of Jingyue were used to it. All right, I'll contact them right away. Half an hour later, Lin Xiaoxiao held her phone, still looking dazed. Mr. Lu, they answered. I added their legal representative's contact info and sent my card. I also found a professional acquisition team, and they're very willing to take our case. Good. Lu Ming directly opened his banking app and transferred the balance from his personal account to the company. The other company had liabilities of over 4 million. A full acquisition would likely cost 5 or 6 million. Besides, they had equipment, personnel, and assets. And more importantly, those 2 worthless game IPs. These were priceless. Thinking this, Lu Ming had an epiphany. Given their experience, even a premium acquisition was worthwhile. Make it clear to Old Wang. The 7 million in the company account must be transferred out within 2 days. They're not a listed company, so the process isn't that complicated. Make sure the audit and evaluation teams get on it quickly. Lin Xiaoxiao watched her scalp tingling. The boss was faster than her buying groceries after work, and she even haggled over the price. She still felt uneasy. Mr. Lu, this is too rash. They haven't provided any formal documents yet, and we're sending money first. And we haven't even visited their company. They might not be worth that price. Lin Xiaoxiao was worried. The price is negotiable. Offering a high price shows our recognition of their company. Don't just focus on the process. Lu Ming didn't look up. I trust the potential of their project. They've been saying they lack funds, right? Jingyue happens to have plenty. Besides, aren't we scheduling a video call? We're offering real money. Why would they think we're scammers? In cooperation, helping others out first is a form of goodwill. Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched. What if they run away? Run away, eh? No way. We live in a society governed by law. It's a legitimate transaction. Why would they run? And it's just 7 million, not to an individual, but to a corporate account. It's all regulated. Don't worry. Get the professional team in as soon as possible. Lin Xiaoxiao opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing more. She simply couldn't comprehend this move. But since Mr. Lu had given the order, she had to grit her teeth and carry it out. All right, I'll contact an MA firm now to arrange the follow-up. He'll also draft a plan for employee integration. Thank you for your hard work, Xiaoxiao. Lu Ming's tone was exceptionally sincere. We're determined to make this acquisition happen and well follow through on every step. Focus on 2 words: reliability. Yes. Lin Xiaoxiao left with her notebook, her mind still a muddled mess. She had just checked the information on War of Flames, a game company that had launched a TPS shooting mobile game, Gun God Breakthrough, 2 years ago. It focused on realistic military equipment, gun collections, and real-time battles, and had once gained massive popularity on forums for 3 days and nights. However, due to poor server stability, balance issues, and rampant cheating, its reputation plummeted overnight. Negative reviews flooding in a representative piece for dissuasion and PvP disaster were all high-frequency tags associated with that game. The most outrageous part was that the game had been exposed for having an extremely low weapon drop rate and a very unfair random box mechanism, which led to it trending online for all the wrong reasons. Now, the company's official website had long been inaccessible, and the only way to contact them was through the official contact details posted by the legal representative on social media. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao truly felt the world was surreal, Is President Liu really going to acquire such a company? Meanwhile, in the office, Ming looked at the successful transfer screen, revealing a hint of relief in his smile. 7 million is about to be spent. This month's total investment is roughly over 23 million. Finally, it's all set. I can lean back in my office chair, exhaling deeply. Not a loss. After all, this gaming company can't survive anyway. Even if I don't take over, they will inevitably close down eventually. This time at least I have secured a future project that could be subject to criticism. For now, just waiting for the settlement. Ming patted his pocket, already considering whether he should look for some agents to check out houses in a few days. After working so hard for so long, he deserved to enjoy some benefits. Meanwhile, in an old office building somewhere in Xiantang City, the War of Flames game company. This was a truly half-dead veteran team that once made its first pot of gold from a pay-to-win shooting game. Unfortunately, it quickly fell behind the market trends within a few years due to slow updates, broken values, rampant cheating, and the boss' poor decisions, resulting in a catastrophic reputation decline. In recent months, the company had reached the point where it relied on the boss to cover utilities and depended on group buy discounts for lunch. During the lunch break, in the public lounge on the third floor, a group of programmers sat together, surrounded by the aroma of instant noodles, the atmosphere as gloomy as a wake. I tell you, it's the end of the month, and our salaries might not be paid again. I saw a letter from the legal department yesterday from the bank. I heard they froze our assets. I really can't hold on any longer. I've applied to 2 small companies, and if this doesn't work out, I might have to jump ship just to make a living. Damn, I've sacrificed my year-end bonus for this company, and now it might go under. As everyone engaged in conversation, the finance department suddenly rushed in, pale-faced and speaking rapidly. Quick, quick, quick. You all need to see this. The boss sent a message to the group. Whale Leap Games wants to acquire us. In an instant noodle chopsticks froze in midair. What did you say? Whale Leap Games. I've never heard of them. Are you saying they want to acquire us? I know a little. They're the ones who just released pay-to-play Immortal Cultivation, right? This game is so profitable. It seems to be a new company too. Can they really acquire other companies with just this game, eh? Didn't people say they were facing a storm of criticism? They were making so much money behind the scenes. Is there a mistake? Didn't we just get sued? I remember our game had already been taken down. Right now we can't even get blacklisted by the platform. How could we be acquired? Could it be a scam group using Whale Leap's name? Besides, they have so many choices. Why would they acquire us? I don't understand. No one believed it. Until the boss Zhou Yizhou personally received a call from them claiming to be Lin Xiaoxiao, the administrative head of Whale Leap Games, stating that Whale Leap was interested in acquiring War of Flames and that the price was negotiable. As long as the contract could be roughly signed today, they would directly transfer 7 million. Moreover, they had already prepared a professional team, and as long as there were no issues, their team would arrive at the company tonight. The office fell silent for 30 seconds. Then 7 million. 7 million in cash. Today? Crap. Is this for real? My salary hasn't been paid for 2 months. The first to rush out was Old Wang, the programmer, who had already planned to resign. I'm going to find out if this is true. Someone followed him into the boss office. Someone else went wild in the group chat, and another person directly opened the conference room door, shouting to all the employees on the floor, Whale Leap has acquired us. Brothers, we are saved. The entire office area erupted in chaos. Even Xiao Li, the artist hiding in the pantry, secretly checking how to labor arbitration for the company's bankruptcy, was shocked. Wait. Has the game industry escalated to this point? A company as terrible as ours can also be noticed by Whale Leap. Does that mean I don't need arbitration? Nearby intern Xiao Chun was suddenly moved to tears. That means I can finally finish my internship smoothly. Quickly, all sorts of messages began to boil in the various group chats of War of Flames. Everyone started discussing madly. I heard Whale Leap is acquiring at a high price. Should we follow them? Then can our original project still be launched? Wait, can our salaries be compensated? I heard their boss, President Liu, is someone who knows how to make pay-to-win games better than our President Zhou. That's great. As long as they don't cut us, I'm willing to make a morally questionable game. Look at how well they're doing with pay-to-win games. What a gap. War of Flames, originally a lifeless company on the brink of collapse, exploded into chaos because of a phone call. It seemed like a stroke of luck had truly descended. The workers were really turning their fortunes around. In the general manager's office. The office was small and somewhat shabby, with the wooden veneer office desk peeling and the wall clock still a leftover prize from last year's annual meeting raffle. Zhou Yizhou sat in his office chair, phone pressed to his ear, expressionless, as if he were still in a daze. In his mind, he kept replaying the call he just had with Whale Leap. Our company is interested in acquiring yours and retaining the original team. Our professional legal team and merger advisors will arrive at your company tonight to discuss. Oh, please prepare accordingly. The Whale Leap representative was clear and calm. Every word felt like hot oil being poured into Zhou Yizhou's brain. His mind buzzed. For the first time, he felt like he couldn't keep up. He had expressed the company's willingness to sell for so long, yet this was the first time a company had called him proactively. Moreover, the progress was so fast. He certainly had no objections to the company being acquired. What worried him now was whether the other party would regret it after suffering losses. What if they came to the company and found it didn't meet expectations, and then they regretted it? Zhou Yizhou exchanged contact details with the other party, discussed some details, and fully agreed to their acquisition request. After all, he truly had no more options. If this dragged on, he would become the subject of enforcement. Those employees would also be forced to resign. Given the current situation, someone taking over was certainly good. Zhou Yizhou stared at his phone, still a bit worried. On the desk, his phone chimed, and a transfer receipt application was forwarded to him. The transfer was under approval with the legal entity account name and project name clearly written, and even included Whale Leap's official account stamped documents. As long as he found no issues, the money could be transferred directly from the guarantee platform to the company account. Zhou Yizhou stared at the screen, and after working in the industry for so long, it was his first time seeing such an acquisition process. After sitting dazed for several seconds, Zhou Yizhou took a deep breath, leaned back in his chair, looked up at the ceiling, and muttered to himself, "Is this really happening so fast? Are they crazy? Whale Leap Games, are they really insane?" Zhou Yizhou graduated from the Chinese department of Weiming University. During his university years, he initially aspired to engage in literary creation. After graduation, he worked as a short drama screenwriter and submitted web articles, but all of it vanished without a trace. Later, someone mentioned that making money through games was quick. He gritted his teeth, learned some game planning knowledge, and stubbornly developed a pay-to-win online game. 3 months after launching, not only did he recoup his costs, but he also earned enough for a 2-bedroom apartment. That was the highlight of his life. After that, he tried to replicate his success, but unfortunately the opportunity had passed. The team became complacent, the project rhythm was chaotic, and all projects flopped. In order to survive, he began to frantically study pay-to-win models. Level packages, first recharge rebates, monthly and yearly cards, growth funds, limited time SSRs. Whatever was popular and profitable he would pursue. Since no one is spending money or playing, let's make it look decent, at least to have some structure. In the end, 2 shooting games were released one after another, but they couldn't even last a month in popularity, and the game's rating on the platform plunged to 1. Players defending their rights had him banned across the internet for 2 weeks. He had to post daily on forums explaining that the company had not gone bankrupt, just to barely control the situation. To keep the game running, he invested all his previous earnings. The current players are truly difficult to manage. Zhou Yizhou sincerely lamented how hard it is to make a game. With the same tactics, he just couldn't make money. Yet at this moment, a company was actually willing to buy their mess for $7 million. And it was from a rival, Whale Jump, the company that was heavily criticized online for pay-to-play, immortal cultivation. Is this company really that capable? Zhou Yizhou fell silent for a long time, then suddenly straightened up, grabbed the thermos on the table, and took a sip of bitter buckwheat tea. How could bitter buckwheat compare to the bitterness of starting a business? Suppressing the emotions rising in his throat, Zhou Yizhou opened his contacts and sent a message to Lin Xiaoxiao. "Hello, may I ask if you could send me the draft contract to review?" He watched as the message was sent, glancing back at the conference room. A group of programmers outside had become as chaotic as during the Spring Festival, and he could tell at a glance that they had reignited hope. Sure enough, emotions are not mutually understood. While he was still reminiscing about the company, the employees had already started celebrating. Sigh. Zhou Yizhou sighed softly. He once had dreams too, but he had been blinded by immediate profits. After all, he graduated from the Chinese department, and he had put in a lot of effort into the plots and narratives of those games. What a pity that it was used in the wrong way. Soon the draft contract was sent over. Lin Xiaoxiao's efficiency was extremely high. The document was sent professionally, and clearly even the attachments were neatly packaged along with Whale Jump's qualification proof, seal, registration, and acquisition process explanation. Zhou Yizhou sat in his chair, flipping through the contract while drinking tea, his eyelids twitching fiercely. He didn't understand capital, but that didn't mean he was foolish. 7 million might be pocket change for Whale Jump, but for a company like theirs it was a lifeline. What was he afraid of? Afraid of being scammed? Not really. What he feared more was that the deal would suddenly fall through. To him, the current company felt like a sinking ship, and suddenly a life buoy was tossed his way. But what if that buoy was solid? After some thought, he finally sent a voice message to Lin Xiaoxiao. "Miss Lin, I have no issues with the contract. I genuinely wish to hand over the company Warfire Sky to you, but I have just one small request. I hope that your President Liu can personally visit our company to see our situation. Even if he only stays for 10 minutes, as long as he personally agrees and thinks it's worthwhile, I, Zhou Yizhou, guarantee that I will write the contract faster than anyone else." Lin Xiaoxiao quickly replied, No problem, we will set off immediately. We will arrive in Qiantang tonight. Zhou Yizhou's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Really coming? He sat in his chair stunned for a few seconds. If they were really coming, then at least the sincerity was sufficient. But now he was both afraid they would come and worried they might act erratically. What if they looked down on their company? Zhou Yizhou shook his head, no longer thinking too much, and then suddenly stood up, bursting out of the office, kicked open the conference room door, his voice trembling with excitement. Everyone, clean up. The whole company must clean up. We have esteemed guests tonight. Xiao Luo, quickly bring out the greenery we bought from the last team building. Hide those broken monitors in the pantry. Don't turn off the air conditioning. Keep the temperature. Clean the desks. All of you make it look presentable. And, art team, didn't you leave a set of unused UI proposals? Hurry up and dig them out. Print them. Hang them on the wall. The office erupted in chaos again. President Zhou WH. What's going on? The people from Whale Jump are coming to our company tonight. Hurry up and prepare. Oh, no way. They are really coming. So soon. They really want to see our little factory in person. Who knows? Maybe he just likes companies with stories. Whale Jump's efficiency is really impressive, faster than when I go to meet my boyfriend. Soon night fell. In Qiantang City, at the old industrial park in the west of the city, a dark business car slowly stopped outside the Warfire Sky Company. Lu Ming walked in front, holding a cup of handcrafted lemon tea, dressed casually in a t-shirt and jacket, looking relaxed, as if visiting a friend. Behind him were Lin Xiaoxiao and a group of acquisition team professionals. This building is indeed quite old. Lu Ming looked up and smiled. Lin Xiaoxiao reported while leading the way, boss, I checked. Although this company's games are not very good, their employee management is decent. The owner has a background in the arts, is an idealist, and treats employees well. Lin Xiaoxiao did her homework thoroughly. After all, the boss had mentioned that the employees of the other party would also be part of the acquisition, so it was very necessary to conduct a thorough investigation in this area. What if it was a chaotic company? Lu Ming chuckled lightly, his tone relaxed. As the group entered the office building, all the employees of Warfire Sky seemed energized, their faces filled with hope that today their company finally had a chance. The internal arrangement of the company was even more exaggerated. Programmers organized their task lists neatly. The art team's display wall was filled with various character design sketches, and the operations copywriting team even used ropes to hang marketing flowcharts as banners in the pantry. It was clear that they had put in a lot of effort. By the time Lu Ming stepped into the conference room, Zhou Yizhou had already been waiting. He wore a neat dark blue shirt, standing straight. Hello, President Lu, I am Zhou Yizhou. His voice carried a hint of nervousness and disbelief. Lu Ming glanced at Zhou Yizhou, then surveyed the overly enthusiastic preparations in the conference room. He suddenly smiled. Indeed, a company cannot be judged solely by its appearance. Who would have thought that a game company that looked so formal and harmonious could have 2 games rated below 2 on the gaming platform? Mr. Lu, please follow me this way. Let me show you around our company. Zhou Yizhou forced himself to maintain his composure as he led Lu Ming towards the office area, speaking in a humble yet slightly awkward tone. To be honest, our company doesn't have much to show. It's just a bunch of people trying to do something. Honestly, we can't compare to your esteemed company. Please don't think poorly of us. I actually think it's quite nice. Lu Ming, following behind, chuckled softly, appearing very gracious. How could he possibly think poorly of it? This place is quite lovely. Oh, I really like it. It has a strong sense of history. He didn't want to miss any opportunity with such talented individuals and companies. Zhou Yizhou, accompanying him, felt increasingly awkward, nervously pulling at his pants. We have moved twice. The rent here is a bit cheaper. I understand. Lu Ming nodded, as if recalling his past self. Such a place clearly indicated a limited budget, scarce resources, and frequent project failures. The employees were in a state of half giving up and half self-satisfaction. But it was precisely in these marginal areas that truly great games could be born. Zhou Yizhou introduced everything very cautiously, avoiding any mention of their achievements, even deliberately skipping over project blueprints and demonstration documents that could be misconstrued as boasting. He lacked the courage to elaborate. He was afraid Lu Ming would laugh if he said too much, and worried that if he said too little, they would be looked down upon. Then Zhou Yizhou led them into the programming team, where over a dozen programmers were busy at their computers, cautiously glancing towards the door. Each desk was piled high with thick stacks of A4 papers and office documents. As Lu Ming approached, they all pretended to be debugging frameworks, with a few hastily opening browser pages to feign research. After all, they were being acquired. They had to appear serious about it. This is our programming development team, about a dozen people. Currently, we don't have any new projects, so we're just doing some outsourced work to make ends meet. Zhou Yizhou spoke frankly, knowing that it was impossible to hide the truth, as there were reports online. A few of them are my former university classmates, they're not lacking in intelligence and have decent skills, but they've followed me and haven't had the chance to apply their talents in the right places. As Ming walked in, the programmers all stood up, their expressions tense, as if welcoming relatives during the new year. "Hello, Mr. Liu. Would you like some water? Is the air conditioning in the office too cold? I can adjust it." Ming smiled and waved his hand. "Don't be nervous. Hey, everyone, just carry on as usual today. I'm just here for a late-night snack." "Mr. Liu, you might be disappointed. Our Chiantang late-night snacks are really not good." The programmers laughed in agreement, and the atmosphere eased significantly. Ming smiled, but said nothing, turning to the side. "How's the success rate of your projects?" Ming suddenly asked. "Not high." Zhou Yizhou answered truthfully, his voice growing softer. "One goes live and another fails." "Is there any internal testing?" "Yes, but it also fails." "How about the outsourcing?" "We took on a few projects, but none were satisfactory. The systems we designed keep getting cut by the clients." Ming nodded thoughtfully. Although Zhou Yizhou was increasingly pessimistic in his explanations, he felt more excited inside. "You're currently doing outsourcing. What about the self-developed projects from before?" Ming suddenly asked. Zhou Yizhou paused for a moment. "The self-developed? There were a few, but they have all been taken down." "Do you have any demonstrations? I'd like to see the projects you previously worked on." Ming casually inquired, but his gaze became serious. Since he was here, he might as well learn something. Zhou Yizhou hesitated for a moment, biting his lip. "Then I'll show you one. It's an FPS game we made called Bullet Time." It didn't last long after going live, and the reviews were quite harsh. Great, just this one." Ming's interest was piqued immediately. "This is a work that has been tested by the market. I need to take a good look at it." Zhou Yizhou was confused, not understanding why Ming suddenly seemed so eager. He led Ming into a small meeting room and instructed a programmer to extract the game from the old server to run it. In less than 10 seconds, a blurry opening animation appeared on the projector. A dark, desolate world with a harsh background score, small and dense subtitles, and the character's monologue lasting 3 minutes. Ming leaned back in his chair, watching with a calm expression. In truth, he couldn't understand the plot at all. It seemed quite pretentious. The game's storyline dragged on, with the first few minutes entirely focused on the protagonist's background in a post-apocalyptic environment without a single formal battle. When they finally managed to get a weapon and enter a battle scene, the enemy textures were repetitive, the AI behaved foolishly, and the battle rhythm was extremely chaotic. The kills lacked impact, the gun feel was light and floaty, and even when bullets hit, there was a delay of a few seconds before health points were deducted. Most importantly, this was an online game. The store system was designed very rudely. As soon as it opened, 3 types of gift packs popped up, automatically checking double rewards for first-time purchases and activate monthly cards. You couldn't even close the pop-up and had to select a gift pack to continue playing. The more Ming watched, the brighter his eyes became. Other games manipulate players into spending money, but here they directly forced a choice on spending. He had never thought of such a tactic. Indeed, going out for a spin has its benefits. Otherwise, how could he learn so many valuable insights? This place is genuinely great. Could it be some kind of feng shui treasure location? Ming slowly sat up straight. "Did you receive any negative reviews during your test launch?" Ming suddenly asked. "Yes." "How many?" "About 100 comments with 95 negative reviews." Ming slammed the table, his eyebrows nearly shooting up. "I knew it. I didn't come to the wrong place." Seeing Ming's expression, Zhou Yizhou's heart raced, trying to maintain his composure. "Mr. Liu, we actually know where the problems lie. We rushed it too much, the plot fell apart, and we couldn't adjust the pace, so the players ended up leaving." "You don't understand." Ming said sincerely. "Please make sure to maintain your style in the future. In game development, the hardest thing is to keep your original intent. If it weren't for your persistence and skills, do you think I would want to acquire you?" Ming muttered as he pointed at the projection. "Jingyue should have learned from you. You know how many games are marketed under the banner of high quality only to be criticized for lacking soul. You're different. Although your game has a low rating, it has character. This kind of style you must firmly maintain. You are not like other game companies. There aren't many game companies with character in the gaming industry." As he spoke, Zhou Yizhou's face grew increasingly pale, lowering his head and not daring to speak. Ming's words became harder and harder for him to comprehend. Is this him looking down on us, or does he really appreciate us? He couldn't tell if Ming was serious or if he was trying to negotiate in a strange way. "Mr. Liu, if you think our level isn't sufficient and the budget is tight." Zhou Yizhou hesitated for a moment, biting his teeth before speaking. "The price can be lower." He felt increasingly heartbroken, even mentally preparing himself to be chopped down to a bottom price by Ming. Yet Ming didn't even change his expression. "Price? I'm talking about 7 million, just 7 million. Ming's tone was firm, unwavering, to the point of being undeniable. Do you think I'm negotiating? Do I need to fly over just to confirm? Your team, your style, this game's essence. I am very satisfied. Ming glanced at the demonstration of bullet time that was still on a loop, his gaze fervent. What I demand is not your transformation, but your unwavering continuity. Your style must remain absolutely unchanged. Not a single person, not even you, may be replaced. This model is extraordinarily rare. Zhou Yizhou stood speechless, mouth agape. In over 30 years of life, he had never encountered an acquiring party operating in such a manner. So, Director Liu, you truly intend to spend 7 million to acquire our studio? Absolutely. Ming nodded solemnly. And after acquisition, our first step will neither be project overhaul nor engine replacement. Instead, we will resurrect bullet time in its original form, rebranded, repackaged, and relaunched. Of course, that's all for later. We won't dwell on it today. From now on, you simply focus on game development, preserving the distinctive voice and spirit you've always embodied. Everything else, leave it to me. With those words, he extended his hand. The 7 million will be wired tomorrow. If you're willing to sign, the contract can be finalized today. Director Zhou, I'm not known for my patience. Zhou Yizhou stared blankly at him, momentarily too stunned to grasp his outstretched hand. His first thought, negotiating business has never been this straightforward. Had all his previous clients been like Director Liu, his studio would never have collapsed. You truly are an extraordinary person. Ming smiled, his eyes radiant with quiet intensity. It's not that I'm extraordinary. It's that you possess extraordinary potential. Frankly, acquiring your studio is a profitable move for me. Profitable? Where lies the profit? Zhou Yizhou felt the vertiginous disparity of reality. He stood frozen for a long moment, then hesitantly reached out and lightly clasped Ming's hand. Then let's sign. Let's sign. A sharp, decisive clap echoed. Contracts were swiftly drawn, printed, signed, and sealed in seamless succession, as if both sides feared the other might reconsider. Congratulations, Director Zhou. You are now officially part of Whale Leap Games. Ming clapped him warmly on the shoulder. You'll continue operating from Qiantang. Financial concerns are unnecessary. You need only report progress to me monthly. Zhanhuo Yintian will become a dedicated studio under Whale Leap, ranked equally with the Krypton Life Cultivation Project team. We'll assign dedicated finance and HR personnel to support your operations. Rest assured, we will never interfere with your creative process. All you need to do is ensure everyone preserves your original artistic identity. Under no circumstances should you attempt to change it. Change is catastrophic. You understand that, don't you? Yes, yes. Zhou Yizhou's lips twitched. His psyche still hadn't shifted from "we're doomed" to "we're saved." Once signatures were affixed, night had already deepened. Ming suggested treating Zhou Yizhou and the core team to late-night snacks. All declined politely. Truly unnecessary, really unnecessary. Until Ming declared firmly, then let's go. A farewell dinner, no a launch dinner. 5 minutes later, the group stood silently on the roadside before a handful of shuttered, fly-infested eateries. Does Qiantang lack a late-night snack culture? Ming gazed at a small stir-fry stall whose faded sign still bore traces of cooking oil, bewildered. Well, it does exist, but you'd need to head downtown. Zhou Yizhou flushed faintly. This district is mostly office buildings. People leave promptly after work. Ultimately, they settled for a modest meal at a place called Veteran Barbecue. Ming ordered skewers, beef tallow, and more, but portions were meager and half the meat proved tough to chew. As he ate, he mused aloud, truly a culinary wasteland. Yet today's deal was worth every cent. After dinner, Lin Xiaoxiao remained with the team to oversee acquisition handover procedures while Ming grabbed his briefcase, now holding signed documents, and hailed a taxi to the airport, embarking on his return journey to Modu. Qiantang's night deepened, the taxi's taillights vanished into the distance. Leaning against the window, Ming's smile was irrepressible. 7 million, fully spent. Not only did I invest every last yuan, but I acquired a Diamondinthoruf team branded universally panned. This move, undeniably profitable. A flawless conclusion. The next day dawned bright and clear. Ming strode into the office, radiating unmistakable confidence. Old Wang, the finance director, gazed at him with undisguised admiration. Director Liu, you truly spent the entire sum. Not a single extra cent. Ming arched a brow and grinned. I even paid for my own train ticket. You're thinking the corporate account is empty again, aren't you? No matter. Just wait until tomorrow. Old Wang's lips twitched. He said nothing, but inwardly his conviction hardened further. Director Liu is no ordinary man. Who in their right mind would do something like this? Old Wang muttered silently, spend personal funds to acquire a failing game studio, and look positively elated about it. Either he's a second-generation heir, or utterly unhinged. He glanced toward Ming, who was humming cheerfully while pouring coffee. Old Wang's expression turned profoundly complex. Or perhaps a seasoned scion of wealth. Wasn't this just like his own daydreams? Of becoming rich enough to buy 2 soy milk cups, drink one, and pour the other away. Only Lu Ming was launching 2 companies, opening one, collapsing another. As Old Wang pondered, a dull ache throbbed behind his molars. Before he could recover, the industry exploded. At 10 a.m., a seismic headline erupted across gaming circles. Whale Leap Games acquires Zhanhua Liantian for $7 million. Funds already transferred. The news detonated instantly. Many reacted with disbelief. Zhanhua Liantian. What company is that? Their second reaction, let's fact check. A quick search revealed. The studio behind Bullet Time, pulled from stores within days of launch. Their third reaction, are they insane? Who acquires that studio? With that kind of money, why not look at me instead? Comments flooded in, transforming the thread into a sprawling forum of ridicule. Wait, Whale Leap bought who? Zhanhua Liantian. Their Bullet Time. I uninstalled it within 10 minutes. I swear opening the game felt like time traveling back to the year 2000. 7 million. 7 million. I suspect their brains were submerged during acquisition, and the water quality was probably quite poor. If even Zhanhua Liantian finds a buyer these days, maybe I should found a company just to scam investors. Other studios drown in negative reviews. Zhanhua Liantian's reviews have achieved sentience. Why acquire them? To cultivate inner demons. To be fair, is Whale Leap that formidable? They've only released 2 titles so far. How aggressively monetized is Krypton Life Cultivation? Whale Leap's been unusually active lately. Is this mutual attraction between mismatched souls? Perhaps Whale Leap holds some compromising leverage over them. That seems highly plausible. Regardless of mockery, this acquisition catapulted Whale Leap to the top of gaming headlines. While Lu Ming himself sat serenely in his office sipping coffee, a quiet smile playing on his lips. He wasn't angered in the slightest. In fact, he invited Old Wang to watch the news with him. Old Wang, look. Another wave of people who don't understand games has begun criticizing us. Old Wang remained speechless, unable to comprehend. Yet inwardly, he too seethed with envy. Early the next morning, sunlight streamed through the windows, and Lu Ming awoke at 6 o'clock like an elementary school student eager for an autumn outing. August 1st. It's here, the system should settle now, right? The monthly moral debt system settlement has begun. Company name Whale Leap Gaming Company. Company funds 3,124 yuan based on the current moral level. The host can withdraw 4 to their personal account during this cycle. Personal assets 1,211 yuan. Moral debt value 6015. Moral level infamous. This cycle triggered the reward mechanism. Refund multiple 6 times this cycle's cash refund amount. 142046000 yuan has been credited to the host's bound account. Next settlement period not selected. Note: after this settlement, the moral debt value resets to 0, and each cycle is recalculated. The next cycle's cashback multiplier will be calculated according to the moral debt system plus version. Lu Ming almost dropped his toothbrush on the floor. 140 million. Damn, I really am a genius. He plopped down on the bed, checking the arrival message 3 times. That's right. The amount credited was indeed 140 million. Having a system is exhilarating. Such a large sum arrives in no time. Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh, from nearly hitting rock bottom in his account to suddenly receiving a small target. While brushing his teeth, Lu Ming let out a laugh. Ha ha ha. I'm brilliant. Strategizing like a master. Although it's not the previous 8 times, Lu Ming was very satisfied, having spent nearly 24 million last month, and fortunately the moral debt value hadn't dropped too quickly. Killing to cultivate immortality is a hero. Everyone involved in this project deserves a reward. Lu Ming's spirits soared to the highest point, almost sending himself a banner. He rushed to the mirror, looking at his still unwashed face, nodding seriously. Bro, you truly are remarkable. The more Lu Ming thought about it, the happier he became, tidying himself up and heading straight to the soy milk stand downstairs, buying 3 cups of soy milk. He drank 1 cup, spilled another, and for the third. Boss, this cup is for you. Wrap up early today and go out for a stroll. Lu Ming patted the old man's shoulder and left stylishly, leaving the breakfast stand owner in a daze. What can 1 cup do? Filming videos so early in the morning. After finishing breakfast, he remained invigorated. Lu Ming, hands in his pockets, skipped going to the company, walking along the road while gazing at the magnificent skyline of Magic City. What am I working so hard for? Of course, to buy a house. I've been in this world for so long, still living in a rental. Is that appropriate? It's time to enjoy life. Without hesitation, he dialed the agency's phone number he had prepared earlier, speaking cheerfully. Please recommend a few large flats in the city center with nice views, preferably with a terrace. The agent on the other end immediately perked up. Mr. Lu, what is your budget? Lu Ming, 50 million, I suppose. He planned to spend just under half, as he had done some research in Magic City. Real estate is incredibly expensive. To buy a good villa in a prime location could easily cost over $1 billion. For Lu Ming, a large flat would suffice. Spending all the money earned isn't realistic, right? Can he still live his life? Will the company survive? He had just acquired a company. It's the perfect time to showcase his talents. Making games also requires considerable funds. The agent fell silent for a moment, their tone turning respectful. Understood, Mr. Lu. We can arrange viewings this afternoon. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ming found a stool to sit on, resting his face on his left hand while using his right to open the employee group chat, deep in thought. I can't enjoy the wealth alone. It's time to give the employees some rewards. They endured quite a bit of criticism last month. Lu Ming quickly typed, all members, the August employee benefits are as follows this month: a summer cash red envelope of 200 yuan per person for high-temperature subsidies, additional performance bonuses to be discussed based on project revenues. Also considering organizing a team-building trip, please leave suggestions for destinations. Additionally, from now on, all company game projects will implement a profit-sharing system where employees can enjoy 40% of the net profit of their responsible projects. Lastly, everyone continue to maintain the previous style. Keep up the hard work, thank you. Once the message was sent, the group chat exploded. Wow, this is a high-temperature subsidy. Boss, I love you. Whoa, I knew the boss truly cares for us. Can we go to Hokkaido for the trip, eh? The boss didn't come to the company today because he was giving out benefits. I was wrong, I misjudged you. Lu Ming watched everyone flooding the chat, feeling delighted. When the hearts of the people are stable, the company will be stable. Lu Ming's current mindset is to unite against external challenges. The criticism from users generates substantial traffic. Relying on employees to criticize him isn't practical. This return is too overwhelming, it's making me a bit lightheaded. It shouldn't be too frequent. I need to learn to seek steady progress. Lu Ming contemplated seriously. The next settlement period hadn't been determined yet. If he waited until next month to settle, he worried he might not be able to spend all that money. Moreover, the results achieved might not be great. The time is too tight. But if he drags it out too long, that wouldn't be appropriate either. Lu Ming thought carefully and decisively selected custom period, setting next settlement time 3 months later, November 1st. Confirm. Confirm. The next moment, the system's confirmation sound rang, ding. The next settlement period has been set. The system will conduct a settlement in 3 months. Lu Ming closed the system panel, leaned back in his chair, and sighed contentedly. All right. 3 months. That's enough time for me to accomplish many significant things. At 3 in the afternoon, the agent promptly picked Lu Ming up at the agreed time and location. Hello, Mr. Lu. We have prepared 3 properties that meet your requirements, all high-end large flats in the city center. Please follow me. Let's go. Lu Ming waved his hand, exuding confidence. The first flat offered a broad view, but had slightly poor lighting. The second flat had a good layout, but unfortunately, it was too close to the road and noisy. Until the third flat, the agent stood at the door, clearly excited. This one is our new listing, about 300 square meters, comes with a terrace and a private tea room, ready to move in. The owner is an executive of a foreign company in urgent need of a sale, originally priced at 70 million, now negotiable at 55 million. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming felt utterly at ease. So much reduced. He was indeed enjoying the benefits of the times. Soon the elevator went straight up, and as the door opened, he caught the scent of money. A 300 square meter large flat with floor-to-ceiling windows directly facing the Huangpu River, a tall living room, a sunlight streamed in, as if gilded, an open kitchen design with all imported appliances, the master bedroom, featuring a super large walk-in closet, and both guest rooms equipped with in-suites, a simple yet elegant decoration style, and fully smart home features. Wow, this is what life is about. Lu Ming exclaimed while walking around, touching this table, patting that wall, and finally, standing on the terrace, gazing at the river, views of the Huangpu River, sunlight filling the city sky, and the wind blowing just right. Less than 3 kilometers from the company, a 10-minute taxi ride, or a 20-minute walk. Good feng shui, plenty of sunlight, spacious and bright tea room, gym, multimedia room, and study, all arranged perfectly. Lu Ming felt like he had found a treasure. Turning around directly, he'll take it. The agent's eyes lit up. Then we will arrange the signing process. By the way, when can the transfer be completed? The agent was instantly moved. Such a generous client is truly rare. All right, Mr. Lu, you can rest assured we will handle everything. We will arrange for someone to clean up, and you can move in as soon as 3 days. An hour later, the contract was finalized. 2 hours later, the funds were transferred. 57 million. Lu Ming didn't even blink, feeling ecstatic. Instead, the money from the system is just this good. The agent was stunned. This client was incredibly efficient. He couldn't help but ask, Mr. Lu, what business are you in? Lu Ming, hands in his pockets, casually replied, I make games. The agent stood frozen, mouth agape, and after a few seconds managed to sputter, games can earn so much. He recalled lamenting the unpredictability of life when game companies were laying off staff not long ago. Now suddenly this young and handsome guy casually tossed out 57 million saying he was in the gaming industry. It's not that the gaming industry is too competitive, it's that my perspective is too limited. The agent remained silent for a long time, quietly jotting down a line in his phone's notes: consider future career directions for the child making games. The next day, as Ming walked into the office, he heard a commotion coming from the workstations. Clearly the employees were still immersed in the joy of receiving bonuses. Wow, money comes at the beginning of the month. Purple energy comes from the east. I want to nominate Southeast Asia for the trip. I want to see the sea. Even in the Magic City, you can see the sea. Is the project share of 40 real? Did the boss get drunk or possessed? Ming couldn't help but laugh. This was the way from simplicity to extravagance. After returning to his rental apartment from the penthouse yesterday, he felt inexplicably oppressed while sleeping at night, as his newfound wealth had left him somewhat unaccustomed. Then Ming headed straight to the finance room. Old Wang was currently absorbed in fiddling with the reports. This month has gone over budget again. At this rate, the few thousand in the account will soon be gone. So it's really not easy. Then just inject some funds. Ming suddenly appeared at the door, speaking in a casual tone. Old Wang looked up, still a bit dazed. Inject what? Inject capital. Ming tossed him a bank card. Transfer 80 million to the company account as an investment. File for what needs to be filed, pay the taxes that need to be paid, arrange with the bank, and get it done as soon as possible. Ming was very assured the funds provided by the system were definitely legal and reasonable, so he didn't need to worry about that. Old Wang. He froze for a moment, thinking he had misheard. Boss, did you say? How much? 80 million. Ming repeated. Not much, just cover the expenses for now. If it's not enough later, he'll transfer more. After buying the house and deducting 80 million, Ming only had a few million left in his account, which he needed to keep for his own pocket money. You. Old Wang's mouth moved, his whole person fell into a daze. The boss' confidence was indeed impressive. In total, he had brought more than 100 million into the company, especially since the company was still not profitable. The boss truly deserved to be called a major blood transfusion pump. Old Wang sat in his chair, unable to respond for a long time. 80 million. Just covering the expenses. If it's not enough later, I can transfer more. He took a deep breath. Indeed, the specialty of the Magic City is wealthy people. Upon entering the office, Ming clapped his hands and said seriously to everyone, I know everyone has been working hard lately, especially in the development department, staying late to fix bugs, and the marketing department getting scolded by players. The art department has also faced a lot of criticism to meet deadlines. You all have done a great job, and I see it all. Any product that can break through the norm is not easily created. We are a small company that values flat organization. Right now, the company has no issues with funding. Moving forward, benefits, bonuses, and profit sharing will be implemented in succession. Just focus on your projects and work boldly. At this point, Ming smiled slightly. Also, wasn't a team-building event supposed to be arranged? You all can decide where to go. The crowd erupted in cheers. Is this for real, boss? Can we really choose? Choose. We must choose. Ming nodded. The finance department has already arranged the budget. Eat, play, don't shortchange yourselves. Don't suggest some nearby farm stay in the Magic City. Oh, any insincere proposals will be directly eliminated. Old Wang joined in the excitement, right? The boss is very capable, everyone can't be too shabby. The employees were in an uproar. The marketing department pulled out a voting procedure they had prepared long ago and posted it in the group. 5 minutes later, Old Wang counted the votes and raised his hand, shouting, final result. Nanao Island. The island wins. Sun Beach, coconut juice, seafood. Departure is set for 1 week later. Everyone prepare your luggage in advance, and all must depart on time. On this day, the atmosphere in the entire office was lively and full of energy. Amidst the excitement, Ming seemed to think of something and interrupted. Old Wang, the studio of Qiantang, that is part of our Whale Leap, is also joining this team-building event. It's just right for everyone to get familiar. So the place you voted for, let them see too. Soon at the Qiantang studio of Warfire, Boss Zhou Yizhou and Lin Xiaoxiao were truly coordinating the acquisition team's process, and the next second a new message popped up in the company group. Whale Leap Ming, all members of Warfire, hello new colleagues. Welcome to the Whale Leap family. Next week, the company will organize a week-long team-building event. All expenses, including food, accommodation, and transportation, will be covered. Please confirm the list and prepare your ID and change of clothes as soon as possible. Currently organizing a vote for the team-building location. Everyone please participate. The top 3 locations are Nanao Island, Dalisanya. Please choose freely. If you have any questions, please contact administration. Thank you. The next second, the entire office fell silent. Am I hearing things? No, just look at the group message. We haven't even signed the contract yet, and we're being taken to an island. Whale Leap. Is it really this affluent? Not to mention, Sonia, we still have to vote. While this acquisition is too worth it. Quickly, a group of people immediately participated in the vote, and the final result showed that Nanao Island still won. Ming spoke again in the large group. Ming, welcome everyone. This team building is mainly for getting to know each other, not discussing work, just talking about food, drinks, and fun. The sun in Nanao is very strong. Remember to bring sunscreen. The group was instantly flooded with celebratory messages. Ming quietly stood by the window looking at the sunlight outside, gazing at the river view and the sky, and he let out a long breath. This is what it means to cross over. Working hard to make money is not to change the world, but to live like a person in this world. Now that the house is bought, the system is set up, and the employees are happy. The company is stable now. The following week, the acquisition process for Whale Leap progressed rapidly. Because Ming acted decisively, the lawyer team, financial audits, and data handover were all pre-coordinated, almost a smooth sail. Soon it was the departure day. In the early morning at the Magic City Airport, employees from Whale Leap headquarters arrived at the assembly point, one after another, pulling their suitcases, all looking energetic. Everyone was wearing the poorly rated cultural shirts suggested by Ming. Meanwhile, on the other side, the warfire team from Qiantang was also arriving by high-speed train, reaching the Magic City Airport almost simultaneously. As soon as they arrived at the assembly point, they were stunned. Wow, this scene is like a tour group. The Whale Leap headquarters is too ceremonial. There's even a welcome banner. Welcome Warfire to join the Whale Leap family. The banner was held high by several employees while enthusiastic administrative staff distributed breakfast. Zhou Yizhou stood at the back of the crowd, quietly marveling. Whale Leap really excels in humanistic care. I wish we could also move to the Magic City later. At 3 in the afternoon, the plane transitioned to a bus, and a group of people finally arrived in South Australia. The sea breeze rushed towards them, and the sunlight was bright. The hotel was a 5-star seaside suite group that Ming had booked in advance, with the entire building reserved. Every room had a view of the ocean, and every balcony was perfect for taking photos. Dinner was arranged as a barbecue party by the sea, accompanied by a bonfire night. The administration department laid out the sound system: drinks, fruits, coconut chicken, and grilled oysters in a row. In contrast to the warm sea breeze of South Australia, inside the Beishan Xianpath studio, the air conditioning roared. Several programmers in plaid shirts sat around a conference table, their expressions complex as they stared at a segment of game footage projected onto the screen. The screen showed the newly completed secondary profession system from Beishan. Characters stood among the spiritual fields, personally sowing spiritual seeds. Sunlight and spiritual energy intertwined, creating a faint golden glow while steam rose from the distillery. Players needed to manually adjust the heat and maintain the rhythm to complete the brewing process. In front of the projection screen, a group of core members from Beishan were captivated. It worked. Planner Afeng rubbed his eyes, unable to hide his excitement. Our secondary profession gameplay is more free and refined than pay-to-win cultivation. Although their gameplay is popular, it is limited by a turn-based mechanism. Our approach is real-time interaction, with the secondary profession seamlessly integrated into the wilderness dungeons and social aspects. The technical lead nodded. This week of sleepless nights wasn't in vain. The system stress test passed, and the backend supports transactions, auctions, and NPC orders without issues. Afeng slammed the table. Stop dragging your feet. Let's seize the momentum. At 8 o'clock tonight, the official blog will simultaneously push out the announcement. Have you all seen that news? Jingwei acquired the Warlord Studio for a staggering $7 million in one go. So, I believe their funding surged only after the secondary profession gameplay exploded. Afeng continued to frown in thought. In recent years, acquisitions in the gaming industry have cooled down, yet they not only acquired, but did so at a premium. We don't care how they profit, but we cannot miss this opportunity. And we are Xianpath, a legitimate cultivation masterpiece that so many are playing. Systems, graphics, interactions, we crush them in every aspect. There's no reason we shouldn't be successful. After speaking, Afeng switched the screen to reveal the content he had long prepared. Xianpath 100 art system is live across the server. The theme is simple: don't want to fight. Come farm. The cultivation world is not just about slaughter, it also has its warmth. We want to help everyone who is tired of monster hunting and leveling find a new sense of belonging. Another marketing colleague immediately responded. I have already contacted several streamers and content creators from the lifestyle section to specifically film secondary profession gameplay commentary styled as ancient and leisurely while farming. This time we must establish the secondary profession as the second main storyline of Xianpath. Meanwhile, the bonfire party on South Australia Island had reached its climax. Ming was sitting on a beach chair, a beer bottle resting against his forehead, enjoying the salty sea breeze. He wasn't looking at his phone or browsing forums. However, the news of the upcoming secondary profession system launch had already quietly brewed online. Soon on forums and Weibo, the official blog posted 10 promotional tweets, and hung a red banner on the game homepage. Start your cultivation life from a single moo of spiritual field. Ancient brewing techniques, artifact, forging, spirit, beast raising. The cultivation world is not just about fighting. Open your own lively world. The promotional video featured gentle visuals with characters leaning by windows, embroidering clothes, gathering herbs, and brewing wine, presenting a sense of paradise accompanied by specially purchased light, ancient music. In an instant, many players who were originally tired of combat were attracted. I heard this is a brand new system focusing on a leisurely lifestyle. Wow, I finally don't have to fight. I have social anxiety and just want to farm alone. My husband loves fighting and I love farming. Now we can play games together. In the first 2 hours after the launch, the forums were filled with praises and the Beishan team was on the verge of tears. They had guessed right. Soon at 8 o'clock sharp, the game officially updated, and just 4 hours later the tide turned. Isn't your secondary profession designed for opposing forces? I was halfway through farming when I got chased by wild monsters. Brewing requires QWE for ignition steps. Failing directly causes explosions. Alchemy is way too difficult. The recipe drop rate is absurdly low and the items produced are worse than those in the shop. I was fishing and I caught a spiritual shark. It swallowed me whole. Are you trying to fish for your life here? A group of players angrily discovered that Xianpath's secondary profession system was simply not viable as a main profession. Firstly, the process is complex with gameplay involving numerous detailed operations, such as precise temperature control, chi adjustment changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and rapid key pressing icons, all requiring real-time operation and none being idle-friendly. Secondly, the secondary profession completely fails to integrate with the main gameplay. Dungeons require combat professions, and no one wants farming or tailoring with the cost-performance ratio of equipment not being good enough to sell at the auction house. It's hardly circulated. Some managed to refine top-tier pills and wanted to sell them at a high price, but were directly rejected by the system due to non-combat items not participating in the public trading system. Soon the hot posts on the Beishan game forums exploded. Xianpath 100 Art's massive failure scene. The secondary profession is out of place. Beishan, can't you copy well? We play real-time games for the thrill. Are you now forcing me to weave cloth on the spot? If your secondary profession could let me buff teammates in dungeons, I wouldn't even hesitate to say anything. Now it's a completely independent system. Who would play this in an online game? Beishan planners, you can't even copy well. To emulate pay-to-win cultivation means to learn their seemingly sloppy, but actually exquisite design, not to force a system in. Their values are perfectly balanced. Without a secondary profession, the game is unplayable. Your system is just as good as non-existent, and it even affects the original game. Isn't that absurd? It's not going to crash. Aren't you making me go play pay-to-win cultivation? Soon this line became an entire page of hot comments. Beishan planners, you can't even copy well. Under the official blog's originally posted secondary profession tutorial video, there were all-player mockery comments claiming to promote a lifestyle while engaging in pay-to-win behavior. This is a cultivation lifestyle, not a cultivation prison. Watching the rating drop from 4.8 to 4.2, the comment section was filled with mockery. Many players turned back and suddenly realized that the previously popular pay-to-win cultivation never pushed the secondary profession as an independent system. It was a form of warmth that naturally integrated into the game itself. Jingyue never said there wouldn't be fighting, they just allowed you to slouch while fighting. Beishan directly forces you to fight while telling you to take on a secondary profession. This isn't a lifestyle, it's forced employment. You said it perfectly. I'm going to play pay-to-win cultivation right now. In an instant, pay-to-win cultivation unexpectedly absorbed a large number of players from Xianpath. Meanwhile, far away on the shores of South Australia, starlight scattered on the sea shimmering. Ming sat on a beach lounge chair brewing a pot of hot tea with a small plate of Longjing melon seeds in hand. On the phone screen, Xianpath 100 Art System Failure Beishan Planner, you can't even copy, while Ming glanced at it and smiled, shaking his head. This Beishan game is quite amusing. I wonder who the genius planner is. It would be great if I could poach them. The other party's missteps caused Xianpath to directly inject a wave of traffic into pay-to-win cultivation. Thankfully, the settlement had already been completed, otherwise Ming would have to rush to Beishan games. This is just delaying matters. In the future, if you plan to make such moves, can't you at least discuss it with me? Taking a moment to collect himself, Ming took a sip of tea, his tone gentle. If Jingyue had such talents, that would be wonderful. Those who learn from me suffer, and those who emulate me perish. May all planners in the world achieve success. Ming set his phone aside and casually checked the system panel. Soon the player emotion dashboard slowly appeared. Angry 29, observing 18, high 35, comfortable 13, escaping 1, truly scented 4. The previously soaring anger value was gradually declining at a visibly slow pace. There was even an additional truly scented emotion value. What's going on? It's all this Beishan game's fault. Why are you imitating us for no reason? Looking at this emotion panel, Ming felt that the difficulty of this settlement cycle had increased. It was previously naturally negative because the performance was genuinely poor. But now the game's reputation was gradually improving, player acceptance was rising, and hot memes were emerging. The negative emotions were diluted, and the debt accumulation had slowed down. After this wave of traffic, the criticism of pay-to-win cultivation had diminished. A small profit is still profit. After all, the money earned from the game is still money. It's just that it's all gone to the company's account. But the further we go, the harder it is to attract criticism. We can't rely on pay-to-win cultivation to eat old capital anymore. It's time to prepare the next project. A few days later, the first team-building event of Whale Leap officially concluded, and everyone dragging their luggage boarded the returning high-speed train straight to Magic City. The battle-hardened employees were all in tow, discussing non-stop along the way. This team-building event was truly luxurious. Our previous outings were just to the barbecue stall downstairs. It was my first time staying in a sea view room. That bonfire at night was simply amazing. I took over 500 pictures, edit a montage, and posted online later. The company should have been acquired long ago. I was a bit reluctant back then. The entire Whale Leap team, totaling over 100 people, gathered at the headquarters in Magic City. Looking at the bustling office, Ming once again felt the shortage of office space. It's still not big enough. If only we could build a building like Tengxiu. Money just doesn't seem to be enough. Next, after arranging accommodations for everyone, they spent some time exchanging and learning at Whale Leap. Then several key members from the battle-hardened team stayed behind. In the meeting room, sunlight streamed through the blinds, illuminating the projection screen. Ming pulled out a chair and sat down with Zhou Yizhou following closely behind. Ming flipped to a page of the PPT where the top page boldly displayed the 4 characters bullet time. Actually, you all had a solid foundation before. Ming spoke casually as if it were a mere comment, yet there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Now for your new project, just change the name, switch the shell, and directly revive it as it is reusing this framework of time bullets. He paused and leaned back with a smile. What do you think? Zhou Yizhou was taken aback. Revive it as it is. It's been taken down, boss. This game has already been removed from the shelves. Players are queuing up to criticize it all the way to Hokkaido. Reviving it now would probably get no attention. I know. Ming took a sip of tea from the cup on the table. So if it doesn't work, you can change the name. But the basic logical framework can remain the same. As I said before, the most important thing for you is to maintain your original intention. After all, for a game, attracting players is still essential. When making a game, you must find ways to lure people in to slay right. Pausing, Ming continued, this will be your first project after joining Whale Leap. To express the company's emphasis on you, I plan to invest 50 million in this project. The air fell silent. Zhou Yizhou was completely stunned. 50 million. Are you kidding? When they established the Bullet Time project back in the day, the total budget was only a few million, and they didn't even dare to make a CG. Boss, how much did you say? He suspected he had misheard. 50 million. Ming's expression remained calm. If you think that's not enough, let me know. After all, that's for 3 months of time. The company account currently has 80 million, and you have to spend it. Zhou Yizhou's mouth twitched, and for a moment he didn't know whether to express gratitude or simply acknowledge it. He truly didn't expect that President Liu would trust him so much, that he would be willing to invest such a large amount for a newly joined company. Even a mother-in-law wouldn't be this generous. He had previously asked others in the office, and the investment in pay-to-win cultivation was not this much. If this time truly invested 50 million, it would be Whale Leap's largest investment project to date. Just like that, he was given it directly. This is a pearl. If he had a coat beside him, right now Zhou Yizhou would unhesitatingly throw it around Ming's shoulders. Zhou Yizhou felt his blood boiling and was extremely loyal to Ming. Working under President Liu was much more comfortable than being his own boss. With such a large investment, he could create a more enriching game. Zhou Yizhou felt the impulse of ideas brewing again within him. If you're going to invest this much, we can't make an online game anymore. Zhou Yizhou gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. The online game model isn't suitable. If we're going to do it, let's make it a single player. And it should be. He paused, lowering his voice. A truly meaningful single-player shooting game. We can skip the pay-to-win and mall aspects, completing the process all at once, creating a large-scale role-playing game focused on rich plots, mechanics, and depth. Perhaps it could indeed be considered a true AAA single-player FPS. Meanwhile, Ming watched this scene, a subtle smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashing with great satisfaction. Yes, that's the spirit. Whale Leap's first game was said to reflect reality, and it became a hit. The second was a pay-to-win turn-based type, initially intended to dissuade players through charging, yet it became a success. However, after hearing Zhou Yizhou's recent statements, Lu Ming felt that he had stepped onto his own path. If you say you want to make a gunfight online game with them, all players might still endure and play on. But now you say you want 50 million to create a purely domestic AAA single-player FPS. That's a disaster. Isn't that the same as spending 50 million to shoot an art film? Thinking back to the experiences during the inspection in Xintong and recalling the 2 games previously made by Battlefire Heaven that he had seen with his own eyes, Lu Ming was very satisfied. After all, it was the out-of-town boss who was willing to spend money. First of all, the planning for a AAA game project is far beyond what 50 million can support. It seems that we can only keep pushing out DLCs continuously. Spending money is good. Spending money continuously is even better. Moreover, as long as this idea is exposed during the promotional phase alone, they could be mocked mercilessly. 50 million for a domestic single-player game. Where did that money go? How can you even sell something made like this? Why don't you go rob a bank? Another manufacturer waving the AAA flag to scam money. Lu Ming could already envision how fast the anger section of the emotion dashboard would surge to 100. Perfect. This is a masterpiece tailor-made for the moral debt system. Great. Lu Ming slapped the table. You're absolutely right. This idea is fantastic. Since we're doing it, let's make it bigger. He opened his phone and directly sent a voice message to Old Wang. Old Wang, let's add another investment of 10 million to the new project of Battlefire Heaven. Upon seeing Lu Ming's actions, Zhou Yizhou was completely dumbfounded. You added more. Yeah. Lu Ming said seriously, I admire you. I like people like you who don't consider the market, don't think about commercial returns, and just want to make a real game. As long as you follow the idea of your previous bullet time, you can rest assured, I will be your support. Looking at Zhou Yizhou, who was momentarily at a loss for words, Lu Ming suddenly shifted his tone to a more serious note. However, Lao Zhou, he emphasized. He gazed intently into Zhou Yizhou's eyes as if particularly concerned that the other might suddenly come to a realization. Though the project has a new name and a new positioning, the core gameplay must be similar to your original bullet time. Forget about the so-called more mature mechanisms and market-oriented optimizations. Don't even glance at those chaotic suggestions from within the industry. Just follow the old version. The more you restore it, the more I will support you. I don't mean anything else, but I hope you can stick to yourself and uphold your original intentions. Do not be led astray by the so-called market pressures. Lu Ming patted his shoulder earnestly, saying, if you maintain that initial drive, I will regard you as a true talent. Zhou Yizhou was taken aback, nearly moved to tears. A wave of I have finally found a confidence surged in his heart. Zhou Yizhou immediately stood up, excitedly making a fist. President Lu, you can rest assured. I will definitely make this game into what we initially envisioned. Absolutely no catering to the market. No built-in store. No multiplayer or crossovers. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction, smiling like a proud father. Very good, very good. Zhou Yizhou had no idea that Lu Ming was already plotting the trash reports after the game's failure in his mind. Will leap 600 million spent to create the most failed domestic single-player game. What you want to play is a game. He is playing with your patience. Zhou Yizhou was full of ideals while Lu Ming wore a face of contentment. The two exchanged a smile, neither daring to speak the unspoken truths. One was rushing towards brilliance while the other was heading towards the abyss. The project was set. After the meeting, Zhou Yizhou returned to Xintong with his fiery staff. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, he felt like he was floating. 50 million. Plus another 10 million. He even hesitated to open the company account on the subway, afraid of clicking too quickly and revealing the balance. This was no longer just funding. This was a dream. Who would have thought that in this day and age you could actually secure investment for a single-player game? Moreover, the boss even encouraged him to stick to the original version. He had never encountered such a respectful investor towards the ideals of game developers. Lao Lu really understands. Zhou Yizhou muttered, his nose almost feeling sour. Just based on this trust, I must do a good job this time, he thought, his mind racing. He took out his notebook and opened the folder from when he worked on Bullet Time, revealing a screen full of dense setting documents. A faint smile appeared at the corners of his mouth and a spark of renewed dreams shone in his eyes. Excerpt from the initial settings of Bullet Time worldview. After a future nuclear war, human civilization completely collapses and surface cities fall into ruins. The remnants of civilization reside in underground shelters, and the protagonist is a discarded soldier exiled to the surface. Art direction overall using shades of gray, black, and rust, never seeing the light of day. Narrative rhythm rejecting fast-paced storytelling. No dialogue, background setup, protagonist narration, black screen subtitles, transition CG. At that time it was just too radical. Zhou Yizhou flipped through the previous settings, unable to help but smile wryly. Many things that needed to be expressed were not communicated clearly. However, now perhaps it can be done a little better. The settings of the post-apocalyptic wasteland lacked a sense of experience. Could they incorporate familiar historical events for players to enhance user experience? With this thought, Joe immediately reopened a blank document and began typing a few words: new game name, bullet time name to be determined. Keywords: soul-like shooting, war, documentary, psychological narrative. Next, a new story outline rapidly formed in Joe's mind. In 1917, the First World War was raging. Players will take on the role of an unnamed soldier in the Battle of Verdun. Joe became more and more excited as he wrote, his eyes shining. This is the kind of game we should make. Let them know what true anti-commercial storytelling is. Now that we have funds, a team, and a platform, I will definitely be able to make it this time. As for changing the name, what should it be changed to? Joe stared at the words bullet time on the screen, falling into deep thought. Although this name carried all his past ideals and obsessions, it always felt mismatched with the current game theme. Moreover, with a bad reputation, it really wouldn't be good for promotion. Not heavy enough. Not oppressive enough. Not immediately recognizable as a game that surely isn't fun. He subconsciously took out his phone and dialed Lu Ming's number. Hello, President Lu, about the name for our new project we discussed before. What do you think it should be? Lu Ming was silent for a moment before lazily replying. Indeed, it should be changed. Do you have any recommendations? Joe asked cautiously. On the other end of the line, Lu Ming paused, thinking seriously for a few seconds. If the name bullet time is changed, users will not feel the history of the previous work. How about changing just 2 characters? Moreover, the feeling that bullet time gave him was one of bitterness, tedium, and a waste of time in gameplay. The entire gaming experience felt like a terrible journey. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming slowly uttered a few words. How about calling it the bitter journey of time? A bitter journey sounds uninviting and it feels very artsy, but this is actually a shooting game. Who could tell? Just from the name, it left people utterly bewildered. Once Joe's production content is added later, the gameplay is bound to be a process filled with complaints. Very good, it aligns perfectly with Lu Ming's expectations for this game. The bitter journey of time. On the other end of the line, Joe furrowed his brow, repeating it a few times, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Wow, it feels right. Joe felt his head buzzing, instantly sensing that his thoughts had completely opened up. I told you, President Lu truly understands games. All right, President Lu. He excitedly hung up the phone, returned to the document, and without hesitation deleted the 4 characters of bullet time, then solemnly typed the new title, The Bitter Journey of Time. Joe gazed at these 4 characters, feeling an unwavering determination in his heart. Then, looking at the setting of his story, the foundation of his Chinese literature background surged rapidly, and he immediately enriched some content. Players will take on the role of a soldier who died in battle. After death, he is chosen by time, constantly reincarnating on the battlefield, returning to 10 minutes before the battle every time he dies. The emotions of soldiers in the trenches gradually change, and NPCs from both sides will have different fates based on the player's actions. Every time you die, time will rewind, but only the NPCs will remember what you had done. You yourself must relearn. He quickly typed out a line of title game slogan. When the bullets stop, time begins. Meanwhile, Lu Ming was sprawled on the sofa, munching on sunflower seeds, while staring blankly at the ceiling. Joe is truly not disappointing. If he could add multiple endings, elements of illusion, blurred consciousness, and philosophical dialogues, it would be even more perfect. I'm really looking forward to his work, a philosophical shooting game. Hehe. Lu Ming found it to be very promising. Now the development of the Time of Suffering is basically settled with an investment of 60 million already poured in. Joe, this talent has successfully embarked on a crooked path, and there's no need to worry for the time being. Once the content is out, he can oversee it, and there shouldn't be any issues. But the problem is the company's account still has about 20 million left. Money sitting idle is not his style. Money is not meant to be saved. Lu Ming squinted, it's meant to be spent. Regarding personal material satisfaction, Lu Ming's requirements are not high. It's time to think of something new. After some thought, Lu Ming suddenly remembered a long-lost presence, the Deep Blue gaming platform. He initially created this platform to spend money and get killing for immortality up and running. The grand blueprint for the platform has yet to be explored. To be honest, he hasn't managed the platform in a long time. But now that he thinks about it, isn't Deep Blue just a ready-made tool? To expand the influence of the game, he needs to give it a stage to showcase itself. With this in mind, Lu Ming called Chen Hao in. Soon Chen Hao arrived at the office. President Lu, you called for me. Chen Hao was somewhat excited upon entering the office. After being at the company for so long, other departments were thriving, and even killing for immortality was on the verge of development. He had been struggling alone with his team on the Deep Blue platform, maintaining it with no concrete projects. He felt his presence at Whale Jump diminishing. He had long wanted to talk to President Lu about the future development of the platform, and now he finally had the chance. How's the data for Deep Blue? President Lu, to be honest, the number of games recently joining is indeed a bit low. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. How many? Let's put it this way, the number of developers we added this month is less than the players that blocked the door last time. Lu Ming fell silent for 2 seconds and directly checked the background data of Deep Blue. Currently, the total number of developers on the Deep Blue platform 73. Current number of games for sale 14. New games added in the last month 3. Goodness, this data is truly shocking. For such a large platform to have only 3 games, what difference is that from having 3 fish in a vast reservoir? This is a black pit. Indeed, it is a bit low. Lu Ming stroked his chin. It seems it's time to make some noise for Deep Blue. How? Very simple. Lu Ming smiled slightly. Host an independent game conference. An independent game conference? Hearing this term, Chun Hao immediately sat up straight. Yes. Lu Ming said lightly. Organize a competition with generous rewards to attract independent game developers to participate. The top 10 will all receive prizes. As long as those who sign up for the competition can join Deep Blue for free, and we won't take any share of the profits once the game is launched. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao's eyes brightened. President Lu, your conditions are simply fantastic. It's worth noting that no other platforms out there are this generous. Typically, when games are launched, platforms take at least a 30 cut, and large platforms can even take up to 50. But President Lu is offering to waive the cut and also provide rewards. Didn't we say we would take one before? Of course we should give it away. Lu Ming said with an air of certainty. If we don't give, who will come? Lu Ming's lips curled slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. It's still the same game strategy: first draw in traffic, then lure people in to kill. The traffic that the platform can radiate is not any less than that of the games. Criticism that games can't reach may yield good results if switched to my platform. On the other side, Chun Hao's eyes lit up as he understood Lu Ming's meaning immediately. All right, President Lu, how should we proceed? Lu Ming flicked the sunflower seed shell. Keep the rules simple and straightforward. First, the registration threshold. Anyone can sign up, whether they are individual developers, small teams, or even a few students coming together. As long as you dare to sign up, we'll let you compete. Second, there are no restrictions on game types. Whether it's single-player, multiplayer, casual, hardcore, 2D, 3D, text adventure. As long as it's playable, we'll take them all. Third, the reward mechanism. Every team in the top 10 will receive a cash prize. For the champion, one winner prize of 2 million featured on Deep Blue's homepage for 3 months. For the runner-up, 3 winners prize of 1 million featured for 2 months. For the third place, 5 winners prize of 500 featured for 1 month. For the 4th to 10th places, each team will receive 300. Additionally, all participants will not be charged a single penny in profit sharing as long as their game successfully launches. All the money that should be earned will be taken by the developers themselves. The registration deadline is September 1st. Chun Hao felt his heart racing. Organizing a competition is one thing, but actually willing to spend money is another. President Lu, you really intend to spend money? Of course. Lu Ming waved his hand. This time we want all independent game developers to see that our Deep Blue gaming platform is truly giving out real cash. Those major platforms out there take cuts more ruthlessly than capitalists, making it impossible for newcomers to survive. I want everyone to know that at Deep Blue they can thrive. And they might even thrive quite well. Chun Hao was extremely excited his department could finally stand up and finally get to do something significant. President Lu, with this approach, we must prepare a budget of several million, right? Yes. Lu Ming said lightly. I plan to invest directly 10 million. This money will be well spent. Chun Hao's eyes sparkled. President Lu, without any profit points after this, are you sure? Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. Howsy, do you think this money is a loss? No. Chun Hao swallowed hard. I just feel that this amount is a bit too bold, too rushed. Then tell me, what do independent game developers need the most right now, eh? Lu Ming asked. They lack exposure, funding, and opportunities. Chun Hao answered without hesitation. That's right. Lu Ming leaned back on the sofa and said slowly, this 10 million isn't spending money, it's an investment. Deep Blue currently lacks traffic. This competition is a form of advertisement. The more participants, the more discussions, and the more buzz it will generate. In the end, even if we truly lose 10 million, as long as we build up Deep Blue's reputation, future developers will come to us voluntarily. You go ahead and do it, and make sure to finalize the participants quickly. We will officially start the judging in September. Chun Hao felt a bit dazed and his lips unconsciously rose. Although he didn't understand operations, he knew that Lu Ming was right. In this era, it's all about trading money for traffic. Oh, everyone is doing it. In fact, this 10 million could just be a small initial investment. But Lu Ming, this is all he has. After Chun Hao left, Lu Ming gently tapped the table. His eyes slightly narrowed as his thoughts gradually became clearer. On the surface, this Deep Blue independent game competition indeed provided a chance for those exceptionally talented indie game developers. As long as they performed well enough, they could win a cash prize, enjoy a profit share exemption, and receive recommendations across all platforms. However, these were not his true goals. From the very beginning, his aim was not the geniuses who could create great games, but rather the teams that could not make good games. In the eyes of ordinary people, the competition within the gaming industry is a battle of technology and creativity. Those capable of creating great games gain market favor and become leaders in the industry. Ming, however, was truly interested in the game producers at the very bottom of the rankings, especially those who produce terrible games. Such individuals should be directly acquired by Whale Leap. The acquisition of Old Joe by Whale Leap was conducted exactly in this manner. Moreover, judging by Old Joe's current performance, this model appears to be quite reliable. Ming leaned back in his chair, the smile on his face gradually becoming profound. We must create deities as well as collect the corpses. In other words, games are not merely about glamour. The messiness is also something Ming valued. Such individuals are perfectly suited for Whale Leap's development direction. Chun-Hao was incredibly efficient. 2 days later, a shocking announcement appeared on the homepage of the Deep Blue gaming platform. The Deep Blue independent game competition has begun with a total prize pool of 10 million. Is the threshold for the gaming industry high? No support. Now we provide you with a stage. The champion wins 2 million profit share exemption and homepage recommendation. Registration is now open. All developers can participate. Detailed rules. After the announcement of the independent game competition was made, a significant tremor shook the gaming community. Initially, some executives from major platforms scoffed, seeing it merely as a desperate struggle of a small platform. But they quickly realized something was amiss. How is the registration data for Deep Blue rising so rapidly? In just 2 days, over 50 teams have already signed up. I have never heard of this platform. Is it advertising? Numerous indie game developers flocked in, with the real-time registration numbers on the sign-up page continuously rising. Wow, and no profit sharing. Isn't this charity? I was still hesitating whether to put my game on Steam. Since it's like this, I might as well register and give it a try. A 2 million prize. For us poor folks, it's like a windfall. Damn, I registered. I'm going for it. What's important is that this requires registration to compete, and the subsequent game launch profit share is directly exempted. This is pure profit. Not only indie developers, but even some small companies struggling on major platforms began to consider their options. We can't get recommended slots on Steam. Should we try Deep Blue? No profit sharing is really appealing. If I could get some traffic, I could earn at least a few 100,000 more each month. Deep Blue's move is truly fierce. It's completely a money-giving model. Who would have thought Whale Leap was so powerful? Are they starting to throw money at building a platform? In just a few days, the number of developers registering for the competition surpassed 300. The official announcement section of the Deep Blue gaming platform, major indie game forums, and even social media were buzzing with discussions about this unprecedented competition. No profit sharing. Prize in the millions. Recommendations. Is Deep Blue going all out this time? I think many people are just signing up to create a small demo game to secure a spot. What if they become popular later? Has Deep Blue gone crazy? This is clearly aimed at Steam. Could this be a scam? But what do they stand to gain? Initially, many people suspected whether Deep Blue was staging some grand news, with some even guessing it was a comprehensive marketing scam, as everyone knows that gaming platforms are not easy to manage. How could a gaming platform with little traffic have the guts to spend 10 million on a competition? However, until some people opened the platform, they discovered that the Deep Blue gaming platform was actually created by Whale Leap Games. Wait, Whale Leap Games? Is that the one recently criticized heavily, but seems to be thriving? Their running simulator was just launched a few days ago and is already trending all over the internet, right? Yes, I remember they also did something like pay-to-win cultivation, which looked unserious, but made a lot of money. So Whale Leap Games not only has their games gaining popularity, but they also have the money to invest in platforms. Many people who initially doubted whether Deep Blue was running a scam felt reassured once they learned Whale Leap Games was behind it. After all, despite the controversies, Whale Leap Games undeniably had the ability to make money. Not long ago, they even acquired another game company. Thus, those who were previously hesitant gradually changed their views. As time went on, more and more teams began to register. In Magic City, inside an office building in the suburbs, a few young people gathered around staring at the competition announcement on the Deep Blue gaming platform screen, their eyes filled with excitement. A million prize, no profit sharing for registration and recommended slots. The boy sitting at the front, Sun Chinley, murmured, his face full of eagerness. Isn't this a sudden opportunity? Even if I only win 3-0, I would be content. The initial benefits of a new platform are always the best. I see this as an opportunity. The girl beside Gong Min widened her eyes. If we create a small game and register, wouldn't we also enjoy zero profit sharing in the future? Exactly, even if the game isn't great, we can just create a pixel-style RPG or a reskin game and at least secure a spot. What if this platform becomes popular later? On the other side, planner Wang Hao excitedly tapped the table. Although he lowered his voice significantly, his hesitation was still evident. But we have no experience. Who says so? Sun Qianli scoffed lightly. How can that be? We've been doing outsourcing for Tengxiu for several years. Every day, we help project teams fix bugs and optimize code. Although our practical experience is limited, it is absolutely sufficient to create a small game. Moreover, our company is originally focused on game outsourcing. What types of games haven't we seen? Gathering some ready-made resources and modifying our past projects is not difficult at all. As someone with dreams in the gaming industry, how can we keep doing outsourcing? The few of them were employees of Tengxiu Outsourcing Company, usually specialized in various game outsourcing tasks, primarily assisting Tengxiu with modeling, UI design, basic code development, and so forth. Although they did not have their own original works, due to the numerous projects, the employees had long been exposed to various game types, accumulating a certain degree of development experience. Especially Sun Qianli, who focused on programming and was already very familiar with the use of various engines. Gong Min was proficient in art with a solid foundation in original artwork and adept at various chibi and anime styles. Wang Hao leaned towards planning, having plenty of ideas for game mechanics. But how do we propose this to the company? Gong Min asked softly. Using the company's resources to develop a game, the company would definitely disagree, right? Tengxiu is tied to the Steam platform. If we switch to the Deep Blue platform, wouldn't that be tantamount to betrayal? What are you all whispering about? Suddenly, a somewhat deep voice interrupted the discussion. The group was startled and quickly looked up, only to see manager Lu Peng standing beside them, arms crossed, frowning at their screens. Team leader. Sun Qianli chuckled awkwardly, quickly switching the page and pretending to write code. Deep Blue gaming platform. Lu Peng's eyes narrowed, instantly seeing through their thoughts. You all want to sign up too? The group exchanged glances and did not deny it. Lu Peng sneered and shook his head. Don't even think about it. Just work honestly. The company wants to create original games and can directly launch on Steam at any time. There's no way for you to go to Deep Blue. If you perform well, the year-end bonus from Tengxiu can be distributed to you. If you work harder, based on our relationship with Tengxiu, getting recommendations on the Steam platform would be easy. But the revenue share on Steam is too high, Wang Hao muttered quietly. What's wrong with a high revenue share? They have traffic, users, and sales. Lu Peng replied impatiently. Do you really think that no revenue share on Deep Blue means you can make money? Ridiculous. The platform is just starting out. Who would want to play? But Sun Qianli wanted to argue, but was directly interrupted by Lu Peng. If you really had that time, you'd be better off focusing on your current project. The company pays you to work, not to think about making money on other platforms. Do you understand? Seeing Lu Peng's firm attitude, the group had no choice but to fall silent, but they all felt a sense of dissatisfaction. After Lu Peng left, Sun Qianli cursed under his breath. Damn, not even a chance to try. Wang Hao gritted his teeth. We can't give up. Let's do it secretly. Besides, no one will be watching our current project every day. Let's use our after-work hours to hustle and create a small game. No one will ever know. All right. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. The three of us can divide the work and create a playable game within a month, quietly signing up for the Deep Blue competition. After reaching a consensus, the group quickly took action. The three of them gathered at their workstations during their lunch break, whispering about their upcoming plans. Since we're doing this, we need to give ourselves a team name, Wang Hao said quietly. This way it sounds more official when we sign up. What name should we choose? Gong Min pondered with her chin resting on her hand. How about 3 people walking? Sun Qianli shot him a glare. No way, that's too revealing of our team size. True. Gong Min closed her mouth reluctantly. Wang Hao's eyes twinkled as he smiled. Since we are doing this secretly, how about calling ourselves the Dark Box Studio? Sounds like we're doing something shady. Gong Min's lips twitched. I think it's great. Sun Qianli's eyes flashed with excitement. Dark operations without anyone knowing fits our situation perfectly. Then it's settled, Dark Box Studio it is. Wang Hao concluded. The three of them shared a knowing smile and stealthily registered a developer account on the Deep Blue gaming platform's official website, filling out the registration information preliminarily. Team name Dark Box Studio, members Sun Qianli, Wang Hao, Gong Min, game type to be determined. After submitting their registration, the three couldn't help but high-five, feeling like they had taken the first step toward entrepreneurship, even if it was just a simple registration. In the following time, the three began to utilize every spare moment to develop their game. By day, they were outsourced employees diligently completing the company's tasks at their workstations. But at night, after work, they quickly returned to their shared apartment, opened their computers, and immersed themselves in their game development. What type of game are we making? Gong Min asked while typing code and searching for the art resources she had previously designed. It needs to be simple. There's not enough time for complexity, Sun Qianli thought for a moment. How about we create a hand-drawn style minigame? Sure, our previous outsourced project was in hand-drawn style, so we have experience. Wang Hao nodded. But what about the gameplay? We can't make it open-ended. There's not enough time for that. How about? Sun Qianli squinted his eyes. How about we create a 2D side-scrolling adventure game? Wang Hao paused for a moment, frowning. 2D? Are you sure? Do we have the resources for that style? Sun Qianli grinned. Of course. You forgot about that abandoned project we worked on before. Gong Min immediately reacted, slapping her thigh. Damn. Are you talking about that magical girl adventure proposal? Exactly. Sun Qianli nodded. That 2D project we outsourced got scrapped, right? At least we created a bunch of character designs, art materials, and basic code. Although that company discarded the project, we still have the materials. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. So you mean we can just adapt that project? Sun Qianli smiled proudly. Of course. Time is short, we can't redo the art. But if we directly modify the original project and adjust the gameplay, the development speed will increase tenfold. Gong Min stroked her chin deep in thought. What about the gameplay? What kind of side-scrolling adventure should we create? The three opened a voice chat and quickly began discussing design directions. We can't create too complex systems. We need to ensure a tight rhythm, not too many levels, but it should be challenging enough. Then let's use a small level boss battle model. Each major level will have 4 or 5 small levels, and then a boss. Wang Hao pondered. That works, but if we do that, the battle system has to have some depth, otherwise players will get bored while playing. Sun Qianli thought for a moment, his eyes lighting up. Then, let's set our protagonist as a musician who can switch weapons at any time through different music like a saxophone, trumpet, or recorder. Gong Min immediately chimed in. Great. This way each weapon can be paired with different skills so players won't feel monotonous. And if so, we should be considered a pretty unique music game. But what about music copyright? We seem to have no one specifically responsible for that. We can make do with free sounds, but just a bit of noise will do. We don't have the budget to buy original sound effects. That works too. Wang Hao stroked his chin, excitement flashing in his eyes. Then let's get to work. A week later, the Deep Blue gaming platform unveiled the competition's evaluation criteria, once more official score 30 determined by the Deep Blue jury panel based on criteria, including innovation, visual presentation, gameplay, and anticipated appeal. Player voting 70 tied to player identity, 1 vote per person directly cast by the players. Rankings displayed in real time. Registration closes on September 1st, allowing all participants to sign up and submit their works. Throughout September, players can dive into the games directly on the Deep Blue platform while simultaneously casting votes for their favorites. The final results of the competition will be announced on October 10th. The timeline was evidently extremely tight, yet there was no choice. Time was pressing for the developers. For Lu Ming, it was even tighter. With the November settlement looming, Lu Ming had to ensure he found Whale Leap's hidden genius before that deadline. Meanwhile, the trio from the Dark Box studio were also in a frantic race against time. Ever since they had barely settled on an idea for their small game, their hearts had been mired in profound anxiety. It's over, it's over. How did our game crash again? Sun Qianli stared at the screen filled with error messages, slumping into his chair in despair. What's going on? 2 minutes into the game, the character suddenly gets teleported out of bounds or gets stuck inside a rock and can't move. Gong Min looked utterly defeated. Bro, that's probably a mistake you made when calculating the coordinate points. I told you yesterday not to make the model so huge, but you insisted on adding a surreal lighting system. Now players will be blinded right away. And you've made the gameplay way too complicated. The framework is getting bloated. We need to streamline things. Wang Hao, clutching the game design document, murmured, this was originally just a simple 2D hand-drawn style platformer. Why did it need a lighting system? Adding a few shadows isn't going to earn us extra points. This is already beyond our capabilities. Gong Min grabbed his head, frantically tugging at his hair. Don't blame me. It was Qianli who said we needed to make the game stand out. Wang Hao took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. Standing out is one thing, but the problem is, we haven't even gotten the basic interactions right. The office fell into a dead silence. 5 minutes later, Sun Qianli abruptly stood up. Forget it. Let's just fix the bugs first. As long as it can run. Right? Let's make it playable first. We're running out of time. Others have already released trial versions of their games on Deep Blue. We need to hurry. We've been doing too much outsourced work. I almost confused this game's requirements with the client company's demands. Can't help it, it's become muscle memory. I told you game development was tough. Wait, what's our game called again? The three froze, exchanged glances, and fell into a long silence. Seems like we haven't named it yet. Wang Hao covered his face, his voice tinged with despair. Sun Qianli stared blankly. No way. Didn't we discuss it? Gong Min expressionlessly flipped through his design documents over and over again before suddenly slapping his forehead. Damn, we really never decided. Sun Qianli stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and then a flash of inspiration struck. In my opinion, the highlight of our game is the soundtrack. How about we call it Runaway Accompaniment? Wang, how should we add a subtitle? Otherwise, it doesn't feel very anime. Gong Min thought for a moment. How about Runaway Accompaniment Bellflower Overture? No time left, let's just go with it. The three exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Gong Min quickly opened the game interface, replaced the placeholder text in the logo area with the newly decided title, and excitedly hit the enter key. Okay, name settled. Now what? Keep fixing bugs. Sun Qianli and Wang Hao shouted in unison. The three immediately plunged back into the frantic process of code patching and debugging. Time ticked by the sound of their keyboard clacking never ceasing. Meanwhile, in the Whale Leap Games conference room, the long-absent avatar of Zhou Yizhou appeared on the projection screen. Today marked the first full-team video meeting for the Time Odyssey project. This game had officially entered its development phase. The narrative framework, quest designs, NPC interaction logic, and other elements all required further finalization. On the laptop screen on the table lay a detailed plot outline. Time Odyssey, a soldier seeks a way out of an endless cycle of war. On the video call, Zhou Yizhou cleared his throat and began, President Liu, we've been refining the game framework for Time Odyssey. Now we need to delve deeper into the storyline. The core experience of this game isn't just about difficulty, it's about the brutality of war itself. We want players to feel despair, helplessness, struggle, and a glimmer of seemingly unattainable hope. We've already established the main storyline. Zhou Yizhou displayed several keywords on the whiteboard: World War I, World War II, Cold War, Future War. Lu Ming nodded. He could accept this approach, after all, for shooting games these were the standard settings. Zhou Yizhou looked at Lu Ming. But the question is, how do we let players truly experience each war? Currently, our most unique feature is the time loop. Essentially, the protagonist's death resets time, but the NPCs do not forget. This means that if you abandoned a comrade in a previous battle, in the next loop, they might question you, despise you, or even turn on you directly. If you attack a certain NPC at the start of the game, in the next loop, they will fire preemptively, or even set up an ambush for you. Furthermore, within specific settings, the experience will vary. For example, early in the game, it's all vintage World War I weaponry. Immense recoil, slow reloading, poor aim. And our story doesn't just involve soldiers, there are many villagers and other NPCs as well. Lu Ming rested his chin on his hand, watching Zhou Yizhou speak eloquently on the video, his expression deeply contemplative. He had to admit Lao Zhou truly lived up to his expectations. Right off the bat, he was struck by a bout of artistic pretension, talking about the cruelty of war, the struggle of helplessness, and unattainable hope. It sounded profound, but games weren't meant for understanding war nor for suffering through it. An anti-war theme, the cycle of war. How this game is definitely going to get flamed. That's what happens when a liberal arts student makes a game. Lu Ming was inwardly overjoyed. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? Who enjoys playing a shooter game with a piece of junk? If the recoil is that strong, I might as well play with a slingshot. Who would enjoy a game so full of philosophical reflection and mental strain? After listening to Zhou Yizhou's analysis, Lu Ming decided not to intervene. This time he was determined to let Zhou Yizhou express himself fully. This was Lu Ming's trust in him. This was the judgment of a seasoned game designer. Soon the meeting concluded. Lu Ming offered no suggestions, only a single directive for Lao Zhou to go all out. Subsequently, Whale Leap Games' official Weibo and various social platforms began simultaneous updates. Whale Leap Games' new project Time Odyssey officially announced. Can you survive until the end in an endless cycle of war? A shooter Souls-like realistic battlefield experience. A single-player masterpiece. Stay tuned. The moment this news was released, within just a few hours, gaming forums and social platforms erupted. Whale Leap is at it again. A new game already. Looks like it's a big title. I love war games. Getting a little hyped. It's single-player this time. Great, no more microtransactions. Returning to the office, Lu Ming held a cup of coffee, his gaze steady as he stared at the computer screen. His fingers tapped on the keyboard, and the document bore the bold title, The Bitter Journey of Time, a plan guided by criticism. The Bitter Journey of Time has been officially announced. As for his moral debt, it certainly cannot wait until the game's release to increase. That would be far too slow. It is essential to start preparing right now. Old Zhou is in charge of the game, and Lu Ming will undoubtedly take charge of the promotional work. Moreover, the initial promotion of this game cannot be too hasty or too aggressive. It should be like boiling a frog in warm water, gradually guiding the player's emotions toward the direction of explosive reactions. Before the game is released, let's get a portion of people to start criticizing it. After the game is released, let everyone criticize it together. Finally, let them criticize while becoming addicted. He took a deep breath, sipped his coffee, and continued to ponder. For the game to be criticized, it must first become known to more people. And the promotional video is an excellent avenue for that. As for making the players' emotions completely collapse, it must first elevate their expectations and then bring them crashing down. Thus, the promotional video for the bitter journey of time must be explosively impactful. All sorts of elements like realistic war experiences, moments of life and death in a hail of bullets, and deep camaraderie should be crammed in. We could even add a hint of tactical competition and teamwork, making players feel that this is an exhilarating, highly enjoyable tactical shooting game. As for the actual game content, it is obviously about living painfully, dying painfully, rebooting painfully, and being doubted painfully by teammates. After all, this game isn't set in a sci-fi background during the Great War. It was already a blessing for anyone to have a fire stick. This is the contrast between the game and the promotional video. With expectations, there can be greater disappointment. Thinking of this, Ming felt a flood of ideas about the promotional video surge in his mind. 2 days later, Ming directly sought out a video production team. After negotiating the price, he scanned the room and fixed his gaze on the team leader, whose eyes lit up as he immediately opened his notebook. "Mr. Lu, what style do you want for this promotional video?" Ming spoke slowly, extreme, highly provocative, a style that makes everyone feel like they're a war god. Let's think from the player's perspective about what they would like. They want to play as top-tier special forces. They enjoy headshots, 1 against 100 divine soldiers, descending and rescuing comrades. They want to dominate the battlefield, fight bloodily, and be praised highly by teammates. Ming set down his cup, smiling even more brightly. So let's give the players who watch the promotional video this kind of feeling. The video team leader nodded. Having worked in this field for a long time, they had seen all kinds of requests. They had filmed all sorts of videos, not just special forces, but also genres like Avengers, Zootopia, and psychiatric wards. Under the guidance of the leader, the video team quickly got into the groove. In the studio, the whiteboard was already filled with outlines. These were all strictly controlled by Ming. Scene 1, a stunning opening with intense gunfights. Background: in a dark forest, a soldier hides in the bushes, breathing heavily, the tactical lens showing rapidly changing bullet trajectories, and a teammate's call comes through the earpiece. "They're coming." In an instant, bullets swept across like rain. He suddenly rolled, pulled out a smoke grenade, charged into the enemy lines, and accurately fired, taking down 3 enemies in an instant. It's him, the one who walked out of the battlefield alive. The camera slowed down as the protagonist kicked open a machine gun concealed in the rubble, grabbed a sniper rifle, and the bullet penetrated the enemy's helmet, blood splattering everywhere. Here, Ming envisioned the player's psychological expectations. "Wow, this is the gunfight game I want. It's so exhilarating." Scene 2, deep camaraderie, life and death together. Background: in the ruins after a bombing, the protagonist is supported by a comrade, bloodstained and gasping as he looks at the approaching enemy forces. "Get up. You can't fall. We still have to live and return together." The stirring music plays as the comrade hands the last magazine to the protagonist, and they fight back to back. A helicopter flies in, providing fire support. Divine soldiers descend, tactical cooperation, extreme counterattacks. Here, players should have this psychological expectation. Wow, this is what deep camaraderie means. So exhilarating. Scene 3, shocking monologue. Background: the screen gradually darkens. The protagonist stands alone amidst the ruins of the battlefield under the sunset, surrounded by fallen comrades. A low voiceover echoes, "War is a nightmare without an end. We fall time and again, and rise once more. Can you survive?" and walk out. The final scene shows the protagonist with his back to the audience, slowly crouching down to pick up a comrade's lost badge. Then he slowly walks toward the endless battlefield, shrouded in smoke, disappearing into the mist. And then the game logo appears, the bitter journey of time. Watching the intense shooting in the studio, Ming sat in the break room, nodding in satisfaction. Truly, it was the video production team he had meticulously chosen. He heard that this team leader had previously worked as an assistant director for Shao Gang. Their aesthetic sense is indeed commendable. Ming glanced at the monitor, took a sip of his already cooled tea, and murmured, "Perfect." This promotional video is the first psychological high ground he has prepared for the players. Now the high ground is built. The next step is to let the players climb up and then fall down. After watching the promotional video, players will feel they can become kings of the battlefield, scoring headshots, rescuing comrades, and defeating many with glory. But once they truly enter the game, they will find that their comrades become increasingly distrustful of them. Initially giving you gear, they later leave you to fight with just a fire stick. All the guns have absurd recoil, bullets scatter severely, and mid to long-range shots are completely ineffective. Moreover, these processes cannot be skipped, making it an extremely oppressive and repetitive experience. What players most anticipated as deep camaraderie turns into camaraderie collapsing, where comrades doubt you, distance themselves from you, and ultimately abandon you. Ming closed his eyes, already imagining the players' reactions in his mind. Damn, the promo was so thrilling. I thought I could be a divine soldier, but turns out I'm just cannon fodder who can't even get a gun. Where's the promised camaraderie? Why are all these NPCs neurotically suspicious of me? The packaging and content are seriously mismatched. What's the difference from the beef-flavored instant noodles I eat? This game is even more painful than Souls-like. It's not tactical shooting at all, it's a mental torment. Whale jump games, are you playing tricks? Thinking of this, Ming's smile deepened. Very good, the expectations are already heightened. Next, just wait for them to come and criticize. Ming glanced at the date plan document on his phone. Great, once the video production is complete, I will arrange for it to be released immediately. Now let the bullets fly a little longer. In mid-August, the promotional video was completed. Ming opened the advertising platform and set up a series of targeted short video advertisements aimed at players interested in Soul System's hardcore games and intense warfare. He then skillfully found Zhou Qun as the university student part-time group was needed once again. Ming even prepared some copy for reference, disguising himself as a seasoned gamer, and began leaking some information about the game on forums. This game has no save points. If you die, you have to start all over again. Suffering a blessing for Soul System and hardcore players, or hell. Playing this game, you fully understand the soldiers of a battle. You don't want to die, but living is even harder than death. In the following days, the promotional video for Time of Suffering quickly went viral across major platforms. The bullet comments exploded, the comment sections were flooded, it was featured on the homepage, and it made the trending list. The titles were particularly unified: The Soul Reincarnation Amidst Gunfire. The annual masterpiece Time of Suffering trailer, shockingly online. If fully restored, I would call this game the highest tribute to brotherhood. The romance of passionate men relies entirely on this game. Ming sat in the office watching the popularity curve of the keywords for Time of Suffering soar. Very good, the fish has taken the bait. Even more exaggerated was the discussion area on the Deep Blue gaming platform, where several players had begun to spontaneously form a Suffering Special Forces tactical group chat. This group consisted of old shooting game enthusiasts. Some even started threads analyzing the tactical movements used in the trailer, and there were even military fans analyzing the firearms used by the characters. It was a celebration for military enthusiasts. Even some professional media began to write articles. The trailer for Time of Suffering has made a stunning appearance. Has the dark horse of war games emerged? Various keyword search indices skyrocketed, and the keyword index surged to a high point, all of which Ming had anticipated. The power of keywords like brotherhood, gunfire, special operations, passionate reversals, and saving comrades is simply immense. Once tagged players could easily imagine half a story of battlefield heroes. In Kyoto and Laopi Studio, Laopi stared at the timeline in the editing software repeatedly, playing the scene of precise shooting amidst the rain of bullets, feeling more and more invigorated. This is just so exhilarating. He directly cut a segment, set it to a passionate BGM, darkened the colors, made it more tragic, and then posted with the caption, "This is the romance of men. I would pay for Time of Suffering." Less than 3 minutes after the video was posted, the bullet comments and comment sections exploded. Wow, this vibe is simply full of soul. Brothers can die, but I must survive. Brothers tactical grouping. Once online, give me a magazine, each will handle the rest. Laopi, aren't you supposed to be cultivating? Why are you switching to the battlefield of gunfire? Aren't you afraid of being backstabbed by whale jump again? Haven't you learned enough from the lesson of paying with your life to cultivate? Laopi chuckled at the comment, tapped his fingers on the table, and shook his head with a smile. Bro, this is a single-player game. What can I spend in a single-player game? Just wait in anticipation. Remember to watch my live stream when the time comes. Meanwhile, older players from Whale Jump were also drawn in. At first, they were bewildered. Wow, is this really a game from Whale Jump? No, wasn't your company previously making running simulators and pay-to-win turn-based games? How did it suddenly become a special forces training base? Now suddenly doing hardcore warfare? Is the leap this big? Is this Whale Jump? Did I enter a fake Whale Jump official account? Whale Jump's promotional efforts have always been online, from running to paying with life. I feel their promotional level is quite impressive. I have already started practicing my hand speed. Afraid I won't be able to beat the NPC when I log in. I just hope old Lou. This time you want to sieve my feelings. Old Lou. Is that the name of the boss of Whale Jump? That's right, he introduced himself the last time I went to block the door. Wow bro, you even went to block Whale Jump's door. A seasoned player, please elaborate. Meanwhile, on the other side, Joe, who was deeply trapped in development hell, finished writing a segment of Path Logic in the early hours, habitually opened the work group and the Game Circle forum, only to see the latest group announcement was a video link forwarded by Ming. The official trailer for Time of Suffering released, the annual war game, is coming in full force. Joe. He was stunned for 3 seconds, suddenly stood up, almost bumping into the standing fan behind him. A promotional video. So fast. He quickly clicked in and watched the full 2-minute video. The shocking gunfights at the beginning, the life and death bond between comrades, the final narration of "Can you walk out alive?" paired with the silhouette walking alone under the setting sun struck deep into the soul. Even knowing that the game he created was not about such content, Joe felt his eyes almost grow warm. This promotional video was too amazing. He replayed it while sighing. With this momentum, if it were me, I would also make a reservation. However, he quickly calmed down. Wait. Our game hasn't finished optimizing the NPC logic yet. The map resources for the first chapter are still changing texture maps. This promotional video is from whose game? This is completely different from the style we are making. Has Lou gone off track? Although Lou's speed in making promotional videos is fast, this has nothing to do with our actual game content. But the next second, he suddenly understood Lu Ming's intention. The boss spent a lot of money to shoot such a promotional video and gave him 3 months of development time. Although everyone in the company is fully dedicated to the new game, time is still tight, so Lu's promotional video must have a profound meaning. The promotional video was indeed a preemptive hype, but it also provided a direction. After thinking carefully, Joe surprisingly felt a strange sense of motivation. It's not hard to understand. Lu's filming of this trailer is actually helping us build up anticipation in advance. Our game isn't just about brutality and inhumanity. In a sense, the reincarnation setting itself carries fate and bonds. He stood up, began to pace back and forth, thinking aloud. If I create a branch in the game where players encounter a certain NPC in every cycle, he will remember you, remember what you did before. Then wouldn't players be able to experience that sense of camaraderie? His eyes gradually brightened. Although the promotional video deviated from their current game style, it sparked his potential to understand the entire project from another perspective. The emotional gap is a weapon, he murmured, but the premise of the gap is to make them feel genuine emotions. He suddenly sat back down in front of the computer. That creative desire that could only be ignited during university life returned. He even began to consider rearranging several branches, allowing players to truly see the camaraderie they experienced in cycle after cycle, ultimately becoming enemies, judges, traitors, or scapegoats. In the next 3 days, Joe entered an almost frenzied creative state. He added many high-intensity emotional storylines, even creating a new parameter for residual memories to measure the trust value of NPCs towards player behavior in different cycles. If players are too self-serving or cold, NPCs might choose not to cooperate in future cycles or even initiate plot reversals. And these reversals are all fruits you planted with your own hands. Go ahead, this will be your 3rd time killing me. You said you wouldn't let me die? But you must choose to survive. When writing these lines, Joe's eyes turned red. He knew that this was what the promotional video truly gave him. Not content, not style, not the passionate gunfight scenes, but rather emotional bait. Very good. Joe stretched, picked up the cold takeout box, and chuckled softly. The content of the first chapter of Time of Suffering 1, Battle Trenches and Poison Gas, is officially complete. During this time, Lu Ming has been extremely busy, involved in the production of promotional videos, the preparation for the Deep Blue game competition, and the video conference on Monday. Every day has been like a whirlwind, leaving him no time to truly appreciate the river view from his 300-square-meter apartment. With September approaching, the company is at a critical juncture, but Lin Xiaoxiao, a key player in Jingyue, has asked for leave. She is returning to school. In March, she was just an ordinary intern majoring in human resources at the Shanghai Normal University, struggling to use office software when she first arrived at the company. Although she was qualified as the HR manager on her first day, she mainly acted as a jack-of-all-trades, taking meeting minutes, helping with market research, and even ordering milk tea for the department during late-night overtime. She always sat in the corner during meetings, nervously taking notes and afraid to speak. But back then, Jingyue was understaffed. Now, with the addition of personnel from the Battlefire branch, the company has exceeded 100 employees. Lin Xiaoxiao's growth speed cannot even be described as rapid. By July, she had made time to return to school to collect her diploma and submit her internship report. However, at that time, Jingyue faced player backlash, and killing time in cultivation was ridiculed across the internet. Lin Xiaoxiao was also feeling down and overwhelmed with work. Nevertheless, she clearly remembers the scene of receiving her diploma in July. The sun was bright, and there was a long queue in front of the teaching building with many people taking photos with their phones. When she found her roommate with the internship certificate she had personally created, the 4 of them exploded in disbelief. You say you are an intern. This is just an internship. You even signed a confidentiality agreement. My company is still teaching me Excel functions, and you directly led a team. Or are you a manager? Isn't there a possibility that you weren't actually interning, but were taking over a company instead? No, we all left after our internships, and you actually came back after taking leave. Lin Xiaoxiao could only clutch her phone, her lips twitching as she replied, No, don't exaggerate. I'm really just an intern. Just, A bit too involved. I was really just aiming for an internship. Ultimately, she endured her roommates' probing and questioning, submitted her 10-page internship report to her counselor, got it stamped, and planned to finish quickly and leave. However, when the counselor saw the clearly stated position on the report, HR manager at Jingwei Games, her expression gradually cracked. You're interning as a manager. Out of all my students, you have the biggest guts. How did you give yourself such a high position? You're bold. Lin Xiao lowered her eyes and immediately explained, teacher, this is true. I also led a project and participated in the company's acquisition. The counselor looked up in shock. You interned and participated in an acquisition? After Lin Xiao finished recounting her work experience at Jingyue, the counselor fell silent for 2 seconds, took out her phone. Wait a moment, I need to report your situation. This already qualifies as a school honor, it can't be wasted. That evening, Lin Xiao's name appeared prominently on the school's outstanding graduate representatives list. With this experience, when September arrived, Lin Xiao was invited back to school again to speak as an outstanding recent graduate at the welcome conference for new students. The auditorium was packed with new students, parents, teachers, and leaders, all in attendance. When the host read out her resume, currently employed at Jingwei Games as an HR manager involved in game development, personnel management, market expansion, and event coordination, previously led the company acquisition, also handling some legal connections, outstanding graduate representative. There was a 3-second silence in the room, followed by an uproar. There are many outstanding graduates, but this one felt too close to them. Moreover, the senior was only slightly older than them, clearly not just a facade. The new students frantically checked their phones for information. Jingwei Games. Wow, I've really played that. I also know they are about to release Time's Bitter Journey. Is the senior really that impressive? She even planned esports events. Is she really a recent graduate? She even participated in a company acquisition. That's definitely high-level management. However, the most bewildered was Lin Xiao herself, standing on the podium. Holding her printed speech, she stood there like a wooden doll, her heartbeat ringing in her ears. The opening line on her script was supposed to be, "Dear students, I am just an ordinary university student like you," but looking at the densely packed new students below and the promotional video screenshots on the big screen, which even featured Jingyue's games, she suddenly felt like she was acting in a drama. How did I get to this point? She pondered in confusion and slowly spoke, "Hello, fellow students. I am Lin Xiao." During her entire speech, she relied almost entirely on mechanical memory to recite the script. Below the stage, the counselor looked at her with a proud expression that said, "I knew she could do it," while the vice dean sitting next to her frowned and whispered, "Is this experience really from an internship?" The counselor immediately nodded. It is true. The school has her submitted internship report. You don't know what she wrote back then. Over 10 pages, all filled with industry analysis and project reviews. Moreover, there is a commendation letter personally written by her boss. I have verified it, there are no issues. The vice dean replied. In previous years, we could never attract alumni with achievements, but this year we finally have someone to boast about. On stage, Lin Xiao continued, "What I want to tell everyone is that an internship doesn't have to be just about copying and doing menial work. If you are willing to try and strive for it, sometimes you can even become part of important projects within the company. That's how I was thrown to the front lines." But at the moment she stepped down from the stage, the counselor patted her shoulder with a look of admiration. "You really brought honor to the school. Your resume must be included in next year's campus recruitment promotional video." "Teacher, please don't." Lin Xiao was already exhausted. Below the stage, new students were frantically raising their hands. "Can seniors refer me for a position? I want to intern at your company in the future." "Senior, are you recruiting artists? I know C4D. Are you still hiring part-time workers?" Lin Xiao quickly walked off the stage, her head buzzing. Just a few steps out of the school gate, her phone pinged. It was a message from Lu Ming in the work group. "Lu Ming, Xiao, prepare in advance. The Deep Blue platform game evaluation is about to start. You need to prepare some gifts." Lin Xiao looked at the message and silently sent a sticker. "Lin Xiao, okay boss." She sighed and looked up at the sky. "When I joined Jingyue, I really just wanted to quietly intern." In early September, the registration channel for the Deep Blue gaming platform officially closed. The list of all participating games was made public on the platform, and players could officially try out various games in the competition area. The forums and social media buzzed with excitement as debates heated up over which game had the most potential, which was the dark horse, and even which games were mere hodgepodges or reskins. At this moment, Lu Ming sat in his office sipping an iced coffee while staring at the interface of the Deep Blue gaming platform on his computer screen. His goal today was simple: to experience the entries as an ordinary player on the Deep Blue gaming platform and see what the participating works were truly like. After all, as a producer of 2 games, he understood well that the quality of a game cannot be judged by promotional videos or the hype from manufacturers. It must be experienced firsthand. Therefore, Lu Ming did not use his official account, but registered a new account, instead naming it Game Explorer 233 and choosing a plain pixel art icon for the avatar, completely concealing his true identity. Upon entering the Deep Blue gaming platform, the homepage was dominated by various participating works showcasing popular recommendations, real-time, voting rankings, and new game trial rankings. Not bad, there are quite a few works. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. After a quick glance, Lu Ming discovered that there were over 300 actual entries covering almost every genre. Although more people had registered, not everyone submitted a work. Looking at the continuously rotating games, Lu Ming felt very pleased. The gaming platform was finally bustling with activity. Lu Ming casually browsed through the games, noticing some that were just reskin versions of older games, and there were even quite a few that were cashing in on trends such as Garden Victory, In Another World, and Pay-to-Play Cultivation. There's quite a bit of fluff here. Lu Ming shook his head, gaining some insight. However, he would not jump to conclusions, as some games might appear mediocre on the surface, but could offer surprises in actual gameplay. Thus, he opened the trial leaderboard and began carefully selecting games that piqued his interest. The first game, he tried Forest Traveler. This was a pixel-style puzzle adventure game currently ranked in the top 10 on the voting leaderboard with an abundance of positive comments. After downloading, Lu Ming entered the game. The opening animation featured a brief narrative style. You awaken from a dream to find yourself in a strange world. Surrounded by darkness, only a faint candlelight guides your way. Who are you? Why have you come here? Where does the path ahead lead? This was a game with a riddle-like style. Lu Ming controlled the protagonist, a traveler dressed in a tattered robe walking through dimly lit streets. Although the graphics were pixelated, the atmosphere was well-crafted, with lighting effects and ambient sounds perfectly complementing each other, creating a sense of both solitude and mystery. After exploring for a while, Lu Ming was captivated by the game's atmosphere and clever puzzles. This game has something special. Lu Ming nodded, giving a positive review. Innovative gameplay, top-notch atmosphere, but not suitable for Whale Leap. Next, Lu Ming tried the second game, Future Combat Infinite. This was a cyberpunk-style first-person shooting game where each battle would randomly generate different scenes and enemies. It sounded cool, but not long after entering the game, Lu Ming frowned. The UI design was overly complex, with a menu that was dizzyingly convoluted. The feel of the firearms was also lacking, with shots feeling devoid of impact, almost as if he were shooting at air. Not to mention the optimization issues. Lu Ming sighed, quietly exited the game, and then bookmarked it. Worth keeping an eye on, with enormous potential, qualified to join the Time Hard Journey project group. Then Lu Ming tried some other games. Overall, there were quite a few dedicated producers, and even several well-crafted large-scale games likely originally intended for release on Steam, who chose Deep Blue solely for this indie competition. Furthermore, Time Hard Journey did not participate in this competition. After all, it was a contest organized by Whale Leap, and it was impossible for them to act as both judges and competitors. While Lu Ming immersed himself in the trials, the activity on the Deep Blue platform reached new heights. Players flocked in droves, eager to try out the games. In the forums, everyone was discussing and recommending various games. Wow! This final battle of the Demon King and the hero actually features dynamic storytelling. Every dialogue choice affects the final outcome. How amazing is that? Mechanical Rise Temporary Action offers the first 2 hours of content for free. The production quality feels on par with AAA titles. Sky Survivors is so addictive. The impact, feel, and growth system are incredibly strong. It's simply hard to stop. Everyone go try Nebula Voyage. It's so interesting. Open world exploration and real-time combat. This type of indie game is truly rare. As players experienced the game's various discussion threads exploded on forums, live streams, and social media. Some well-made games immediately stood out, garnering a lot of attention and votes, while others were mercilessly criticized by players within just a few weeks. Trash games, such severe input lag. Are you trying to force me to uninstall it? How does this reskin game even have the face to compete? The modeling is at the same level as web games from 5 years ago. Who are they trying to fool for votes? The harsh reality of the market was laid bare before all developers. Meanwhile, several members of the Anonymity studio were nervously staring at their computer screens, their faces growing increasingly grim. Their game, Out of Control Accompaniment, the Orange Blossom Prelude, ranked 266th out of all 336 participating games. How could this happen? Why are we ranked so low? Sun Qianli covered his face, incredulously looking at their game statistics. Trial downloads 186, average trial duration 3 minutes and 42 seconds, rating 2.755, such a low download number. Artist Gong Min was stunned. Not to mention the retention time, it's too dismal, an average of 3 minutes and 42 seconds. No one is playing this at all. What about the comments? Quickly check what players are saying. They immediately opened the comment section only to feel even more despair. I have never played a game that made me quit within a minute. The production team is impressive. The graphics are okay, the impact feels terrible, the story is mediocre, just not suitable for players with poor skills. I played for 3 minutes, and my only impression is the producer has ideas, but you can't cram all your ideas into one game. If the mechanics were simplified a bit more, I feel like your game still has a lot of optimization space. A very rare rhythm game, and I think it's good, but unfortunately the difficulty is too high. The entire studio fell into a dead silence. This is so disheartening. Is it because we didn't campaign for votes? Didn't the platform say that vote solicitation is prohibited and that you have to actually download and experience it to vote? This makes it hard to convince my dad to play this game. I said before we shouldn't make the game so complicated. Meanwhile, Ming had already tried several games and formed a clear judgment of the overall level of this competition. Unexpectedly, the competition is quite fierce. He glanced at the real-time voting leaderboard and found that almost all the games in the top 10 were well-made works. After all, Ming had offered quite high rewards this time, which indeed attracted many quality producers. However, Ming was not interested in these games. He didn't want the games that everyone had high hopes for. What he wanted were the games that had been severely criticized. This would meet his requirements for acquisition and investment. Ming's lips curled slightly as he clicked the mouse, scrolling directly to the bottom of the rankings. Suddenly, a plethora of lamentable games unfolded before his eyes. Last place, Goblin's Revenge. Synopsis: an open-world RPG where players take on the role of a goblin seeking revenge in the human world. Rating 1. 2. Comments: the protagonist can't even walk properly. How can they seek revenge? Is the development team deliberately trying to disgust players? Not only is the worldview flawed, but the game itself is also terrible. If I am to play a game, at least let me see where the goblin is. Third to last, Dusk Killer 2047. Synopsis: a cyberpunk stealth assassination game featuring a unique AI tactical system. Rating 1. 8. Comments: is the AI tactical system just the system being busy all the time? Can we at least improve the optimization? I ran a PowerPoint effect on my 4060 graphics card. The gaming experience is torturous. Is the development team trying to conduct a psychological experiment? Ming began to play through the games from the bottom up, his expression growing increasingly grim. A high score on the Deep Blue platform doesn't mean it's a universally loved game, but a low score is definitely justified. The games may be bad, but they should at least be playable. These games scoring just above 1 point completely fail to meet Ming's expectations. It's evident that these games were made without any effort. When it comes to game development, attitude is crucial. Values are essential too. Just like old Joe, although the games he made aren't great, his attitude is commendable. Moreover, he genuinely loves games. Such people are incredibly hard to find. For several consecutive days, Ming was immersed in the abyss of the bottom rankings, trying out dozens of games daily from morning till night, barely touching the fish, moving from the last to the 20th from the bottom. His patience and mental fortitude were tested time and again. This was a harsh selection process. He was not seeking the worst games, but rather those that had been made with sincerity, yet received heavy criticism. However, reality repeatedly disappointed him. Many games were either riddled with bugs or poorly optimized. Some even lacked basic gameplay mechanics, resembling half-finished products cobbled together by amateur developers. This was unacceptable. Maintaining his composure, Ming continued to search for hidden gems. After several days, his expression darkened further, and he even began to question whether he should change his playtesting approach. What he needed were overlooked works with potential, not something haphazardly thrown together. This is too difficult. On the evening of the 4th day, Ming opened Uncontrolled Accompaniment, the Prelude of Orange Flowers, a game currently ranked over 250, which could be considered extremely obscure. Ming stared at the game synopsis. Synopsis: when music goes out of control, when melodies dominate, can you still find your true self? An immersive 2D adventure game about the intersection of melody and reality. A music-themed game. Ming was taken aback. It was the first time in these past few days he saw something different. The synopsis was quite intriguing, but the comments section was dismal. What is the plot trying to express? It feels completely disjointed. The art style is decent, but the impact is terrible, like hitting cotton. I came for the 2D style, but instead I was hit by the 2D. What nonsense is it to force combat into a perfectly fine music game? Is the planning team of your studio out of their minds? Players with poor skills can't play. It's outright discouraging. Ming raised an eyebrow. These comments piqued his interest. In his experience, some games are criticized harshly because they are too unique for ordinary players to understand. Moreover, this was a very rare music game. So without hesitation, he clicked to download. Downloading. A few minutes later, Ming clicked to start the game. The game startup screen was very simple, featuring a title screen with a strong hand-drawn style. A girl in a black trench coat stood on stage holding a worn-out violin with a blurred backdrop of a ruined stage radiating faint blue-violet light. The BGM began, a familiar violin solo resonating, carrying a slight cheerfulness. Ming nodded slightly. The game's atmosphere was strong. At least from the beginning, the art was well done and certainly had an essence of 2D, but the music felt a bit off. Shouldn't they at least use something sad? In the next moment, the stage shattered, the scene shifted, and the protagonist stood in a decaying city. On the streets, electronic screens flickered strange symbols, and the air was filled with intermittent melodies. In the protagonist's hand was a softly glowing violin. System prompt: your melody perception has been activated. You can listen to the world's rhythm. Please search for the correct melody in the environment and resonate with the world. Ming controlled the protagonist to explore and quickly discovered the game's first issue. The controls felt very stiff, with noticeable delays in character movement and clunky perspective shifts. The light and shadow effects also felt disjointed. Sometimes the character's shadow clearly couldn't keep up with their movements. It seems the optimization isn't very good. But Ming didn't exit immediately. Instead, he continued playing. A few minutes later, he encountered the game's first core gameplay mechanic: melody resonance combat. The game's first enemy was a bizarre noise creature made up of shattered musical notes and distorted staffs floating in midair and emitting a shrill cacophony. A prompt popped up at the bottom of the screen: the enemy has entered a rhythmic interference state. Please use melody weapons for resonance adjustment. Ming controlled the character to lift the violin, and a rhythm track appeared in the center of the screen, similar to a judgment bar in rhythm games, with some jumping notes slowly flowing across it. He tried pressing the attack key, and the protagonist drew the bow across the strings, sending a pale blue sound wave towards the enemy. However, the damage was a pathetic 1 point, and the noise creature barely reacted. Current melody out of sync. Attack ineffective. Please adjust the melody rhythm. Ming raised an eyebrow. The combat mechanism of this game was intriguing. He tried adjusting the timing of his attacks to match the rhythm of the background music and found that when the attacking melody synced with the background BGM, the attack's effectiveness significantly improved, even triggering additional sound effects. After adjusting, a successful attack turned the sound wave golden, resulting in a critical hit. Oh, this is getting interesting. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Ming's eyes. Technical skills can be continuously improved, but ideas and creativity are much harder to come by. This game deserves attention. After playing for a while longer, Ming discovered another issue: the combat rhythm was extremely unstable. With the changes in the BGM, the timing for character attacks seemed to fluctuate as well. Sometimes, despite attacking on rhythm, the system would still declare the attack out of sync, resulting in significantly reduced damage. Ming furrowed his brow, trying to adapt to this mechanism, but the more he played, the more things felt off. Moreover, the enemy's attack patterns were also frustrating. The noise creature periodically emitted piercing interference sounds, causing the rhythm track on the screen to distort temporarily, leading to chaotic timing points that severely disrupted player controls. Even more absurdly, during combat, the BGM could suddenly change, throwing the original attack rhythm into disarray, forcing players to instantly adjust their attack methods, or their output would drop to zero. Am I playing a music game, or is the music game playing me? Ming lamented in silence. Yet despite all this, he persevered through the beginner's battle. After victory, a prompt popped up: congratulations on completing the melody resonance. Your melody perception has risen to LV2, unlocking a new weapon: saxophone. Well, just as I got the rhythm of the violin down, now there's another usable weapon. Once I finish this game, learning the 5-line staff should be much simpler. Ming stared at the prompt on the screen, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. The combination of a rhythm game with a combat system was indeed a creative idea, but the mechanics of this game were simply outrageous. First of all, the rhythm of combat was so disjointed that it was maddening. Just as he was getting accustomed to the rhythm of the violin, a saxophone suddenly popped up. This is akin to playing an FPS game, where just as you get used to the feel of a sniper rifle, the system forces you to switch to a shotgun without any transition time. Moreover, the attack mechanics for each instrument were completely different. The saxophone's attack mode was sound wave impact, requiring players to continuously input musical note commands to accumulate energy for a powerful area damage release. However, if the rhythm was off, the attack would miss entirely, landing even softer than a mere scratch. The difficulty is gradually increasing. Ming pressed his temples and continued pushing through the game. However, as he delved deeper, he discovered more and more issues. Not long after the battle ended, his character entered a dimly lit street. The system prompted: current area rhythm is chaotic. Melody weapons cannot be used. Please restore rhythmic stability through environmental resonance. In simple terms, it meant that players must find the correct melody points in the environment to restore the background music to normal before they could continue using their weapons in combat. Ming attempted to explore and found that the so-called melody points were fragments of musical notes hidden in the environment. Players needed to approach them to automatically synthesize the correct melody. This was absurd. This is like playing Killing in the Immortal World, where while battling monsters the system suddenly tells you sorry, the current area is devoid of spiritual energy. Please find some spirit stones nearby to replenish your energy before you can continue fighting. This game is just too difficult. And if it weren't for Lu Ming's strong comprehension ability, he wouldn't even be able to understand these rules. Lu Ming suddenly realized why the game's ratings were so abysmal. Playable, but extremely off-putting. The controls were stiff, the combat mechanics disjointed, the rhythm synchronization judgment was baffling, and the exploration system was frustrating. If he weren't on a mission, a regular player would have probably smashed their keyboard by now. Yet at the same time, Lu Ming also sensed a glimmer of potential. If optimized, this could definitely be a game that would spark heated discussions. Though chaotic, its combat system was novel. The musical elements, though forcefully integrated into combat, offered a gameplay experience entirely different from conventional rhythm games. And although the exploration mechanics were torturous, they did indeed enhance immersion. Now that was interesting. A game that is relatively niche, yet has its attractions, and where people are willing to criticize it. That was exactly what he needed. Lu Ming stroked his chin, already contemplating how to promote this game. Perhaps with just a few adjustments, it could become that game that, despite being played, would be harshly criticized after its launch. This was precisely his ideal type. Moreover, Lu Ming checked the detailed data of the game through the back-end Darkbox studio. A small development team of 3. This was nothing short of a piece of unrefined raw material. With this thought, Lu Ming unhesitatingly noted down this game in his notebook. Finally found a game that met his requirements. Although it took several days of hassle, it was worth it. A few days later, far away in Qiantang, the Warfire studio was also operating at a frantic pace. Since Zhou Yizhou drew massive inspiration from the promotional video, the dozen or so people in the studio had barely stopped. But this time, everyone was without complaint because they knew the company had not only been acquired for 70 million, but also received 600 million in investments. This time, with upgraded equipment and increased salaries, the entire company underwent a transformation. The storyline of Time's bitter journey was still overseen by Zhou Yizhou, and while finalizing the plot, the studio's historical research work was also progressing rapidly. Leveraging his previous connections, Zhou Yizhou also reached out to his old classmates from school, forming a temporary consulting team with several students who researched World War I history. This group not only provided a wealth of tactical information, but also meticulously organized some representative battles from World War I for the team's reference. Zhou Yizhou stood in the center of the meeting room, gazing at the densely packed development plans on the whiteboard, a surge of unprecedented excitement swelling within him. This time really was different. In the past, Warfire Studios' development conditions were extremely rudimentary, with a limited budget forcing everyone to wear multiple hats, and even outsourced artistic resources had to be meticulously selected for the cheapest. But this time, with ample budget and an expanding team, everyone could finally let loose and create the work they truly desired. Each department report your progress. In the meeting room, Zhou Yizhou was full of vigor. The art director nodded, then displayed a set of concept art on the screen, a ravaged battlefield, dark clouds looming overhead, and broken trenches where shattered rifles were buried in the dirt with embers of artillery still drifting in the air. Glancing at Zhou Yizhou, the art director slowly spoke. Mr. Zhou, we specifically incorporated the concept of time loops into the environmental design. For instance, when players first arrive at a trench, it is intact. The second time they visit, it has been destroyed by artillery fire, and the third time it might have become a desolate no man's land. Zhou Yizhou nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Good, the changes and details must be rich enough to allow players to genuinely feel the passage of time. After all this time, the budget was 600 million, a lavish expenditure. Zhou Yizhou spent it all where it was needed, with sound effects being a focal point. After all, in a war game, sound effects are critical. Zhou Yizhou directly contacted a team specialized in sound design, recruiting a group of professionals to record various firearm sound effects at the shooting range. We don't want to use pre-made sound effects from a library. That would be too fake. So we sought out real vintage rifles like the Mauser 98K and Maxim to record their gunfire sounds in different environments. On the battlefield, gunfire won't sound as crisp as in movies. Instead, it will carry a heavy echo and a sense of explosion. Moreover, we also recorded the sound of bullets slicing through the air. The whoosh as a rifle bullet grazes your ear is the true sound of fear. This is the sound of war. In addition to the sound effects, players will not hear uplifting background music in the game. Instead, there will be the muffled sounds of distant artillery fire, and the painful groans of injured soldiers, the sound of cold raindrops pattering on worn-out helmets, and even the hushed hometown dialects whispered by soldiers in the trenches during the night. All of this is the true sense of war. With the enhancement of visuals and sound effects, the overall immersion of the game was significantly increased. Zhou Yizhou closed his eyes listening to the test version of the sound effects in his headphones, unable to help but nod. The sound of money spent is indeed different. This game is bound to be fully immersive. On September 16th, after more than a month of continuous polishing, the demo version of Time's Bitter Journey was finally released. In September, the Magic City enjoys a mild climate. Zhou Yizhou sits on the high-speed train, watching the scenery rapidly retreat outside the window, feeling more excited than ever during this business trip. This time he brought not just a game, but a brand new war game crafted day and night by the entire team of Warfire with a budget of 60 million. Of course, the money hasn't been fully spent, and the game is only halfway done. Currently, there is just a demo version. But that's enough. General Liu said that once the demo is out, he must play it first before continuing development. Therefore, Zhou Yizhou personally went on the business trip, bringing the demo of Journey of Time to Liu Ming. As for why he didn't just send it in a package, he had his reasons. As a seasoned professional, Zhou Yizhou has his own thoughts. Firstly, Warfire is not short on travel expenses right now. Secondly, having the opportunity to meet the boss face-to-face is something he must seize. Although the company is far away, the relationship with the boss cannot be distant. Soon in the office, Liu Ming sat in front of the computer while Zhou Yizhou eagerly stared at him as if watching a bride about to cross the threshold. What's wrong? Are you quite nervous? Liu Ming glanced at him. A little, General Liu. This game costs several tens of millions to create. It's no big deal. If you do well this time, it'll double my investment next time. Liu Ming waved his hand directly, putting on headphones and pressing the start button. Loading. In the black screen, the slow beat of drums gradually sounded deep and long, like a nightmare about to descend. In the dim scene, rainwater flowed along the dilapidated trenches, and the muddy ground was littered with the remnants of shells. Occasionally, a thunderous explosion echoed from afar, instantly pulling one into the battlefield. 1916, the Battle of Verdun. A line of simple white text appeared on the screen, accompanied by the heavy drumbeat, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Then the screen slowly faded out, and the protagonist's first-person perspective gradually came into focus, with comrades in gray-green military uniforms beside him, their faces smeared with mud, eyes filled with fatigue and tension. Liu Ming moved the mouse, causing the perspective to wobble slightly. He blinked. The immersion was surprisingly good, as if he were truly present on the battlefield of World War I. Just as Liu Ming wanted to try the controls, a line of text popped up on the screen. Newbie training in progress. Please listen to the instructor's speech. Liu Ming. What is this? He frowned and asked. Zhou Yizhou coughed and looked away. General Liu, the introductory story might be a bit long. Just wait a moment. Before he could finish speaking, a stern officer wearing a military cap stood in front of him, beginning to recount the background of World War I. Newbie, listen up. The officer shouted. You are being sent to the front lines of Verdun, facing a brutal war of attrition. This is not only a test of life and death, but also a trial of will. Verdun. The officer's mouth opened and closed, reciting professional military terminology with subtitles appearing at the bottom of the screen. Liu Ming intended to skip it, but found that this dialogue could not be skipped and had to be listened to. He fell silent for a moment and turned to Zhou Yizhou. Almost there, just hang in there. Zhou Yizhou chuckled awkwardly. Isn't this storyline essential? Without this narrative, how can players fully immerse themselves in the game? Liu Ming nodded, secretly good. It was still the familiar formula. Money should be spent in such places. A minute later, the storyline finally concluded, and the screen slowly changed as the game entered the formal training phase. Newbie training phase 1, learning basic movements. Liu Ming eagerly pressed the W key, making the character move forward. However, he immediately noticed something was off. The character's movement speed was as if it were dragging a sandbag through a swamp, each step feeling extraordinarily heavy. Liu Ming wanted to run, but another prompt appeared. You are marching. Running is not allowed. Liu Ming. Immersion. Zhou Yizhou replied with prior preparation. We simulated the feeling of a World War I soldier in heavy armor to prevent players from running around in formation. Finally, at an extremely slow pace, he successfully arrived at a training ground. On the screen, a soldier handed him a Mauser rifle. Newbie, pick up your weapon, the officer ordered. Today you will learn how to use it to kill enemies. Newbie training phase 2, familiarizing with weapons. Liu Ming controlled the character to pick up the gun, inspecting it closely. The gun body was covered in scratches, and the wooden stock still bore old blood stains, as if it had been through countless battles. He looked up and noticed several wooden targets set up at the shooting range. Aim and shoot, the officer continued to command. Liu Ming immediately right-clicked to aim, aligning the crosshair with the target ahead, and pressed the left button. Bang! The sound of the rifle was deafening, resonating with a dull echo. The sound effects were indeed well done. However, the bullet missed. Liu Ming frowned slightly, continued to aim for the second shot. Bang! Still missed. What the hell? He widened his eyes. Is my mouse malfunctioning? Boss. Zhou Yizhou scratched his head awkwardly. We simulated real recoil, so new players using this gun might have a slightly lower hit rate. Well, he certainly didn't disappoint. Lu Ming smiled. Old Zhou is indeed old Zhou. The money is well spent. Lu Ming took a deep breath and prepared to aim for the third time, carefully controlling the crosshair. This time he finally steadied the gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet finally hit the target. Before Lu Ming could even exhale, the officer in the game suddenly shouted, "Newbie, your hit rate is wasting bullets." Lu Ming. Just as he wanted to retort, the officer coldly said, "Continue training." Lu Ming could only grit his teeth and patiently continue shooting 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots. Finally, the target task was completed, and a prompt sounded, "Training complete, proceed to the trenches." Lu Ming immediately controlled the character to follow the main force to the trenches, where nearby soldiers had solemn expressions, and the air was filled with the smell of earth and gunpowder, while distant cannon fire continued to roar. Prepare to attack. With the officer's command, all soldiers raised their weapons and climbed up the trenches, ready to charge towards the enemy's position. Lu Ming closely followed. At that moment, a group of enemy troops suddenly charged out from the front, and he immediately raised his gun to aim and fire. Bang! Bang! Without a doubt, Lu Ming missed, and the next moment, an enemy bullet struck his head directly. "You have died, Lu Ming." He died just like that. The screen quickly darkened, followed by a new prompt, "Time rewinding." The screen lit up again, and Lu Ming found himself back in the training ground. Beside him, the officer was still lecturing. "You are being sent to the front lines of Verdun facing Lu Ming." He turned sharply to Zhou Yizhou. "Why am I back again?" Zhou Yizhou scratched his head. "Up. Time loop, you return to the start every time you die." "General Lu, this is our core gameplay." "Then do I have to train again?" General Lu, you died too early, you might still need to go through it again." "I didn't expect it, the sniper hit you right in the head." "If it didn't hit the head, it wouldn't be possible to die so quickly." Zhou Yizhou felt a bit awkward. During their internal testing, no one had died this early, and General Lu's death was indeed too soon. "What about the enemy?" "The enemy will remember you. The sniper who killed you earlier might lock onto you faster next time." Lu Ming. He finally realized that this game is even more treacherous than he had imagined. P.S. Thank you all for your support, and thanks to the big guy Li Ru of the Yuwang Fu for the reward. Please give a good review, much appreciated. On the screen, the prompt of time reversal gradually faded away and the image lit up once more. The officer's voice remained loud and clear, resembling a tireless recording machine. Lu Ming took a deep breath and glanced at Zhou Yizhou beside him. The latter's face was filled with embarrassment, his hands stiffly gesturing, unsure of where to place them. General Lu, actually this training speech can be skipped," Zhou Yizhou said awkwardly. "Oh." Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. "How can we skip it?" You need to survive at least to the second stage to do that." Is old Zhou implying that I'm too weak? So I can only listen to it again now? Zhou Yizhou scratched his head. "Theoretically, yes." "Great. Old Zhou, well done." Lu Ming smiled. "As expected of you. In the future, I'll promote you to a trusted aide." Soon as the training process was completed again, Lu Ming finally returned to the trench. Prepare to attack. With the officer's command, all the soldiers climbed up the trench and charged towards the enemy's position. Lu Ming took a deep breath. This time, he was smarter, not rushing to raise his gun, but first observing his surroundings, especially the potential hiding spots of the sniper who had killed him last time. He carefully scanned the area, but found nothing. Indeed, real warfare is not like ordinary shooting games. Enemies do not simply stand there waiting for me to aim. There are no conspicuous red health bars, no name tags, and they certainly do not wait outside cover for you to shoot. This is the true battlefield. However, the real battlefield also means real danger. He cautiously moved forward, striving to remain concealed, even secretly taking a few shots to eliminate 1 or 2 enemies, but still didn't last 3 minutes. Bang! "You have fallen in battle, rewinding time." The screen went black for the 3rd time. Lu Ming. Next to him, Zhou Yizhou. The atmosphere became extremely awkward. Lu Ming slowly removed his headphones and turned to Zhou Yizhou, a strange smile on his face. "Old Zhou, huh?" He spoke gently. "Didn't you tell me before that this game had a great experience during the internal playtest amidst the raging war?" Zhou Yizhou chuckled awkwardly. Yes. Are they playing a different version than I am?" "No, it's the same." Lu Ming stared at him for a few seconds and suddenly smiled. "Good, that's reassuring." The scene before Lu Ming lit up again, and he returned to the training ground. He looked ahead speechlessly. A group of soldiers in military uniforms was lining up, and the instructor, whose voice he was tired of hearing, was staring at him with a dead fish-like gaze. "New recruit." The instructor approached, his tone already impatient. "Which unit are you from?" Forget it, no need to answer." The instructor glanced at him, sighed with disdain. "Do I need you to be a live target for the enemy to practice shooting?" "Lu Ming, is the content of this training speech actually a bit different?" We don't need someone like you who wastes ammunition. The instructor said coldly, pointing, hand over your gun. Lu Ming, don't you understand? Your gun is more valuable than you. Give it to someone who needs it more. The instructor said mercilessly, from now on you are not to use a gun. A soldier stepped forward and forcefully took his rifle away. Lu Ming stared blankly at his empty hands. Can you really do something useful? Did you use the historical data the team gathered for this? Since your marksmanship is poor, then serve the Empire in another way. The instructor said coldly, pulling out a rusty bayonet from his waist and tossing it in front of Lu Ming. You have obtained equipment, old-style bayonet, new recruit. You are assigned to the assault squad. From now on, your task is to follow behind the charging troops, and when they fall, you step up. You are now the Empire's sharp blade. In the trench, Lu Ming felt complicated. The soldiers around him gripped their weapons tightly, their expressions solemn, awaiting the charge's signal. And he, looking down at the broken bayonet in his hands, felt more like a chef with a rolling pin. What assault squad? Empire's sharp blade? This is just a cannon fodder suicide squad. Old Zhou. He took a deep breath, slowly turned his head, and looked at Zhou Yizhou, who was awkwardly about to melt away. Is this game? Am I playing a fake version? Zhou Yizhou forced a smile. General Lu, this is precisely the realistic battlefield atmosphere we want to create. In truth, Zhou Yizhou also felt frustrated inside. General Lu had triggered a hidden storyline. They had so many people playtesting, yet only General Lu triggered this hidden storyline. General Lu has something after all. Lu Ming rolled his eyes, but felt extremely satisfied inside. Good, very good. If this game were truly just an ordinary shooting game, he might have to consider how much he was losing. But now, he looked at the bayonet in his hand, feeling an unprecedented exhilaration. This game is amazing. Charge. With the officer's furious roar, the shells whistled past, dirt and flesh splattered, and the soldiers roared as they charged out of the trench. Lu Ming followed closely. After all, he no longer had a gun and couldn't hide behind cover to shoot like the others, so he could only brace himself and charge forward with the main force. The battlefield was chaotic, filled with soldiers, screams, the roar of explosions, and the whistling of machine gun bullets tearing through the air. Boom! A shell landed ahead, and a soldier was blown away on the spot. Holy crap! Lu Ming gasped. This shouldn't pass the review. Don't stop! The officer ahead roared, charge forward. Charge! What the hell, charge? Lu Ming controlled his character to slide into a shell hole, trying to shrink into the safest corner. The next second, a soldier suddenly grabbed the back of his collar and pulled him up. New recruit. The Empire doesn't need cowards. Lu Ming, go charge. Use your bayonet to pierce the enemy's heart. Don't let me see you hiding here. The soldier kicked Lu Ming out of the shell hole. He stumbled to his feet, gripping the broken bayonet, looking at the densely packed enemies ahead, his heart racing like thousands of galloping horses, dust rising, wails echoing. What the hell is this, a shooting game or a mowing game? If only I had an automatic rifle. Aye! The soldiers roared as they charged towards the enemy's position, while Lu Ming could only grit his teeth and follow with the bayonet. Soon he spotted an enemy soldier. The other side noticed him too. The two locked eyes, and the air instantly froze. What to do? The enemy soldier was taken aback for a moment, then immediately raised his gun. Lu Ming reacted, quickly lunging forward, desperately waving the bayonet. A splash of blood erupted, and the enemy soldier let out a scream, pierced in the abdomen by Lu Ming's bayonet. Lu Ming was stunned. He didn't expect he could actually stab someone. Just as he was about to engage in a fierce fight, bang! In the next second, he was hit by a bullet. You have fallen in battle. Rewinding time. The screen went black again. Lu Ming slowly took off his headphones. A strange smile appeared on his face. Old Zhou. Zhou Yizhou awkwardly cleared his throat. This time my time of death was a bit longer than last time, right? Lu Ming spoke gently. Yes, but I still died. This game was designed this way. Zhou Yizhou wanted to continue explaining, but Lu Ming nodded, slowly stood up, and patted Zhou Yizhou on the shoulder. Not bad, well done. Zhou Yizhou was startled by Lu Ming's sudden action, fearing that Lu Ming was playing tricks on him. Boss, please calm down. We're just starting the trial. Would you like to explore more of the storyline? The current trial version mainly focuses on the battlefield of World War I. We have much more exciting content coming up. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. Oh, tell me more. Zhou Yizhou struggled to articulate. Well, the main focus of what you're playing now is the Battle of World War I, with themes of trenches and gas warfare. Oh, Lu Ming looked at him meaningfully. What does gas warfare mean? It means that while you're charging, you might suddenly see a canister of gas thrown over from the enemy side, and then Zhou Yizhou paused. If you can't put on a gas mask in time, you basically experience a different way of dying. What about the World War II part? He continued to ask. Zhou Yizhou's eyes brightened as he quickly replied. The main gameplay of World War II revolves around blitzkrieg and landings, emphasizing large-scale tactical operations. You can experience the rapid advance of the Blitzkrieg or participate in the Normandy landings charging on the beachhead. Ming said keep going. Then there's the Cold War part. Currently, we have developed it to the stage of heavy espionage. As Zhou spoke, he regained a bit of confidence. This part focuses on espionage, infiltration actions, psychological warfare, etc. The gameplay emphasizes intelligence gathering and tactical planning more than pure battlefield combat. Ming pondered for a moment. Espionage, psychological warfare, intelligence gathering. Doesn't that sound like a puzzle game? Players come for the thrill of gunfights, and it seems that it gets more exciting the further you go. So to summarize, Ming stroked his chin. The World War I part has me eating dirt in the trenches served by gas or bayonets. The World War II part makes me a target on the Normandy beachhead experiencing the baptism of machine guns. The Cold War part has me as a spy facing backstabs from all directions. Theoretically, yes. Zhou laughed awkwardly, very much suffering, truly grasping the essence of a soul-like game. Soul-like games emphasize high difficulty and great suffering, but Mr. Liu, even though the game is challenging, the freedom is also quite vast. You can fully utilize your tactical mind and choose the survival method that suits you best. Ming looked at him thoughtfully, slowly nodding. What Zhou mentioned, he had just experienced. Whether using a knife or a gun, the results were about the same. You just said that the gameplay is basically similar in these parts. Yes, they all have similar settings, just different battlefield backgrounds. Zhou earnestly assured. Ming nodded. If they were all similar, he wouldn't need to follow the subsequent story closely, especially since he felt a bit dizzy with 3D. If he played another round, he estimated he couldn't last more than 3 minutes. Zhou felt anxious. It seemed Mr. Liu wasn't very excited about the subsequent content. If he had known, he would have optimized this trial version further. Actually, they had carefully designed a rank system. As players perform on the battlefield, they can be promoted from an ordinary soldier to a higher rank, even commanding the entire battle in the end. However, since it's a trial version, the rank system couldn't be fully implemented, and it wasn't included. Nevertheless, Zhou thought that even if it were added, it might not matter. Mr. Liu's performance earlier didn't seem like someone who would be promoted. Ming sat in his chair, slightly narrowing his eyes, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth, as if he was contemplating or perhaps had already obtained the answer he sought. He raised his head, a meaningful light gleaming in his eyes, and slowly said, "Actually, I think this game is already quite good." Zhou's pupils slightly constricted, and he paused his breath. The boss acknowledged it. I'm quite good." Ming nodded. The difficulty is sufficient, the experience is profound, and the emotional fluctuations it brings to players are quite intense. Zhou's heart raced. Mr. Liu was known for not casually praising games. He was notoriously critical. In the past, he could always find a multitude of issues with any project. This time he actually said it was quite good. What does this mean? It means that this game truly has unique value. It means his development direction is correct. Zhou couldn't help but hold his breath, his eyes fixed on Ming, afraid of missing any details. I just experienced the trench battle. Good indeed, feels very realistic with various ways to die and a strong sense of oppression. Ming paused, seemingly savoring the moment. Then he slowly nodded. Your design direction is quite interesting. Zhou's eyes brightened. Mr. Liu, are you saying? When players charge, there are basically no escape routes. Ming said lightly. In front are machine guns and behind are the execution squads. Zhou swallowed hard. Indeed, there is some difficulty. Didn't you just say that World War II has the Normandy landings? Yes. The focus of this level is to restore the tragic intensity of the epic battle. Players will engage in intense firefights with enemies on the beachhead. We have done ultra-high precision ballistic simulations, and also— Stop. Ming interrupted him. Given this operation with heavy fire covering the beachhead, players would likely get turned into a sieve no matter how they played. That's fine as long as you're considering this difficulty. Zhou's heart was pounding, his face barely concealing his excitement. Mr. Liu acknowledged it again. Mr. Liu, do you think there's anything that can be improved? Zhou couldn't help but ask, fearing he might miss some key suggestion. Ming smiled slightly, looking at him meaningfully, and slowly said, I have a question. Zhou quickly nodded. Please go ahead. This time reversal mechanism. How many times can it actually be reversed? Zhou was taken aback for a moment, then scratched his head and replied after some thought. Yes, we have set a certain number of reversals to prevent players from respawning infinitely, making the difficulty too high. How many reversal times are there? Initially 5 times, but later we adjusted it to 10 times considering the game's difficulty. Ming raised an eyebrow, looking at him with a faint smile. Is that all? Mr. Liu, this number is actually quite a lot. Zhou explained. Generally, soul-like games have very severe death penalties. We've already been quite lenient. 10 reversal opportunities are completely enough for players to explore tactics. What if they die all 10 times? Then they would have to restart from the plot node. Zhou Yizhou said cautiously, this ensures the game's challenge while preventing players from falling into a meaningless death loop. Lu Ming leaned back in his chair, gently tapping the table, and thoughtfully said, this setting is unreasonable. Zhou Yizhou's heart sank. Afraid that Lu Ming would overturn their core mechanism, he quickly asked, what's unreasonable about it? Since the core gameplay is time reversal and every restart changes the battlefield situation, letting NPCs remember the player's actions. Lu Ming slowly continued, then why limit the number of reversals? Why limit the number of retries? Zhou Yizhou listened to Lu Ming's question, pondering earnestly. It had to be limited. Under this mechanism, each time a player died, the NPCs who experienced the events would gain another memory. As the NPCs accumulated more and more scene experience later on, wouldn't the players become mere tools for leveling up the NPCs? How could players continue later? The enemies would become formidable bosses. Could they even overcome them? According to your design logic, the more players die, the more wildly the battlefield situation should change. Lu Ming's gaze was deep. Instead of simply offering 10 retries like scratch paper from school that's gone once used up, Zhou Yizhou's mouth slightly opened, still listening to Lu Ming's advice. Unlimited retries are what's reasonable, Lu Ming said calmly. His idea was straightforward. After one death, the enemy sniper could predict his position. If he died a few more times in front of them, the sniper would become a sniper god. They'd train into that. Not limiting retries obviously increased the difficulty of playing the game. Then encountering such a game mechanic, wouldn't players with poor skills go mad? After all, no matter where the majority were always the unskilled. Zhou Yizhou was stunned by Lu Ming's thoughts. Unlimited retries. Letting NPCs continuously gain experience. Wasn't that giving NPCs a deep learning cheat? He struggled to organize his words, trying to refute, Mr. Lu, isn't this too hard? If players die too many times making NPCs stronger, won't it become impossible to beat them later? Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. So what? Zhou Yizhou was taken aback. That's why we have to limit retries. Otherwise all enemies become huge bosses later, and players can't play at all. Lu Ming let out a scoff, his tone calm, yet carrying a chilling edge. Who said players have to be able to beat them? Huh? Zhou Yizhou's eyes widened momentarily, not catching on. Lu Ming slowly stood up. Don't you get it yet? The essence of this game isn't about making players stronger. Just let them experience the feel of war. Zhou Yizhou. He felt a buzz in his mind. Lu Ming continued. Your current setting, 10 retries, gives players 10 chances to restart. What if they still can't beat it after 10 tries? Zhou Yizhou instinctively replied. Then they'd have to restart the save. Save? Huh? Lu Ming chuckled. Do you think players who can't win after 10 deaths would really want to start over from scratch? Do you think everyone is a masochist? They definitely wouldn't. They'd find the game too torturous and just switch to another game. Zhou Yizhou swallowed hard. He had indeed considered this issue. Souls-like games were hard, but most of the time they made players improve through honing skills, not trap them in an endless cycle of abuse. But Mr. Lu's meaning seemed utterly indifferent to whether players would be driven to collapse. Was this the Souls-like game under Mr. Lu's vision? After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yizhou's brow gradually relaxed. Yes, Mr. Lu was right. The core of a Souls-like game isn't mere difficulty, but allowing players to find a way to survive through constant trial and error, truly immersing themselves in that world. If it's just about limiting retries, making players restart only after exhausting all chances, then the essence of the game becomes rote memorization and trial and error, losing the original immersive feel. It might even cause many players to churn. This was indeed a major mistake. Zhou Yizhou's face changed slightly, sweat beading on his forehead. Mr. Lu, you're right. He'll go back and revise this immediately. Lu Ming glanced at him, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This game was still too merciful. It had to be more hardcore, more immersive, more likely to shatter one's composure. Your design direction is correct, but you need to be more ruthless. At the same time, you must pay close attention to the entire development timeline. If you're short on manpower, it'll have Qi Liang and the others assist you. Zhou Yizhou nodded vigorously, his mind already racing with ideas for new mechanics. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction and stretched. All right, my playtest ends here. Go back and make the revisions well. Zhou Yizhou's face flushed with excitement as he nodded fervently. Understood. Mr. Lu, rest assured we'll get it right this time. Zhou Yizhou couldn't sit still any longer. Clenching his fists, he charged out of the office with fighting spirit. After he left, Lu Ming leaned back in his chair and let out a soft sigh. Good, very good. I hope that after your revisions the players' outcry will be even louder than the early days of life-spending cultivation. Time quickly advanced to the end of September. The indie game competition on the Deep Blue gaming platform had entered its final stage. Chun Hao, as the event coordinator, had begun organizing the final jury. For this jury, we've invited several renowned game developers and a few influential streamers in the industry. Chun Hao flipped through the list, speaking to Zhao Chiliang beside him. By the way, brother Liang, you're on the list too. Zhao Chiliang raised an eyebrow. Me? Judging games? Of course. You're one of the producers of life-spending cultivation. The industry holds you in high regard. Chun Hao smiled. Besides, you'll want to see what kinds of games we have this time, won't you? Zhao Chiliang gave a faint smile without denying it. On the other side, Lin Xiaoxiao was busy preparing the final award ceremony and prize funds. Sister Lin, please take a look at this award list. A crisp voice rang out in the meeting room. Lin Xiaoxiao looked up at the girl standing before her desk. This was her assistant Zhou Tong, a junior from her university, who had just started her internship at the Deep Blue platform. Given the heavy workload, and under Lu Ming's direction, Lin Xiaoxiao had acquired an assistant. Initially, she felt a bit awkward having just finished her own internship not long ago. Besides, with so many people in the company, even Mr. Lu didn't have an assistant yet. She was using one first. Wasn't this turning the world upside down? But the boss orders were hard to defy. After Zhou Tong had been on the job for a few days, Lin Xiaoxiao realized having an assistant was truly wonderful. Zhou Tong wore a pair of thin-rimmed glasses, her eyes bright, holding a stack of documents with a hint of seriousness and nervousness. Let me see. Lin Xiaoxiao took the list, quickly scanned it, and confirmed there were no issues before nodding. Good, the list is well organized. She praised, but for the invitations, a few more studios need to be added. Which ones? Zhou Tong immediately pulled out her notebook, ready to write. Lin Xiaoxiao tapped the desk lightly, a thoughtful look in her eyes. First, the indie game teams we discussed earlier. Also, Mr. Lu specifically mentioned something. What is it? Send an invitation to the Dark Box studio as well. Zhou Tong paused, then blinked, clearly unfamiliar with the name. That studio didn't seem to rank high on the Deep Blue voting leaderboard. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at her, her tone indifferent. Indeed, they are not among the top-ranking teams. In fact, they are quite far down the list. What's more, their invitation came a day early. Zhou Tong blinked. Why invite them then? I have no idea either. Lin Xiaoxiao shrugged, lowering her head to continue signing. But since President Lu said to send it, we send it. I can never fathom President Lu's considerations. You'll get used to it in time. Pausing, Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Zhou Tong and added, you'll come to see that President Lu doesn't always explain his reasons, but every decision almost always has a backup plan. Understood. Zhou Tong nodded firmly and diligently took notes. A faint smile curled at the corner of Lin Xiaoxiao's lips. Though she complained about being assigned an assistant too early, this girl was truly reliable, efficient, and diligent. Even when she got a little nervous, she would correct herself right after a few pointers. As the end of September drew near, the air in Shanghai carried a hint of autumn chill, yet the offices of Jingwei Games were bustling with fervor. The Deep Blue game platform team was overwhelmed with preparations for the upcoming awards ceremony. The meeting room was piled high with documents and coffee cups. Employees hurried about, all evidently busy with the event's arrangements. Meanwhile, Chun Hao's jury panel was gradually being finalized. 3 streamers have been confirmed. He muttered to himself while cross-checking documents. From the gaming section, we have Laopi from Beishan Shufeng, and a female streamer specializing in narrative games, Wan Leifeng. Zhao Chiliang sat nearby sipping coffee. He knew Laopi and Shufeng. Shufeng had even collaborated with Jingwei before and was an old acquaintance. But this Wan Leifeng, Zhao Chiliang raised an eyebrow. You actually managed to get Wan Leifeng. Doesn't she basically never attend offline events? There's no such thing as never. President Lu offered a hefty price this time. Her quote was the highest among all the streamers. Tisk. Zhao Chiliang paused for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Then she definitely has to come. With streamers, professional developers, and renowned veterans in the gaming field, this jury lineup was absolutely stellar. Meanwhile, at the Dark Box studio office, 3 people gathered around an email. Their expressions varied. Am I seeing this right? An official invitation from the Deep Blue game platform. They exchanged glances, fell silent for a few seconds, then simultaneously erupted into a cacophony of bewildered chatter. Aren't we ranked over 200? I asked other peers. That seems only teams in the top 100 get invitations. Gong Min looked at the others in confusion. And the timing is off too. How come we're arriving a day early? That doesn't make sense. Sun Qianli with disheveled hair looked like he had just crawled out of a bug-infested hell. Don't look at me. I don't know any judges either. Then suddenly alert, he said, this is a trap, isn't it? Arriving a day early. Are they planning to give us some special guidance? And then steal our ideas? All right, stop overthinking. Don't watch any more domestic creative dramas. Wang Hao rolled his eyes, pointing lightly at the invitation. Think about it. If they wanted to mess with us, would they go to the trouble of sending an official letter? This invitation even has a project number and an official seal. So, do we go or not? After a few seconds of silence, Wang Hao cleared his throat and said, Regardless of why we were chosen, the platform sent an official invitation, and it includes free meals and accommodation. Even if it's a trap, it's VIP treatment. Jingwei is a big company after all. They wouldn't pull any shady stunts. Most importantly, we have nothing to lose. After hearing Wang Hao's analysis, the three exchanged glances, a subtle consensus forming in their minds. Then almost in unison, they said, "Let's go." In Xiantong at the Warfire Company, Zhou Yizhou sat before his computer, the screen displaying the game interface of Time Odyssey. Beside him lay piles of game scripts and records of partial chapter fixes, with a cup of last night's leftover green tea, the tea bag already steeped white. Zhou Yizhou was frowning over game issues when his phone rang abruptly. "Hello, President Zhou, it's me, Zhou Tong." Zhou Tong's voice carried a hint of excitement. "President Liu requests you come to Shanghai in the next couple of days. We've arranged your flight and accommodation. Just pack up and head out." Zhou Yizhou was momentarily stunned. "Me? Go to Shanghai? I'm not on the jury, am I? My reputation doesn't measure up." "No, not the jury." Zhou Tong paused, then said with a smile, "But President Liu said you have an important task. As for what it is, I'm not sure either." "He didn't say." Zhou Yizhou looked baffled. The development of Time Odyssey was already too tight, and now he was being called to Shanghai. What could be so urgent? "All right then." Hanging up, Zhou Yizhou leaned back in his chair in a daze, his face displaying the helplessness of being called on to answer a question. Time ticked by. The selection ceremony of the Deep Blue game platform was drawing near. The day arrived, the eve of the awards ceremony. The sunlight outside the venue was just right, with staff still adjusting the lights and stage setup. At that moment, a luxury rideshare car slowly pulled up in front of the designated hotel. The car door opened, and three young people carrying backpacks and dragging suitcases cautiously stepped out. Gazing at the entrance of the five-star hotel, they couldn't help but swallow nervously. "This is the first time in my life I've stayed in a place like this," Gong Min whispered in awe. "Even though I'm in Shanghai, I've never actually been to a spot like this." "Me neither." "Can you guys tone it down?" Sun Qianli said that, but he had already secretly snapped a photo of the sign reading Deep Blue Game Platform VIP Reception at the entrance. With this, one had have enough for a 9-grid post later. They dragged their luggage into the hotel, gave their names at the front desk, and indeed received a series of VIP check-in arrangements. Just as the check-in was completed, a receptionist in a well-tailored uniform approached with a smile. "Hello, are you the representatives of Dark Box Studio? Welcome for your early arrival. We have specially prepared rooms and meeting materials for you. Tonight at 8 we will arrange an exclusive developer exchange session for you." The three were stunned once again, their minds filled with, "What do you mean by an exclusive arrangement in advance? Aren't we just here to make up the numbers? This treatment is way too high. Isn't Jingwei pulling some dark tricks? I told you our team name was a problem." Even after arriving at the hotel, they still couldn't figure it out. What exactly did Jingwei want from them? At 8 in the evening, in a spacious conference room, Lu Ming sat at a long table observing the three anxious young individuals before him. They appeared somewhat restless, yet their eyes sparkled with unmistakable excitement and anticipation. "Please take a seat. Everyone has had a long day," Lu Ming said softly, gesturing for them to sit down. Gong Min and Sun Qianli cautiously lowered themselves into their chairs, their eyes darting around the conference room. Luxurious indeed. The hospitality is genuine. Even the boss of Jingwei personally came to meet them. Could it be that one among the three held a remarkable identity? The group exchanged puzzled glances, yet after much contemplation, they still could not fathom why Jingwei had summoned them. Earlier at the hotel, they had deliberately checked the ranking of their developed game Out of Control accompaniment Bellflower Prelude on the voting chart, which stood at 212. Although it had risen significantly compared to before at this rank, it hardly seemed worthy of such treatment. The three sat in their chairs, each adopting a different posture, yet all equally stiff. Wang Hao crossed his arms, resembling an exemplary student waiting for the teacher to unleash their fury, while Gong Min sat upright, as if poised to raise her hand at any moment to answer a question. As for Sun Qianli, he was not overthinking it. He fiddled with the signature pen on the table, silently pondering. "If only I could take this pen home. With such quality, it must cost over 100 if purchased individually." They simply could not comprehend how a small team like theirs, merely running alongside, could sit opposite the boss of Jingwei. It defied logic. "The reason I called you here today is to discuss your game," Lu Ming began with a smile, a statement that struck the three like lightning, causing them to look up in unison. "I'm referring to your game Out of Control accompaniment Bellflower Prelude." Lu Ming shifted his tone, his gaze becoming more serious. "I've seen it and played it." The expressions of the three instantly soured. Wang Hao's throat bobbed as he involuntarily swallowed, thinking, "Oh no, has something gone wrong with the game? Is the game non-compliant with the competition requirements? Did it infringe on music copyrights? Is there a legal team lurking behind the door? Is this a prelude to a confrontation? Gong Min, however, made an effort to maintain her composure, though her feet were already beginning to tremble beneath the table. Sun Qianli was even more straightforward. His lips twitched as he muttered, "Mr. Lu, our game doesn't really have much of a storyline, and the controls aren't very user-friendly. It hardly seems worth your time to play it, does it?" Zhou Yizhou sat silently nearby, feeling somewhat bewildered. He knew Lu Ming's style. He never engaged in futile efforts and certainly wouldn't suddenly take an interest in an independent game ranked in the 200s, even calling him in for support. This didn't seem like an interest in the game. Rather, it felt like he was observing the three individuals. Observe. A bold hypothesis emerged in Zhou Yizhou's mind. He glanced at the three, then back at Lu Ming, his expression becoming somewhat complicated. This scene felt eerily familiar. It was reminiscent of the look Lu Ming had when he visited the company during tumultuous times. "I'm actually quite curious," Lu Ming said, looking at the three, his gaze warm, but suddenly turning serious. "How did you come up with the idea for this game?" "To be honest, after playing it, I found the game's positioning, tone, and even rhythm a bit unconventional. Yet it possesses an inexplicable sense of fragmentation that makes it hard to let go. I'm genuinely interested in knowing how such a game came into existence," Lu Ming asked sincerely, and as he spoke, the three exchanged glances. "It's actually not that complicated." Wang Hao swallowed hard and spoke bravely. As the planner, he certainly knew how this game came to be. When making a game, they did not consider what they wanted to create, but rather what resources were available at the time. If the outsourcing company they had initially rejected had wanted to create a card game, then their submitted game would have been a card game. If they had resources for a tower defense game, then that would have been their submission. However, facing Lu Ming, Wang Hao certainly could not say this. Even between brothers, one would not directly disclose everything, let alone to a boss they'd just met. "Actually, we initially wanted to create an interactive narrative game with a music theme," Wang Hao continued. "But then we realized the budget was insufficient, the team was unstable, and we had even less time. So we cut the main storyline and some combat systems, retaining only the music and a few key moments. Later, as voice acting was too expensive and we couldn't afford music copyrights, we simply transformed those missing elements into game settings, packaging them as part of the narrative. Originally, this was just a cost-cutting measure, but it ended up forming a style." Zhou Yizhou's brows furrowed tighter. Wasn't Mr. Lu just listening to them recount a disaster scene? There are plenty of young talents like them within the tumultuous company. Zhou Yizhou glanced at Lu Ming only to find him genuinely intrigued, nodding occasionally. "Oh no, it seems Mr. Lu really intends to recruit them." His gaze was strikingly similar to when he introduced bullet time. Lu Ming remained silent. After listening to the three recount their process, he suddenly smiled. "You know, I once created a game called Pay-to-Win Cultivation." The three were taken aback. They had heard of it. They had played it. Back then, there was even a client suggesting a reskin for that game. The initial goal of that game was to create a serious cultivation RPG, but what happened? What I gained wasn't criticism, but a pile of real gold and silver. Lu Ming shrugged, a hint of helplessness in his smile. "Ultimately, some things may be flawed, but as long as the essence is right, it is a success." The conference room fell into a brief silence. The three were somewhat confused. What was this about being flawed and having essence? Wang Hao looked at Gong Min, his mouth slightly agape, unsure of what to say. Gong Min couldn't help but ask, "So, Mr. Lu, does that mean you think our game is good?" Lu Ming neither nodded nor shook his head. Wang Hao felt a bit flustered. How could this naive girl speak so directly? Even if they were to take insider paths, they should be more subtle. "I admire you all very much, so I plan to acquire you." Lu Ming leaned back, his gaze sweeping over the three. "Don't be afraid. I'm not here to suppress you. I want you to work at Jingyue, but not as ordinary employees, but as part of a new project team under Jingyue. Still called the Dark Box Studio, you'll be on the same level as old Zhou's tumultuous team. How you wish to operate is up to you, as long as you can continue to uphold your creative principles. But the prerequisite is that old Zhou will spend half a month guiding you, turning your raw talents into professional skills." With that, Lu Ming's gaze shifted to Zhou Yizhou, who had yet to speak. Zhou Yizhou was thinking, "I only came here for a meal. Was the long trip just for these three? How on earth did these clear-eyed individuals catch Mr. Lu's attention? After all, I had a team of dozens back then. The more I look at these three, the more they resemble a bunch of underachievers." Zhou Yizhou had many opinions swirling in his mind, but he kept them to himself. He glanced at the three, who looked utterly incredulous, and nodded. "So what do you think?" "What are you thinking?" The three of them fell into silence upon hearing this. They originally thought that this would at most end with a few compliments, a pat on the shoulder, a meal, and a toast, but who would have thought it was actually a premeditated, designated recruitment plan? Acquisition, whale jump, direct project team, on par with the war-torn level. Each of these phrases was explosive enough, and together they sounded utterly ridiculous. Wang Hao instinctively grabbed the cup on the table and took a big gulp of water, only to realize it was empty. He turned to Ming, opening his mouth. Mr. Lu, are you serious? What jokes could I possibly make with you? Ming smiled leisurely. The more he understood them, the more he liked these three. He had thought being able to create a game was already impressive, but upon meeting these three, Ming's conviction in his inner thoughts grew stronger. These three must be accepted. Great games are passed down through generations. Once old Zhou properly teaches these three and they learn what kind of game Whale Jump needs, wouldn't this combination be like Zhao Yun carrying a dough and getting hold of ibuprofen? With these two project teams, the future of Whale Jump looks promising. Ming smiled, not hurried to explain. I can tell through the games you've created. Although your production methods are indeed quite wild, but deep down you actually have a design consciousness. As Ming finished speaking, Zhou Yizhou couldn't help but glance at him. Is that so? But the three of them were moved to hear this. Someone actually understood them. Gong Min's smile nearly reached his ears, feeling as touched as a primary school student praised by a teacher for the first time. Wang Hao, on the other hand, looked quite embarrassed. Actually, we just piece things together as long as we can survive. We didn't think too much. Mr. Lu, don't listen to his modesty. Sun Qianli couldn't help but interject. Some of the music in our game was just something he casually played on the piano. I heard him humming outside and recorded it as a rhythm. Later we found the style matched well, so we incorporated everything. After saying this, the three laughed together, not feeling embarrassed. After all, this was their most genuine creative process. However, they laughed until they stopped. Then the three looked at Ming again, their expressions shifting from relaxed to puzzled. Wait a minute, Mr. Lu. Wang Hao frowned and spoke. Why exactly do you want to recruit us? To be honest, what we've done. To put it nicely, it's unconventional, and to put it bluntly, it's just haphazard work. Wang Hao still wanted to get to the bottom of it, otherwise he felt he couldn't convince himself. A big company boss like you shouldn't want a standardized high-output team, right? With our kind, we're at best just an unexpected Easter egg. Gong Min and Sun Qianli nodded in agreement. They genuinely couldn't understand Ming's logic. To say they had potential, they themselves didn't believe it. They were merely doing odd jobs at an outsourcing company, yet now they were personally invited by Whale Jump and said to be on par with the war-torn level. How could they not question life? You think you're just messing around. Ming picked up the tea in front of him, blew on it, and said slowly, but in others' eyes this kind of messing around is precisely the beauty of chaos. You understand the logic of games even if you haven't done a proper project proposal. But in places without frameworks, you've built a skeleton yourselves. You've grown bones in the wilderness. Although they might be crooked, they are real. He paused, looking at the three, and what Whale Jump wants is just that sense of authenticity. If all games were cookie-cutter, the world would be too boring. To be honest, you might not be mainstream. But I want to see what the world would look like when you all give it your all. Upon hearing this, the three fell silent. They hadn't expected Ming to see so deeply. They also hadn't anticipated that their flaws, which had been criticized by countless people, would actually symbolize style in his eyes. This is democracy. The three of them, who had long worked in outsourcing companies, had never seen such a scene. Meanwhile, Zhou Yizhou, sitting aside, felt increasingly uneasy. Isn't this a family reunion scene? Why does it sound like Mr. Lu is recruiting disciples? You weren't this gentle with me back then. However, he didn't interrupt. He knew that Mr. Lu had already made up his mind, and even if these three were truly a doe, Ming would still pull them onto the horse. So Ming took a sip of tea and set the cup down. Don't always think you're inadequate. What Whale Jump lacks is precisely your kind of imaginative, unorthodox, and passionate individuals. Don't be afraid of problems. The fear lies in not daring to try. Starting tomorrow, you'll follow old Zhou. 2 weeks of onboarding training, and after that, if you want to leave, you can leave, but if you wish to stay, you'll be project leaders. Old Zhou is currently developing Time's bitter journey. You can learn from him. At this point, the three fell silent, and a subtle sense of awkwardness filled the air. Wang Hao, Gong Min, and Sun Qianli looked at each other. Wang Hao frowned and scratched his head. Mr. Lu, let me confirm again. Do you mean the three of us can really join Whale Jump and become project leaders? His tone was filled with disbelief. Yes, you saw it too. We haven't done any formal projects. How can we produce any good works? We don't even have a decent team. Gong Min couldn't help but speak up, anxiety creeping into his tone. Not to mention others, it's just our abilities. There's no way we can take on such a big responsibility. Right, what we've made is actually just a hobby. It hasn't scaled and lacks standardization. Sun Qianli also added, frowning. The three of them were still young and were encountering this situation for the first time, making them somewhat worried. I understand your thoughts. Ming smiled slightly, his gaze gentle, yet still carrying an undeniable firmness. You may not believe in yourselves, but I believe in you. Whale Jump doesn't want a standardized team. Gong Min frowned, but we have contracts with the company and they aren't up yet. How can we just leave like that? When this was said, the three couldn't help but look at each other, their hearts filled with more questions. With so many projects at the outsourcing company, how could they still transfer without them? Yes, Mr. Lu. Sun Qianli coughed a few times. We still have contracts, and there are outsourcing projects that haven't been completed. We came here on leave. Lu Ming smiled slightly. I can resolve your breach of contract issues. You don't need to worry. You just need to make your own decision. Oh, I'll handle the rest. Before his words fell, the three were instantly stunned. Salary, benefits, project shares. Everything you want is there. Lu Ming continued calmly. Independent office, no probation period, completely worry-free. You can discuss it first or I'll come back later. After saying this, Lu Ming and Zhou Yizhou pushed the door out, giving the three some time to think. The three exchanged glances, an unprecedented sense of relaxation quietly spreading. Forget it. Wang Hao finally felt enlightened. What, mister? Lu said earlier seems quite good. I'm a bit tempted. Me too. I think we can't hesitate any longer. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Sun Qianli stood up, slapped the table, and shouted, yes. We've been working for others for so long, it's time to fight for ourselves. Just as the three were full of confidence and prepared to celebrate their escape from the mire, a phone rang suddenly. It was a call from Lu Peng. Lu Peng. Sun Qianli glanced at the screen, feeling a bit nervous. Is it Manager Lu's call? Why is he calling at this hour? How should I address him? Still Manager Lu. Or Little Lu? Sun Qianli felt nervous and took a deep breath before answering the call. Hey Manager Lu, what's up? Sun Qianli answered the phone, a hint of tension in his voice. On the other end, Lu Peng's tone sounded somewhat anxious. Qianli, have you lost your mind? Huh. The client has a problem that needs fixing. They want you guys back here right now to handle it. I've pinged you in the group 100 times pretending you didn't see it, huh? Change it again. Sun Qianli was unexpectedly calm. Manager Lu, what's the client's new request? This time it's about the core gameplay, Lu Peng explained hurriedly. The client says the current combat system lacks depth and needs more skill trees added. Sun Qianli remained silent. Lu Peng was puzzled. What's going on with you? The client is already getting anxious. If we don't do it, it could affect the whole project's progress. Well, affect. Let it affect, I don't care. Sun Qianli glanced at the two people beside him. Manager Lu, by the way, I might as well tell you. I've decided to resign. You'll have to handle the outsourced project yourselves. What? You resigned? Lu Peng was stunned upon hearing this. Did you three go to some deep blue game competition? You don't actually think you could win an award, do you? Coming to work at the company steadily is the real deal. Sun Qianli was taken aback, not expecting Lu Peng to guess so accurately. However, although they hadn't won an award, they were far better off than that. Sun Qianli's tone shifted. Forget it, Manager Lu, I don't want to say more. Contact me less in the future so Jingyue doesn't misunderstand. All three of us are together, and we all feel the same way. You've all lost your minds. Lu Peng finally couldn't hold back his anger. A few greenhorns thinking they're hot stuff just because they joined some lousy competition. Dreaming in broad daylight. Fine, if you don't want your salary, it saves me some money. These days the company can spin on without anyone. On the other end of the line, Lu Peng's voice fell into silence. Then with a click the call ended. Sun Qianli took a deep breath, hung up, turned to Wang Hao and Gong Min, and flashed a brilliant smile. They're clean and tidy. Now we've truly burned our bridges. Gong Min smiled too. I thought you'd drag it out, but you went straight for it. Why drag it out? Since we've decided, let's be straightforward. Sun Qianli tossed his phone in his hand, a carefree grin on his face. The path we must take, we walk it cleanly. The three exchanged glances, and the tension in their hearts finally dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented lightness. It was like casting off a heavy boulder that had weighed on their chests, their bodies becoming buoyant. A few minutes later, a knock came at the door. The door opened, and Zhou Yizhou and Lu Ming appeared in the doorway. So have you decided? Their tone was serious as they looked at the trio. The three exchanged glances, a glint of resolve in their eyes. We agree. Sun Qianli suddenly slapped the table and laughed. Joining Jingyue, we won't let you down. Excellent. Lu Ming smiled, stood up, and patted the shoulders of the three. From now on, you're part of Jingyue. He pointed to Zhou Yizhou beside him. Old Zhou, your students are here. Zhou Yizhou was startled, then gave a helpless smile. Good grief, coming to the capital and taking back 3 apprentices. Zhou Yizhou felt a wave of resignation. His inner drama was far richer than his outward expression. Lu Ming stood nearby, smiling slightly as he watched Zhou Yizhou. Old Zhou, don't just smile, get moving. Your task this time is no small matter. Zhou Yizhou rubbed his forehead helplessly. I know, Boss Lu. Don't worry, he'll take good care of them. But the thing is, we're also pushing hard on Time Odyssey right now. I feel like I need to split myself into 3 pieces. Lu Ming, as if oblivious to Zhou Yizhou's predicament, continued. Old Zhou, I know your capabilities. In your spare time, guide them in tweaking runaway accompaniment. Just like you did with Bullet Time. Look how successful that revision was. Zhou Yizhou looked at the 3 young people before him, their eyes sparkling with excitement, then at Lu Ming, whose face radiated an air of this is for your own good. In the end, he could only let out a helpless sigh. All right, Boss Lu, will do my best. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Their game is a rhythm game, very promising. Don't stress yourself. Let me tell you the 5 elements of a game: visuals, audio, story, mechanics, and experience. Their game doesn't excel in any of them. See if you can eliminate one of those elements. For example, their audio is the weak link. Could you figure out a way to remove that weakness or just ditch the music altogether? The corner of Zhou Yizhou's mouth twitched violently, as if he had heard something utterly absurd. Fixing a weakness by outright discarding it. A rhythm game. Without audio. That's like asking a restaurant to serve plain water or a cinema to screen silent films. Boss Lu's train of thought was indeed beyond the reach of ordinary minds. Zhou Yizhou tried to express his dissent tactfully. Boss Lu runaway accompaniment is a music game. Its core is music and rhythm. If we remove the audio. Lu Ming waved his hand, grandly cutting off Zhou Yizhou's words with a firm tone. Old Zhou, your thinking is too rigid. Who says a rhythm game must have music in the traditional sense of audio? We need to break conventions and overturn perceptions. He paused, a strange gleam in his eyes, and continued, think about it. What is runaway? The essence of runaway is chaos, disorder. If our rhythm game is filled with pleasant melodies, is it still runaway? That would just be an ordinary rhythm game with a slightly faster tempo. Sun Qianli and the others listened, dumbfounded, feeling as if they had opened a door to a new world. They had never considered all this when they named the game. Truly, readers see deeper than the author himself. Boss Lu must have been a perfect scorer in reading comprehension back in the day. Zhou Yizhou's mouth twitched even more violently. But Boss Lu, a rhythm game without audio. What do players do? Listen to silence. Lu Ming smiled mysteriously. So old Zhou, that's your task. I believe in your ability. You'll definitely come up with the perfect solution. And that's precisely why I had Qianli and the others follow you to learn. Zhou Yizhou looked at Lu Ming's face brimming with trust and felt the burden on his shoulders grow heavier. Where was the perfect solution? His mind was a complete blank. Boss Lu, you're overestimating a game producer who majored in Chinese literature. Old Zhou, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Innovation is often born from attempts to break the rules. Wang Hao and the others listened, their blood boiling, as if they could already see their game leading the trend. Boss Lu personally guiding the direction of their future game. Though a trace of confusion lingered in Sun Qianli's eyes. So, does our game have audio or not? He still hadn't figured that out, but it didn't matter. They trusted teacher Zhou. Zhou Yizhou rubbed his forehead, feeling as if the pressure above was about to crush him. So, there's no rhythm game without music. He repeated his question with some uncertainty, as everything before him seemed a bit irrational. Yet even so, he could only nod silently. All right, General Manager Lu, since you say so, I will give it a try. Sun Qianli, Wang Hao, and Gong Min exchanged glances, their hearts gradually growing excited as they listened to these words. General Manager Lu's vision was indeed extraordinary. This was the opportunity they had dreamed of, a chance to break the norms of rhythm games and become a new trend. In the future, they could even challenge the entire rhythm game market and set a new benchmark. Moreover, Lu Ming's words, I believe in your abilities, made their hearts race with excitement. Such encouragement was simply the greatest motivation for them. They quickly turned to Zhou Yizhou, their faces filled with anticipation, their eyes practically written with the words, Teacher, take us to new heights. Zhou Yizhou sighed helplessly. A Lu Ming's combo of it's up to you and I believe in you left him with no room to resist. You believe in me. I don't even believe in myself. Zhou Yizhou felt as if he had become the successful master of self-help molded by Lu Ming's hands. All right. We'll head out first and discuss it later. As the four walked out of the hotel conference room, they remained completely silent. The bad news was that they were not invited to tomorrow's award ceremony, still unable to make the shortlist. The good news was that they had become internal employees, so attending the ceremony was unnecessary. The corridor was softly illuminated with thick carpets underfoot, each step feeling as if it were on cotton, and the silence was deafening. No one spoke. Gong Min could no longer hold it in and whispered, Teacher Zhou, does this count as officially starting our job? Zhou Yizhou's facial muscles twitched again at the question. If they are calling me teacher, how can it not count? Sure, I guess. Although we haven't even signed a formal contract, once General Manager Lu spoke, it became a done deal. But don't worry too much. Whale Leap won't treat anyone unfairly. The necessary training, benefits, and project groups will all be provided. So Teacher Zhou, when do we set off? Do we need to check out the award selection again tomorrow? No, we're leaving tonight. General Manager Lu has already bought the tickets for us. He even emphasized that with your potential, you don't need to learn useless things. October 10th, at 4 p.m. The sun shone brightly in Magic City with a gentle breeze, yet there was an indescribable restlessness in the air. The long-anticipated Independent Game Selection Conference, hosted by Deep Blue Gaming, officially began today. Outside the venue, crowds surged with banners hanging high and the logos of each participating work rolling in succession across the backdrop under the lights. Wow, it's actually a full live broadcast. Look, the live stream has already started. There are tens of thousands in the queue just for reservations. Before I came, I took a quick glance and Skyward Stairs is still at the top of the heat rankings. I didn't expect the veteran team to come back strong once again. Deep Blue's event this time is impressive. The momentum is truly great. Here they come. It's the bad review t-shirt. Oh, where can I get one just like it? At the venue entrance. Individuals wearing developer passes queued to enter, some in groups of 3 to 5, others alone, some waving at the cameras, and some looking socially anxious. Meanwhile, at the VIP entrance, staff dressed in bad review uniforms were guiding judges, sponsors, and media personnel into the venue one by one. It's really lively here. Backstage in the VIP lounge, Ming remarked while drinking water, glancing at Lin Xiaoxiao beside him. Since morning, players have been waiting outside for autographs and photos. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the reports in the conference group on her phone. We've also contacted the medical team just in case something unexpected happens. Ming nodded, remaining silent. He trusted Xiaoxiao to handle things. At exactly 6 o'clock, the host took the stage. Good evening, friends from the gaming community and fellow developers. Welcome to the Deep Blue Gaming Independent Game Festival. Whether you are a developer, a player, or a supporter, we thank you. Because of you, this industry becomes more interesting, more real, and more beautiful. A round of thunderous applause erupted. The flashes of cameras were relentless. On the judges' panel on stage, Chu Feng Lao Pai and Wan Lai Feng were discussing the voting allocations. I vote for even rabbits want to run. The concept may be simple, but the execution is very restrained. Lao Pai scrolled through his tablet, nodding. I'm leaning towards Breakpoint Restart. Its plot and interactive structure really touched me a bit. However, the pacing in the last chapter felt a bit dragged out. Don't you think Forest Traveler is quite innovative? Chu Feng interjected. That game turned the Riddler into a mechanism. Although it felt a bit forced towards the end, the concept was indeed good. While the few of them held differing opinions, the atmosphere was not overly tense, but the disagreements were evident. Apart from these individuals, the other judges also provided their reasons for their votes and the works, while the staff continuously recorded and tabulated. As the host introduced, the awards officially began. They announced the results based on the final aggregated votes. With each award unveiled, the audience erupted in waves of cheers. The applause from the audience was thunderous as the awards were announced one by one. The game with the highest overall score, Skyward Stairs; second, Even Rabbits Want to Run, Breakpoint Restart; third, Long Dream Syndrome, codenamed Decibel. Trophies were raised one after another as the development team excitedly rushed to the stage, while the audience applauded and the live stream was flooded with comments. It really is well deserved. The art in Skyward Stairs is genuinely impressive. Wow, they actually gave the award to that puzzle game. Meanwhile, in the lounge, Ming watched the award ceremony on stage with indifference. He even yawned. Lin Xiaoxiao glanced at him secretly and quietly asked, General Manager Lu, why do you seem not very interested? Ming gently nodded, placing the bottle of mineral water on the table, his gaze drifting into the distance. Those games are indeed well made. However, I have already found what I want. Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback and didn't dare to ask more. In Qiantang, amidst the chaos of war, Zhou Yizhou also took a moment to glance at the live stream. He crossed his arms, leaning against the water dispenser, wearing a face that expressed, why is it so difficult for me? The award goes to the Skyward Stairs team. Applause roared like thunder, and on the live stream, the developers were overcome with joy and tears. They also received a cash prize of 2 million yuan provided by Deep Blue, and upon glancing at the awarded individuals, they appeared quite young, seemingly around the same age as the 3 he brought back. Sigh. Zhou Yizhou sighed. It wasn't that he looked down on this group, rather he genuinely admired them. They could not only make games normally, but do it well, and even win awards, clearly possessing immense potential. And what about himself? Zhou Yizhou gazed at the group of beaming developers on the screen, gently shaking his head. He looked down at the paper cup he was holding, the coffee long cold. He did not lack dreams, it was just that. At present, all his dreams were tied to time's bitter journey. Zhou Yizhou sat in the office, suddenly realizing that he indeed needed to become busy again. General Lu is generally very thoughtful in his work. Now, having spent money to acquire the studios of these 3 individuals, he also provided them with a breach of contract fee and a platform, yet entrusted their guidance to himself. Moreover, he constantly emphasized the game out of control accompaniment, which surely carries deeper meaning. With this in mind, Zhou Yizhou placed his paper cup on the table, stood up, and walked towards the office outside. Pushing open the door, Zhou Yizhou saw the 3 newcomers to the company. Sun Qianli was carving a handle shell with a small knife. Wang Hao was leaning against his workstation in a daze, and Gong Min was sketching in a sketchbook with a pencil. 3 young individuals. 3 who appeared to be aimless, yet truly capable of creating something. Zhou Yizhou suddenly understood that out-of-control accompaniment was never merely a joke. Perhaps the real issue wasn't their creativity, but rather that they hadn't completed this journey. General Liu proposed an idea of a music game without music. Could the music be something that players fill in themselves? As soon as Sun Qianli saw him enter, he immediately straightened his back. Teacher Zhou, we just thought of a few new mechanisms. However, it still feels like something is missing, something special, something new. Zhou Yizhou did not rush to speak, but walked to the window, gently pulling aside a corner of the blinds to look at the golden sunset-dyed street view outside. After a long while, he finally turned his head. Do you know why General Liu wants you to remove the music? The three were taken aback. Wang Hao tentatively spoke. Is it for innovation? Gongmin added, or is it to save costs? Sun Qianli shook his head, or it's simply unnecessary. As these words left his mouth, the other two couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Yizhou also smiled, but there was a different light in his eyes. After communicating with Lu Ming, he immediately experienced the game developed by the three, and through his own proactive thoughts, he felt that many ideas had emerged in his mind. He looked at the three. No, it's because he wants you to fill in what this game hasn't provided for players. What do you mean? The three inquired simultaneously. Zhou Yizhou walked step by step to the whiteboard, picked up a marker, and wrote down a few words: sense of participation. Traditional music games have the designer providing the rhythm and players complying with it. But now we need to reverse this. We will let players become the creators of rhythm in this world. The three's eyes widened simultaneously. We don't give them rhythm, we don't give them music. We only provide reactions, only feedback. Let them use their own methods to restore order to this chaotic world. On the whiteboard, Zhou Yizhou drew another circle and wrote visual feedback, operational rhythm, response beat. We can design a dynamic display that generates various effects based on player actions. Impact, vibration, frequency, screen particle effects can all be recorded in real time by the rhythm perception system. We won't provide music, but we will make players think they hear music. Let rhythm exist within the tactile feel, feedback, and light effects. Every action is a melody. Every combo is a small chord. It's not that we lack music, but you haven't created it yet. At this point, Zhou Yizhou had already left his gloomy state, and the marker danced in his hand, looking at the design sketches filled on the whiteboard. The three listened with increasing excitement, their eyes shining brighter. Zhou Yizhou suddenly paused. Actually, this is all I can say. As for how to make this game, it still relies on the three of you. Just like how General Liu made me revise bullet time, he only inspired part of my thinking. It was through my own reflection that I came up with the hard journey of time, and you are the same. After saying this, Zhou Yizhou took the three to an independent office prepared specifically for them, then went back to busying himself with his own matters. After Zhou Yizhou left, the three fell silent for a few seconds, with only the faint hum of the air conditioner remaining in the conference room. Then Sun Qianli suddenly stood up with a loud bang. I got it. Wang Hao was startled, almost breaking his pencil. What are you going crazy about? Sun Qianli's eyes sparkled as if he had discovered the truth of the universe. Teacher Zhou just said we need to focus on the player's sense of participation. What he just mentioned about visual feedback and operational rhythm is actually the core we need. Sun Qianli began to gesticulate excitedly. For example, players can say flame slash. Then our system determines this as an attack command, providing a visual effect of a fire attribute slash. At this point, if he matches a rhythm, for instance flame slash, then the attack animation would break down into 3 segments, exploding out in bursts with each inflection. Each beat can be recognized by the system, generating a unique battle melody. Wang Hao was immediately stunned. Whoa, does that mean the more dramatic he yells, the cooler the attack looks? Exactly. Sun Qianli was so excited he seemed like he had been injected with adrenaline. We are originally a game with an anime style. Having a bit of a chinibyu is completely normal. So we don't need to change the name, we can still call it out of control accompaniment prelude of the bellflower. Right? Players can freely express themselves saying any phrase, and the system will recognize syllables, speed, and emotional fluctuations. Then match a sound effect for battle. Just like the more intense you shout, the stronger you become. We're not avoiding music, rather. We want to use the voices of players worldwide to compose this chaotic accompaniment. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao's hand trembled, almost dropping the marker cap. He quickly turned to the whiteboard, his gaze sweeping over the keywords written by Zhou Yizhou. So this is the soul of out-of-control accompaniment. This is not a music game without music, but rather a battle rhythm platform where everyone is a composer. It's not that we don't provide you with melodies. It's you, the player, controlling this chaotic world, who must use skills, words, and beats to create this rhythm. The rhythm doesn't come from the game, it comes from the players themselves. Wang Hao, unable to sit still, suddenly opened his notebook, flipping through previous attack design drafts they had created. If we break down each action into segments like drawing a sword, turning, slashing, wouldn't the rhythm inherently carry a sense of flow? With each action, players can freely combine these segments along with voice commands. It's a custom action, custom rhythm, custom battle sound effects. Gongmin also became excited. We can design interesting scenarios, such as an echo wall. In such places, the player's actions will leave echoes, and during the next attack, they can layer the previous rhythm to form a combined attack. Just like a one-person band, the more actions taken, the more complex the rhythm becomes, ultimately forming a battle symphony unique to them. As they spoke, the three grew increasingly excited. From being acquired to being guided, everything was happening too quickly. Previously, they always thought about doing a good job for the client, never realizing that immersing themselves in the project could also yield such great results. Regardless of whether this game succeeds or not, this is at least a sense of accomplishment they have never experienced before. They truly are striking down the master with wild punches. Sun Qianli's eyes were red. I was still doubting whether we were just fooling around, but now I finally understand. We always thought that the absence of music was a flaw, but in reality, it is a divine blank slate. This is a large-scale operation. What we provide are the framework and the tools. The true composition comes from players all over the world. He suddenly lowered his head, excitedly tugging at his hair and laughing wildly. I am really looking forward to the final product of our game now. Wang Hao and Gong Min were also laughing uncontrollably. Yet in their eyes, the feelings of unease, anxiety, and even the question of "do I deserve this?" had completely vanished. What remained was only excitement and anticipation. In the neighboring office, Zhou Yizhou heard the cheers from next door and gazed out at the night sky. He suddenly recalled a phrase that Lu Ming had once said to him in the office: "Some people do not need us to teach them how to fly. We only need to avoid holding them back when they are about to take off." The next day, the Deep Blue Independent Game Selection Conference concluded successfully. However, the buzz surrounding it was far from over. Related topics had begun to dominate multiple platforms continuously. The Deep Blue platform's independent game selection was so real. What is the story behind the negative review t-shirt? This is truly a game selection event that listens to player suggestions. It's like we players suddenly have a voice. Comments flooded in one after another, and discussions among players surged. In this atmosphere of nationwide celebration, the back-end registration volume of the Deep Blue platform skyrocketed. Players flocked in, and the comment section was overwhelmed. Many developers who were previously on the fence quietly clicked into the Deep Blue platform's official website, and the visitation of the registration page increased fivefold. Players surged in, and even those early developers who had uploaded works but never updated received system notifications. You have had over 876 players visit your project homepage. I haven't updated this game in a long time. There are actually people leaving messages saying they look forward to updates. I have been making games for 3 years, and I only sold 10 copies, all bought by my mom. Now on the Deep Blue platform, there are actually many downloads. Did I accidentally enter the wrong page? Not only players were pouring in. The previously quiet creator forum had suddenly come to life overnight. Posts kept refreshing. A small studio expressed their feelings in a forum post. We used to upload games on other platforms, but it always felt like no one was paying attention or understanding us. This time we uploaded our work to the Deep Blue platform, and within just 1 day the platform provided us with traffic placement. Before we were begging for promotion, now it's the other way around. Some teams even stated that they had canceled their originally planned multi-platform release strategy, deciding to launch exclusively on Deep Blue. Without a doubt, the Deep Blue platform has become a hit. Chunhao said nothing. He quietly watched the homepage of the Deep Blue forum, where posts about gameplay optimization, NPC interaction upgrades, and discussions on player economic models filled the screen. His heart a mix of emotions. This is a lively and free era. Thanks to a special revenue-sharing model coupled with this independent game competition, the platform's popularity has been continually rising. However, this is still far from enough. There is still a significant gap between their platform and professional gaming platforms. They do not yet have a game that has completely broken through. User engagement is still insufficient. Popularity is a good thing, but the foundation of the platform cannot rely solely on liveliness. Chunhao stared at the screen and typed this sentence. He is not a talkative person, but he knows he has too much to do. The operations group chat was still buzzing. Customer service tickets surged last night, and even the platform servers had to be urgently expanded. Looking at the dizzying pop-ups, he rubbed his temples and took a deep breath. Although this wave of enthusiasm was ignited by General Lu, the true logistical mastermind was in fact him, Chunhao. But just as Chunhao was arranging back-end optimizations, a post on the Deep Blue forum suddenly ignited another wave of frenzy like a match. The title was only a few short words: "Who can tell me where to buy that negative review t-shirt from the Deep Blue game competition?" Clicking in, there was a high-definition image. The photo had an air of ceremony. A staff member of the Deep Blue platform stood at the selection event wearing a t-shirt with negative review slogans resembling a parade of characters that had strayed into the wrong scene. The aesthetic of the image was not particularly appealing, but it was extremely eye-catching. Moreover, the contents of the negative reviews were increasingly provocative. This game is like my essay during the college entrance exam, unclear in intent, chaotic in logic, and the ending is unfinished. I have played the most realistic cultivation game, Pato in cultivation, and it really costs me my life. Negative reviews are the primary productivity. General Lu, just give it up, you can't handle making games. NPCs begging online. VU50. I VU a spiral to heaven. This game is like my first love, initially delightful, but later all shock. As soon as the image was posted, the forum exploded. Some laughed uncontrollably, some begged for links, while others desperately tried to contact the official account of Whale Leap in the comment section. Please put this cultural shirt on sale. I just want to wear it to the game exhibition. Wow, this t-shirt is too energetic. Please hurry and release the merchandise. I want to wear it to work. If only it could be changed to criticize the boss. Wearing this cultural shirt, I feel like a warrior against unscrupulous planning. Forget about joint names, limited editions, and trendy brands. This is the true battle attire of players. 3 minutes later, the trending topic negative review t-shirt quietly made its way to the list, and 15 minutes later it soared to 5th place. When Ming saw the trending topic, he was no longer calm. This thing was something he had designed casually, simply to keep himself grounded, but he never expected so many people would actually like the shirt. Moreover, the results of this conference were simply remarkable. Players and producers were full of praise. Wait, praise. Ming narrowed his eyes and suddenly pulled up the backend interface of the moral debt system. In the next second, he was utterly stunned. The emotional dashboard was all green. The data in the emotional dashboard had undergone a shocking change. Current player emotions: excited, 59 anticipating, 22 observing, 10 praising, 5 appreciating, 4. Ming's mouth twitched. Where is the anger? Where is the exodus? How did it all change? Ming's eyelid twitched, staring at that string of numbers, as if he saw his bank account balance being instantly cleared. He refreshingly clicked again, looking again. It was still green, so green that it made his heart tremble and his stomach churn. Ming's fingers lightly tapped on the table, and he was completely dazed. What difference does this make from the recent stock market? I made a misstep. I was so focused on finding elite horses that I didn't expect this event to garner so much praise. How can a dignified, unethical planner like me be redeemed by players? How can I be moved by an event, a few rewards, and a few t-shirts? You can't do this. Ming's face was almost pressed against the screen, staring intently at those words, excited 59. That was already the absolute majority of emotional proportion. How much moral debt could that value have? Single digits. Ming dared not imagine he was about to faint. How have I been redeemed? He plopped down in his chair, deep in self-doubt. The number of players for Exodus Simulator was decreasing, and even if they played, there were hardly any negative comments. Pato in cultivation has not stopped service, but player self-consistency has become increasingly harmonious. Under the impact of this wave of media and players' praise, there was hardly any volume left. This means that his current single-digit moral debt value is very likely. Players' negative reviews are gone. These used to be his daily emotional supplements, but now it was like an aging Chinese medicine doctor suddenly switching to sell milk tea, no longer giving out prescriptions. He was out of stock. Moreover, there were only half a month left until the settlement. What on earth did I do wrong? Ming silently covered his face like a stranded salted fish, his mind filled with thoughts of that damn cultural shirt. P.S. The plot of Time's Bitter Journey is already being conceived. Oh, everyone, please be patient. Thanks once again to all the great masters who have read this far. If you have time, please give the child a good review. As a part-time author, my writing time is indeed not very concentrated, and the recent traffic is not very good. Thank you all for your support. What tormented him even more was this sudden sense of moral superiority. His operational philosophy, which he had always been proud of, was now regarded by many players as a unique form of creative expression. On various forums, there were even comments written with great seriousness. I believe that the recent competition by Deep Blue is actually a profound reflection on the traditional gaming industry. The planners of Whale Leap truly understand the players. They are not hypocritically flattering. Instead, they are using a brutally sincere approach to break the industry's conventions. Some even slapped their thighs and said President Lu is actually an idealist. Idealist, my foot. Ming wanted to rush into the comments section to refute each one. I really just wanted to find the ideal candidate I was looking for. At this moment, he truly wanted to cry. Losing out on one opportunity only to miss another. Wasn't everything in complete chaos? Even more terrifying was that the employees in the company group were getting caught up in the act. President Lu, the cultural shirt has become a hit. Should we create a long-term merchandise plan? Boss, I have an idea. I suggest we release a negative review co-branded version with every update, creating an IP series. President Lu, the cultural shirts are selling like hotcakes. Should we launch a pre-sale directly? Lu Ming looked at the employees' comments with only one voice echoing in his mind. These people actually got emotional. Lu Ming felt a bit mentally confused. This world is too unreasonable. He slammed his hand on the table, walked to the window, and took a deep breath, trying to regain a semblance of self. We cannot let the situation worsen any further. As he spoke, he opened the office group and quickly typed a line: urgent notice, negative review, cultural shirts must not be sold externally and must not participate in any co-branding plans. This t-shirt is strictly for internal employees of Whale Leap and is not to be circulated outside. After sending it, Lu Ming also sent a message to Lin Xiaoxiao, adding, Xiaoxiao, the negative review cultural shirts will be strictly controlled and no cultural shirts are allowed to be secretly sent out under any circumstances. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly replied with a received and thoughtfully added, President Lu, I have already informed the security and all employees that even if outsiders come with money, they cannot take away a single shirt. Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction, finally feeling like he had sewn up the gap in morality. But he knew this was far from enough. The cultural shirt was just a superficial issue. The real problem was that the players had started to see him as an idealist. It's over, I have an image in their minds. He wasn't afraid of being criticized or receiving negative reviews. But what he feared most was being misunderstood as a gamer with aspirations. This was even more distressing than losing a colleague. We must turn this around. It must be turned around. And the one who can turn everything around. He suddenly sat up straight, a name popping into his head, Lao Zhou. Yes. We need to bring the main storyline back. This quarter, all hopes are pinned on the bitter journey of time. Lu Ming immediately opened his phone and dialed Zhou Yizhou's voice. Soon Zhou Yizhou's call connected. Lu Ming got straight to the point. Lao Zhou, what progress has the bitter journey of time made? Can it go live by the end of the month? Zhou Yizhou was taken aback, about to say, we are still adjusting the latter half of the plot, but upon hearing Lu Ming's urgent voice, he swallowed the words back. He remained silent for 2 seconds, then phrased it differently. Currently, we are in the second phase of internal testing. The art and sound effects are almost complete, and the main storyline has already been run through. Now the main tasks left are debugging and optimizing combat rhythm. There shouldn't be any major issues as long as nothing unexpected happens. It can go live before the end of the month. Lu Ming nodded emphatically. Good. I want this good news. Lao Zhou. Lu Ming sighed deeply. At critical moments, it's still you. And also, Lu Ming paused, sitting up straighter. What about the 3 people from the Dark Box studio? They are modifying their game. They should have found the direction. Great. Lu Ming was very pleased. Lao Zhou was not only reliable himself, but also had reliable people. If this approach works, they could set up a negative review training class, and Lao Zhou could be the head teacher. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ming still felt a bit uneasy. Although Lao Zhou was dependable, the investment this time was far too great, and there could be no room for error. Lu Ming was indeed feeling a bit anxious. It seemed he had to visit the site in person. The next day, the moment the high-speed train left the platform, Lu Ming could no longer sit still. His trip to Qiantang was not only to expedite the process, but also to save it. The bitter journey of time was Whale Leap's most significant trump card. For this game, he had invested over 60 million. 60 million. If it couldn't go live by the end of the month, then all these investments would not be recoverable considering the current moral debt. Absolutely cannot allow this game to be delayed. Even if it means sleeping on the ground, it must go live. Qiantang, the Battlefire Studio. 10:40 in the morning. The door to the project team meeting room was pushed open. Lu Ming and Zhou Yizhou walked in with several developers. On the big screen in the meeting room, the development version of the game was showing a looping plot where the protagonist crawled out of a trench, raised a gun to charge at the enemies in the trench ahead, and the next moment was shot by a bullet. You have died. Seeing the content on the screen, Lu Ming felt a bit reassured. The core mechanics of the game were still intact. Then Lu Ming roughly checked the development progress of the bitter journey of time. Lao Zhou wasn't lying. Going live by the end of the month was indeed feasible. Zhou Yizhou turned around, sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, his voice hoarse, yet carrying a hint of pride. President Lu, we expect to officially launch on October 30th. This is the fastest result we can achieve. Lu Ming nodded, scanning around the project team's workspace where energy drinks, instant noodle bowls, and stacks of draft papers piled up like towers. The employees of Battlefire Studio had worked hard. He understood the difficulty and content of developing the bitter journey of time. For it to be completed this quickly was already quite remarkable. Moreover, if it launched on October 30th, there would still be a day for it to gain traction on the 31st, which was acceptable. Even if he could get double returns, Lu Ming would be satisfied. This time span had felt a bit long, and Lu Ming felt that his proud micromanipulation skills were somewhat lacking. All right, now I have one crucial question. Lu Ming organized his emotions and suddenly changed to a serious expression. Have you decided on the game's pricing? Zhou Yizhou frowned. Not completely, we have a few proposals. Tell me about them. Zhou lowered his head, stroking his chin. We have discussed several price points internally. The lowest price is 128 yuan, which has a broad coverage and is suitable for word-of-mouth spread. The recommended price is 198 yuan, aligning with the average level of similar games in the market. There is also a 268 yuan option, which follows a pricing strategy for high-quality narrative indie games. The reason for this pricing is that the costs are too high. The investment in art, sound effects, and system frameworks is significantly higher than in our previous projects. Zhou paused here, looking at Lu Ming. President Lu, what do you think we should set it at? Lu Ming watched the endlessly looping game footage in the meeting. After a long while, he slowly spoke. No matter how good the game is, it still needs players to engage with it. We can't expect to aim for high-end right from the start. After all, we are not a major game studio, we are an emotional experience product. I suggest we set the price at 298. We could even go for 328. It's not the highest price, but it's not cheap either. We need to give confidence and leave some room. Lu Ming had his reasons for setting this price. This was a buyout single-player game. Setting the price too low would be clearly unreasonable. Time's Hard Journey was created with great effort by old Zhou and so many others. If we set the price too low, it will dishearten them, and it also goes against market principles. Behind Time's Hard Journey is the Deep Blue gaming platform. If we set the price too low this time, how will other games set their prices? This will disrupt the balance. Setting it at 328 is already considered a mid to high price. Besides, tariffs have now risen to 145. You can't just ask for V50 anymore, it has to be V122. This price for the game is very reasonable. After Lu Ming finished speaking, everyone in the room was stunned. Zhou almost stood up. He had never considered pricing the game over 300. Those prices are only attainable by major studios with big IPs. And what about him? He was merely a game developer with 2 games rated around 2. Zhou couldn't help but speak up. President Lu, if this price goes up, it might scare away a large number of players. And if they are dissatisfied, we could receive a flood of negative reviews on the first day. Lu Ming appeared calm, thinking that was exactly what he was aiming for. However, in front of old Zhou, Lu Ming had to provide his reasoning. Old Zhou, you need to understand that we are creating a high-pressure game that combines soul mechanics, multiple storylines, and time loops. Players of this type are willing to spend money and can easily afford it. Those willing to spend over 200 won't mind spending 300. More importantly, Lu Ming suddenly slammed the table. Once this price is set, it can establish an expectation. If you charge players 328, they will tell themselves that this game must have substantial content. This is called sunk cost inducing faith. Zhou remained silent, but the programmer next to him understood and quietly added, "It's just like stock trading, the more you buy, the less willing you are to sell." Lu Ming pointed at him, nodding vigorously. Exactly. That's the point. Zhou's fingers tightened slightly. He truly didn't expect President Lu to be this resolute. This game, a buyout model, high difficulty, and with soul mechanics tormenting attributes, priced at 328. He could already hear the barrage of comments in the player feedback area. A game that discourages players is still selling for over 300. Thank you. If I spent 328, can I die more times? Good thing I didn't buy it, otherwise I'd just be giving NPCs experience points. But in the next second, Zhou looked down and glanced at the projection screen where a character in an old military uniform was raising a gun in the trench, falling, rewinding, and then attacking again. A complex emotion quietly surfaced in his heart. This was the result of their team's months of hard work, where every battle, every storyline, and every death point had been repeatedly rehearsed, tested, and reconstructed. This game is indeed worth this price. He suddenly realized President Lu is not just setting a price. He is establishing confidence. Zhou lifted his head, his tone slightly hesitant, but ultimately gritted his teeth and nodded. All right, President Lu, let's go with this price. The meeting adjourned. Everyone gradually left the conference room, discussions rising and falling. However, Zhou remained seated motionless. His mind was still echoing Lu Ming's earlier words. If you charge players 328, they will tell themselves that this game must have substantial content. Sunk costs. Once players buy in, they are reluctant to give up. Even if the game discourages them, they will struggle through, strive to understand the plot, and desperately search for aspects they can agree with. Zhou suddenly felt like laughing, yet also felt a pang of sympathy for the players. But this is the market. Even with ideals in mind, one must ultimately run in reality. He gently closed his eyes. Convince them. Perhaps this truly is the key to gaining freedom for the next game. Stepping out of the office building, Lu Ming stood downstairs, looking at the sunlit street, suddenly feeling a sense of tranquility at this moment. He murmured to himself, I almost messed this up. Fortunately, the initiative is still in my hands. 2 days after the release date and price of Time's Hard Journey were officially set, the industry's trends quietly began to change. At the headquarters of the Steam platform in a conference room, the atmosphere was suffocating. This is the traffic data from this morning. The operations supervisor tossed the report onto the table with a pale face. It dropped by another one for 3 consecutive days. Moreover, he pointed at the inconspicuous platform logo on the screen. It has all been taken over by this deep blue platform. A sudden silence fell over the conference room. The data curve was clearly displayed on the large screen, with a red arrow pointing downwards intersecting perfectly with the blue curve on the opposite side. Deep blue. A colleague frowned. Isn't that the platform backed by Whale Jump Investments? They held a game competition a few days ago. It seems their new game Times Hard Journey is about to be released, which is why players are rushing over there to make reservations. And during these days, the keyword popularity of Times Hard Journey on our platform has suddenly increased quite a bit. Unfortunately, we have too little information. The marketing director scoffed, slamming his coffee cup down on the table, creating ripples. Isn't that obvious? They just released a promotional video. Moreover, the speed at which this platform has risen is too fast. We didn't even notice it before. Several vice presidents exchanged glances, and someone murmured softly, "This can't be investigated too hard. After all, they are considered an independent platform, and we shouldn't interfere too deeply." At that moment, the product vice president, who had been silent in the corner, suddenly cleared his throat. Everyone turned to look at him. "I happen to have a less intrusive method." He slowly spoke, his tone half serious, as if he casually mentioned it, but also seemed premeditated. "You all know my niece, right? She just returned from the Sakura Kingdom and is currently unemployed at home, complaining every day about not being able to find a job. She also studied development, so her expertise is definitely not an issue." The marketing director's eyes lit up. "Are you suggesting?" "I didn't suggest anything," the product vice president quickly waved his hand. "I just casually mentioned that Deep Blue is hiring recently. She has seen their independent game competition and thinks the company looks promising, so she wants to apply and give it a try. Anyway, it's her own resume. We didn't force her. If she really gets hired, that's her own ability." As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room fell into silence. Then there was a burst of light laughter. "Your method is quite innocent. If she can get into the development team, wouldn't we?" "Don't say it so plainly." The product vice president waved his hand, stopping them with his words, but his expression was mixed with a hint of pride. "I didn't get her to inquire about information. She went to find a job on her own. Besides, she isn't our employee. But as long as she is there, whatever meetings they have, whatever tests they conduct, and whatever patches or updates they release, there will always be hints beforehand. We don't want to take their secrets. We just want to know what their next move will be." The moment the official launch date for Time's Bitter Journey was announced, the comment section of the entire Deep Blue gaming platform erupted into a frenzy. "It's finally coming. I'm instantly in love. Don't talk to me about pedo and cultivation. That's a hell for the poor. What's the price tag? Don't try to talk me out of it. Knowing Jingyu's style, I'm ready to splurge. No matter the price, I'm giving away 10 copies of the game right here in this comment section. Don't doubt my standing. I'm a Mahayana player from Cultivating with Life. Whoa, the exclusive badge from Cultivating with Life. The strength of a Mahayana player. How much money did that cost? Brothers, don't rush to curse. Check out the story first. If I cry, I'll come back and apologize to Boss Lu." Agreed. Brothers, let's charge into battle together. In an instant, the topic Time's Bitter Journey kept climbing the charts. Meanwhile, Ming remained unusually calm. October 27th. 3 days remained until the official launch of Time's Bitter Journey. In the Jingyue office, Ming stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, a cup of coffee in hand, staring blankly at the sunlight outside. The coffee went from hot to warm, then to cold without him taking a single sip. Only one thought echoed relentlessly in his mind. He couldn't wait for the launch to face the criticism. He needed to lay the groundwork early. This had always been his style. Good habits must be maintained. After all, feedback from the first batch of players was crucial. Ming set down the coffee, picked up his phone, and quickly opened the pinned student part-time group chat. He found the group admin Zhou Qian and typed out a few words, "Got a job." Zhou Qian replied instantly. "Boss, I'm here. Do you have a project? Time's Bitter Journey is about to launch. I need you to find 200 people to write reviews right after they experience it. Remember our principle, real reviews, not fake praise." "No problem, boss. No forced praise, no forced criticism. Just the most authentic reviews." "I get it." Zhou Qian replied quickly. Such was the tacit understanding of their partnership. He was already well acquainted with the boss style. Before Zhou Qian could even start recruiting, another message came from Ming. "After the game launches, I'll send you 200 game redemption codes. I'll also transfer the rest of the part-time fees." A notification chimed as the transfer arrived. He instinctively tapped to open it. The transfer note read, "Experience fee for Time's Bitter Journey, 200 people. The amount received, 2,000 yuan." Zhou Qian stared at his phone, stunned for a full 5 seconds. Wasn't this too fast? Working with a boss like this was so refreshing, giving away a full 200 copies of the game without a second thought. Not only were the games provided directly, but there was also a 100 yuan part-time fee per person. Who wouldn't love this? It was far easier than handing out flyers. To get genuine reviews, the boss truly let people experience the game first before writing. Rest assured, boss will arrange everything perfectly. This time, make sure everyone writes detailed reviews. Don't just scribble a few words. Have them write about their real experience, at least 200 characters. Understood, boss. Ming replied with an okay and closed the chat window. Zhou Qian accepted the transfer, sat up straight, and immediately began calling for people in the group. Soon the group announcements in the several student part-time groups Zhou Qian managed were updated. New task. The new game Time's Bitter Journey is about to launch. We're giving away 200 copies for free. We hope students who receive the game will write an authentic experience review after playing carefully. Those available, come join. Note, this is a task from Boss Lu Wuwei. Those with experience from the Cultivating with Life task will be given priority. This review should be no less than 300 characters. Feedback should be posted primarily on the Deep Blue gaming platform, but screenshots, videos, or submissions to forums, Inlong, or any other platform are also welcome. Redemption codes are strictly prohibited from being sold. They must be activated immediately upon receipt. In addition to the game itself, there is an extra 100 yuan payment. We hope you are a player who genuinely loves games, not a paid poster. Thank you. A link to a new group was attached below, followed by a note, interested, join the new group. The group instantly went into a frenzy. Free game. Is this for real? Don't fight me for it. I've been eyeing this game for a long time. The Souls-like vibe is too strong, I want it. Holy shit, I just topped up my meal card, and now this relief comes. 100 yuan plus a free game. Is this a part-time group? This is a welfare group. Wait, a Jingwei game. Is this the company behind Cultivating with Life? I'm in. Group admin, you're generous. Honestly, I'm too hungry to work part-time, but I can definitely game. In less than 10 minutes, the new group was nearly full. Messages were still flooding in. Please add more spots. Group admin, I beg you. I just saw the announcement. Where's the group admin? ID do this task even without the pay. Zhou Qian quickly began sorting and filtering. When the time came, he immediately drew the 199 game copies in the group. As for the last copy, of course, he kept it for himself. October 30th, 1100 a.m. The homepage of the entire Deep Blue gaming platform was almost entirely covered by the game's poster. Time's Bitter Journey launching soon. Price 328 yuan, one-time purchase, lifetime experience, Souls-like multi-plot time loop. Launch time 1.0. Developer Jingwei Games Warfire Studio. Amid the countless discussions in forums and comment sections, finally noon arrived. Ding. The game Time's Bitter Journey you followed is now available. Would you like to purchase it? Would you like to subscribe to launch notifications? Would you like to join the official discussion group? A series of prompts popped up everywhere, but the players needed no reminders. It was like a battle poised to strike, waiting only for the commander's order. In that second, the download button turned green. The platform's servers surged instantly. In a certain dorm room. It's here, it's here, it's here. Quick, get in. A few socially anxious college students suddenly jumped up, like charging soldiers, frantically urging the dorm's internet speed. Don't lag on me, man. Stalling on a game download, are you even human? Damn, 54 gigabytes. This game is pretty big. I'll have to clear out my private folder first. Brothers, no classes today. Day 1 of the Checkpoint Souls-like land-grabbing campaign. Oh crap. 328 yuan. I've calculated it. I give up. Can't afford it. Why is it so expensive? I thought it would be just over 100. This stings. Anyone who dares to call me out for dinner today is getting blocked. Dad, yes, I'm not taking the grad school exam today. Time's Bitter Journey has launched. Yes, it's a new book game. I'm heading to the library now. Someone in the dorm couldn't help but shout, their voice nearly shattering the windows. Some well-prepared content creators even started live streams titled, Conquering Time's Bitter Journey Day 1. Let's not talk about cursing yet. I'm heading to the battlefield now. Since it was a new game trial, many were interested, and the streams quickly shot up the popularity charts. Inside the Jingwei company office, Ming sat at his desk, his eyes fixed on the real-time data on the screen. A freshly brewed cup of tea had already gone cold. Behind him, Lin Xiaoxiao stood silently, not daring to speak. She had never seen Ming so tense. How are the downloads looking? It's still rising. When I last checked, it had passed 300. And the negative reviews? None yet, probably because the players haven't really started. Ming's expression was solemn. The game had only been live for a short while, having no data was normal. He took a deep breath, knowing that the true trial was yet to come. The real torrent of public opinion would erupt a day or two after the game's release. Bring it on. Dear players, your bitter journey has begun. Inside a villa in Qintong, Zhu Hao lazily nestled in a work chair, a box of unopened mineral water at his feet, and a newly replaced high-definition camera and microphone on the table. The mic is adjusted and the lights are on. Today, with this strong wind, it's perfect for playing games at home. Zhu Hao glanced at the adjustment panel and then tugged at his customized t-shirt from bankruptcy garment, revealing a set of white teeth. Let's make do for now. At this time, I'll show the entire internet how Zhu Hao conquer the hard journey of time. Plus, he'll test the waters and dabble in live streaming. Indeed, Zhu Hao was set to become a streamer. Having made a small profit from reselling materials, customizing the Red Witch outfit, and the popular bankruptcy garment studio in life in the immortal realm, he was ready to explore new ventures. Now that he no longer lacked pocket money, he planned to try out other businesses. After handing the bankruptcy garment studio over to a classmate, Zhu Hao immediately set his sights on the path of a game streamer. He had researched it and found that being a game streamer was highly profitable. Those big streamers earn tens of thousands for a single advertisement. Just think about how many clothes he would need to sell to match that. Thus, the hard journey of time was the first live stream he prepared for himself. First, he had a connection with the game company Whale Leap. Second, the game had just been released, making it the perfect timing. The computer screen lit up and the loading bar slowly crawled. Shortly after the game download finished, and Zhu Hao took a deep breath, pressing the enter key. Instantly, a heavy, oppressive atmosphere filled with the scent of earth and gunfire enveloped him. The scene gradually unfolded. Battle of Verdun 1916. The muddy rain flowed down the dilapidated trench walls, surrounded by painful groans and the explosions of shells. On the screen, a character suddenly scrambled to his feet, standing alongside a few tense comrades. Zhu Hao was instantly immersed in the game, unable to help but murmur, "This graphics, this sound. The atmosphere is overwhelming." New recruits in training, please listen to the instructor's speech. Just as Zhu Hao was about to take control, a prompt appeared on the screen indicating that he must wait for the NPC to finish speaking. Zhu Hao was momentarily stunned, but quickly switched to OBS live streaming software, hurriedly starting the stream while mumbling, "Hello everyone, this is the first episode of the hard journey of time on the Bancha channel. Brothers, this opening is intense. It feels nothing like an ordinary war game. From the atmosphere to the narrative rhythm, this isn't your traditional enjoyable game. This is true immersive pressure." After all, it was his first live stream, and he felt a bit nervous, trying hard to keep his voice steady. Plus, the game's opening completely surprised him. He had expected it to start with a direct battle. But the instructor in front of him was like a nagging history teacher recounting the conditions of the Battle of Verdun, the casualties, and strategic deployments. And he couldn't skip it. Brothers, this game is very realistic. It's probably designed for you to genuinely experience what it's like to be cannon fodder. But I'm not afraid. I came here to suffer, Zhu Hao said, seriously, waiting for over a minute before the speech finally ended. He controlled the character to move forward and faced his first training task, shooting. Here it comes, finally got a gun. The character on screen received an old Mauser rifle from a nearby soldier, the stock, stained with blood and cracked. Check out this texture. This art style is just awesome. He fired a shot at the target. Bang! The bullet went astray. This. Zhu Hao licked his lips and took another shot, but it still missed. He blinked, staring incredulously at the crosshair. Brothers, this isn't my fault. The recoil is just too realistic. There's absolutely no aim assist. As he spoke, he tried to steady himself and finally hit the target once. The officer in the game immediately yelled, "With such a low hit rate, are you playing with bullets like water? This game can even have NPCs critique you." Zhu Hao was a bit shocked. After he finally completed the shooting training, the system popped up another prompt: proceed to the trench, prepare for actual combat. Zhu Hao perked up his tone, excited. Here it comes. It's time for battle, brothers. This prelude is a bit long, but at least I made it through. Zhu Hao controlled his character to climb up the trench, lying in the mud alongside other soldiers with the enemy's position faintly visible in the distance. Is this the opening stage of a Soul-like game? While this map design is impressive, suddenly a nearby officer shouted, "Prepare to charge." The soldiers all raised their guns and rushed out of the trench. Incoming! Zhu Hao charged alongside the main group, shouting excitedly, as if his real self was also rushing into the muddy battlefield. He had seen others' live streams and knew that streaming required frequent interaction with the audience. Moreover, many viewers had flooded into his live stream, and the barrage of comments instantly filled the chat. "Streamer, don't die too quickly. A Soul-like game with bayonets, I'd call it a mud truck. I'm still downloading the game, so I'll rely on you for some experience points. I think this graphics are worth 300. So far it looks pretty good." Zhu Hao gripped the mouse tightly, staring at the gray battlefield filled with smoke on the screen. Mud splashed, gunfire tore through the air, and the sound of explosions and roars echoed incessantly in his ears. As the character just flipped over the trench, he barely had time to confirm the direction before he heard the tat-a-tat of machine gun fire ahead. Boom! The screen shook and a nearby soldier was shot in the head, blood spraying like a fountain onto his screen. What the hell? Zhu Hao instinctively pressed the S key to try to retreat, but a soldier at his feet collided with him while dodging, and they both fell into a shell hole. At that moment, a prompt popped up in the upper left corner. You have accidentally entered the artillery area of the friendly forces. Shelling will commence soon. Wait. Friendly forces? Don't shell them on your side. Just as Zhu Hao shouted, the game screen shook. Boom! A shell exploded right in front of him, and the screen went black. You have died. The live stream instantly erupted. You hadn't even been killed by the enemy, and the friendly forces took you out first. Ha! Classic reason for death that makes you afraid to scold the planner. This absurd way of dying one time is being rewound. After the rewind, he found himself standing at the trench front again. I respawned. Before Zhu Hao could think too much, he learned from his mistakes. He stuck close to the right trench and crawled forward, his left hand moving WASD rapidly, making him appear like a snake as he advanced. The barrage exploded. This isn't a charging soldier, clearly a master of trench maneuvers. The graphics are so beautiful. I'm laughing so hard I'm struggling to breathe. Finally, he reached a piece of discarded cover where an enemy soldier was sweeping fire forward. Zhu Hao murmured softly, "This time I'm going to backstab you." He slowly raised his gun. Click. The gun jammed. A prompt popped up on the screen. Weapon jammed due to continuous firing without timely reloading. Planner, are you a devil? Why make it so realistic? Zhu Hao hurriedly tried to fix the gun, but the enemy had already turned around and spotted him. Instead of shooting immediately, the enemy threw a grenade up close. Are you serious? You throw grenades from this close? Zhu Hao shouted while clumsily diving into a nearby shell hole, just in time for another enemy to suddenly spring up behind him, bayonet raised. What are you doing here? The screen went black again. You have died. Time is being rewound. Zhu Hao set down the mouse and took a deep breath, returning to the familiar trench, only to notice that the nearby NPCs were looking at him with strange expressions as if to say, "You've already charged twice, why are you still in the trench?" Zhu Hao raised his cup and took a sip, adjusting his breath. All right, since it can be played this way, I won't hold back on the martial ethics anymore. The scene reloaded, and he found himself back in the familiar trench. Zhu Hao did not rush forward immediately. Instead, he turned left, crouched low, and slipped into a deserted bunker area, attempting to flank the enemy for a surprise attack. All the way, he did not fire a shot, did not change ammunition, and even dared not to breathe, moving forward like a shadow close to the ground. Passing by a fallen comrade, he paused, casually picked up an ammo pouch and some bandages. As this scene unfolded, the barrage suddenly fell silent for a second. Wow, this time feels a bit heartfelt. Why do I feel a bit moved? Those who frequently go to battle know that only such people can survive. Zhu Hao did not look at the barrage, his gaze fixed intensely on the screen. He continued to crawl forward until he successfully reached the back of the enemy's bunker. Peeking out, he saw an enemy sniper lying behind a pile of sandbags, fully camouflaged and covered in mud. Here comes the big catch. Zhu Hao held his breath, his finger lightly resting on the mouse, gently raising his gun to aim. Bang! The dull gunshot shattered the air, blood splattering against the muddy wall. The enemy sniper collapsed stiffly, his face pressed into the dirt, motionless. Zhu Hao's finger remained on the left button, and it took a full 2 seconds for him to slowly let go. It seemed like he had found his rhythm. He held his breath, his gaze fixed on the corpse on the screen, his eyes slightly glazed until the system prompt appeared. You have killed the enemy's senior sniper. You have changed a critical node on the battlefield. The enemy sniper team will lose firepower suppression on the trench. Morale of the entire army won. The live chat exploded. What the heck? Hidden mission. NPC morale can increase. You're so cool, streamer. That shot just now felt a bit cinematic. Zhu Hao smirked slightly, feeling a bit proud, but remained silent. He quickly ran over to equip the enemy's fallen scope onto his rifle, then swiftly changed cover and decisively moved. Zhu Hao silently checked his remaining bullets behind the cover, pulling the bolt, loading the bullets, and clicking off the safety, each step done extremely slowly. As the plot progressed, the troops advanced, preparing to take down an enemy stronghold. In the trench, Zhu Hao quietly followed behind the allied squad. They were gradually closing in on the enemy's stronghold, the sounds of gunfire growing increasingly dense. Gotta keep my eyes peeled. Flanking works well, but the enemy might come from the side too. This was a lesson Zhu Hao summarized after experiencing a few setbacks. He gently tilted his head, and sure enough, just as the squad approached the stronghold, gunfire suddenly erupted from the right side of the woods. A bullet pierced through the neck of a frontline soldier, blood spraying everywhere. Sniper on the right flank. Zhu Hao quickly marked the position and immediately crouched down. The NPCs nearby were still frantically trying to find cover, bullets sweeping in relentlessly, with some being killed on the spot. Zhu Hao looked up and saw a flash of gunfire peeking out from behind a cover ahead. Another enemy sniper. Another one. Zhu Hao gritted his teeth, holding his breath, his heartbeat suddenly racing. He recalled the feeling of shooting just moments ago, inhaled, exhaled, adjusted, and pulled the trigger. With a crisp bang, the bullet whistled out. The enemy's head tilted, blood mist exploded, and he slumped down. The system prompt followed closely. You have killed the enemy's support sniper. Your squad's casualties have been halved. Morale of the entire army won. Zhu Hao exclaimed. Brothers, the NPCs in this game are ridiculous. If I hadn't spotted it beforehand, half of the team would have been wiped out in this wave. In the live chat, the barrage flooded in again. This isn't just a Souls-like game, it's a battlefield simulator. I've watched several streams, and streamer, you are the most promising one now. That's right, streamer, only you got a sniper rifle. The guy next door is still in the shooting training camp. Zhu Hao took the opportunity to lead the remaining teammates towards the bunker area. In front of the stronghold, an enemy machine gun was crazily sweeping and blocking the front line, while behind it several infantry were hiding behind barbed wire waiting to move. We can't rush and we must outsmart them, he muttered, aiming for an opportunity. He grabbed an enemy smoke grenade from a nearby corpse and hurled it hard towards the machine gun position. Boom. Smoke rose, and in that moment of obscured vision, Zhu Hao immediately accelerated and dashed out. He chose not to confront Hedon, but rather to stick to the edge of the trench, using the smoke as cover to sprint to the dead angle of the bunker. Now's the time. He decisively raised his gun and fired a shot at the machine gunner. Bang! The enemy collapsed on the spot, and the machine gun fell silent. Immediately, he marked the target again. Teammates charge. 3 NPCs responded and burst through the smoke, launching a surprise attack, turning the tides of the battle. The system prompt popped up again. You have eliminated the enemy's main firepower point. The stronghold is now in an attackable state. At the moment the stronghold was breached, a line of bright red text appeared at the top of the screen. Mission stage completed. First stronghold enemy, stronghold no. 12 successfully captured. Current status, advanced preparation stage. On the map, friendly teammates continued to rush and the enemy retreated, and the battlefield quieted down, leaving only sporadic gunfire in the distance. Zhu Hao's character stood next to a pile of broken sandbags, his military uniform covered in mud and blood, and his rifle ammo almost depleted. He let out a sigh, leaning back against the chair, but his gaze remained glued to the screen. At that moment, the in-game camera suddenly switched, accompanied by a loud boom of cannon fire, as an old military truck slowly approached from a distance, stopping in the muddy area next to the stronghold. As the door opened, a middle-aged officer in a trench coat wearing leather gloves and a major's badge on his left chest stepped out of the car, walking steadily with a cold expression. Here they come. The plot character is here to make contact. Hao straightened up, his eyes shining. In the game screen, Zhu Hao's character instinctively stood up straight at attention. The officer approached, his gaze sharp as a knife, and said, "Are you the soldier who led the team to capture the stronghold?" The system interface in the upper right corner displayed options: 1. Yes, sir. 2. Just doing my duty. 3. I brought them back alive. Zhu Hao squinted at the options and ultimately selected the third one. The character responded in a deep voice, "I brought them back alive." The officer was taken aback, then nodded slightly, his expression softening. Well said. Being able to bring people back alive qualifies you to take on a greater burden. He glanced at a document in the truck behind him. The superior's orders have been issued. From now on, you are the command sergeant of the 3rd Squad of the 10th Company, codename Gray Fox. You have been promoted. New rank, sergeant. You have gained temporary command authority. You will take over a new 3-member rookie squad responsible for executing the upcoming reconnaissance and guidance tasks. Hint: this squad has basic personalities, with each member having their own emotional fluctuations and combat tendencies. What the heck? I got promoted. Zhu Hao's eyes sparkled, nearly slamming his hands on the table. Command authority. Although it was just 3 rookies, the sense of accomplishment was incredible. The barrage also erupted with excitement. NPCs even have personality systems. This isn't just a Souls-like game, it's a Souls-like life simulator. Looks like you'll have to soothe the team members' emotions in the future, otherwise they might collapse midway. I knew it. The Whale Leap Games team is really going hard. The camera shifts, revealing a tent being lifted in the nearby trench. 3 new recruits emerge one after another. The first is a tall, golden-haired lad with a distracted gaze, his helmet askew. The second is a short, dark-skinned fellow biting his lip in silence, tightly gripping a submachine gun. The third is an older man, appearing more mature than the others, with a calm expression and steady stride. A system notification pops up. You have gained 3 squad members. Zhu Hao's eyes lit up as he immediately checked the profiles of the 3. Member 1, Kevin Barry. Type: assault. Type: traits: impulsive, easily agitated. Skills: charge, close combat, demolition. Member 2, Norm O'Neill. Type: firepower. Type: traits: talkative, distrustful of superiors. Skills: machine gun suppression, defensive, counterattack. Member 3, Harold Vincent. Type: think tank. Type: traits: calm, analytical. Skills: tactical, marking, intelligence, analysis, navigation, correction. There was so much information that Zhu Hao found it a bit overwhelming, but it didn't matter. He was excited, pulling up the formation panel and enthusiastically saying, "Brothers, this is the real individual soldier squad system. It's just that the names of these guys are a bit hard to remember. Let me rename them first. Zhu Hao quickly clicked a few times, renaming the three to spring, summer, autumn. From now on, you will lead these three in executing the flank mission of the first squad. At the end of the trench, an officer stood on the muddy ground, draped in a rain cloak, his face smeared with mud and gunpowder. He scrutinized Zhu Hao for a moment before glancing at the three new recruits standing straight behind him. In a voice not loud but filled with the pressure of authority, he said, "The enemy's supply line is just 2 kilometers away in the village. Scouts reported last night that a convoy of supplies heads to the front line daily. Your mission is to cooperate with the squad to eliminate this supply line. Destroy the warehouse, kill the guards, and leave no survivors." After the officer finished speaking, his gaze fell on Zhu Hao. "Don't think you can all make it back alive. You're just a newly promoted private, not a miracle worker." Zhu Hao said nothing, only saluted. The chat in the live stream began to scroll rapidly. While this mission is clearly high-level content, the streamer just became a private, and now he's being sent to cut off logistics. "I feel like a lot of people are going to die in this wave." Zhu Hao remained silent. "We will detour from here, avoiding the main advance route." Using the already explored path, he quickly marked a small forest road deviating from the main battlefield on the map. Not taking the usual route is fundamental to Zhu Hao's success. "We will take this path. Spring, scout ahead. Summer, cover from behind the machine gun, stay alert. Autumn, you are responsible for marking the terrain and enemy situation." "Yes, Private." The three responded, their voices quiet but exceptionally firm. The task of cutting off logistics commences. The journey took several minutes, during which there were no system notifications, no battle music, only the sound of footsteps squelching in the mud and the wind whistling through the broken treetops. It felt like watching several days of transition chapters dragging on without bringing the climax. Fortunately, Zhu Hao was patient. Suddenly, report. There is a sound. 11 o'clock. Spring immediately crouched down, signaling the others to stay low, and quickly alerted Zhu Hao's character. Zhu Hao squatted down to check. Sure enough, a squad of enemy troops was escorting supply carts leisurely traversing the mountain path, not many in number, about 7 or 8 people with 2 double-axle carts. Zhu Hao held his breath, his gaze swiftly darting among the enemies. The 2 carts slowly rolled over the muddy path, their wheels creaking. Zhu Hao made a signaling gesture. Spring quietly moved to the flank, and Summer crouched behind a dead tree with a machine gun. 3, 2, 1, go. Zhu Hao was the first to pull the trigger, a bullet piercing the chest of the foremost enemy, instantly shattering the silence of the forest. The machine gun roared and flames erupted in the darkness. The enemy was momentarily caught off guard, unable to lift their heads. Continue to advance. Zhu Hao led the charge up the mountain path, but as he stepped forward, a gunshot rang out from the dense forest. Bang! Spring fell in response, a bullet piercing his throat, blood gushing out like a fountain. Spring. Zhu Hao turned the screen to see an enemy lookout in a cloak fleeing deeper into the woods. "We've been spotted. There's a lookout." Autumn quickly reacted, issuing a warning. "The enemy has fired a signal flare." Bang! A red beam of light pierced the sky like a bloodline tearing through the battlefield. "Retreat. Quickly." Zhu Hao immediately issued the command, but it was too late. Bullets rained down from afar like the whip of death, sweeping in waves. Summer's ammunition belt had run dry, and just as he prepared to reload, he was hit in the chest and flew backward. Boom! A grenade exploded on the ground in front of several people, sending Zhu Hao flying from the shockwave. The world suddenly fell silent. A buzzing filled his ears, and all that remained in his vision were splashes of dirt and distorted light. The screen went black. "You have perished. Mission failed. Enemy supplies not destroyed. Your squad has been wiped out. Your impact on the battlefield has been nullified." The screen went completely dark, and the next moment a line of white text slowly appeared. "Time reversal in progress." In the next instant, the screen lit up again. The character suddenly opened his eyes. The familiar sounds of rain, the scent of mud, and the wind flooded back into his ears. The trench appeared in view once again, the dilapidated tent still untouched, and the rainwater at his feet had yet to form a puddle. The 3 familiar figures stepped out once more. They glanced at him, their expressions somewhat complex. The officer's voice rang out again, word for word, just like before. Everything began again according to the script. The sound of rain, mud, broken branches and leaves, and the cold wind. The system notification in front of Zhu Hao popped up again. The mission still the same in the woods. The wind was stronger than before. The frequency at which the branches and leaves swayed was denser than in previous times, and the air seemed to carry a faint, elusive scent of anxiety. Zhu Hao crouched low to the ground, peering ahead through binoculars. The convoy of carts reappeared. 2 double-axle carts, 6 escort soldiers. But something was different. The formation of the guards has changed, Zhu Hao murmured. Previously, the guards were loosely distributed, but now 3 had moved forward and taken defensive positions, faintly forming a semi-encirclement, even beginning to patrol specific points. Even more strangely, the patrol routes ahead had expanded significantly, with escort soldiers venturing beyond the main road area, leaving lookouts at the edge of the woods. It was as if they had been prepared all along. Zhu Hao studied the situation for a while and decisively issued orders to take a detour from a more rear path this time, attempting to ambush at the end of the mountain path using the terrain to intercept the carts. This section of the journey was steeper, mixed with rocks and mud, making the pace even slower. While they slowly maneuvered, familiar sounds echoed from afar. Da-da-da-da. Gunfire erupted suddenly. Zhu Hao whipped his head around. A red warning popped up in the top right corner of the screen. The main squad is engaged in direct combat with the enemy. The supply carts are accelerating their retreat. What? Zhu Hao exclaimed. They are retreating? How can they still retreat? Mission updated: prevent the carts from escaping the battlefield. He immediately urged his team to sprint through the brush, sliding over the slippery rocks, racing toward the end of the main road. In the distance, the two carts had already turned back and the escort soldiers were forcing their way through. We can't let them go. Just as he and his squad jumped out of the brush, they were met with a barrage of gunfire. The dense bullets rained down like a storm, splattering bark and churning the mud. Summer pressed on, but was hit in the shoulder by a bullet, collapsing on the spot. Zhu Hao propped himself up, about to treat Summer, when suddenly a bullet pierced through his chest. Bang! The screen turned red. Before falling, he only saw the carts disappearing into the smoke, the familiar enemy sniper in a cloak standing atop the slope, gazing at him. You have perished. Your impact on the battlefield has been nullified. Time reversal in progress. The scene brightened once more. The rain continued to pour, the sound of droplets intertwining in the air, while the trench remained damp, cold, and muddy. Zhu Hao was too weary to count how many times he had gone back in time. He opened his eyes, not immediately getting up, as the familiar tent flap was lifted again, the curtains swaying and droplets splashing. 3 familiar figures emerged in single file from behind the curtain. However, this time the 3 did not look directly at Zhu Hao, but instead stood a few steps away from him, deliberately turning their heads aside and keeping their distance. It felt more like a silent aloofness. Looking at these individuals, Zhu Hao could distinctly sense that these 3 NPCs looked down upon him. The officer indeed approached again through the rain and mist, articulating the mission details word by word. The enemy supply line is located at the village behind the mountain, delivering food and ammunition to the front lines. Your squad is responsible for a flanking assault. This time he added a line at the end: for soldiers, there can be no unfinished missions. His voice intentionally rose, laced with unabashed sarcasm. Zhu Hao paused for a moment, then continued to lead the team out. This time, he opted for the most conservative strategy. He did not rush to attack, nor did he plan a frontal assault, but instead chose to go around disguise and wait for the enemy to land before launching a surprise attack. He even abandoned active reconnaissance, allowing Spring to take the lead while he remained in the middle to the rear of the team. Tactically speaking, this was already the most reasonable and restrained approach. They stealthily made their way to the foot of the mountain, crouching behind a pile of rubble. Through the binoculars, he saw 2 horse-drawn carts moving. There were no gunshots, no patrols. Zhu Hao repeatedly confirmed, his finger resting on the left button, even hesitating slightly. It was too quiet. Should we charge? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a system notification suddenly popped up: the enemy has discovered your squad. Bang! The screen before him suddenly turned black as a bullet struck Autumn's back of the head. Boom! Immediately after, a grenade exploded at the rubble, sending Summer and Spring flying. Your squad has been surrounded. The enemy has entered ambush mode. Damn! Zhu Hao had yet to react when the screen turned black. Then came the familiar notifications. You have been killed. Mission failed. Rewinding time. Once again, back to the trench. Once more, the rain fell into the puddles, creating a crisp plop. Once again, the tent was lifted. This time, Spring glanced at him, adjusted his helmet, but did not step forward. Zhu Hao nearly exploded with frustration. What did that mean? Did they look down on him as the person in charge? This NPC clearly distrusted him. The comments were buzzing. Streamer, if you don't clear this stage soon, your squad might start secretly voting to replace you. No wonder it's a tough journey through time. From physical torment to spiritual trauma. What the hell? Why is this stage so difficult? Just then, before Zhu Hao reached the designated location, the enemy began to take the initiative to attack, catching Zhu Hao completely off guard. Time is rewinding. Zhu Hao's character opened his eyes again, facing the trench he had awakened in countless times before. The water by his feet had not risen, the tent had not been lifted, everything had returned to the beginning. But this time the tent entrance was silent, with no one stepping out. Zhu Hao was stunned. His pupils contracted slightly. Is the game stuck? No, I can still move. Why is no one here? He reflexively opened the taskbar. The panel for the 3-man squad that originally belonged to him had vanished, replaced by a simple squad icon. On the map, a brand new blue marker lit up. Rally point, first squad tactical position. He instinctively glanced in that direction, right at the end of the trench. There was already a group of people standing there, over 10 soldiers crouching in the cover, organizing their weapons, loading machine guns, and the officer walked back and forth giving instructions in a tense yet orderly manner. Zhu Hao stood still, seemingly unable to process everything, until that familiar officer appeared before him again, staring at him. This time he said little. He merely glanced at Zhu Hao, his tone as cold as muddy water. "You are to follow the squad's actions. Don't hold us back." With that, he turned and walked away, not even bothering to look back. A system notification popped up. "You have been assigned to the first squad. Current mission objective: assist in the advance, destroy the supply line." Have I lost command? So I'm not getting any soldiers assigned to me, huh? I've only made a few mistakes. Can't I get another chance? Zhu Hao couldn't help but complain, his voice full of helplessness. The live comments exploded. No way. His squad is gone. Damn, this game really doesn't give chances. Even the NPCs don't trust you anymore. I get it, he was directly expelled by the higher-ups. After constantly failing, if I were the commander, I couldn't entrust the mission to you either. Streamer, you're being abandoned both by the higher-ups and your comrades. Zhu Hao, with a look of despair, controlled his character towards the squad's position, where familiar soldiers were whispering to each other, and the person standing at the front was Autumn. It was Harold Vincent. This time he had his own name. But this time he was not part of Zhu Hao's squad. Instead, he stood in the core of the squad, discussing around a muddy map with two other veterans. Zhu Hao approached, originally intending to click on him to see if there was any interaction. However, he found he couldn't click at all. The NPC completely ignored him. A few soldiers around occasionally glanced at him, their expressions complex, but no one spoke. Zhu Hao, experienced with time rewinds, understood the situation. This was punishment. You have died too many times. You have been remembered by the battlefield. You are no longer that young corporal who led the squad and planned flanking maneuvers. You are merely a cycle of dying and being reborn. A battlefield ghost that is not trusted. Zhu Hao sighed deeply. In this role of a streamer, I've been collectively voted out by the NPCs. But perhaps this is for the best. At least he wouldn't have to figure out how to cut off the supply line. An unfinished mission. Just change to another one, right? However, Zhu Hao had no choice. After all, he still had to continue playing this game. Zhu Hao maneuvered his character at the edge of the squad's gathering point, watching the soldiers prepare their weapons and replenish ammunition, listening to the officer announce the attack route. He silently changed a magazine. It seems this time, I really have to be an ordinary soldier. Not long after, with an officer's furious shout, "Assault formation, prepare to advance." A violent roar of artillery accompanied by the smoke of battle erupted, flames and soil flying from the edge of the trench, and Zhu Hao did not utter another word. He kept his head down, following the main force step by step, charging into the battlefield. In the scene, the rain fell heavier, hitting the muddy ground and splashing droplets. Zhu Hao stayed at the back of the squad, trying not to lag behind. Nobody in the team spoke to him, nor did anyone even glance his way. The comments at this time also began to give him advice. Streamer, don't think about showing off, just stick with the main force and stay alive. Yeah, you're just a foot soldier now. Survival is the most important. It's okay, streamer, don't be discouraged. Back in the day, Old Lee even worked in a clothing factory, and at least you're still in the main force. Zhu Hao didn't look at the comments, staring intently at the screen. This time there were no orders, no squad, and no one called him corporal anymore. He was just Zhu Hao, a battlefield shadow that continuously died and was brought back. But he was still a player. Only a player could understand what it meant to endlessly restart until success. Meanwhile, in the dormitory of Fenghua University, the curtains were tightly drawn, the sound system was turned down to the minimum, and an unopened can of energy drink sat beside the mouse pad, the blue light from the screen illuminating Zhou Qian's slightly excited face. Only after the release of Time's Bitter Journey did he realize that the game actually cost 328 yuan. No wonder the boss had forbade him from reselling it. Now that group of part-timers must be laughing themselves awake. Not only could he play a game worth several hundred yuan, but he could also earn an extra 100 yuan. How delightful. Fortunately, he had saved a copy for himself to experience it. Zhou Qian rubbed his hands together, opened the deep blue gaming platform, clicked on Activate, entered the redemption code, and pressed Enter. The game icon lit up, and the download began. Loading game. You are entering Time's Bitter Journey. The dim sounds of artillery began to rise, and the sound of rain in the trenches echoed in his headphones. The screen gradually opened up. Battle of Verdun, 1916. Zhou Qian took a deep breath, leaning forward, his face close to the screen. The atmosphere is simply amazing. No wonder it sells for over 300. Soon a cap-wearing instructor began to shout loudly, Can't jump over it, bear with it. Zhou Qian resigned himself to listen, but his inner excitement was growing higher and higher. It was his first time playing a game that cost over 300. For someone like him, who only wanted to do part-time work, he normally wouldn't spend money on games, but luckily the boss who assigned the task was generous. He had to give a good review later. New Soldier Training Stage 1 Basic Shooting. Zhou Qian gripped the mouse in his hand steady, as if holding a real gun, and slowly aimed. Come on shooting rehearsal training, I Zhou Qian am also an expert in headshots. The first shot the bullet grazed past the target. Cough, this mouse is a bit heavy. The second shot hit the target beside it. Good, I'm getting the feel of it. The third shot clean and neat missed the target. Zhou Qian felt that he was not familiar with shooting, and it seemed he was a bit dizzy in 3D. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and quietly pulled the mouse pad a little to the side. Is the difficulty of the novice training this high? It might be that the sensitivity isn't adjusted right. The target on the screen remained completely still. The fifth shot went off target. The sixth shot hit the mud in front of the target, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhou Qian paused, hardly able to believe it. How come I didn't hit a single shot? No way. I clearly felt steady just now. Is this game so unfriendly to newcomers? Another shot, bang. The target remained standing, completely unresponsive. The corners of his mouth twitched. In the game, the instructor's face suddenly appeared from the left side of the screen. Newbie. You didn't even hit the target. Oh, what's the difference between the gun in your hand and a baguette? In the next moment, the rifle that the character was originally holding was coldly taken away by a nearby soldier, and the gun strap was yanked off his shoulder with a snap. Then a large, rough-looking backpack covered in oil and bandage scraps was stuffed into his arms. You take this and report to the logistics team. Zhou Qian. He was stunned on the spot. I only shot at a target. How did I become a logistics soldier? I've never shot real bullets before. Can't I get another chance? Do you all look down on me too much? Newbie training complete. Please proceed to the trenches. Is this what they call completing training? Can I get a chance to retake the exam? A system prompt appeared, giving Zhou Qian no chance to choose. The rain intensified. Artillery occasionally roared in the distance. The trenches underfoot, where muddy soldiers were soaked, their faces showing signs of tension. On screen, Zhou Qian's character was carrying a bulging canvas bag, looking somewhat out of place among the surrounding crowd. Zhou Qian took a deep breath and twisted his neck. Soldiers, charge. With the officer's furious shout, the sounds of explosions from the frontline trenches echoed continuously. Zhou Qian instinctively tightened his grip on the mouse, his knuckles turning slightly white. On the screen, his character, a new soldier, was slowly climbing out of the trench behind the main force. Here it comes, the first day of battlefield clearing. Charge. Someone who often does part-time work is like this, not picky about the job, not picky about the people, just looking at the price. Zhou Qian's tone was still excited, but the character's actions were clearly lagging behind a beat. The ground was full of muddy water. The backpack was soaked by rain. Teammates ahead were knocked sideways by explosions, and some were even directly blown into the air, crashing heavily into the mud. Holy crap. The impact is just too real. Who told me this isn't AAA? I'm a college student, and am almost getting PTSD. He originally wanted to charge ahead, but quickly realized that he couldn't keep up with the rhythm. The backpack was heavy, the view was chaotic, he couldn't see the enemy clearly, and he almost fell along with his teammates. Forget it, I'll just take it slow. The logistics team should stay at the back of the line. The corners of Zhou Qian's mouth twitched. He carefully walked along the edge of a collapsed trench, and before he had walked 100 meters, he saw an NPC soldier lying in front of him, covered in blood, still gasping. Damn, can this still be saved? He cautiously approached, and in front of his character a rescue button lit up. Since I'm here. Zhou Qian decisively pressed it. The character knelt down and awkwardly pulled the soldier up from the ground, hoisting him onto his shoulder and slowly dragging him back. The muddy water splashed, and the gunfire and explosions behind him did not interrupt the actions of his hands. Not gonna lie, it feels quite good, he murmured softly. After successfully dragging the soldier to the trench, the system did not pop up a prompt, only that soldier nodded slightly. Did I just get recognized by an NPC? Zhou Qian was a bit dazed. He thought this was just a rescue interaction, but he didn't expect it would actually trigger a change. Just as he was about to head back to the front lines, he heard another groan from the side. Zhou Qian turned sharply and indeed saw a soldier covered in wounds lying in a half-collapsed cover, constantly banging on the rocks. Why is everyone so miserable? I haven't even fired a shot, and am just rescuing people, he complained while rushing over to save the person. Soon the soldier he had just rescued had already rushed back to the front line and even shot dead an attacking enemy. Damn, is it just my imagination? Did I just save a key player? Why do I feel like I've done something related to a hidden main quest? Zhou Qian stared blankly at his character on the screen, one hand supporting the injured soldier, one hand bandaging him, not firing a single shot, yet getting nods of approval from teammates around him. Zhou Qian, carrying the bag, started to frantically help in the trenches. After all, he had no gun, so he might as well stay in the trenches. Until he rescued the 8th soldier. A person who looked like an officer finally appeared in front of him. He looked at Zhou Qian's character and nodded. That soldier. There is a shortage of medical support personnel at the front line. You are now directly assigned to the field medical team. This. Zhou Qian opened his mouth slightly. I originally wanted to charge to the front line. I wanted to shoot right. How did I become a medic? Can I refuse? Zhou Qian stared at the screen for a long time and finally gently supported his forehead. This is really not what I wanted to be. I only have poor shooting skills, but shouldn't be enough to make me a medic, right? I didn't choose this major back then. The system interface had no option to refuse, and Zhou Qian could only follow the instructions and walk towards the location of the field team. In the field hospital, Zhou Qian was busy. Look at others' bullets, chambered grenades, exploding, charging, and sniping. Meanwhile, I am stitching up someone's belly. Zhou Qian complained, yet his hands did not stop. Saving lives, bandaging, injecting, sending the injured back, the entire process was clean and efficient. However, the game design is really well thought out. Who came up with this gameplay? I feel like a nurse on the battlefield. This is supposed to be a war game, yet it seems I've turned it into a nurturing game. At this point, Zhou Qian noticed that even small details began to change. For example, soldiers in the trenches would nod at him when they saw him. When new injured personnel were brought in, they would be prioritized to be sent to him. If I can't kill anyone, then I can only save the living. Zhou Qian murmured, this game is quite complex. But despite saying that, he still turned around to help another person, carrying them inside. The bandages from the medical kit wrapped around the NPC groaned, eventually quieting down. Another prompt popped up. You have saved the life of a seriously injured soldier. The casualty rate in your area has decreased. You are being remembered by your comrades. Zhou Qian didn't pay much attention to these, as he had already started to sweat on his forehead. Initially, there was just a slight dizziness, but now it had escalated to a distinct feeling of nausea and the urge to vomit. He sat in front of the computer, slowly removing his headphones, pressing his forehead against the desk, and taking a deep breath. It's over, it seems. I really get dizzy in 3D. The room was so quiet that the only sounds were the faint honks from outside and the noise from the neighboring dorm. Zhou Qian glanced at the bottom right corner. Game time, 2 hours and 18 minutes. The energy drink can beside him was already empty. He hesitated for a moment, but still reached out to open the platform interface. The main interface of the deep blue gaming platform slowly popped up, and the icon for Time's Bitter Journey was automatically marked by the system as played. Below there were the words, evaluation. Zhou Qian took a deep breath, hesitated for a few seconds, and clicked on it. The familiar evaluation interface appeared almost identical to those on all gaming platforms. There was a rating bar, a text input box, and below it was the option to recommend a game. Zhou Qian propped his head up and began to write. After all, he came to play with a mission. Now that he had played for more than 2 hours, he should give a genuine evaluation. Rating 4 stars. Evaluation. I get motion sickness easily, so this game is very dizzying for me. Moreover, the shooting system in this game is extremely unfriendly to beginners, offering no aim assistance. You have to practice your feel, adapt to the recoil, and understand how wind and rain can disrupt your aim. And me? I fired 8 shots without hitting a single target and was directly assigned to the logistics department. At first, I was a bit frustrated. Who plays a war game to do transportation? But when you actually enter the field hospital, watching the bloodied soldiers groan, seeing every breath that could be their last for the NPCs, when you save someone with painkillers, clamps, and bandages, you suddenly realize that not everyone on the battlefield is a hero. Some charge forward while others pull people back, some shoot, while others clean wounds and save lives. This isn't a casual game where you play however you want. Furthermore, the game's light simulation and rain sound effects are all very realistic. The combat rhythm is slow, almost adhering to realism, where shooting requires a lot of consideration. So overall, it's worth the price, so I recommend it lightly. This game is particularly suitable for a single-player experience. Zhou Qian finished typing the last period, paused for a moment, and checked for typos. Then he moved the mouse and clicked submit. Your evaluation has been successfully uploaded. He leaned back in his chair, looking at the still-lit screen. The character remained beside the field hospital, looking exhausted. And he himself felt as if he had returned from the battlefield. Good game, he murmured, but it's just too dizzying. I need to take a break. Zhou Qian rubbed the corners of his eyes, leaning back in his chair while taking deep breaths. He slowly opened his phone, preparing to scroll through something light to calm his mind. But he immediately saw the chat application where the group icon for the Time's Bitter Journey part-time group was glowing red. 99 unread messages. So lively. Zhou Qian frowned and casually clicked in, but as soon as he entered the group, he was instantly overwhelmed by messages. Inside, there were all the part-time workers who had drawn the Time's Bitter Journey game. Most had tried playing the game and were showing him their game time and comment screenshots to claim their wages. Some posted their game time, others shared their comment pages, and many directly posted their ratings. Some even added red frames to highlight how many words they had written. 4 stars, 280 words, please check. I wrote 3 paragraphs, 400 words, that should count as quality feedback, right? I gave it 5 stars. Regardless of the experience, I think this game has a great vibe. Zhou Qian casually opened a picture which was a screenshot of the comment section. I'm from the history department, and this game's restoration accuracy gives me goosebumps. Whether it's the details of the trenches at Verdun, the soldiers' equipment, or even the accents in the broadcast when the war starts, and the styles of material labeling. They are all exactly as I saw in the previous documentaries. I can guess the production background of this game. It definitely hired professionals to design the historical context. It's so realistic. I fought the entire time without firing a single shot. Just following along with moving ammunition made me feel the pressure. Also, why do my comrades stay far away from me? I only died a few times. Why do I feel like I'm on the wrong team? Not recommended. 3 stars. The difficulty is too high. It's harder than any Souls-like game I've played before. Plus, the enemies are super cunning. The more you play, the harder it gets. Zhou Qian noted these down one by one. These people are taking it quite seriously. Zhou Qian made a table to start compiling the statistics since they would need to pay everyone later. Fortunately, those in the group were all veterans. The remarks all indicated their majors, making it easy to find them. Li Ziyuan, History Department Year 2. Chun Rue, Philosophy Department Year 2. Lin Zhongnan, Chinese Language Department Year 1. No wonder our Chinese department at Fenghua University is the strongest and the number of part-timers is the highest. Zhou Qian muttered softly. No wonder the evaluations all have an academic flavor. Zhou Qian scrolled through the screenshots and saw a familiar avatar posting several pictures in a row. She shared a screenshot of a corner of the trench in the game where a soldier leaned against a sandbag smoking, and in the distance were the dim yellow lights of the field searchlights and the endless barbed wire in the ring. She captioned it, "We've always thought war games should be exhilarating, but this game made me understand for the first time that a soldier's cowardice is a physiological instinct. Not daring to peek out from the trenches is not because you are timid, but because you know that bullets don't have eyes, that wind and rain are real, and death is right in front of you." Zhou Qian was taken aback. Her writing was quite good. This is quality feedback. It must be pinned later and shown to the boss. He returned to the group and glanced at the comments shared by his group members. Most were rated 4 or 5 stars with content ranging from complaints to sarcasm to reflections, but almost all acknowledged one point: this game is indeed special. It's not an explosive feast that gives you a sense of exhilaration, nor is it a slaughter journey where you trample everything from start to finish, but a true journey of experiencing a war with your life immersed in the mud and water. Zhou Qian smiled. If our Chinese department is indeed filled with talent, this task will definitely be completed to a high standard. October 31st, Thursday. On the last day of October, Lu Ming sat in the office of Whale Leap, staring at the interface of Time's Bitter Journey. After the game's launch yesterday, he had skimmed through it briefly, and it was similar to what he had experienced before. However, Lu Ming did not delve deeper as his mind was occupied with the impending settlements, leaving him with no inclination to play games. Moreover, the number of comments at that time was quite few, making it impossible to gauge the reception. After all, it was a weekday, and the peak time for players to log in had not yet arrived. Thus, Lu Ming sat at his desk, his mental state far from ideal. To be precise, it was a state of constant anxiety. He had hardly slept last night, not due to fatigue, but because of nerves. The system was set to settle at the end of the month. The result of Time's Bitter Journey's launch directly influenced whether he could continue to lounge around in November. Muttering to himself, he refreshed the platform page for Time's Bitter Journey. Lu Ming checked the comments section in chronological order, and soon the first batch of negative reviews finally came into view. 1 star: It's really hard to play. The tutorial drags on forever, and I died 3 times within half an hour. 1 star: Can't skip NPC dialogues. The quests are long and tedious, and I'm really annoyed by the forced immersion. 1 star: Soul System plus Battlefield. It's not that I'm unworthy, it's that I don't want to live. I came for the promotional video, and what is this actual content? This is pure consumer bullying. For over 300, I could go watch a movie, right? After watching these negative reviews, Lu Ming felt much more at ease. It made sense. Choosing Old Zhou was indeed the right decision. Trusting people was not misguided. He had no issues in the direction of talent scouting. Lu Ming continued to gaze at the comments section, let them curse away. Scrolling down slowly with his mouse, he found 5 stars. Perfect score. In this game, every death is not a restart, but a historical echo. It's not about becoming stronger, but about understanding life more deeply. Likes, 312. Lu Ming's hand shook. How could so many people like it? He immediately switched the comments section to sort by popularity, and the interface seemed to be flooded with posts. One highly praised review after another rolled by. 5 stars: I was a medic in a field hospital for 2 hours, didn't kill anyone, but for the first time I understood how hard it is to survive in war. Good review. NPCs remember you. You're not the protagonist, just a shard of time. I cried. Good concept. I never recommend games. But this one, I think it could be introduced in our school's history class. I'm a carsick candidate. We always think that war games should let. Lu Ming. What is going on? This doesn't seem right. Death is a historical echo. Every death is a baptism. These words. Why are these players using such literary language to describe their gaming experiences? Moreover, after checking the game time, most people had played for less than an hour. Clearly, they hadn't played for long. How could their evaluations be so profound? Lu Ming felt a wave of darkness before his eyes, sensing that he was being backstabbed by culture. Didn't I pay someone to write reviews? Where's the effect? Why are there so many good reviews, each written so richly? This is almost like a poetry competition. Lu Ming's gaze became somewhat dazed, his eyes unconsciously drifting from the screen, his thoughts momentarily spiraling into chaos. This isn't right. He muttered to himself as his fingers rapidly tapped on the keyboard. Switching pages was the part-time job, not yet starting. Were the university students still not up? Lu Ming couldn't help but pick up his teacup and take a sip to calm his emotions. Those previous negative reviews had indeed eased his mind somewhat, but these highly praised reviews made him feel that he completely missed the game's core. Could these comments really have been written by the players themselves? Lu Ming grew anxious, finally unable to hold back, and casually opened the chat interface, just as Zhou Qian happened to call. Boss, the task is complete. I've packaged these comments and sent them to you. Please have a look when you have time. I hope I didn't disappoint. Sent them? Lu Ming's eyes widened as he listened to Zhou Qian's voice, his mood sinking. He quickly opened the file sent by the other party, which contained a large number of screenshots of comments. Lu Ming merely glanced at them and immediately panicked. This looked exactly like what he had just seen on his computer. Lu Ming gently tapped the screen, his tone somewhat uncertain. These comments, are they the ones I asked you to write? Zhou Qian's response was quick. Boss, it's not about writing, it's objective evaluation, remember? You emphasized that to me before. These evaluations are completely spontaneous and objective. Our Chinese department classmates found the game particularly interesting after playing it and wrote very truthful reviews. Truthful. Lu Ming was momentarily at a loss for words, then suddenly seized on the key phrase in Zhou Qian's dialogue. Wait, did you say your classmates from the Chinese department? You recruited students from the Chinese department? Yes, boss, at Fenghua University the Chinese department is a top program, so you can rest assured about the quality of the reviews written. Wasn't it the same for Paying with Life for Immortal Cultivation before? They are all veterans. That's right. Lu Ming rubbed his temples, finally understanding. Then it's a done deal. People from the Chinese department playing a game produced by old Zhou, how could they not resonate with each other? Is this how your Chinese department writes reviews? Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a bit skeptical. Zhou Qian seemed somewhat puzzled. Yes, students in the Chinese department usually enjoy exploring philosophy, history, and literature. They can appreciate the depth and connotation of such games so naturally, they can write evaluations with thoughtful depth. Boss, rest assured I absolutely didn't provide them with a template. It's all their own creativity. For this part-time task, you found the right person by coming to me. Here are a few comments that I think are quite good. I've pinned them for you. I'll take a good look. Lu Ming. What else is there to look at? To see good reviews, did I really have to go through so much effort? Your performance level is too high. This time it's all my fault for not doing thorough background checks. It seems that I need to carefully consider future part-time tasks with Zhou Qian. Lu Ming felt a deep sense of regret akin to Zhuge Liang weeping as he executed Ma Su. After hanging up the phone, Lu Ming stood up, pacing to the window, gazing at the gloomy sky outside, feeling a jumble of emotions. Confused, particularly confused. The profound understanding of the game by the students of the Chinese department completely disrupted his plans. For a game developer, the first batch of feedback after a game's launch is crucial, especially for a newly released game. The quality and content of the comments directly relate to its future performance in the market. Before this, the two games Lu Ming released had been shadowed by negative reviews, yet this time the situation was completely different. Upon launch, there were unexpectedly so many positive reviews. This was the first time in his game development career, and they were of such high quality. Thinking of this, Lu Ming quickly began calculating the expenditures over the past 3 months, buying a house, game development, shooting promotional videos, organizing competitions, employee rewards, team building. After just a cursory calculation, Lu Ming realized that there probably wasn't much money left in the company account. Money was flowing out like water. The time left for him was equally limited. No, I have to find a way. Lu Ming's mind raced frantically. For someone who had once made several hundred million through the system, not being able to double the earnings was quite distressing. It felt like going from a feast to a simple meal, and the mindset couldn't keep up. Negative reviews. Negative reviews. I want negative reviews. Lu Ming muttered to himself. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he immediately thought of the streamer he had previously collaborated with Chu Feng. Last time, Chu Feng's live broadcast had good results, especially when he was promoting Paying with Life for Immortal Cultivation. The negative review effect was quite acceptable. Moreover, he had previously participated in the Deep Blue game selection and had left his contact number. He should be able to help this time. Lu Ming's plan gradually took shape. He immediately opened his phone, found Chu Feng's contact information, and casually sent a message. Chu Feng, there's a new project times Bitter Journey, and I want to collaborate with you. Can you see if you are free today? Soon Chu Feng's message came back. Boss Lu, I'm not at home today. I'm free at the beginning of November, but I might not be able to help today. I'm really sorry. November. The yellow flowers have already withered. The system settlement won't wait until November. Lu Ming extended another invitation to Chu Feng, but the latter, who genuinely had no time, subtly spoke the truth that there was a new game over at Beishan waiting for him to evaluate. There's truly nothing that can be done. After all, he is a numbered personnel from Beishan, and it's quite unreasonable for you to monopolize him. Moreover, it's already Thursday, and without prior appointment there aren't that many idle people around. Even the fastest streamers won't arrive until tomorrow. Could it really be over? Lu Ming sat despondently in his chair, fixating on the computer screen, his mind blank. As time ticked by, laughter and chatter from colleagues drifted in from outside the office. Lu Ming understood that this was the celebration from employees after seeing the feedback for Time's Bitter Journey was reasonably good. He felt a bit helpless not stepping outside, sitting in the office until dusk as employees gradually began to leave work while the date for system settlement silently approached. During this time, Lu Ming kept an eye on the back-end interface of Time's Bitter Journey, where positive reviews were plentiful and negative ones were scarce, almost surreal. This absolutely affected the subjective judgment of players who genuinely wanted to leave negative reviews. Lu Ming had no appetite for dinner after all the settlement time was drawing near. With a loss of 100 million, who could still think about eating? It was already dark outside. The office lights were bright, but the screen before Lu Ming felt like a well as the comment section continued to refresh. The popularity was still rising, but the content. Influenced by the preconceived notions in the comments section, the positive reviews surprisingly surpassed the negative ones for a time. Real negative reviews might only come after Saturday. Lu Ming felt numb. He hadn't chosen the right time to release the game. Can you all play the game normally? He leaned back helplessly, his head thudding against the chair back, producing a dull sound. Just then a thought suddenly flashed through Lu Ming's mind. That's right. Lu Ming straightened up suddenly, opened the system interface, and began searching through his item inventory. Moments later, a familiar item leapt into view: marketing random burst generator. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as if he had seen a lifesaver. How could I have forgotten you? Last time it was a bit risky, but this time it really is a desperate situation. 50-50 odds gambling on luck. Lu Ming read the description 3 times, and there was no need for hesitation. I must take this chance regardless of whether players criticize it or not. As long as there's controversy, there will be popularity. Once the popularity rises, the negative reviews will follow. As long as the negative reviews follow, the moral debt value can rise again. This is a pivotal moment for success or failure. He almost without hesitation clicked the use button under the item. Then a prompt popped up: activation failed, insufficient moral debt value required, please accumulate more moral debt value and try to activate again. Huh. Lu Ming stood frozen in place. He blinked and opened the system interface. Marketing random burst generator activation required 30000 moral debt value. Not enough debt value. What a sin. Lu Ming slapped his thigh hard. At that moment his mood was like a driver stuck on a highway surrounded by cars, unable to move in any direction. If he doesn't even have 30000 debt value, how about 1000? The influence of the negative review t-shirt, independent game competition, and university student part-time groups is just too significant. The rapidly rising negative reviews simply cannot compare. Time is insufficient. Exposure is lacking. The item cannot be used. The streamer is not available. Lu Ming quietly leaned back in his chair, but his mind was far from idle. It seems, perhaps, this investment has failed. After having reaped so many benefits, is this the moment of misstep? After pondering for a long time, the office lights quietly illuminated his face. Forget it. I probably have not adapted well since the system upgrade. Lu Ming chuckled self-deprecatingly, his voice soft. After all, he had only a few thousand yuan with him when he came, and now he still owns a spacious 300 square meter apartment, so it's not unacceptable. Once this settlement period ends with Time's Bitter Journey and the new work from the Darkbox studio, there will still be opportunities for a turnaround. This time is just a reminder to him that he cannot keep timing everything at the end of the month. This operation is too extreme. Lu Ming glanced at his phone. October 31st, 2317. Less than an hour left until a new day. It is also the time for system settlement. Lu Ming did not leave, nor did he shut down the computer. He just sat there silently, leaning back in his chair, staring blankly at the screen. It was midnight. The time in the bottom right corner of the computer quietly ticked away 000. The system interface finally displayed an end prompt. Detected that the current date is November 1st. Moral debt value settlement is about to proceed. Would you like to settle? Settle. Lu Ming remained calm. Since I'm already here, let's see the outcome. The system is settling. Please wait the next second. The familiar blue light of the system appeared before Lu Ming Company name whale, Leap Game Company funds 26 million yuan based on the current moral level. The host can withdraw 1 to personal account. In this period earned 26 million yuan already credited. Personal property 2. 89 million yuan moral debt value 98 10 moral level moral flaw. This period's cashback stage goal not met. Multiplier invalid, cannot provide corresponding multiplier cashback. Next settlement period not selected. Note: after this settlement moral debt value will reset to 0. Recalculated every period. Lu Ming sat there staring at the rows of data, his entire being suddenly devoid of emotional fluctuations. 9,810. Tisk. Lu Ming initially had little hope, but with this result, he still found it absurd. Even a university teacher knows to pull up a student with a score of 59, at least to help them pass. What kind of system is this? If I had scored 30, I'd feel more comfortable. It's just over 200 away. If I had known, I would have let old Wang teach class a bit longer, let him scold me a few more times. Lu Ming took a deep breath and painfully squeezed out 2 words from his throat. Damn it. Moreover, even though the company and his personal accounts added up to some money, it had shrunk too much. I was busy this quarter after all. Lu Ming's corner of his mouth twitched, one hand propping his forehead, feeling utterly drained. Cashback failure. No streamer hired item cannot be activated. Debt value reset to 0. Directly lost several smaller goals, which is no different from climbing to the top floor after a power outage only to find the door locked and the key left behind. But it's okay. There's still capital. But really, it's so irritating. Lu Ming looked up at the system interface. Reset to 0. This is the price. Lu Ming sighed deeply. A whole month of hard work only returned a cold settlement from the system pop-up. Although there are still over 10 million in the company account, it's a little more than Lu Ming expected. Could it be that there's still some money left unspent from somewhere? Lu Ming couldn't figure it out, but for the next period he could only operate with the over 2 million in his personal account. After all, the system has rules that the invested expenses can only come out from the personal account. Lu Ming felt a bit uncomfortable. It didn't matter before, as it was all his past earnings in the company account. But now it's different. Lu Ming closed his eyes, stood up, and slowly shut down the computer. The long night was coming to an end. The data reset to 0. But the new cycle had just begun. P.S. Thanks to Qin Hanshan, who likes Hai Wang for the godlike certification, and aboard in VVV grievances have Xian, Yinyue, your grave digger Jiang Jiji, for the gifts. Additionally, I am still incredibly grateful for everyone's support. Please take a moment to click a good review. Thank you. The next morning, the sunlight slanted through the Huangpu River, casting a glow on Lu Ming's face. When he opened his eyes, his neck was still stiff and his back ached terribly. Although the bedroom was quite spacious, Lu Ming felt uncomfortable while sleeping. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up, reflecting on the failed returns, invalid multipliers, and the reset of moral debts. These words echoed repeatedly in his mind. Yet at this moment, Lu Ming was surprisingly calm. There was a sense of being utterly numb, a zen-like feeling. He moved his shoulders, completed his morning routine, and slowly walked to the company. It was 10 in the morning. Lao Wang knocked and entered. President Lu. He handed over a printed financial statement. Last month we received a deposit coming from Killing Life and Cultivating Immortality. We are currently using our own platform, and after deducting other necessary fees, the net income for the company this time is approximately 7 million, which has already been transferred to the company account in a timely manner. Lu Ming was taken aback. And this, he thought to himself why the money in the company account was more than he calculated, as it turned out that Killing Life and Cultivating Immortality was profitable. Lao Wang nodded. Yes, President Lu, the data this time is indeed good. Qi Liang from the game said that although no new activities have been launched, the number of players making purchases remains stable. The flow of new players is also decent. A bunch of players have spent heavily. So Qi Liang asked me to check with you. He plans to create a special instance for showcasing in front of others, but he's unsure of your thoughts on this. Lu Ming lowered his head and flipped through the report Lao Wang handed over, and indeed Killing Life and Cultivating Immortality had completely turned profitable. The profits generated were enough to cover everyone's expenses with some leftover. His operations make it hard for me not to be moved. Let's hold off on the instance for now. Just have him keep up with the maintenance work. The game is profitable. According to our previous agreement, we will split 40. You should calculate properly to distribute to the project team of Killing Life and Cultivating Immortality. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. Since they were already making money, intervening further would be unreasonable. The project's funds are still funds. Furthermore, the project can generate its own income now. Pulling the plug on it would be inappropriate. As for the revenue share that was agreed upon earlier and must be implemented promptly. Lao Wang left excitedly. As soon as the door closed, Lu Ming quickly opened the system interface and clicked back into settlement period setting. He had learned his lesson. No more waiting until the end of the month. He didn't want to experience that high-stakes last-minute rush again. After some thought, Lu Ming decisively chose 1 month. 3 months is too aggressive. 1 month suits me better. The next moment, a prompt appeared: settlement period locked for 1 month. Please accumulate moral debt values within this period to obtain the next cashback benefits. In November, let's take it slow. Lu Ming nodded. He knew what this meant. It meant that for the next entire month, he would embark on another journey to seek criticism. However, this time, he wasn't in a hurry. At this moment, he was much calmer than yesterday. He also knew that as long as the game was still operational, players were still posting, and the storyline was still evolving, eventually the wave of genuine criticism would come rolling in over the weekend. That's right, I'm talking about you, the bitter journey of time. Lu Ming closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair. What was meant to come would eventually come, and now he only needed to do one thing. Wait. On the weekend, Lu Ming sat in his study, sipping goji berry tea, while leisurely staring at the platform's back-end data. The numbers in the back-end quietly fluctuated. The download count for the bitter journey of time was climbing rapidly. Here it comes, here it comes. His eyes lit up as he put down his teacup, immediately gripping the mouse with both hands like a player eager to join a team. Lu Ming rubbed his hands together. Opening the comments section, he was met with that familiar essence. 2 points played all night yesterday, couldn't take it anymore. 1 point first time an NPC made me quit the game. Really, thank you, developer. 1 point soul like you go soul like. Don't come here with your human destiny community depth. 1 point. Came for the promotional video, left because of it. Negative review. The game is too hard, the enemies are basically unbeatable, the difficulty is absurd. Not even a cheat tool available. I originally had high expectations, but now it feels just like a simulator. After reading these comments, Lu Ming felt a surge of excitement. They were back. Truly negative reviews. Like the first thunderstorm of spring, it roared and brought hope. Lu Ming stared at the comments section, feeling better than ever. If only this state had come sooner. If it had come yesterday, he wouldn't have needed to feel stiff-necked. His 300 square meters could have at least doubled. A long-lost smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the employee group was entirely different. What happened? Did the rating suddenly drop by 0.6? Is there anyone managing the marketing department? Why are all the trending reviews negative? Is it necessary to hold an emergency meeting? I don't know. I checked the negative reviews. They aren't malicious. They are all genuine. In the core management group, the project supervisor Zhou Yizhou had not spoken a word. He had just gotten off the high-speed train. It was mealtime. Lu Ming was leisurely enjoying heated-up Odin when his phone pinged. It was Zhou Yizhou calling. What? Lao Zhou, you say you are in Magic City. What are you doing here on a weekend? All right, you can come over. Lu Ming sent his location to Zhou Yizhou, and after a few dozen minutes, Zhou Yizhou arrived downstairs. In front of the spacious flat, Zhou Yizhou took a deep breath 3 times. The door opened. Inside, Lu Ming was wearing slippers and holding a drink, stunned for a second. In front of him, Zhou Yizhou looked travel-worn, carrying a briefcase, his face filled with sincere exhaustion and apology. Upon seeing Lu Ming, Zhou Yizhou immediately put down his briefcase, stood at attention. President Lu, I was wrong. I came to plead guilty. I am the sinner, the disgrace of the project, the instigator of the game's downfall. Lu Ming almost spat out his drink, thinking, what instigator? You are the most reliable screw in my heart. Hey, calm down. Lu Ming pulled him inside. Sit first. What could be so important that you rushed over from Hangzhou by high-speed train? We can't be that bad, can we? Zhou Yizhou was neither sitting nor standing. Placing his bag down, he wore a look of utter dejection. He stood before Lu Ming like a defendant awaiting trial. President Lu, the game's rating is now 3.2. It's overwhelmingly negative. Our core players are all leaving. It's my fault. I let you down. Zhou Yizhou was well aware of the implication of this rating. This was the rhythm of a collapse. The internet was filled with criticism, he knew, as he had experienced it before. But this time was different. This was a game with a cost of 60 million. It was the result of President Lu's full trust in him. Lu Ming looked at him, about to smile, but managed to hold it back. No, he couldn't smile. He was genuinely anxious. Mr. Lu, please fire me. Before the game's launch, our team conducted thorough evaluations and background research during the testing phase. But now, look at the comments. They're all saying it's too confusing, too hard to understand, and that playing it makes them feel like they need motion sickness pills. I genuinely feel like I've failed in my duties. Zhou Yizhou's voice dropped, as if the air itself had been compressed. Maybe I'm really not cut out for making games. Lu Ming. What nonsense. How could he fire a trusted lieutenant? If he wasn't fit, who was? Lu Ming took a leisurely sip of his soda, savoring it slowly. A breeze drifted in from the balcony, carrying a hint of chill through the air. Seeing old Zhou's guilt-ridden expression, Lu Ming couldn't keep up his composed demeanor. He waved his hand and fetched a soda for old Zhou as well. Gazing at the towering buildings outside the window, Lu Ming asked softly, Have you played it? Time Odyssey. Played it, yeah. Zhou paused for a moment. I made it to the second stage and died over a dozen times. How did it feel? Really tough, oppressive, and raw. Do you want to quit? No. Then that's settled. A few words left, Zhou momentarily stunned. Mr. Liu, it's different. In the lead, so playing the game is part of my job. Just because I like it doesn't mean the players will. I am afraid I've let down your trust. But Lu Ming looked at him and suddenly broke into a smile. Old Zhou, do you really think you've let me down? Let me tell you, reality isn't the comment section. Some people give a 1-star rating because they're stuck on a level. Some give a 1-star because they're frustrated. And others give a 1-star because they spent 328 and couldn't breeze through the boss. Now that's what gets them. That's not our fault. We just didn't cater to their dopamine triggers. It even means these people aren't our target audience. War games aren't meant to be power fantasy scripts. But Zhou opened his mouth. They're not just leaving bad reviews anymore. Mr. Liu, I saw it on the high-speed train here. Even on Inlong, people are making videos trashing us, calling our game the epitome of anti-player design. And on Weibo, they're calling for a boycott, saying Time Odyssey is spiritual pollution that should get the culture department involved. I'm really afraid ITLL Tank. Lu Ming took a sip of his soda. If the culture department actually dragged them in for a scolding, how much debt value would that rack up? Old Zhou, you need to have patience. We're sitting at 2 stars. That's way better than the games you've made before. You're already off to a much stronger start. Besides, our game's only been live for a few days. What's there to rush about? Lu Ming found it amusing. He was the one suffering the biggest losses, yet here he was playing the comforter. With that thought, Lu Ming gestured toward the view outside the window. Take a look out there. Nice scenery, right? This area goes for about 2.0 per square meter. Guess how I bought it? Mr. Liu, you have a keen eye for investments. No. Lu Ming smiled. Not to brag, but in this day and age, trying to make something everyone loves is the surest way to flop. Because you have no stance. No controversy, no conflict, no tension. The more you chase it, the harder it is to get. Back then, I stuck to my own vision, going against the mainstream, and that's how I ended up with this 300 square meter place. Zhou was left speechless. Anyway, don't blame yourself. I made the final call on the game's pacing. Your team did a great job. The details are polished, the narrative structure is solid, and you even spared no expense on consultants. I should be rewarding you. The game's getting flack now because people aren't ready for it, not because you did a bad job. Your vision is way ahead of its time. Take my advice, old Zhou. The players who truly stick around will be the ones who, after being tempered by the story and systems, still choose to open the game. There won't be many of them, but they'll become the backbone of this game. Hearing this, Zhou's eyes reddened. I never expected. Mr. Liu, you have more faith in this project than I do. Lu Ming chuckled. Let me tell you, our game logic is different. Others think with a product mindset how to satisfy the user. We think with a conflict mindset how to provoke the user's emotions. So you've got to remember Whale Leap's philosophy is negative reviews are the primary productive force. Zhou immediately chimed in. Exactly. I get it now. Zhou nodded, then suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to Lu Ming. Mr. Liu, thank you for trusting me. I won't keep talking about begging for forgiveness anymore. The game's just launched. The players' emotions might not be fully stirred yet. We still have a chance. That's right. Lu Ming patted him on the shoulder. Good, you understand. Now you're truly my soldier. Come on, let's drink. Lu Ming gulped down his soda, setting the example. Zhou took the drink and sat down, leaning into the sofa of the penthouse, finally letting out a real sigh of relief. Phew. Mr. Liu, your place is really comfortable. Of course, and it could have been even more comfortable this month. By the way, how's the progress with those 3 from the backroom studio? At these words, Zhou instinctively straightened up. Mr. Liu, those 3 are absolute beasts. They've been living at the company for half a month without going home. Last time I checked on them, they'd started stacking delivery boxes in the conference room to use as mattresses. Lu Ming was taken aback. He hadn't expected those 3 to be such grinders. Outsourcing firms really bred a different breed. Then you need to give them more overtime pay. Also, how's their project coming along? Zhou pulled out his phone and opened his notes. They seem to be working on some new system, something called an ACG lexicon. An ACG lexicon? Lu Ming was puzzled. This was clearly beyond his scope. Zhou quickly explained, checking his notes as he spoke. Yeah, an ACG lexicon. Honestly, Mr. Liu, I don't fully get it either. They spend all day in the office studying stuff like Hearts, Shackles, Memory, Corridor Duet, and Final Firmament's Collapsed Twin Judgment. After reciting that, Zhou let out a long breath. Even reading it aloud made him stumble. I can't make heads or tails of the things they say, but they recite it all with such passion. And they keep talking about challenging the immersive ACG text layering model, or in game language simulation behavior. Honestly, listening to them is harder than my college calculus elective. Even old Joe couldn't understand. Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he leaned back in his balcony chair, a calm, yet fervent smile playing on his lips. If old Joe the veteran couldn't grasp it, and he the investor was equally lost, then when the game launched, would the players get it? True to form, the backroom squad never failed to surprise him. Head struck gold. They were clearly surpassing their mentor. Well, if you can't understand it, that's fine. We don't need to meddle with their creative fire. Let them keep at it. If the game can launch this month, they'll personally give them a featured slot. After confiding with Lu Ming, Zhou spent the night in the spacious apartment and took a car back the next morning. The winds on the Huangpu River were too chilly. The scenery of Westlake suited him much better. Before leaving, old Joe remarked, "Lu, if I make a mistake again, next time I hope I can crash at your spacious apartment for a night." Lu Ming directly told him not to overthink. The negative reviews had only just begun, and there would be plenty of chances to sleep on the sofa in the future. Moreover, if this is what a mistake looks like, Lu Ming hoped old Joe could stay more often. On a weekday, Lu Ming regrouped and arrived at the company. The atmosphere was quite good, especially lively in Zhao Qiliang's department, where the news of a 40 profit share being confirmed had energized everyone. Sitting in his office, Lu Ming casually opened his phone and scrolled to recent calls. Chu Feng. This guy, although he was tight on time at the end of the month, should have some now. Though he wasn't the top streamer, he covered a wide range of content, especially his stance, which was beyond reproach. Besides, Lu Ming wasn't foolish, he had done his homework. Chu Feng usually didn't play shooting games, especially those of the Souls-like genre, and barely touched even regular FPS games. In his streams, he mostly played casual games like real-time combat, simulation management, tower defense, and life simulators, which were laid-back yet engaging. In other words, he was a complete novice in Souls-like games. Streaming effects. Definitely lacking. Not to mention the previous collaboration foundation, this person perfectly matched expectations. He made a call, and Chu Feng's voice came through again. "Hello, Lu. Chu Feng, are you done with your work? My request remains the same. When will you be free to stream? Let's stick to the old rules, 500 for promotion, and you can do as you please. Don't worry about the game, feel free to criticize it." "Alright, Lu, will stream this afternoon. I know your Time of Suffering seems to be quite popular recently with its Souls-like Battlefield vibe and oppressive storyline. I'm quite interested too." Interest aside, don't forget your objective experience. Of course. Chu Feng readily agreed, not just because of the 500, but also because the game had just launched, and he could ride the wave of its popularity. Though he wasn't interested in shooting games, he was indeed interested in traffic. The traffic in Beishan was too stagnant, he wanted to try content in other directions. Moreover, aren't audiences just eager to see streamers make foolish mistakes? As a novice, his attempts would certainly be entertaining. After confirming the details with Chu Feng, Lu Ming decisively transferred 500 into Chu Feng's streaming promotion account. This money was taken from his personal account. That afternoon at 2 o'clock, Chu Feng began his stream. The stream title was quite simple: "First time playing a Souls-like shooting game. I heard NPCs hold grudges." Viewers quickly flooded in. "Chu, you're playing this game too? Isn't it being heavily criticized right now?" "Streamer, the first few players have already vomited. Ew, I suggest you prepare a trash can. To be honest, you should brace yourself. This is not your familiar Beishan style. Streamers switch games. Others are calling this a game of mental pollution." "Chu, have you been getting bad money again? Why have you been so close to Whale Leap lately? Aren't you afraid of Beishan causing trouble for you?" "Bro, trust me, within 10 minutes, you'll start questioning life, including most of the unskippable storylines." Chu Feng smiled, sitting in front of the camera, taking a sip of water. "It's fine, I'm not a professional player. I'm just here to experience it. Everyone just enjoy the spectacle." Chu Feng squinted and clicked on Start Game. The screen went black. Accompanied by heavy bass and the sound of rain, a line of text appeared on the screen. 1916 Verdun battle. The rainwater, mixed with mud, splashed on the lens, nearly obscuring the road. Chu Feng frowned. Why does this game look so gray right from the start?